Ah, ah. Qi Xiao, do not come any closer. Ah, ah. Gu Shishi fell to the ground, her body continuously inching backward. Qi Xiao, now transformed into a zombie, with bloodshot eyes, was clawing and lunging towards her. 3 days prior, the apocalypse erupted, heralded by a sudden downpour of crimson rain that turned all who were drenched into zombies. Gu Shishi, along with her boyfriend and their roommate Qi Xiao, had conspired to push Qi Xiao towards the zombies in a bid to seize his provisions. Unfortunately, Qi Xiao was bitten by one of the undead. After the bite, Qi Xiao felt dizzy and weak, discarded like refuse by them to await his demise. In his final moments, he dragged his feverish body back to the entrance, collapsing on the ground, devoid of strength even to knock on the door. Uncertain how much time had passed, a gnawing hunger began to consume his consciousness. Unaware, Gu Shizai's boyfriend opened the door only to be pounced upon and bitten to death by Qi Xiao. Just as Qi Xiao was about to finish off Gu Shishi, he suddenly felt his body convulse, and fragments of information surfaced in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the City of the Apocalypse. Qi Xiao was taken aback as the overwhelming hunger in his mind was subdued by a mysterious force, gradually restoring his consciousness and returning his form to that of a normal human. The events of the past few days began to crystallize in his mind. Gu Shishi, the woman who had nearly brought about his demise. Qi Xiao, have you regained your senses? Seeing Qi Xiao revert to his normal state, Gu Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. You loser, if you've recovered, why don't you let go of me? Are you seeking death? Yesterday, news had reported that a rare few possessed immunity to the zombie virus, remaining unaffected even after being bitten. Damn it, even if I die, I will strike you first. Smack Qi Xiao retaliated with a slap. This woman, who nearly killed him, must perish. Had it not been for his stroke of luck, he would have long since turned into a zombie. Qi Xiao, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me? Gu Shishi clutched her swollen cheek, glaring furiously at Qi Xiao. Hit you? I intend to kill you. Ah, murder is a crime. Gu Shishi felt Qi Xiao's grip tighten around her throat, gradually choking her. Since activating the City of the Apocalypse, Qi Xiao sensed his strength had magnified. It was no longer a trivial task to strangle someone within a minute. Gu Shishi was lifeless in his grasp. Only after disposing of Gu Shishi and her boyfriend's corpses did Qi Xiao find a moment to contemplate the nature of the City of the Apocalypse he had activated. City of the Apocalypse, born from the end of the world, serving its purpose therein, providing the host with an impeccable sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Please select the type of City of the Apocalypse. City of Light, committed to saving all humanity, establishing a democratic, prosperous, and harmonious city. The more residents supporting the host within the city, the greater the host's power. Evil City, established for the host's own benefit, creating a city that demands obedience, rendering its inhabitants into slaves. The host becomes the supreme lord of the city, possessing absolute power over the lives and deaths of its residents. Evil City, I certainly choose Evil City. The scenes of betrayal from yesterday lingered vividly in his mind. The grotesque visages of Gu Shishi and her boyfriend ignited a murderous intent within Qi Xiao. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had selflessly shared his provisions with them. And what had he received in return? A merciless shove towards the zombies. This time, he would not be benevolent, he would rule with an iron fist. Successfully selected Evil City. The initial area of Evil City is 100 square meters. Detected that the area of the host's current room is 120 square meters, exceeding 100 square meters, meeting placement conditions. Evil City has been successfully placed. Newbie gift package awarded. 100 energy points, 1 Desert Eagle pistol, 100 Desert Eagle bullets, and a space ring. Newbie gift package distributed. Please check host. What? How can the city be placed in my home? Qi Xiao cursed vehemently, questioning whether this system was mocking him. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him, and the room began to sway and invert. When he opened his eyes again, the entire space had been transformed by an unseen force. All walls reinforced and thickened, windows and doors replaced with bulletproof glass and doors. The once dilapidated furniture had been entirely renewed. With a thought, a screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Evil City, 0-100 current level, level 0 area, 100 square meters buildings owned. Ordinary house city lord, Qi Xiao. Attribute, 0.701. The average male attribute value is 0.5, and the average female attribute value is 0. 4. Note 2. When the attribute value reaches 1, physical fitness meets national level 1 athlete standards. Tip: consuming 100 energy points can upgrade to level 1. Qi Xiu was taken aback a city comprised of merely one house. Fortunately, it could be upgraded as the level increased. The area of the city would surely expand. With a swipe, the screen transformed once more. Ordinary store. The host can exchange energy points for supplies, equipment, etc. Sniper rifle, priced at 10 energy points. Assault rifle, priced at 10 energy points. Combat suit, priced at 5 energy points. Bulletproof armor, priced at 3 energy points. Ordinary t-shirt 5, priced at 1 energy point, style selectable. Small umbrella 10, priced at 1 energy point. Roasted chicken 10, priced at 1 energy point. Emperor crab 1, priced at 1 energy point. Red wine 3, priced at 1 energy point. The ordinary store encompassed nearly all items that could be utilized in real life. Then Qi Xiu swiped again, and the screen shifted once more. Exclusive store. The host can exchange energy points for exclusive materials of Evil City. Thousand Mile Sparrow can substitute the host's vision, observing any object within a 1,000-meter radius centered on the host. Priced at 50 energy points. Ghostly Wolf, the host's loyal assistant, possessing formidable combat abilities, unconditionally obeying the host's commands. Priced at 50 energy points. Iron Blood Battle Vehicle can operate without consuming any energy, capable of withstanding missile strikes. Priced at 70 energy points. Note: the exterior of the Iron Blood Battle Vehicle is coated in zombie blood, allowing those inside to mask their scent, preventing zombies from detecting them. Relocation Keystone. The host can move Evil City to any land, provided the land area is not less than that of the city. Priced at 100 energy points. Unlike the ordinary store, the exclusive store currently contained only 4 items. He still did not know how to acquire energy points, hence, he must conserve the 100 energy points from the newbie gift package. Thus far, 3 days had passed since the apocalypse began. On the first day, the government had issued a notification through the news. According to the announcement, those drenched in the blood rain would transform into zombies within a day, with no cure available. Those bitten by zombies had a very slim chance of self-healing. Those who did would gain immunity and no longer fear the bites of zombies. However, even self-healed individuals would still turn into zombies if they were inadvertently caught in the rain. After the initial announcement, the government provided no further updates or rescue missions. Chapter 2. Emptying the convenience store. Qi Xiu meticulously organized the remaining provisions in his home. 2 packets of instant noodles, 1.5 barrels of bottled water, 5 pieces of bread, and a bag of snacks. With such meager supplies, if rationed carefully, he could sustain himself for no more than 3 or 4 days. After consuming a packet of instant noodles, Qi Xiu adjusted his collar and donned his spatial ring. His gun and ammunition were stored within it. Basic spatial ring possesses a storage capacity of 100 cubic meters. Living beings cannot be stored inside. Note: time within the spatial ring is suspended. Any items placed inside will not spoil or decay. He was now determined to venture out in search of resources. Armed with a gun significantly increased his safety. The community where Qi Xiu resided was named Nanting Yeyuan, a title that sounded quite elegant, yet it was merely a dilapidated old complex. The entire neighborhood comprised 5 buildings and 2 convenience stores, with Qi Xiu residing in Building 2. He had already visited the convenience store to the east yesterday, only to find that food had been completely ravaged by several individuals. To the south lay another convenience store, but it was infested with 7 or 8 zombies, and no one dared to approach. However, with a gun in hand, and having developed immunity to the zombie virus, he felt secure even if bitten. Resolutely, he decided to pay a visit. Bang! Bang! Qi Xiu fired off a dozen rounds. Although several bullets were spent, he emerged unscathed, having dispatched all the zombies in the store. What is this? Qi Xiu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he noticed that after blasting a zombie's head, a smooth, jade-like, flawless crystal had flowed out along with the brain matter. Hint 1. Crystal Core has a chance to drop upon defeating a zombie. Hint 2. Absorbing a crystal core grants 10 energy points and increases attributes by 0.1. Upon picking up the crystal core, relevant information flooded into Qi Xiu's mind. He then searched the area thoroughly. Of the 8 zombies, only 2 crystal cores had dropped. which seemed rather low. After storing the cores in his spatial ring, Chixiu began to examine the convenience store in detail. He first kicked the glass of the counter, shattering it, and collected all the cigarettes and alcohol within. On the shelves directly in front of the counter lay various snacks and common daily necessities. Chicken legs, instant noodles, spicy strips, mineral water, beverages. He took everything in the living area. He gathered common household items such as basins and towels, all for free. He even found over a dozen boxes of little umbrellas. Although he had been single for over 20 years, as a man, he certainly recognized their purpose. Previously, he had often read apocalyptic novels where a piece of bread could be exchanged for a celebrity, or a bottle of water for a campus beauty. Though he currently had no girlfriend, he possessed ample food. The entire inventory of the convenience store was now his in due time. He could easily barter food for attractive women. A sly grin crept across Chixiu's face. He then collected all feminine hygiene products, such as sanitary napkins. Ultimately, he looted the entire store, leaving behind nothing but an empty shelf, as if a swarm of locusts had descended, leaving not a single candy behind. Shortly after Chixiu's departure, a small group of people arrived at the convenience store. Who on earth cleaned this place out, leaving us with nothing? The leading man, wielding a kitchen knife, cursed loudly. Oldly, look, all these zombies have been killed. This, on their heads, seems to be from a gun. The crowd displayed expressions of shock. Where would an ordinary person acquire a gun? Impossible. I've received internal news that a severe zombie tide has erupted in the capital. The high-ranking officials are either dead or fleeing, too preoccupied to concern themselves with us. Oldly, known as Li Chong, was the nephew of a friend of his uncle, who held a position in the army and had some insider information. Due to this connection and his usual authority, he had taken the lead in bringing a group to scavenge for supplies. In the past, they had relied on takeout, with no rice stored at home. Only occasionally buying some fruit and snacks. Having consumed all the food at home, they faced starvation if they did not find more provisions. We'll have to search outside the community. Oldly? That's too dangerous. The streets are swarming with zombies. With just us, we wouldn't even dare to feed the zombies. If you're afraid of death, go back. Once we find food, you won't get any. Li Chong's words garnered unanimous agreement, as it was only natural that those who did not contribute would not receive any food. Oldly, I'm going with you? Me too. The majority of the men had families to support. For the sake of their wives and children, they were willing to take the risk, while a few fearful souls opted to return home. Achoo! Achoo! Who is cursing me? Back at home, Chixiu sneezed several times. He had completely emptied the convenience store of food, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about supplies for at least a month. Ding ding. His phone's WeChat notification chimed. Ever since the apocalypse began, the internet had been sporadic, and signal quality was poor, but occasional messaging was still possible. Chixiu glanced at his phone. It was a message from the property group of his building. The gist was that many people were gathering in the first-floor lobby to trade supplies, with numerous individuals willing to exchange luxury items for food. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Chixiu prepared to take a look. Upon arriving on the first floor, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices and the sounds of haggling. The hallway was bustling with people, reminiscent of a bustling market. Take a look, genuine leather coat, originally bought for 100,000, will trade for food. A man in a white short-sleeve shirt was shouting hoarsely. Chixiu recognized him. He had once been a supervisor at a company, reportedly earning a six-figure salary. Now, he appeared pale and gaunt, likely having gone a day without food. Limited edition designer bag, will trade for 5 bottles of water. Come and see. Opportunities like this are fleeting. The entire lobby was a hive of activity, with people continuously coming and going. Almost everyone was attempting to exchange their luxury items for food, yet none were successful. In an apocalypse, only a fool would trade food for such items. Those who could afford luxury goods were invariably individuals of some means, who typically did not cook and had little food stored. Chixiu surveyed the area but found no items that piqued his interest in this apocalyptic world. Only food and beautiful women captivated Chixiu. After all, it is in a man's nature to be lecherous. And there was no shame in that. The vendors present were either men or older women with average looks. As for the luxury goods, while Chixiu had no shortage of food, he was not foolish enough to trade for them. Until he spotted someone at a corner who caught his eye. Chixiu recognized her. Her name was Su Qingwan, reportedly a flight attendant. It seemed she had just graduated. barely a month into her new job as a flight attendant. The apocalypse had struck. What terrible luck! Come take a look. Gold earrings. We'll trade for a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Various items were laid out before her as she languidly called out. Su Qingwan's long, silky black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was as white and flawless as porcelain, and her tall, alluring figure was the object of many men's desires at this moment. However, a hint of fatigue shadowed her features, her delicate cheeks appeared pale, and her cherry-red lips were slightly chapped. It was evident that she had not eaten or drunk anything for at least a day. Chapter 3. A night visit. Qi Xiu deliberately held a bottle of water, sipping it as he walked. When he reached Su Qingwan's side, a few drops trickled down from the corner of his mouth, falling to the ground one by one. This scene undoubtedly drew the attention of many, including Su Qingwan. However, as the apocalypse had only recently begun, many were still adjusting to the new reality, and no one dared to brazenly snatch food. Su Qingwan licked her lips, involuntarily swallowing hard. Hello, you can pick anything here. Can I trade for a bottle of water? Su Qingwan felt somewhat embarrassed. She recognized Qi Xiu, who was merely a lowly security guard. In simpler terms, he was a loser, someone she would not have given a second glance in the past. Oh? Are you calling for me? Qi Xiu smirked slightly. What flight attendant, what beauty. Everyone had to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Yes, you can pick anything. Can I trade for just one bottle of water? Su Qingwan bit her lip, feeling overly thirsty and hungry. If it were any other time, she would never have spoken to Qi Xiu. The suitors who pursued her were always wealthy second-generation heirs, and she had never entertained their advances. She longed for a partner who was wealthy, handsome, and kind, someone who would treat her well. Yet, those wealthy heirs were all just after her body. She wanted to reserve her virginity for her future boyfriend, her husband. I'm sorry, I don't find any of these things appealing. A playful expression crossed Qi Xiu's face. Aside from Su Qingwan, nothing else interested him. Then what do you want? Su Qingwan felt anxious. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone with excess water. Just spend a night with me, and I'll give you a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Before Qi Xiu could respond, a blonde-haired man approached. He tossed a bottle of water into the air, spinning it 720 degrees before catching it again. Qi Xiu frowned. He recognized this blonde-haired man, who had a reputation for causing trouble even in peaceful times. Once, he had even rallied a group to beat Qi Xiu up simply because he found him displeasing. Subsequently, the property management swept the matter under the rug, and Qi Xiu received no compensation for his medical expenses, which had cost him thousands. I refrained from seeking him out for retribution, yet I never anticipated that he would publicly humiliate him. Oh, who do you dare to call a loser? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qi Xiu's eyes, and with a mere thought, a handgun materialized in his grasp. You pathetic loser, who do you think you can intimidate with a toy gun? Did you not receive enough punishment last time? The blonde rushed forward, ready to deliver a kick to Qi Xiu. Bang! Blood splattered across the walls. Gray matter and viscera littered the ground. He's killed someone. Someone has a gun. The scene erupted into chaos, with everyone frantically distancing themselves from Qi Xiu, terrified that he might take offense and shoot them. What do you intend to do? Su Qingwan, witnessing Qi Xiu's gaze upon her, displayed a look of terror, retreating step by step. How could a loser possibly possess a real weapon? Do you want food and water? Qi Xiu holstered the handgun and turned to Su Qingwan, speaking. I do. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan ultimately succumbed to her hunger. If you desire food, come find me tonight. Qi Xiu chuckled, for he was rather democratic and never enjoyed coercing others. His earlier display of the gun was not only aimed at eliminating the blonde, but also intended to serve as a deterrent. As for anyone daring to seize his firearm, that depended on their strength. Having said that, Qi Xiu did not linger, opting to ascend the stairs back home. He had observed everyone present, apart from Su Qingwan's appealing looks. The rest were unremarkable. After all, food was a precious commodity, and a mere hint of beauty was insufficient to barter for it. Good heavens, he actually possesses a gun. I nearly died of fright. Where did he acquire that weapon? P.S. Just a pathetic security guard. I recognize that gun. It appears to be a Desert Eagle. Once Qi Xiu departed, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, absorb the crystal cores. Upon arriving home, Qi Xiu silently chanted in his mind, and 2 crystal cores abruptly vanished from his hand. Subsequently, He felt his strength augmenting slightly, nearing the level of a national-level athlete. Host attributes 0.2, current attributes at 0. 9. Energy points 20, current energy points at 120. Purchase the Netherwolf, with a flash of white light. A black wolf, approximately 1 meter tall with one glowing red eye, appeared before Xiu.As nightfall approached. For the sake of safety, he decided to acquire a wolf for guarding. Energy points -50, current energy points at 70. Acquired Netherwolf, attributes at 3 points, can feed on zombies, possesses the skill of invisibility. Qixio scrutinized the wolf. Its head was large, with sharp fangs protruding from its jaws, emanating a chilling aura so dark in hue. I shall name you Xiao He. The Netherwolf's tail stood high, resembling a steel whip, playfully wagging towards Qixio, seemingly pleased with its new name. Xiao He, you shall guard the entrance tonight. Owo. Xiao He barked and trotted eagerly towards the door. Qixio sensed the wolf's formidable power. It could easily overpower a couple of Siberian tigers. To take it down with a desert eagle would require at least 7 or 8 shots. Help? There's a wolf. Just as Qixio intended to check his phone for news, Su Qingwan's terrified scream pierced through the air. Xiao He, halt! A mischievous smile crept onto Qixio's lips. No one could withstand the pangs of hunger. When desperation strikes, humans can resort to anything. Woo-woo. What a massive wolf. Su Qingwan, frightened to the point of losing her color, felt as if she had glimpsed her great-grandmother beckoning her. Why, little Xiao He? With that, Qixio produced a chicken leg, waving it before Su Qingwan, before tossing it to Xiao He. Here, Xiao He, this is your reward. Owo. Xiao He leaped, catching the chicken leg in its mouth, then began to chew with relish, crunching loudly. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Qingwan swallowed hard several times, saliva uncontrollably spilling forth. This is utterly unfair. She hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days, yet Qixio had food to spare for his dog. So, have you made up your mind? Observing Su Qingwan's expression, Qixio knew the deal was sealed. I'll keep you company for a night. How much food will you provide me? Su Qingwan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze, speaking in a barely audible voice. As an adult, she naturally understood Qixio's implication. Her only bargaining chip was her looks. Hee, you've misunderstood. It's not just for one night, but rather you will become my slave, and from now on, you must obey my every command. Qixio shook his head. What he sought was not merely one night, but a lifetime. With Su Qingwan's exceptional beauty and alluring figure, one night simply would not suffice. He desired many nights, a lifetime. Does that mean I can eat my fill every day? Su Qingwan, overwhelmed by hunger, was unable to endure any longer. As the apocalypse dragged on, the darker sides of humanity began to surface. Since yesterday, she had faced continuous harassment, and it wouldn't be long before someone attempted something more forceful. Starve to death or serve a man. She had to choose one. She did not wish to die. If given the option, she at least wanted to choose a life where she could eat her fill. Chapter 4. The first subject naturally, as long as you obediently comply, I will ensure you 3 meals a day. However, should you betray me, just look at Xiao He behind you. He will devour you. Qixio spoke with a grave tone. Should she become his woman, he would not hesitate to provide sustenance. After all, if one were not well fed, they would be devoid of energy, rendering them no different from a doll. But should she betray him, he would not spare her. I accept. Su Qingwan bit her lip, realizing she had no other options. Notification. Evil City has acquired a new subject, Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan gender, female height, 167 centimeters weight, 51 kilograms occupation, flight attendant age, 22 years beauty, 81 experience, none loyalty, 60 note. Subjects who genuinely join Evil City start with an initial loyalty of 60. When loyalty drops below 40, it signifies potential betrayal. When loyalty is negative, it indicates betrayal has occurred. When loyalty exceeds 80, the likelihood of betrayal is minimal. When loyalty reaches 100, betrayal is impossible. The moment Su Qingwan uttered her acceptance, a stream of information regarding her flooded Qixio's mind. The system's requirements were indeed stringent. Su Qingwan's beauty was undoubtedly exceptional, rivaling that of many stars, yet her score was merely 81. Now that you have agreed, you are officially mine. Qixio produced 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water, tossing them to Su Qingwan. You must eat to regain your strength to serve me. Fill yourself up first. If it's not enough, I have more to by the way. After eating, go take a shower. Due to the apocalypse, the tap water had been contaminated by blood rain. Even using tap water to bathe would risk turning into a zombie. However, in Chishio's evil city, things were different, as he had installed a basic water purifier. Basic water purifier, capable of purifying water contaminated by the apocalypse, making it suitable for daily use. Note: water purified by the basic water purifier is not safe for direct consumption. In other words, bathing, mopping the floor, and washing clothes are all permissible. Bathe. Isn't the water source contaminated? Su Qingwan's face displayed shock. With drinking water scarce, how could there be water for bathing? Is Chishio really offering her drinking water for a bath? That seems rather extravagant, right? The water here has been purified and can be used for bathing, but make sure not to drink it. He had tested the purified water. Bathing was absolutely fine, and occasionally sipping a bit wouldn't cause harm. But long-term consumption would be fatal. All right, Su Qingwan nodded. Chishio was providing food and water, and he hadn't yet taken advantage of her. Surely he wouldn't want to harm her. If he wanted her dead, he could simply shoot her or let the dog kill her. Why go through all this trouble? Splash, splash. After Su Qingwan finished eating, she rushed to the bathroom and indeed found clean water. The contaminated water appeared a pale red, while the water in Chishio's place resembled regular tap water from before. She hadn't bathed in 3 days. For a girl who valued her appearance, a single day without a shower was unbearable. Bang! Just as Su Qingwan was enjoying her bath, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. She turned to see Chishio standing at the entrance, eyeing her with a mischievous grin. Hee, from now on? You cannot close the door without my permission. Chishio sneered. All right, Su Qingwan's face flushed crimson, and she turned her back to Chishio in embarrassment. It was her first time bathing so openly, and it felt utterly humiliating. Chishio stepped gently into the bathroom. Through the mist, nothing was visible, and it was unclear what he was doing. Don't overthink it. The protagonist is merely taking a shower. Once the steam dissipated, Su Qingwan had donned a towel, her face slightly flushed, gently leaning against Chishio's chest. By the next morning, Su Qingwan was limping as she attended to Chishio upon his awakening. There was no avoiding it. Chishio's attributes had reached 0.9, while Su Qingwan's were only around 0.4. As it was their first time. Chishio had not restrained himself and had inadvertently been too forceful. Chishio, does this mean you will be my husband from now on? Su Qingwan bit her lip, lowering her gaze, feeling a mix of shame and anger, her delicate hands uncertain of what to do. Last night, she had already lost her virginity to Chishio, and now, upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Of course, from now on, you belong to me. Chishio noncommittally nodded, feeling that a single night was insufficient. Later, I shall accompany you to your home and help you move your clothes and belongings. As he drew back the curtains, a gloomy sky greeted him, occasionally releasing a peculiar rain. This rain, upon contact with the skin, would transform a person into a zombie. The more droplets one encountered, the quicker the transformation occurred. Fortunately, the rain was non-corrosive and could be warded off with an umbrella, but who could guarantee that not even a single drop would touch them? A venture outside, even with an umbrella, could be perilously risky if caught in a downpour. Well, my luggage is quite abundant, so we may need to make several trips, as Su Qingwan nodded, acknowledging that she would now reside with Chishio. With provisions and a high degree of safety, she needn't worry about external disturbances, although she would have to endure a bit of physical discomfort. Tip: Su Qingwan's loyalty increased to 68 points. Soon after, a familiar voice echoed in Chishio's mind. Su Qingwan gender, female height, 167 centimeters weight, 51 kilograms occupation, flight attendant age, 22 years appearance, 81 experience, 7 loyalty, 68. Indeed, a woman's loyalty is often heightened with a firm hand. After just one night, her loyalty had surged by 8 points. Furthermore, her experience had transformed from 0 to 7, aligning perfectly with Chishio's encounters from the previous night. Xiao He, stay invisible and follow me. Chishio commanded Xiao He, the large wolf that constantly loomed nearby, instilling fear with its presence. A howl. In an instant, Xiao He became transparent, blending into the AIR. As Chishio was its master. He could sense its exact position. Su Qingwan, observing in astonishment, couldn't help but wonder about the origins of this wolf and its ability to become invisible. However, noticing Qi Xiu's lack of intention to explain, she refrained from asking. Your room is on the 5th floor, right? I'll take you there now. Fu Qingwan attempted to stand but was immediately struck with sharp pain, gasping as she struggled to her feet, limping towards the 5th floor while leaning on the railing. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they encountered 3 men, one of whom, Wang Biao, was particularly imposing with a dragon tattoo on his muscular arm. He had long harbored an infatuation for Su Qingwan, a mere loser before the apocalypse, who had never received a second glance from her in the past. Now, emboldened by his newfound strength, he frequently harassed her on the 5th floor. As the apocalypse dragged on, his audacity grew. Now he had brought 2 accomplices, intent on prying open Su Qingwan's door. It seemed they had only just arrived, as evidenced by a slight gap in the security door. Chapter 5. The Wolf's Feast. Wang Biao. What do you mean by this? Su Qingwan exclaimed in anger. Just 2 days prior, she would never have dared to confront him so boldly. But now, things were different. She had Qi Xiu backing her, which bolstered her confidence. You shameless harlot, pretending here? I never thought you could be so brazen, sneaking into the security guard's home last night. Wang Biao's eyes glinted with malice as he observed Su Qingwan's limping gait. As a man, he was well aware of the implications of her situation. Qi Xiu had shown no mercy. Su Qingwan, the woman he had coveted for so long, had been taken from him in a single night, leaving him seething with indignation. And you pathetic security guard, so many times in one night, aren't you afraid of dropping dead? Wang Biao's face twisted with rage, unable to contain his fury at seeing his goddess toyed with by a mere lowlife. Wang Biao, you scoundrel! Su Qingwan's face darkened, her exquisite features marred by fury. She was not a mere plaything to be so easily betted by anyone. You scoundrel? Ha! I'll kill this pathetic security guard and then deal with you. You shameless harlot! Wang Biao brandished a kitchen knife and lunged at Qi Xiu, consumed by his rage, completely oblivious to the fact that Qi Xiu was armed. Biao Gu, calm down. He has a gun. His 2 lackeys grabbed Wang Biao, attempting to restrain him. Biao Gu, there are plenty of women out there. It's not worth risking your life over one. Humph. I'll let this pathetic security guard go this time. Wang Biao suddenly recalled Qi Xiu's firearm, momentarily sobering from his rage. Yet he could not afford to lose face. He glared fiercely at Qi Xiu before preparing to depart. Did I permit your departure? Qi Xiu frowned, feeling as though he were a punching bag. Not only had they insulted his woman, but Wang Biao had also called him a loser, and now he intended to leave unscathed? What, you pathetic fool, do you plan to draw your gun at me? Wang Biao, emboldened by his ignorance, believed Qi Xiu would not dare to take a life. Killing one might lead to a sentence of life imprisonment, but killing multiple would certainly warrant the death penalty. Oh, shoot you? You're not worthy. Qi Xiu scoffed, thinking that using a bullet on him would be a waste. He was eager to test Xiao Hei's capabilities. Xiao Hei, eliminate him. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? Where did this Xiao Hei come from? This is too funny. You, a pathetic loser, dare to kill. Wang Biao, seeing Qi Xiu make no move for his gun, burst into laughter, convinced that Qi Xiu had run out of ammunition. What is this? A howl. Wang Biao's expression shifted to one of terror, and he stumbled backward, only to feel a sudden weight on his back. Xiao Hei had leapt onto him, sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Not security, brother. Please spare us. Wang Biao's 2 lackeys suddenly felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground. A foul odor permeated the air as a yellow liquid pooled beneath them. Xiao Hei approached slowly, appearing like a demon from hell, its overwhelming presence suffocating them. Security, brother, we have elders and children depending on us. Please spare us. Yes, we didn't insult you. It was all Biao Gu's doing, ugh. It was Wang Biao who forced us. In the face of death, the 2 men abandoned their dignity, repeatedly bowing in submission. As for escape, their legs were too weak to is that so? It seems you both are good people. Qi Xiu nodded with a smile, noting that they indeed had not insulted him. Indeed, so can we leave now? Their faces brightened, not believing Qi Xiu would genuinely let them go. Very well, I shall see you on your way. Qi Xiu clapped his hands, and Xiao Hei let out a roar, lunging at the 2 of them. No need for such courtesy. Their words were cut short as their expressions froze, leaving 2 deep bite marks on their necks. Are you saying you wish to consume these morsels? Roared, please, eat. Qixio nodded, reasoning that leaving the bodies in the corridor would only lead to decay and foul odors. It was better to reward Xiaohei with a meal. Su Qingwan, observing in horror, trembled slightly. This great black wolf truly devoured humans. Her loyalty to Qixio increased by 2 points, reaching 70. Minutes later, Xiaohei had consumed the bodies, leaving not even a bone behind. A familiar voice echoed in Qixio's mind. Yinming wolf attribute increased by 0.3, current attribute 3.3. Qixio paused, surprised that the wolf's consumption of food could enhance its attributes. He wondered if there was a limit. Husband, I'll go inside and tidy up my belongings. Unconsciously, Su Qingwan's address for Qixio had shifted. His display of power had left her utterly astonished, quelling any thoughts of rebellion. Since the deed had already been done, it would be best to follow Qixio closely. Yes, good. Take everything you can. Her words interrupted Qixio's thoughts. With the spatial ring, he was fully capable of transporting everything at once, particularly Su Qingwan's flight attendant uniform. As a flight attendant, she was incomplete without her uniform. Su Qingwan busied herself, packing her clothes, designer handbags, jewelry, and cosmetics. Husband, everything is here. Qixio observed in exasperation. Women truly had an abundance of belongings, with her clothes alone requiring at least 5 cubic meters of space. Fortunately, he possessed a spatial ring. With a flick of his finger, the numerous bags vanished in an instant. Where did my clothes go? Su Qingwan exclaimed, astonished as if she were witnessing a ghost. I've already stored them. Qixio pulled Su Qingwan into his embrace, playfully pinching her cheek, wishing to see her in her flight attendant uniform for a grand adventure. Stored them? Su Qingwan was taken aback. Was Qixio's ring some form of advanced technology? Upon returning home, Qixio's phone suddenly chimed. Ding dot ding dot ding dot, a message from the property group of Building 2. This morning, when Qixio awoke, he had noticed a lack of network. Now, it seemed the signal had returned. 3rd floor resident. Please, we haven't tea eaten for 2 days. 7th floor resident. A beautiful wife for 1 night in exchange for a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. 9th floor resident. 8th floor. You just blowing smoke. I wouldn't want your wife even if you paid me. 7th floor resident. 9th floor. Get lost. 12th floor resident. I'm Oldly from the 12th floor. If you need food, come find me. You know what to bring for a trade. Heh. Oldly, along with 7 or 8 men, had ventured outside the community in search of food, ultimately returning with only 3. The danger quotient is exceedingly high. Nevertheless, they have managed to procure a considerable amount of food. With sustenance in hand, the minds of this group began to stir with activity. Owner of the 7th floor. Hee, any beautiful ladies in need of food can come find me on the 7th floor. No deceit here. Owner of the 3rd floor. You lack morality. Food should be shared among all. Qixio cast a careful glance, noting a plethora of messages regarding the exchange of supplies and calls for help. Initially, it was a standard barter of goods, such as trading luxury items for food and water. However, as time wore on, food became increasingly scarce, and luxury goods were nearly worthless, giving way to exchanges of a more carnal nature. Many were coerced into such dealings by their husbands, or even fathers, though coerced is not entirely accurate, as the majority of the women participated willingly. Chapter 6. Crystal Core and Trade. Seated beside Qixio, Su Qingwan also perused the group messages, her expression darkening significantly. She hadn't anticipated that the depravity of human nature would be laid bare so swiftly in the apocalypse, with pretense discarded entirely. However, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Fortunately, she had aligned herself with Qixio in advance, or she might have found herself serving some man merely for a morsel of bread. Are there still beauties in Building 2? With the imminent exposure of humanity's true colors in this apocalyptic landscape, Qixio must act swiftly to gather beautiful women. Else, it wouldn't be long before he could only salvage the remnants of those already sullied. My dear, I haven't kept track of Building 2, but I know of a lovely teacher in Building 3 named Song Huiya. She's quite attractive. Su Qingwan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. She understood Qixio's inquiry was likely driven by a desire to acquire more beautiful women. Though a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart, she answered honestly, "Do you have a photo of her?" Qixio glanced outward at the weather, noting the onset of rain. Even if he were to head to Building 3, he could only wait for the rain to cease. Yes, I've met her a few times. Let me show you. She should still be single. The girl in the photograph appeared to be in her 20s, likely a recent university graduate turned teacher, clad in a blue and white short-sleeve shirt. The delicately designed white collar accentuated her petite frame. The neckline revealed her alluring collarbone, while black shorts showcased her long, fair legs. Her cherry-red lips were adorned with a subtle pink hue, and her elegantly arched eyebrows added to her irresistible charm. Just a glance was enough to leave one yearning for more. Qi Xiu was resolute. He must possess this woman. He, go change into a flight attendant's uniform. Gazing at the photograph ignited a familiar fire within Qi Xiu. All right. Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She was well aware of Qi Xiu's intentions. She had heard men had a particular fondness for flight attendant uniforms, but she hadn't expected it to be true. Moments later, Su Qingwan emerged in a flight attendant's outfit, her hair styled into a ponytail atop her head. Her legs were straight and slender, and her every movement radiated elegance and nobility. Very good. The professionalism is evident. This aura, this beauty, far surpasses what any teacher could portray. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's praise, Su Qingwan's face reddened, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Be professional. Just act as you would on a plane. Understood, sir. Please fasten your seatbelt. Su Qingwan executed the standard gesture. I can't fasten my seatbelt. You'll have to help me. Qi Xiu reclined back, sprawling comfortably in his chair. Sir, your seatbelt is now fastened. Su Qingwan's face flushed slightly as she offered a standard smile. It was undeniable. Professionalism indeed made a difference. As afternoon wore on, Su Qingwan gazed at Qi Xiu, fatigue creeping into her eyes. The flight attendant's uniform had become tattered beyond repair, but thankfully, she possessed more than one. Qi Xiu, did you have some thoughts about me before the apocalypse? Su Qingwan struggled to rise. Qi Xiu resembled a human-shaped teddy bear, utterly unconcerned about the consequences. What do you think? With Su Qingwan's beauty. It was not just Qi Xiu. Nearly everyone in the complex would covet her, so you must be feeling quite proud right now. Before the apocalypse, I often thought of you while gazing at your photograph. As he spoke, Qi Xiu lifted Su Qingwan's chin. Possessing power was exhilarating. Things once unattainable were now easily within reach, including women. Oh, how perverse. Ding. Ding. Qi Xiu's phone vibrated twice. Owner of the 8th floor. I've discovered a jade stone within a zombie's brain. Does anyone know what this is? Owner of the 8th floor. Post a picture. Owner of the 11th floor. No way. Could this be a treasure dropped by a zombie? Owner of the 3rd floor. 11th floor. Have you been reading too many novels? Don't bring fiction into reality. Qi Xiu opened the image. It was a crystal core. The probability of such a core dropping was not absolute, approximately 1 in 3. While he was uncertain of its utility to others, it was undoubtedly valuable to him, and he must acquire it. If the individual was wise, they would offer some food in exchange. If they were oblivious, he would resort to force. He had already eliminated several people. What was robbery to him? Ding, ding. Owner of the 8th floor. A gem dropped from a zombie, trading for a piece of bread, a bottle of water. Owner of the 3rd floor. What a joke. Yesterday, a single piece of bread could have traded for $1 million BMW. Owner of the 3rd floor. Your worthless stone can't even fetch a crumb. Owner of the 8th floor. This is from a zombie. Who knows, consuming it might awaken extraordinary powers. Those with food, act quickly. Only this one gem available. Owner of the 2nd floor. 8th floor, keep dreaming. If it could awaken powers, why haven't you eaten it? Owner of the 13th floor. Exactly. Even if there was a chance that a stone dropped from a zombie might grant powers, no one dared gamble their life on it. If they failed to awaken powers, they might choke to death instead. Qi Xiu closed his phone and, along with Su Qingwan, ascended to the 8th floor. Ding dong. Qi Xiu pressed the doorbell, revealing a portly man with a pale, hungry face. The man's name was Qianda, known for his diplomatic approach. Before the apocalypse, he had dabbled in minor business ventures and amassed considerable wealth. Security? No, boss. What brings you here? Upon recognizing Qi Xiu, Qianda felt a rush of apprehension. This was a man with a gun. Years in business had honed his composure. Qi Xiu wouldn't seek him without reason. Was it regarding the stone mentioned in the property group? You still have that stone? Right? Qi Xiu blocked the doorway, discreetly gripping his Desert Eagle. Should Qianda make any sudden moves, Qi Xiu would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yes, boss. Qianda retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his pocket, within which lay a smooth, lustrous stone. Qi Xiu accepted the box, inspecting it closely. Indeed, It was the crystal core. Boss, this stone is a gift for you. Qianda's heart raced at the sight of the gun in Qi Xiu's hand. Trade must be predicated on equality. With Qi Xiu armed, how could they negotiate? For now, preserving his life took precedence. Quite perceptive. Qi Xiu settled into a sofa, crossing his legs, nodding in satisfaction. Xu Qingwan, ever astute, took a seat beside Qi Xiu. Now dressed in casual attire. Even so, she radiated an alluring charm in the entire building. She was the sole flight attendant, and nearly everyone recognized her. Each encounter compelled a lingering glance. Qianda, too, recognized Xu Qingwan. Having been divorced for 5 years, it was his first time seeing her so closely. She was breathtaking. Yet, the gun in Qi Xiu's hand quickly quelled any unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 7. The Nature of Humanity in the Apocalypse. Boss, I still have worth. You're seeking stones like this, right? I can gather a team to help you. Qianda, quick to read the room, swiftly discerned Qi Xiu's desires. What do you propose? Qi Xiu waved a hand, prompting Xu Qingwan to rise and adeptly massage his feet. These stones can only be obtained by killing zombies. Although you possess a gun, your bullets are limited. Using them to kill zombies would be a waste. Let me lead a team to hunt zombies and gather them for you. All I seek is a meal in return. Qi Xiu nodded. By absorbing this crystal core, his attributes would reach a point where he would be on par with a national-level athlete. Moreover, he possessed a gun and a spectral wolf. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes or machinations would be futile. Additionally, I can help you keep an eye out for beautiful women. Qianda glanced at Xu Qingwan, who appeared immaculate, clearly having bathed. Since the apocalypse, most people lacked even drinking water, so her ability to bathe was astonishing. It was worth noting that many women who were once attractive had seen their beauty diminish due to prolonged neglect of hygiene. Very well, ensure you procure at least one more crystal core for me by tomorrow. Recognizing Qianda's astuteness, Qi Xiu decided to spare his life for the time being. With that, Qi Xiu took his leave, accompanied by Xu Qingwan. Oldly, this is my wife, only 42 years old. How much food do you think we can trade for her? Li Chong, accompanied by several men, had ventured out and fortuitously gathered a substantial amount of supplies. Now, with the threshold breached, many sought to exchange food with them. Had they not ventured out, they would have missed witnessing Qi Xiu's ruthless display of gunfire. With that haggard face of yours, you're well past your prime. Do you really think anyone would trade food for you? A few men standing with Li Chong unleashed a barrage of insults, fully believing they could acquire anything they desired. Come here, throw those two out. Li Chong waved his hand. At his advanced age, he truly found it difficult to resort to such measures. Two robust men, well-fed, dashed out, effortlessly handling those who were starving. Like tossing a sack, they hurled the two with a thud onto the ground. It's all your fault, you useless man. Why didn't you save some food earlier? Ever since I've been with you, I haven't had a single good day, the man's wife yelled in fury, her tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Slap. The man, already fuming, was incensed further by his wife's outburst. Damn it! You buy a pile of clothes and bags. What good are they? They can't be eaten. Now, I can't even trade them for a bottle of water. With that, he struck his wife down, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You dare hit me? She cupped her swollen face, and soon they were grappling with each other. The onlookers were indifferent. This was not the first time such a scene had unfolded. Just yesterday, she had witnessed a couple fighting over a single biscuit, leading to the woman's tragic death, and her body remained downstairs. Is there anyone else who wants to trade food? Hurry up, Li Chong shouted, having waited several hours without finding anyone to his liking. Even his few underlings were deemed too old. Oldly, what do you think of my wife? She's only 33, very clean and untouched. Li Chong lifted his eyelids. Despite her age, she still possessed a certain charm. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, and some younger girls were still too shy to show themselves. This was the only decent option he had encountered today. Come, turn around for me to take a good look. A lewd smile crept across Li Chong's face as he scrutinized her, beginning to inspect her. The woman's features were soft, her curves exquisite, and her smooth, delicate skin rivaled that of women in their 20s. Li Chong vaguely recognized her. She seemed to be a white-collar worker from a certain company. Since she was a commodity now, was it unreasonable to assess the goods? Unexpectedly, The once dignified white-collar worker was now compelled to display herself like merchandise under Li Chang's gaze, her face flushing with shame. Yet, she dared not resist, hoping Li Chang would take a liking to her and allocate her a bit more food. It's barely acceptable. I can only trade for 2 biscuits and a bottle of water. Having indulged his whims, Li Chang could no longer contain himself. He decided to settle for this. Is that all? Take it or leave it. This is the current price. If more people come to trade later, even this price might vanish. Li Chang's displeasure was evident. This price was already quite steep. The food had been procured at the cost of their lives. Out of 8 sent out, only 3 had returned. As time passed, food would dwindle further, and prices would soar. Trade. The man exchanged glances with his wife, both understanding the harsh reality. Some families might still have a bit of food left, so fewer people were trading today. And they had not seen a single young girl after the man departed. Unbeknownst to Qi Xiu in the Wicked City, events on the 12th floor were unfolding. He was currently enjoying the attentive service of Su Qingwan. Under Qi Xiu's tutelage, Su Qingwan's loyalty had risen to 75 points, and she had gained considerable experience. Qi Xiu had absorbed the crystal core obtained from Qianda, enhancing his basic attributes to 1 point. With energy points reaching 80. Qingwan, draw back the curtains and see if the rain has ceased. Stretching, Qi Xiu felt thoroughly exhausted. Even with his physique as a national-level athlete, he found it somewhat taxing. The rain should have stopped. Su Qingwan climbed out of bed, drew back the curtains, and glanced outside, confirming the cessation of the downpour. Let us go. Follow me to Building 3. Qi Xiu changed into casual attire and adjusted his cuffs. Based on his observations, rain typically paused for at least half an hour before resuming. This was the perfect opportunity to retrieve Teacher Song Huiya from Building 3. My lord. Teacher Song Huiya is on the 7th floor of Building 3. I'll take you there. Su Qingwan understood Qi Xiu's intentions. Initially, she felt discontent with his lecherous behavior, but she soon realized she could not satisfy him. Now, she was in dire need of assistance, and Song Huiya was just the right fit. All right, lead the way. Xiao He, stay invisible and follow me. After the rain stopped, the water on the ground quickly receded, leaving no trace behind. The rain of the apocalypse was indeed peculiar. Once it touched the ground, it would instantly seep into the soil, as if it had never rained at all. Outside, sporadic zombie growls sent chills down their spines. Su Qingwan, frightened, clutched Qi Xiu's arm, and they slowly moved forward. Chapter 8. Song Huiya. Hello, Mom. How are things over there? Inside Building 3, a woman in white felt anxious, having made numerous calls before finally connecting. Huiya, I'm fine, but your father, Mom. What happened to Dad? Song Huiya's emotions shifted from fear to terror and then to helpless sadness. From her mother's tone, it was evident that her father might no longer be alive. Your father was killed while trying to scavenge for food a few days ago. The sound of sorrowful weeping came through the line. Dad. Sob. Hearing this, Song Huiya felt as if a sharp knife had pierced her heart, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, wetting her collar. She could not accept this cruel reality. Huiya, how are you? Do you have food to eat? Mom, don't worry. I'm doing well here. You must take care of yourself. Beep. The number you dialed is unavailable. Beep. Damn this signal. It cut off at a critical moment. Song Huiya did not attempt to call again. She felt the world around her becoming hazy. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, with only her sobs echoing in the silence. Beeped up beep I in her most helpless moment. A WeChat notification suddenly chimed. It was her best friend, Jiang Kain. The name was quite poetic. If you hear the sound of music, don't hesitate to sing in spring. She and Jiang Kain had been classmates since elementary school, through middle school and high school. However, it was unfortunate that she only scored 650 on the college entrance exam, allowing her to attend a mediocre 985 university, while her friend Jiang Kain scored over 700 and enrolled in QH University, one of the best in the country. Jiang Kain, Huiya, have you managed to contact your parents? Song Huiya, I reached them. My dad is gone. Sob. Jiang Kain, don't be too sad. You need to take care of yourself. Do you still have food? Song Huiya glanced at the empty dining table, licking her parched lips. There wasn't a drop of water left in her house, and she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly a day. Song Huiya, Kain, don't worry. I still have plenty of food. I can definitely hold on until help arrives. Jiang Kain, that's good to hear. I'm currently trapped at school, where they started distributing food uniformly. So there's no immediate danger. Jiang Kaiyin, exceptionally gifted, had advanced through her studies in university due to her excellent grades, graduating with a Master's degree at the tender age of 22. A month ago, she had accepted Song Huiya's invitation to visit El City SCH University to share her study methods, only to find herself trapped there. The neighborhood she was in was not far from CH University, and fortunately, the environment at the school was not as perilous as in society, with most people still retaining their humanity. For now, there was no significant danger, but if things dragged on, it would be another story. They could only hope for swift national rescue. Beep, beep. The owner group notification from Building 3 chimed. 9th floor owner. Everyone, gather in the lobby on the 1st floor. Food is available for distribution. Song Huiya quickly touched up her tear-streaked makeup, pushing aside her sorrow, and hurried out. She was unbearably hungry, and the allure of food was overwhelming. Mr. Sun, you can't deceive us. You promised to safeguard the food. Where is it now? Yes, everyone is starving. You can't hoard it all. If you don't hand over the food, we'll take it by force. Everyone, quiet down. Let me have a word. In the lobby of Building 3 on the 1st floor, a cleanly dressed man stood on a table, addressing the crowd. His name was Sun Hai, the leader of the Jiang group. Since the apocalypse began, he had once led a group to loot a convenience store for food. The food they had taken was now being safeguarded by a few burly men, who had promised to distribute it evenly among everyone. However, as supplies dwindled, they were naturally reluctant to continue sharing. Go to hell. Hand over the food. Or I won't hesitate to act. Yes, who wants to listen to your empty promises? Before Sun Hai could finish, the crowd erupted in chaos, hunger driving many to madness. Humph, I still have some food, but it's running low. The few of us can hold out for a few more days. If you want to eat, go find it yourself or bring something to trade. At this point, Sun Hai dropped any pretense. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand, and several men armed with fire axes closed in behind him. From this moment forth, anyone desiring food must barter with something of equal worth. Sun Hai surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on a few attractive women, particularly on Song Huiya, who stood in a corner. A lascivious smile crept upon his lips. He had long fantasized about these women. Initially, he had feared the government and dared not overstep his bounds. However, upon hearing the country had fallen, his courage naturally swelled. What was once unattainable might still be within reach in this apocalypse. Only by starving these individuals would beautiful women willingly present themselves. Damn it, there are only 7 or 8 of them. Let us go all out. Let us kill these bastards. Several men, consumed by rage, charged forward, only to be wounded by fire axes. Spare no effort. Kill all the men and keep the women alive. Sun Hai observed that his subordinates were not killing with lethal intent and immediately commanded them. If all the men were dead, wouldn't the remaining women belong to him? I'll fight you to the death. You son of a turtle. Sun Hai, die. Though they outnumbered him, they were unarmed and had gone a day without food, making them no match for Sun Hai's men. In mere moments, many lay slain, blood soaking the ground. The remaining women were paralyzed with fear, witnessing their husbands and sons lifeless on the ground. They could hardly fathom that their former neighbors, once living harmoniously in the same building, could turn so vicious. Humph! Now all women who desire food must exchange themselves. Sun Hai's expression morphed into one of brutality. Having come this far, he would show no mercy. What I, son, say is correct. Food is now so precious, all earned with our lives. Some of his subordinates began to lose control, gazing hungrily at the women, drooling with desire. Although most of the women had not bathed in 3 or 4 days, and their lips were parched from lack of water and food, they were akin to ravenous wolves. Not picky at all. Each man then chose a woman they fancied and approached, the scene akin to invaders storming a village. You're Song Huiya, aren't you? I heard you were a teacher before. Sun Hai approached Song Huiya, mesmerized by her beauty, soft and delicate as a flower, capable of ensnaring one's heart with just a glance. Why yes. Song Huiya stammered, her face pale with fear. She stood in a corner, singled out by Sun Hai, and no one dared to approach her. Please, spare me. Her face drained of color as she backed against the wall. Chapter 9. I am reasonable to spare you? Who hasn't been bedded? Bind her up for me. I want to see just how precious she truly is. Sun Hai furiously yanked Song Huiya's hair, incredulous that she would still dare to refuse him at such a moment. Heh heh, boss son. Once you are satisfied, let your little brothers have a taste too. Several subordinates fetched ropes, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a gym could not be compared to mere painted faces. Song Huiya exuded the fragrance of youth, intoxicating to the senses. If only they could spend a night with her, they would gladly accept death thereafter. Stop dawdling. Today, I want everyone to feast their eyes. Sun Hai pulled Song Huiya closer, her coat torn as his primal gaze fixated upon her. Boss son. I heard she graduated from a prestigious university. Seeing her today, it's truly as rumored. Song Huiya, like a frightened kitten, quickly shielded herself with her hands, attempting to cover her vulnerable areas. A few subordinates drooled, eager to pounce. No, let go of me. The more she resisted, the more excited Sun Hai became. Indeed, a true treasure of the world. Sun Hai gestured, and two subordinates prepared to bind Song Huiya. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the third building as the lock of the door shattered. The thunderous noise sent several men into a panic, nearly paralyzing them with fear. Who is Song Huiya? Just then, Qi Xiu entered from outside, his brow furrowing at the sight of blood-soaked ground. He could only hope he wasn't too late. I am. Please, help me. Seeing Qi Xiu felt like grasping a lifeline for Song Huiya. If he were a moment later, her purity would be lost. Who are you? Sun Hai's face reflected a hint of fear. This man wielded a gun. A firearm was not like a cold weapon such as an axe. It could attack from a distance and with great power. Boss son, he seems to be that pathetic security guard. Someone recognized Qi Xiu and whispered into Sun Hai's ear. What was thought to be a foolproof plan was shattered by Qi Xiu's arrival. Who am I? I am naturally Song Huiya's husband. Qi Xiu glanced at Song Huiya, noting her figure was no less appealing than Su Qingwan's. However, due to malnourishment and fright, she appeared somewhat haggard. You're boasting without evidence. How could Song Huiya ever choose a loser like you? One subordinate, oblivious to the power of Qi Xiu's gun, looked at him with disdain. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, and the man fell dead before he could finish his sentence, blood splattering across Sun Hai's face. Now you've frightened my wife. Surely some compensation is in order. Qi Xiu smiled calmly, surveying the room. To the onlookers, his smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. Reasonable. Whatever compensation you seek is acceptable. Sun Hai, with the gun pressed to his head, was drenched in sweat. Should Qi Xiu's hand tremble, it would be the end for him. Damn security guard. Oh no, Boss Qi, how much do you think is appropriate? Sun Hai quickly caught on, forcing a smile, though it resembled a grimace more than anything. The immediate priority was survival. He could only swallow his pride, for a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. Who could have guessed that a security guard would possess a real firearm, and it appeared he had plenty of ammunition? I'm not someone who makes unreasonable demands. You just yanked Song Huiya's hair, right? For every hair lost, you'll owe me that many pounds of food. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's words, Sun Hai's expression soured. His earlier grab must have pulled out hundreds of hairs. Even selling himself wouldn't he cover the cost. What? Do you intend to back out? Qi Xiu looked at him with a smile that held no room for negotiation. No. In this area, who doesn't he know that I, Sun Hai, am the most trustworthy? Someone, bring me all the food. One of his subordinates promptly rushed to gather the food, while Qi Xiu idly pulled Su Qingwan into his embrace, occasionally pinching her cheeks. At that moment, others began to notice Su Qingwan, their expressions filled with disbelief. As the only flight attendant in the community, her presence had caused quite a stir since moving in. Many wealthy suitors had attempted to court her, only to be turned away. Now, dressed in a white short-sleeved top and a pleated skirt that accentuated her fair legs, her soft black hair billowed in the breeze, captivating all who beheld her. To see such a celestial beauty leaning against a security guard, allowing him to tease her, was utterly unacceptable. Damn. So what if he has a gun? Several envious men muttered under their breath, wishing to draw their own firearms and take Qi Xiu's place. What stung even more was that after so long in the apocalypse, Su Qingwan remained pristine, as if she had just bathed. They had barely enough water to drink, let alone to wash. Even Song Huiya bore visible grime. And her beauty had diminished significantly. The women they had recently approached were hardly fit to carry Su Qingwan's shoes. Su Qingwan suddenly gasped in surprise. Her voice, like a heavenly melody, struck the starving men like a devastating blow. It was so enticing that, had they not been held back by the gun, they would have rushed forward to claim her as their own husband. Teased by Qi Xiu, Su Qingwan's face flushed, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and unexpected pleasure. "Ah, what is happening to me?" Su Qingwan internally screamed, bewildered by her own reaction, feeling a flicker of anticipation. "I can't take this anymore. How could such a wonderful girl be with a mere security guard?" Bang. "Boss son, your subordinate talks too much. May I discipline him?" Qi Xiu blew on the gun's muzzle, and the man who had just spoken collapsed in a pool of blood. Boss Qi is right. Those who talk too much ought not to be spared. Sun Hai quickly ordered the scales to be brought over. 152 pounds of food. "Boss, this amount seems insufficient, doesn't it?" Qi Xiu approached Song Huiya, casually picking up a handful of hair from the ground, estimating at least 200 or 300 strands. Moreover, there were still more that had not been collected. "Boss Qi, this is all the food I have left. Can I owe you the rest and repay it later?" Sun Hai's expression twisted with despair. After giving the food to Qi Xiu, they would face hunger for days. Yet, refusing meant certain death. "Owe it? I am not one to leave debts unpaid. How about this? I shall treat you to 1 peanut, and you 1 tea need to repay it." "Boss Qi, wait." Bang. Before Sun Hai could finish, he touched his forehead, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Chapter 10. The end times will also experience involution. Big Brother Qi, I implore you, spare us. We are all coerced by Sun Hai. Indeed. We are law-abiding citizens. We wouldn't dare harm even a chicken or duck in the past. Their words rang true. Individuals who once refrained from slaughtering fowl now found the audacity to take human lives in the apocalypse. Human adaptability is formidable, and the darker shades of human nature are equally profound. So, you were law-abiding citizens, were you? In that case, I shall refrain from killing you. Qi Xiu chuckled coldly, deeming their demise a waste of ammunition. The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. When did this demon become so merciful? Had he experienced a moral awakening? "Thank you, Big Brother Qi. We shall take our leave at once." Those who quickly regained their composure scrambled to escape. They cared not for Qi Xiu's motivations for sparing them. Survival was paramount. "Xiao He, it's time to eat." No sooner had Qi Xiu spoken than a colossal black wolf emerged before the group. Its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, it charged into the crowd, reminiscent of a wolf breaching a sheepfold, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Amidst the agonizing cries, every man fell victim to Xiao He's ravenous appetite. Qi Xiu shook his head, saying, "Alas, it is my dog that has slain you. It bears no consequence for me. Should you seek vengeance in your next life, direct it toward my dog, but do not come after me. My lord, you are truly wicked. As Qi Xiu continued his spree of bloodshed, Su Qingwan gradually acclimated to the grim atmosphere, no longer succumbing to fear and panic as she once did. Hint: the attributes of the underworld wolf have increased to 4. 5. Following Xiao He's feast, Qi Xiu could discern that it had grown noticeably larger. The aura it exuded was intimidating even to him. Armed with a gun, he would stand no chance against Xiao He. "Qi Xiu, may I put on some clothes now?" Song Huiya trembled, observing the tearful expression on Qi Xiu's face. She had just escaped the wolf's den, only to stumble into the tiger's lair. Initially, she believed Qi Xiu to be a savior. Yet he was more ruthless than Sun Hai. With a gun aimed at them, the women were paralyzed with fear, forgetting even to don their garments. "Do you truly need to ask me if you can wear clothes?" Qi Xiu replied, bemused. Was he truly that terrifying? It seemed as though he forbade her from dressing. Yet, given the tattered state of her outerwear, wearing it or not made little difference. Could you possibly release me?" Song Huiya's voice was soft and delicate, her disheveled attire rendering her quite pitiful. "Certainly, I am not one to force anyone against their will." Qi Xiu holstered his weapon, leaving others perplexed. Those who were not willingly following him were a constant source of potential betrayal. He could not afford such risks in the early days of the apocalypse when he had many years ahead to enjoy. "Then might you also allow your dog to release me?" A flicker of hope ignited within Song Huiya, but it was soon eclipsed by apprehension as she recalled the ferocity of the black dog, now lying on the ground, wagging its tail, yet capable of slaughtering with the ferocity of a tiger. Very well, you may go, but I shall take all the food with me. With a mere thought, Chixiu summoned all the provisions into his spatial ring. After all, these supplies had been obtained through his efforts. Taking them was hardly unjust. He doubted that Song Huya could endure hunger for long. Beautiful women, too, required sustenance, and he was confident she would soon come seeking him. Song Huya was momentarily stunned as the food vanished without a trace. Having gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, she swallowed hard. The absence of food was unbearable. Sister Huya, why not consider yielding to Big Brother Qi? Just look at how gaunt you are. Following Chixiu guarantees daily meals. Su Qingwan stepped forth, realizing that she must persuade Song Huya to join them, lest she herself falter. No, we must bring Song Huya along today, she thought resolutely. Sister Huya, look at me. My skin is smooth and radiant. Su Qingwan approached Song Huya, showcasing her long legs and fair complexion. Song Huya hesitated, her upbringing instilling in her the belief that bartering her body for food was disgraceful. Glancing at Chixiu, she saw no reaction, leading her to believe he tacitly approved of Su Qingwan's actions, emboldening her. Sister Huya, behold this. By following Chixiu, this can be yours. After securing Chixiu's consent, Su Qingwan brandished a bottle of water before Song Huya. Sipping it with an expression of delight, a few drops trickled from her lips onto the ground. The other girls watched hungrily, their lips yearning for a taste, wishing to usurp Song Huya's position and immediately pledge loyalty to Chixiu. Indeed, it was true that women understood one another. Chixiu contemplated this development, nodding in approval for Su Qingwan to continue. Big Brother Qi, what do you think of us? Finally, a few could no longer restrain themselves. Shamelessly volunteering, Chixiu regarded them with disinterest. A handful possessed decent looks, yet they had just been paraded before him, an affront to his dignity. As a man, how could he accept such a sight? Even with the instigator gone, he found it intolerable. Big Brother Qi, take me with you. I require only a slice of bread and half a bottle of water daily. Big Brother Qi, I am even better. I only need half a slice of bread. Big Brother Qi, I used to do that. I guarantee you'll be well taken care of. Choose me. Choose me. Inadvertently, the situation escalated, spiraling further out of control. In this era, everything seems to become a competition. Can I truly eat my fill every day? Song Huya felt a wave of panic. She had not anticipated such rapid escalation. Why did her countrymen always seem to relish competition? Do you not see how competitive it has become? Following me will only yield a half-full stomach, Chixiu remarked with amusement, surprised that the situation had devolved so quickly. Song Huya's attitude irked him, and he resolved to teach her a lesson. Sister Huya, should you continue to refuse, even that half-full stomach will be forfeited. Observing Song Huya's anxious countenance, Su Qingwan mischievously chimed in, but her words struck Song Huya like a dagger, shattering her final defenses. Very well, I consent. Song Huya was utterly flustered. After just a brief hesitation, half her food had already been deducted. The reality of her hunger weighed heavily upon her. If she did not eat soon, she was uncertain she would survive until the morrow. Hint: the City of Evil gains a new subject, Song Huya. Song Huya gender, female height, 165 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms occupation, teacher age, 23 appearance, 83 experience, none loyalty, 60 at the moment. Song Huya acquiesced. A familiar notification echoed in Chixiu's mind. He realized that as long as he acknowledged someone and they reciprocated, they would become his subjects. The standards for appearance were exceptionally stringent. Even most celebrities would likely score just above 80. Remarkably, Song Huya's beauty surpassed that of Su Qingwan by a slight margin, marking her as a rare find. Chapter 11. Chixiu will be very gentle. Well then, let us depart. Chixiu nodded, eager to return and savor Song Huya's essence. Su Qingwan nuzzled against his arm, her softest attributes pressed against him. Sister Huya, hurry over here. If you linger, my lord may withhold your food. Chixiu playfully flicked Su Qingwan's cheek, marveling at her growing sensibility. She had certainly earned herself an extra chicken leg at dinner. All right, all right. Song Huya's expression reflected her unease as she gently leaned against Chixiu, her body trembling slightly. This was her first time being so close to a man, and she felt a mix of nervousness and fear. Qingwan, take Sister Huya to wash off the dirt. Xiao commanded upon their arrival home. I am absolutely famished. Could we not eat before bathing? Song Huya protested, clutching her rumbling stomach, her complexion pale. Here, a treat for you. Xiao waved his fingers, summoning a bottle of water and a piece of bread beside Song Huya. Qingwan, you did well today. This chicken leg is yours, thank you, my lord. Su Qingwan exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she eagerly accepted the chicken leg with her delicate hands. This scene ignited envy in Song Huya. Yet she was grateful for the bread she still possessed. Putting aside her feelings, she devoured it hungrily, finishing it in mere minutes, still clearly unsatisfied. Sister Huya, I shall take you to bathe. Once you have pleased my lord, he will surely ensure you are well fed. Ugh. As Su Qingwan took a few steps, she felt an intense tugging sensation, pain surging through her. Qingwan, are you all right? Song Huya inquired, noticing Su Qingwan's discomfort. It's nothing. You'll understand tomorrow. Su Qingwan replied, her tone lighthearted. Song Huya supported Su Qingwan, who limped toward the bathroom. Upon reaching the restroom, Song Huya intended to close the door but was stopped by Su Qingwan. With a playful wink, Su Qingwan said, Sister Huya, my lord said there's no need to close the door. We are family now. Song Huya stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. Xiao, lying on the bed, could easily catch a glimpse of the bathroom's interior with a slight shift of his posture. Wufa, Qingwan, what is happening to you? Are you unwell? No worries, I shall be well in a couple of days, and you will soon understand. Su Qingwan thought to herself that with Song Huya's company tonight, she could enjoy a moment of ease. When Song Huya uttered that phrase, she immediately grasped its meaning. A flush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks, her fair fingers intertwined tightly, and her face felt slightly warm. Do not fear, my dear husband will be very gentle. Su Qingwan winked at her. How could she not believe that Xiao would be gentle? Given the circumstances, could he really be gentle? Can you dance? When the two ladies emerged wrapped in towels, Xiao's gaze fixated on them. Previously, he could only watch beautiful women dance through videos. Today, he craved a live performance. Come, dance for me. Although neither of the women were professional dancers, they had some knowledge of it, especially Song Huya, whose profession was teaching and who had once studied dance. What dance shall we perform? Seeing the undeniable authority in Xiao's tone, the two women could only grit their teeth in agreement. However, dancing while wrapped in towels was bound to be a bit scandalous. You understand? Xiao chuckled softly, unabashedly appraising the two of them. Song Huya seemed to want to say something more but was tugged by Su Qingwan. She involuntarily swallowed her words, lowering her head. Her countenance flushed crimson. Xiao opened his phone and played a song imbued with a romantic atmosphere. The following morning, as the sun rose, nothing had transpired. Song Huya's details were as follows. Gender, female, height, 165 cm, weight, 52 kg, occupation, teacher, age, 23, attractiveness, 83, experience, 5, loyalty, 65. Song Huya's loyalty had surged to 65, an impressive increase overnight. Upon hearing a sound, she slowly sat up, reluctantly opening her eyes, which appeared somewhat red, as if she had endured significant distress. All right, I will reward you with an extra piece of bread later, Xiao casually remarked. Ding ding. Qianda, Boss Qi, I have fulfilled your request. Yesterday I collected 2 crystal cores. Boss, should I bring them to you? Or will you come to collect them? Xiao opened WeChat and noticed Qianda's message. Not bad, 2 crystal cores were collected. A far more convenient method than venturing out to slay zombies himself. Soon, he could amass more subordinates to gather crystal cores for him. In no time, he would elevate the evil city to level 1. Xiao, bring them to me, he subsequently replied. Boss Qi, how much food can I exchange for these 2 crystal cores? Qianda wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling an inexplicable pressure whenever he faced Xiao, as if confronting a fierce beast. Well done. This is your reward. Xiao collected the crystal cores and then tossed him 5 bottles of water and 5 pieces of bread. 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 10 energy points, and each energy point could procure either 100 bottles of water or 50 pieces of bread. This meant 1 crystal core could be traded for 1,000 bottles of water or 500 pieces of bread. For Xiao, this transaction was immensely profitable. As for outright theft, he deemed it unwise. Having Qin work for him was far more advantageous. Thank you, Boss Qi. Thank you, Boss Qi. Qianda's heart soared at the sight of so much food. One of those crystal cores was dropped by a zombie he had slain himself, while the other was acquired through a barter for a piece of bread. Trading a piece of bread for 5 pieces of bread and 2.5 bottles of water at Qixio's was also a lucrative deal for Qianda. Qixio was oblivious to the intermediary's dealings, nor did he care. He only focused on the quantity of crystal cores, indifferent to how they were obtained. Even if Qianda resorted to thievery, the price remained unchanged. Chapter 12. Upgrade Failure. Boss Qi, may I take my leave now? After receiving Qixio's permission, Qianda bowed and gently closed the door as he exited. One must admit, he was quite professional, executing his tasks flawlessly. Even if Qixio wished to cause him trouble, he would find an excuse. It is no wonder Qianda had earned a fair amount through business dealings. Once Qianda departed, a notification resonated in Qixio's mind. Notification. The evil city has acquired a new subject. Qianda. Qianda. Gender. Male. Height. 170 cm. Weight. 80 kg. Occupation. Merchant. Age. 40. Attractiveness. 37. Experience. 159. Loyalty. 60. Qixio was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qianda would also become his subject. Could it be due to their transaction? Up until now, Qixio had not fully grasped the criteria for joining the evil city. However, he could not dwell on that now. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Notification. Attribute 0.2. Energy points 20. After absorbing the 2 crystal cores, Qixio's attribute value reached 1.2, surpassing that of a national-level athlete. On another note, his energy points totaled precisely 100, allowing for an upgrade system. I wish to upgrade. Qixio silently intoned. Notification 1. Detection indicates that the area of the evil city is less than 500 square meters. Upgrade failed. Notification 2. Please relocate the city to a site larger than 500 square meters before proceeding with the upgrade. Damn! Qixio cursed vehemently. Relocating the city required 100 energy points, equivalent to 100,000 bottles of water. With his entire fortune amounting to just 100 energy points, upgrading was out of the question. My dear husband, what troubles you? Who has upset you? Su Qingwan noticed Qixio's grim expression and, being perceptive, quickly sensed something was amiss. Oh, not be angry, my husband. Shall I dance for you again? Su Qingwan climbed up and gently leaned against Qixio, rubbing her cheek against him. Indeed, beautiful women possess a unique charm. Merely gazing at her countenance alleviated much of Qixio's anger. It's nothing. Qixio shook his head. He couldn't possibly disclose how the system had wronged him. Come, rise and let us dine. Initially intending to save energy points for an upgrade, Qixio now decided to indulge. He chose to expend some energy points to procure 10 roasted chickens. Moreover, after daily bread and instant noodles, he craved a change of flavor. Notification. Acquired roasted chickens 10. Energy points -1. Total energy points 99. A flash of white light enveloped the table, coalescing into a mass, and when the light dissipated, 10 roasted chickens appeared. The tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken instantly filled the room. An exquisite fragrance, far surpassing any chicken he had previously consumed. Wow, my husband, where did this roasted chicken come from? Su Qingwan sniffed appreciatively, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Although it was not a feast fit for royalty, in this apocalyptic world, it was undoubtedly a rare delicacy. Qigu, may I have some? Song Huiya could not resist swallowing hard at the fragrant scent. Having consumed only a piece of bread yesterday and unable to rest the previous night, she was now ravenous. You may, but Qixio teased, you must dance for me again. Qixio rubbed his nose. The sight of a famished Song Huiya did not evoke a pleasant experience for him. Only when she was satiated could she better serve him. All right, Song Huiya readily agreed without a second thought. After all, Qixio had already seen everything yesterday, so another glance was of little consequence. However, as she stood up, she stumbled and fell to the floor, nearly in tears from the pain. Now she understood why Su Qingwan walked with a limp. Hers seemed even worse. Sister Huiya, are you all right? Su Qingwan helped the fallen Song Huiya up. Wad, I am not like you. I am still a maiden. Song Huiya clutched her abdomen, sitting on the bed, her vision swirling. If another man were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be compelled to embrace and cherish her. I am also a maiden. Su Qingwan shot a glare at Song Huiya, as if to say, who isn't? My dear husband, how about I dance for you? Please do not make things difficult for Sister Huiya. Su Qingwan bit her lip. Given Song Huiya's current state, dancing was surely out of the question. Very well, you eat first. Qixio felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was I really that vigorous last night? I do not recall. Of course you do not remember. Had it not been for the house's soundproofing, those downstairs could have surely heard Sister Huiya's voice. At Su Qingwan's remark, Song Huiya's face turned crimson. She could not fathom why she had acted so out of sorts the previous night. Come, have a roasted chicken to replenish your strength. Qixio scratched his head, somewhat bashful, as he offered a roasted chicken to Song Huiya. His physical attributes were rising steadily. If he did not rein himself in, the two women would be unable to endure. So fragrant. Starved, Song Huiya disregarded her ladle-like demeanor and grabbed a chicken leg. The meat was simply too delectable. Reflecting on it, she felt it was worth it. If she could savor such delicious chicken daily, following Qixio would not be so bad after all. Sister Huiya. Trusting me has never been a mistake, right? Su Qingwan felt a surge of pride. She and Song Huiya had known each other since before the apocalypse. Had she not persuaded Song Huiya to join her, the latter would likely be starving elsewhere. Although she was uncertain about the origins of Qixio's chicken, she was simply glad to eat. In the apocalypse, who could afford to ponder such matters? Yes, indeed. I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, I would not be in such pain now. Song Huiya, with her delicate embroidered fists, playfully struck Su Qingwan a few times. Having consumed some chicken, she felt invigorated. Woe is me, my husband, she is bullying me. Su Qingwan mischievously pouted at Qixio. Qixio, who was savoring roasted chicken, looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, one should not allow them to indulge too much, as it only leads to trouble. Bully you? Shall I assist you in returning the favor? A mischievous grin spread across Qixio's face. My dear husband, you should eat more roasted chicken to nourish your body. Su Qingwan genuinely feared that Qixio might exhaust himself. She had previously heard in the news of a certain man who, on his wedding night, succumbed to exhaustion due to overwhelming excitement. Now, she felt that Qixio might be such a case, suddenly blessed with two stunning beauties. She hoped he wouldn't tire himself out with such exhilaration. They would need to rely on Qixio for their survival in the future. Do I still need to replenish? Qixio thought to himself, feeling a sense of frustration. Did she really find him insufficiently vigorous? More for me. I am the one most fatigued. Woe is me. Song Huiya cast a furtive glance and realized her injuries had worsened. Tears welling up in her eyes. How could Qixio show so little empathy? She longed for a female companion to assist her. Chapter 13. I truly am a good person. Ding. Resident of the 4th floor. What on earth is that delectable aroma of roasted chicken? Resident of the 8th floor. Qianda 4th floor. Have you been deprived of food for so long that you are hallucinating? Resident of the 9th floor. How pitiable, the 4th floor. Who in this apocalyptic world still has roasted chicken? It must be a figment of hunger-induced imagination. Resident of the 12th floor. 4th floor, your university-age daughter is quite striking. How about trading me 2 pieces of bread? With a wicked grin, resident of the 4th floor, 12th floor. Get lost. I would rather perish from hunger than barter my daughter for sustenance. Resident of the 8th floor, 12th floor, your information is outdated. Still trying to trade food for women? Resident of the 8th floor. I heard that all the men in Building 3 were exterminated by a mysterious figure. Now the women there are offering themselves for free. I just brought home 2 stunning ones. Resident of the 8th floor. Image, resident of the 12th floor. Wow. They are incredibly beautiful. Resident of the 12th floor. I just traded bread for over 30 women, only to discover they had certain issues. It was utterly disgusting. Resident of the 3rd floor. I've been single for 30 years. I too shall head to Building 3 for some beauties. Qixio observed their banter, unable to suppress a cold smirk. It seemed the boys in Building 3 were all his doing. Unexpectedly, the remaining women had become the spoils of these men. However, he had no interest in those women. His current predicament was that acquiring crystal cores was progressing far too slowly. He needed to unite a group to aid him in obtaining them. Subsequently, Qixio sent a text to Qianda, instructing him to assemble all the residents of Building 2 in the 1st floor hall. Many were aware of his possession of a firearm, and some would undoubtedly hesitate to respond to his summons. Ding, resident of the 8th floor. Everyone, assemble in the 1st floor hall. Each will be rewarded with half a piece of bread. Soon, everyone, including Qi Xiu, received the message. Boss Qi, everyone is gathered and awaiting your arrival. Half an hour later, Qianda, slightly hunched over, reported the situation to Qi Xiu. Good, there will be rewards. Qianda was overjoyed, never expecting such a simple task would come with a reward. Qi Xiu understood the underlying principle. One must use both intimidation and incentives for subordinates to perform well. You cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Such an arrangement would be unrealistic. Everyone, please quiet down. Today, our esteemed boss Qi has important matters to announce. Let us give him a warm welcome with applause. With the promise of rewards, Qianda worked even harder, speaking with enthusiasm and infectious energy, painting an exhilarating picture. Qi Xiu, accompanied by the two ladies, gradually stepped forward, drawing the collective gaze of all present. The most envious sight was the two beauties behind him, their immaculate forms starkly contrasting with the disheveled appearances of those who had gone days without bathing. Moreover, the two women's rosy complexions elicited an irresistible desire to savor their beauty. Su Qingwan, clad in a white pleated skirt, showcased her long, fair legs with elegant curves, exuding a unique charm that captivated onlookers. To her left, Song Huiya's hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin. Her flowing white gown, illuminated by the lights, radiated an alluring fragrance, embodying an air of nobility and mystery that compelled one to explore further. The appearance of these two women rendered even the most attractive of the other women utterly overshadowed. Yet, how disheartening it was that such exquisite beauties leaned against a mere security guard, truly a case of flowers growing amidst dung. Qi Xiu reveled in the admiring glances of the crowd, delighting in their envy, relishing the fact that they could only watch helplessly as that not the flight attendant. How could she be so blinded as to follow a mere security guard? Hush, keep your voice down. He has a gun, and you might find yourself on the receiving end of it. Have you said enough? If you haven't, please continue. Qi Xiu's voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for all to hear. Xiao He, come out and greet everyone. Behind him stood a wolf, to be precise, a spectral wolf. Today, he had no intention of killing. He deliberately released the wolf to serve as a deterrent. Goodness, what a massive wolf. What does it eat to grow so large? Bang. Qi Xiu puffed a cloud of smoke from the barrel of his gun, having just dispatched the most talkative individual among them. He had seen this man several times, and he was always the most loquacious. He killed someone. Goodness, how dare he commit murder? Everyone, let us go after him. I refuse to believe he has an endless supply of bullets. Kill him. He is but one man. Under Li Chang's leadership, several burly men charged at Qi Xiu with axes. Xiao He, it's all yours, whoa. Subsequently, all present crouched in fear, occasionally hearing the sound of Xiao He devouring the corpses of Li Chang and his companions. Why has it suddenly become so quiet? Qi Xiu spread his arms wide, and the two women understood his cue, gently leaning closer. In an instant, fear painted the faces of the crowd, none daring to utter a word. Even Su Qingwan and Song Huiya stood obediently behind Qi Xiu, scarcely daring to breathe. Qi Xiu waved his hand, and Qianda skillfully brought forth a chair. At Qi Xiu's gesture, Song Huiya leaned against him, while Su Qingwan massaged his shoulders from behind. Since everyone is silent, I suppose I must reluctantly take the floor. After a brief pause, Qi Xiu finally spoke. What a joke, if you do not speak. Who else would dare? Today, I wish to bestow some benefits upon you all. Qi Xiu's hand playfully caressed Song Huiya's face, her softness feeling exquisite beneath his touch. Before such a large audience, Song Huiya displayed a hint of embarrassment. Questioning her own reaction, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed such a beautiful woman submitting to Qi Xiu's advances, inwardly cursing him and his ancestors. Yet, they only dared to express their disdain in their minds. Voicing it aloud would invite trouble. Who said I am not a good person? Even in this apocalypse, I still consider everyone's well-being. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's words, the crowd recalled the earlier scene of him firing his weapon. Coupled with the ghastly sight of the wolf devouring a person, it was difficult to reconcile him as a good person. How could one who so easily takes a life be deemed virtuous? Surely, no one would thank him for offering them peanuts, would they? I truly am a good person. If you don't believe me, just ask Qingwan. Qi Xiu felt a wave of frustration. Why did no one believe him? He had merely shot a few individuals. Indeed, my husband is a good person. Just a bit too fierce. Do not be afraid, everyone, Su Qingwan pouted, not even believing Qi Xiu's claims of being a good person. Qianda, have you sent the message to the group? Boss Qi, I have already sent it. Qianda quickly replied. Everyone opened WeChat to find that Qianda had sent a message regarding stones that could drop from zombies. Anyone possessing such stones can approach Qianda to exchange for food and water. Qi Xiu instructed Qianda to collect the stones. Otherwise, if each person sought him out individually for exchanges, it would be akin to a tedious job. Utterly vexing, it was better for Qianda to handle the task and gather them for a single transaction. Chapter 14. Best friends are meant to be sold. Water that is too clear yields no fish. He intentionally omitted how many pieces of food could be exchanged for one crystal core. This was to grant Qianda a modicum of power while also testing his resolve. Should he overstep? He would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. If I kill Qianda, there's always Dogda and Mata now. Is everyone clear? Seeing that Qi Xiu had concluded, Qianda promptly stood. Qi Xiu was now his benefactor. He needed to serve him well. All right, if there are no objections, you may all disperse. By the way, I reside on the 8th floor. Those with crystal cores, come to me for exchanges. Qianda waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Boss Qi, I heard that Li Chong and his group scavenged a considerable amount of supplies. They should be stored in his home. Allow me to take you there. Qi Xiu followed Qianda and the two ladies to the 12th floor, where a small bedroom was brimming with supplies. Although he had no shortage of provisions, no one would ever complain about having an excess of food. Especially in an apocalypse, the more, the merrier. Check if there are more in the other two bedrooms. Qianda hurriedly dashed over, flinging open the doors to the other two rooms. The moment he opened the door, an overwhelming stench of sweat assaulted them. Damn it! Qi Xiu spat, utterly disgusted. Any man would understand the implication of such a scent. Lao Li, have you arrived? I am quite famished. Could you possibly provide me with some additional sustenance? In each of the two bedrooms, a young woman is bound within. Who are you? Su Qingwan flicked on the light, her face contorted in a grimace. The woman before her was familiar. She was a corporate professional, earning a salary comparable to Su Qingwan's as an air hostess. Before the apocalypse, she had often seen her traveling extensively, frequently posting pictures of luxurious handbags on social media. It was truly disheartening to witness her reduced to such a plight. Qingwan, dear sister? The corporate woman instantly recognized Su Qingwan. They had shopped together prior to the apocalypse. Yang Jie, how have you come to be in this state? The visible signs of degradation on Yang Jie suggested she had suffered greatly at the hands of others, and it was likely she would never bear children again. Yet, despite this, Li Chong's group only provided her with a meager piece of bread each day, leaving her pallid and emaciated. Oh sister, do you have any food? I am on the brink of starvation. Upon seeing Su Qingwan's pristine appearance and rosy complexion, Yang Jie, appearing desperate, disregarded her dignity. Survival was paramount. As a fellow woman, Su Qingwan naturally wished to assist her. However, realizing that her own provisions had been provided by Qi Xiu, she found herself without any to spare. Moreover, noticing Qi Xiu's apparent disinterest in helping Yang Jie, she hesitated to take matters into her own hands. Qi Go, Song Huiya spoke softly, unable to bear the sight any longer, despite not knowing these individuals. What? You wish to help her? Qi Xiu's gaze sharpened, causing Song Huiya's words to retreat in fright. If you wish to assist them, then you must share your rations with them. Are you willing to do so? Food is finite. If they consume your share, what will you eat? This is the final warning. If anyone acts as a saint, I shall feed them to my dogs. Qi Xiu's eyes narrowed, emanating a palpable aura of menace. As the saying goes, in times of crisis, one must eliminate the self-righteous. If he surrounded himself with such individuals, he would surely meet his end. He was indeed a libertine, but such desires paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. Song Huiya, trembling, collapsed to the ground, her voice quavering. Why, Lord, please do not be angry. It is Huiya's first time. Su Qingwan, panicking, quickly grasped the fallen Song Huiya. The two women were not the only ones petrified. Even Qianda nearby was frozen in place, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After a moment, Qi Xiu calmed himself. He was not one to become enraged over trivial matters. While he was no paragon of virtue, he would not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. As for these individuals, letting them fend for themselves was sufficient. Qianda, you shall handle this. Qi Xiu stowed all provisions into storage and prepared to leave with the two women. The stench in this room was overpowering, enough to induce nausea. Boss Chi, please take care. Allow me to see you off. No need. Ensure that you procure at least 5 crystal cores for me by tomorrow. There are still around 30 to 40 individuals in Building 2, including over 10 able-bodied men, with a third of them likely to yield. Acquiring 5 crystal cores would necessitate the elimination of merely 15 zombies, a modest request indeed. Previously, most had been too timid, fearing injury, and thus avoided zombies at all costs. However, under the lure of substantial rewards, some would inevitably muster their courage. Huya, do you know any beautiful women? Upon returning home, Chi Xiu began his inquiries. In this apocalypse, speed was essential in finding women. Logically, as a teacher, Song Huya should not be overly occupied during the holidays and would benefit from expanding her social circle. Do not know anyone. Song Huya shook her head vigorously, as if recalling something. Truly none. If you do not speak, you shall starve for 2 days. Chi Xiu had seen her chatting with a girl on her phone that morning. From her contact name, it seemed to be a close friend, and upon hearing Chi Xiu's threat of hunger, Song Huya panicked. Those who have experienced hunger know the dread of facing it again. Huya, please tell my lord. It is far better to sleep with him alone in this apocalypse than be at the mercy of a crowd. At this, a flicker of fear crossed Song Huya's eyes. If Chi Xiu had not arrived in time yesterday, she would have faced public humiliation, a fate worse than death. Furthermore, she had just witnessed Yang Jie's fate, humiliated and denied sustenance. Chi-Gu, your expectations are quite high, but my close friend S-Beauty should meet your standards. After a moment's hesitation, Song Huya divulged her friend S details. As the saying goes, one shares both joy and hardship. A good friend is indeed a resource for assistance. Oh? What does your friend look like? Do you have a photograph? Chi Xiu's interest was piqued. Given Song Huya's striking beauty, it was reasonable to assume her friend would be equally captivating. Here, I have a photo. To sell it, one must fully commit. The girl in the photograph had hair as dark as ink, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, smooth and exuding an aura of scholarly grace. Her ebony eyes sparkled with intelligence, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, poetic and picturesque. Chi Xiu was instantly enamored, struck by her beauty, as delicate as a peach in spring and pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. Chi-Gu, do not rejoice too soon. My friend attends Kuich University and scored over 700 on the college entrance examination. She is also quite ambitious and may not be inclined to accompany you. Observing Chi Xiu's rapt attention to the photograph, Song Huya recognized his interest in her friend. Indeed, with such beauty, it was impossible for anyone to remain unmoved. Even she, as a woman, found her stunning. Goodness, she graduated from the best university in the country? Chi Xiu's expression reflected shock. He was merely a mediocre student, struggling to score even 350 points on the exam, let alone 700. Indeed, my friend comes from a prestigious family and is exceptionally gifted. She graduated with a master's degree at the tender age of 22 due to her outstanding academic performance. The more Song Huya spoke, the more she elaborated, almost revealing how many moles her friend Jiang Kaiyin had. Chapter 15. Jiang Kaiyin. Is she currently at CH University? Chi Xiu began contemplating how to bring her friend over. H University was only a few kilometers from their neighborhood. It was not overly distant. Driving would take merely a few minutes, at most, half an hour. However, in this apocalypse, the roads were littered with zombies, rendering typical vehicles impractical. Moreover, driving attracted undue attention, often resulting in zombie hordes attacking. Yes, Chi-Gu, do you intend to fetch her? My friend is very kind. You must promise me not to harm her. Song Huya bit her lip, internally murmuring, Kaiyin, you cannot blame me. Brother Chi is quite decent, of course. Chi Xiu never forced anyone. Consent was paramount. My lord, I have a brilliant idea. Let Huya post some delectable food on social media to entice her friend. Su Qingwan winked at Chi Xiu, well aware that women are often food enthusiasts. Splendid idea. Chi Xiu nodded, giving Su Qingwan a gentle pinch, for she was remarkably perceptive. Su Qingwan rubbed her arm. It seemed her good intentions had led to an unintended reprimand. Qingwan, dear sister, Song Huya, gazing at Su Qingwan, felt an urge to devour her for her incessant chatter. Come, Huya, take a selfie while enjoying your roast chicken. Click. Song Huya posted the photo on social media, captioning it, Roast chicken is truly delightful. Within her social circle, apart from her parents and close friends, were numerous colleagues who were also teachers. Unfortunately, her mother did not engage with social media, and her father had passed away. Otherwise, witnessing her daily feasts of roast chicken would surely bring him joy. Moments after the post, her social media erupted with excitement. While roast chicken was not a gourmet delicacy, in the apocalypse, most could only consume packaged foods like bread and instant noodles. In fact, 90% of the population was still hungry, lacking even bread. Huya, do you remember me? The first comment came from the vice principal of Song Huya's school, who had previously tried to woo her, promising to appoint her as the grade director if she acquiesced to his advances. What is it, Vice Principal Wang? Huya, roast chicken is nothing. Come here, I have abalone. Song Huya promptly blocked him. Did he truly believe she was so easily deceived? The ocean was polluted. Where would abalone come from? After a while, Jiang Kain finally responded. Wow, Huya, where did you get the roast chicken? I am so craving it. On the other end, Jiang Kain had been subsisting on instant noodles for days, nearly reaching her limit. Kain, I have ample food here in this neighborhood. How are things on your end? It is not looking good. At this rate, I can only manage for another week. Then come here. I have plenty to eat and drink, and surviving for another month will be no trouble. Really? But how can I get there, given the distance? After some conversation, Song Huya revealed that she had secretly started dating a boyfriend. They would arrange for her boyfriend Chi Xiao to pick her up. Initially, Jiang Kain sensed something amiss. How could there be roast chicken in an apocalypse? However, recalling that her best friend of over a decade would not deceive her, she felt reassured. At the university, a young woman held her phone, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Engaging in conversation with her dearest friend, Song Huya, she contemplated extending an invitation for her to stay for a while. Jiang Kain would undoubtedly acquiesce. The provisions at the school were dwindling rapidly, and the encroaching darkness of human nature was becoming increasingly oppressive. She had to depart without delay, and in recent days, sporadic upheavals had erupted within the school, though they were swiftly quelled by the administration, resulting in numerous fatalities. In this city, the only refuge she could seek was at her friend Song Huya's residence. As supplies ran perilously low, chaos would inevitably ensue, making an early visit to her friend a prudent choice. My lord, surely you do not intend to venture to the university to fetch Jiang Kain? Su Qingwan's face betrayed a hint of concern. The multitude of zombies outside rendered any such undertaking perilous, even with firearms. Over the past few days of companionship, while she had not completely fallen for Chi Xiao, there was certainly a unique sentiment that distinguished him from others. Most critically, if Chi Xiao were to perish, she and Song Huya would not only face starvation, but also the terrifying possibility of being captured and subjected to unspeakable indignities by other men. If she were to be violated by many, death would seem preferable. Now, she regretted having suggested to Chi Xiao the idea of enticing Jiang Kain with food. I certainly shall not go, Chi Xiao replied, shaking his head. With the zombie threat looming, there was no need to risk himself for a woman. He recalled a certain item from the Sinister shop, the iron-blooded war chariot. This chariot required no energy to operate and could withstand missile attacks. Priced at 70 energy points, it had the added benefit of sealing human scent within, thus evading the notice of zombies. He resolved to accumulate energy points for an upgrade, intending to purchase the chariot once he reached level 2. At that point, traveling by vehicle would significantly enhance his safety. Ultimately, the path to power was paramount. With strength, beautiful women would naturally follow. That's good to hear. I was beginning to think you were so lecherous that you no longer feared death. Su Qingwan chuckled, covering her mouth with a light laugh. What are you worried that if I perish, no one will satisfy your desires? With a playful fist, she lightly punched Chi Xiao's chest. Pervert. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she gently bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Time passed, and as resources continued to dwindle, rescue efforts remained conspicuously absent. Humanity's nature twisted further into depravity, marked by murder, arson, and rampant plunder. In Building 4 of Nanting Yayuan, a burly man named Wang Eru embraced a striking woman. Goddess, how does it feel to be with me? He leered. Tiger brother, I'm happy. Being with you makes me very happy. The woman, her gaze evasive, whispered softly. Though her looks were commendable, she had been pursued by admirers throughout her life, often finding herself the object of affection for several suitors simultaneously, a goddess unattainable to the average man. However, upon the onset of the apocalypse, Hunger drove her to desperate measures, leading her to sell herself for survival. Leaning against her was Wang Eru, a laborer and one of her devoted admirers, who had pined for her for 3 long years. With his considerable strength, he was bold enough to fight and kill, quickly amassing a gang of followers. Within just a few days, he had taken control of the entire 4th building, along with all its resources. She could never have imagined that a once ordinary man could rise to such power. On the very first night of their entanglement, he had subjected her to torment for hours, shattering her pride in the process. "Rest assured, goddess, I shall take care of you from now on," Wang Eru sneered, as the woman, too fearful to resist, complied with his whims. Remembering the 3 years he had spent yearning for her without even a touch, Wang Eru felt a surge of anger, devoid of any tenderness. In this apocalypse, his enjoyment knew no bounds. "Tiger brother, we have a serious situation." Just as Wang Eru was reveling in his triumph, a frantic knock echoed from the door. "Damn it, what disrupts my pleasure?" he cursed, flinging the door open. "The men from Building 3 are nearly all dead. Sun Hai is dead too. The remaining survivors have fled to other buildings. Building 3 is now deserted." "What? Who did this? Was it old Deng from Building 5? Just yesterday, Sun Hai had delivered a crate of water to him, requesting 2 men to assist his efforts to take over Building 3. Now, it seemed, his men had failed to return, and Sun Hai himself had met his demise. It can't be. They've all been slaughtered, and their bodies devoured." The newcomer gasped, fear evident in his eyes. The apocalypse had barely begun, and already people were being consumed. Moreover, it was absurd to think that dozens could be devoured in a single day. What? Could it be the zombies? At this stage, only zombies were capable of such carnage. For who could have foreseen that Qi Xiu had raised a wolf? The younger man nodded, trembling. The zombies were growing increasingly savage, making survival more challenging for those at the bottom of the hierarchy. "All right, I understand." Wang Eru suppressed his fury. Just as he had begun to enjoy his time with the goddess, this news had soured his mood. After several attempts, he finally connected the call. "Hello? Old Deng, damn it. How long has it been since you've had a woman? How could you let her die?" Before Wang Eru could finish, he heard old Deng's furious voice on the other end. "I finally found a beautiful woman, and you let her die. I'll make you pay." Then came a heart-wrenching scream. "Hello, Tiger brother. What's the matter?" After a brief silence, old Deng's voice returned. "Everyone from Building 3 is dead. Sun Hai has perished." "What? Who did it?" "They say it was the zombies." Wang Eru hesitated, voicing his suspicions. "I asked that bitch Song Hui is still alive. I gave Sun Hai 10 loaves of bread, expecting him to deliver them to me after he had his fun." On the other end, old Deng's frustration boiled over as he punched the wall, his fingers caked with dust. "Tiger brother, your food supply must be dwindling as well? Humph, with over 10 men under my command. It won't be long before we run out." The zombies outside were too numerous. They had scavenged every last morsel in the vicinity, leaving nothing behind. "I propose we join forces tonight and seize Buildings 1 and 2. I've heard there's a flight attendant in Building 2 and a popular streamer in Building 1. Their beauty eclipses that of your goddess." A lascivious chuckle echoed through the phone. "Indeed, I've heard of a man named Li Chong in Building 2 who has brought in a considerable amount of food. Taking from him would not only replenish our supplies, but also grant us access to all the women." In this chaotic world, their communication was sporadic, and their information had clearly become outdated. They were unaware that Li Chong had already fallen to Qi Xiu. "Then it's settled. Let us keep in touch tonight. Gather everyone," Wang Eru commanded. "Tiger brother, everyone has assembled." After a cigarette, the hall was filled with a dozen men, aged 18 to 58 from Building 4, though a few were reluctant to heed Wang Eru's orders. "Brothers, as food supplies dwindle, we must act ruthlessly and seize from others if we wish to survive." Wang Eru began his speech. Although he had little formal education, he understood the art of rallying troops. In essence, he was merely spinning a tale. Building 1 has a stunning female streamer, and Building 2 boasts a gorgeous flight attendant, along with ample provisions. "Who wants in?" shouted out. "We want it, we want it, we want it." Wang Eru nodded, pleased to see his words ignite their enthusiasm. "Tonight, as soon as the rain ceases, we shall embark on a grand endeavor to seize Buildings 1 and 2. Yes, kill all the men. Take all the women, follow Tiger brother, and we shall feast and revel." "Excellent. Since you all wish to follow me, I shall not be stingy. Wang Eru waved his hand, and two men brought in a crate of food and several bottles of fine liquor. Let us indulge. Wang Eru glanced at the resources with a twinge of regret, yet his resolve quickly solidified. Everyone eat and drink well today, for we shall need our strength tonight. If they could secure the resources from buildings 1 and 2, this minor loss would be inconsequential. Long live Tiger Brother. Long live Tiger Brother. Brothers, let us get to work. Ding dot ding. Qianda, Boss Chi, I've heard that buildings 4 and 5 have united to launch a surprise attack on building 1 in our building. Qi Xiu opened his phone to see the message from Qianda. It was undeniable that Qianda, as a businessman, had a wide network and was well informed, possessing a certain managerial acumen, as long as he remained loyal in executing Qi Xiu's directives. Qi Xiu would ensure he was well rewarded. Interesting. I had yet to seek them out, yet they have chosen to trouble me instead. Quite amusing. Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. If that is the case, let us resolve this matter tonight. As dusk fell, moonlight streamed through the dark clouds, casting faint glimmers of light. The hurried footsteps and breaths, accompanied by flickering lights, shattered the tranquility of the night. Under the moon's glow, silhouettes stretched long and ominous. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Old Deng's face turned ashen with fear. The fervor with which he had wished to win was now matched only by his desire to lose. My lord, I drew a 9. Su Qingwan exclaimed, her expression brightening as she blinked and raised her card to seek praise from Qi Xiu. Boss Qi, will you choose first? Old Deng let out a long breath. No one had been as tense as he had been moments ago. Those who are threatened by a gun know that the cold barrel feels like an eternal frost, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. What to choose? Was it not obvious that the one with the smaller number would be left with peanuts? Boss Qi, you are new here and may not be familiar with the rules. We choose a beauty based on whose points are higher. Old Deng forced a smile, suspecting that Qi Xiu was doing this on purpose. Who would gamble with the life of their superior? What kind of ridiculous rule was this? I have a gun. My word is law. You all have no objections, right? Qi Xiu glanced at the others. No objections. We all have no objections in this apocalypse. Might makes right. Those with the strongest fists dictate the rules. Who would dare voice dissent? Were they craving peanuts, or were they tired of living? What about you? You have no objections either, do you? Old Deng? Boss Qi, please spare me. Old Deng suddenly knelt, warmth flooding his legs as he released a foul-smelling liquid. Once this apocalypse is over, I will use my connections to get you a position as a security chief. I beg you, let me go. To hell with you. Who the hell wants to be a security guard? Qi Xiu shot Old Deng in the head, laughing at the absurdity of someone being addicted to being a security guard and even wanting to be a chief. If not for life's pressures, that position was something anyone could take. Not only was the pay meager, but they were also often bossed around by people like this, with night shifts thrown in for good measure. What should we do with this group? Qi Xiu asked. Let those willing to submit go hunt for crystal cores and eliminate the diehards to feed the dogs. Also, kill that traitor who tipped you off. Qi Xiu had a deep disdain for traitors. If someone could betray others today, they could easily stab you in the back tomorrow. Such individuals were the easiest to dispose of. Qi Xiu glanced at the fair-skinned Zhang Tingting, who was indeed quite attractive, perhaps scoring around 70 points. It was a pity she had already been sullied. She would be kept as a reward for his subordinates. In the entire complex, there were 5 buildings, with buildings 1 and 3 completely destroyed. The rest, around 80 to 90 people willing to submit to Qi Xiu, included approximately 40 young men. If 40 of them went to hunt monsters for crystal cores, it would be normal to earn at least a dozen each day, which meant he could likely level up by tomorrow. Upon returning home, Qi Xiu found Qianda had added all the surviving residents into a group. Ding, ding, Qianda, Boss Qi, here is the information for everyone in the complex. Please check. Upon opening it, Qi Xiu discovered a detailed file containing each person's gender, age, height, weight, and photographs. He perused the profiles of all the women, finding none that scored above 70, though a few were around 60. If these women had been around before the apocalypse, Qi Xiu would have deemed them unattainable goddesses, but now he found them lacking. After all, he was now accustomed to being attended by 2 top beauties, Su Qingwan and Song Huaya, raising his standards considerably. Qi Xiu. Everyone, you can exchange crystal cores with me for beauties. 0.5 crystal cores can be exchanged for a beauty scoring below 60. 10 for a beauty scoring between 60-70, and 50 for a beauty scoring 70 or above. Among the 30 women, about 10 were unmarried, effectively becoming Qi Xiu's private property. The married women had their husbands to hunt for crystal cores and provide food, while the unmarried ones were unable to fend for themselves against zombies, relegated to menial tasks like cleaning up corpses. Using them as rewards for crystal cores allowed them to contribute their last bit of energy. Any unattractive women could only be executed. Is this for real? Long live Boss Qi, my father. Oh no, my dear father. Qi Xiu's message set the entire complex ablaze. If exchanging for beauties was akin to a missile, then the option to exchange for the internet celebrity Zhang Tingting was an atomic bomb, detonating the entire chat group. Who could resist such temptation? Boss Qi is magnificent. I will gather 5 crystal cores each day, even if it kills me, to bring back Zhang Tingting in 10 days. Hey, don't you already have a wife? Why are you competing with us single folks? Boss Qi never said you can't exchange if you have a wife. Besides, how can my old lady compare to Zhang Tingting? Enough talk. I'm off to hunt monsters. Damn it, the competition is heating up again. The group was ablaze with excitement, and within minutes, the message count soared to 999. Collecting 50 crystal cores, given the current drop rate, would require the elimination of about 150 zombies. The robust man could easily dispatch 3 to 5 zombies a day, gathering enough in a month or 2. Of course, after deducting living expenses, he estimated it would take about 3 months. Before the apocalypse, most people would earn only a few thousand in 3 months, which could be exchanged for an internet celebrity-level beauty with permanent rights. Who wouldn't he be tempted? This was a clear benefit. Before the apocalypse, a wedding would require tens of thousands in dowry, along with many dating expenses, and the wife wouldn't even be as attractive as an internet celebrity. Most importantly, the beauties exchanged in this apocalypse wouldn't require serving them like ancestors. They could even serve him. Chapter 19. Fiery sheep, my lord, why have you distributed all the women? Aren't you keeping any for yourself? Su Qingwan scoffed, questioning when Qi Xiu had turned from a lecher into a gentleman. After tasting delicacies, how could one still stomach junk food? Qi Xiu shook his head. He found these superficial women utterly unappealing now. He was merely waiting for his subordinates to submit their crystal cores so he could level up. The weather outside was gloomy, threatening rain at any moment, presenting a serious challenge for those hunting for crystal cores. Qi Xiu didn't dare venture outside recklessly. The more precious one's life, the more one cherishes it. A sudden downpour could spell disaster, even for him. Ding. Ding. A familiar sound rang out, but it wasn't from Qi Xiu's phone. It was from Su Qingwan's. Who keeps messaging you? Qi Xiu frowned, wondering if this girl had a secret admirer. Since yesterday, he had noticed her receiving messages intermittently. Aside from family, only a boyfriend would care that much. Why, Lord? It's an admirer from my past. You still have admirers? Yeah, there are 7 of them. So many? Qi Xiu was taken aback. Given Su Qingwan's looks, it was unsurprising she attracted admirers, but 7 at once was unexpected. Even in the apocalypse, they still sent her daily greetings. Don't worry, my lord. I'm with you every day now. How could I possibly cheat? I swear, my loyalty to you is unwavering. Su Qingwan handed her phone to Qi Xiu as proof of her fidelity. Qi Xiu wasn't particularly worried. The system confirmed Su Qingwan was indeed a virgin, and since they spent every day together, the possibility of her cheating was non-existent. He was merely curious if admirers were truly as outrageous as depicted online. As Qi Xiu opened the phone, Song Huaya leaned in closer. Sister Huaya, why are you looking too? I'm just curious. Don't you keep admirers? I never entertain such people. Song Huaya shook her head. Although many confessed to her before the apocalypse, she had directly rejected those she wasn't interested in. The sheer number of admirers Su Qingwan had was indeed shocking. Opening the phone revealed an avatar of a cheerful sheep. Qingwan? I had in 4 today. Guess what I received? I miss you every night. Ugh. How cheesy. Song Huaya covered her mouth, nearly retching. Why, Lord, this guy is quite wealthy. He's a second-generation rich kid. Su Qingwan leaned over to take a look, her face flushing as she whispered, "Oh, if he's rich, why didn't you accept him?" Qi Xiu opened his social media, filled with pictures of yachts and Western restaurants. Definitely not something a loser like him could afford. What good is wealth if he's not my type? Su Qingwan, being a flight attendant, earned a decent salary and came from a middle-class family, free from financial burdens. Naturally, she sought someone she genuinely liked. That was why she preserved her virginity. intending to gift it to her husband on their wedding night, which ultimately benefited Qi Xiu. Ding ding. Just as they were talking, another admirer sent a message. Goddess. I got my leg broken while scavenging for supplies today. Thankfully, it wasn't my hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to message you. But don't worry, even if my hand were broken, my heart would still belong to you. Love you, goddess. Qi Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that's impressive. Online admirers truly live up to their reputation. The previous admirer was merely cheesy, but this one took it to another level, drawing from a joke, yet surpassing it. Damn. He has been at it for over 3 years. Qi Xiu stumbled upon information dating back 3 years. Hee, there's even older news. I've been infatuated for 5 years without so much as holding hands. Su Qingwan revealed a proud smile, relishing the attention from so many admirers, showcasing her undeniable allure. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu felt a wave of frustration. In the pre-apocalyptic days, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to pursue Su Qingwan on several occasions. Thankfully, he refrained. Otherwise, he would have been relegated to the status of a mere sycophant. Qingwan, come over here. Let us take a picture and post it on social media. Qi Xiu smirked, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Their goddess, after all, could now only submit to him. By all accounts, he could now consider himself Su Qingwan's boyfriend. At the very least, an official announcement was in order. Come on, Qingwan, smile for me, and let us steal a kiss. Click. Perfect. Now let us get a more intimate one. Click, click. Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around Qi Xiu's neck, leaning her body against his shoulder, a sight that would leave onlookers breathless. Qi Xiu nodded in satisfaction. He was becoming increasingly handsome. He posted the photo with a caption. Already claimed, ding, ding. Within minutes, a flurry of messages from admirers flooded in, each displaying a surprising level of devotion. Sycophant 1. Qingwan darling, remember to have him use protection, sob sob. Sycophant 2. Goddess, you even shared the news of your boyfriend with me. You truly still think of me. Sycophant 3. Darling, in this apocalypse, we can't afford an abortion. If you get pregnant, let the child carry my surname, or rather, my father's. Sycophant 4. 1314 red envelope. Darling, could you let me hear your voice? Don't wear yourself out. Sob sob. Qingwan, why not give him a little listen? He sounds pitiful. Song Huiya couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was astonishing to see such requests. The sycophants were truly pathetic. Sister Huiya, look at you. How have you become so mischievous? What voice? There's no voice. Su Qingwan playfully punched Song Huiya's chest with her delicate fist. She was not the kind to be so casual. How could she possibly let someone hear that? Qi Xiu's expression darkened. It was absurd. He hadn't expected a simple social media post to unleash a horde of sycophants. Although he had once admired girls, he had never stooped to such a ridiculous level. They must have been driven mad. Surely, they hadn't awakened a sycophant system, had they? Qi Gu, look. Someone has sent Qingwan over 1,000 messages, and she hasn't replied to a single one, yet they persist. Qi Xiu scrolled up, and indeed, it was true. Just greetings alone had been sent for over 2 years, with a steady stream of bubble tea red envelopes in between. Qingwan, with so many rich second-generation heirs vying for your attention, how does it feel to be in bed with a mere security guard like me? Qi Xiu pulled Su Qingwan into his embrace. Husband, I feel faint. Su Qingwan's face instantly flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. Internally, she mused, what is happening to me? I'm becoming increasingly sensitive. If your sycophants knew their goddess was like this, what do you think would happen? A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Qi Xiu's lips. Not only was Su Qingwan beautiful and curvaceous, but her voice was just as enchanting. I won't let them find out. Hearing Qi Xiu's teasing, Su Qingwan's words came out in fragments. Chapter 20. Moving and upgrading outside. A gentle rain fell, and without the apocalypse, this morning would have been picturesque. Qi Xiu opened his screen. Noting that his attributes had reached 1.2, and his pet, the Netherwolf, had remarkably reached 4.9. He also discovered an issue. The Netherwolf, which initially consumed one person for a mere 0.1 attribute increase, now required 3 to 4 individuals for the same gain, making attribute enhancement increasingly challenging. Su Qingwan's loyalty had reached 79 points, while Song Huiya, having followed Qi Xiu for a shorter duration, had a noticeably lower loyalty of only 72 points. Ding, ding. Qing Lauda, yesterday we harvested a total of 15 crystal cores. I'm bringing them to you now. After a wait, Chisho exchanged bread and water with Chienda for the 15 crystal cores. According to Chienda's report, 3 individuals had perished while hunting monsters for crystal cores, and 2 had accidentally gotten caught in the rain. After absorption, his attributes reached 2.7 points, with 249 energy points. It was finally time to upgrade. Chisho lazily stretched. Get up. We need to move soon. Move? To where? Song Huya squinted her eyes, resembling a lazy kitten. She felt puzzled by Chisho's words. Since arriving at his home, she had sensed something was amiss, particularly with the bulletproof windows and doors. Who would go to such lengths in a normal home? Even more astonishing was the water purifier capable of cleansing contaminated sources. Truly unbelievable. The power supply in Chisho's residence was evidently robust, while other places fluctuated. Although she couldn't quite grasp the situation, she was certain that Chisho's home was the best place to reside. Husband, it's so nice here. Why move? Su Qingwan lingered in bed, whining softly before sluggishly getting up. With food and shelter available, why relocate? Hee. To a better place. Chisho had initially planned to scout for an open area outside the community, but the multitude of zombies and the unpredictable rain made even stepping outside a hassle. Inside the community, however, the zombies had been significantly reduced thanks to a group of men who had taken them out. Chisho recalled a vacant lot within the community, which had been intended for the construction of buildings 7 and 8, but had yet to commence before the apocalypse struck. That lot encompassed at least 500 or 600 square meters, perfectly accommodating his sinister city. Just follow me. Chisho dressed quickly and led the 2 women toward the open space. Chigu, are you saying we will live here from now on? Song Huya's eyes widened in disbelief as she surveyed the area. There was no shelter from the rain, making it hard to fathom how people would reside here. Husband, stop teasing us already. Just tell us what is going on. Su Qingwan found it hard to believe Chisho would be so reckless as to abandon a spacious bedroom for the floor. Patience, you'll see shortly. Chisho silently chanted. Purchase moving foundation. Prompt. Purchase successful. Energy points -100. Current energy points 149. Does the host wish to use the moving foundation? Yes. The 2 women observed Chisho standing in silence, seemingly at a loss. Current location detected as 558 square meters, exceeding 100 square meters. Moving successful. As the announcement sounded, a 3-story villa materialized on the once empty lot, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall. The villa and wall collectively measured only 100 square meters, which felt rather small. While suitable for 1 person, it could become cramped for 3. Wow. Husband, what just happened? The sudden appearance of the villa left both women speechless, wondering if it was some new technology. Let us go inside and take a look. Chisho opened the door, revealing that all the furniture and supplies had been moved. At the very top of the villa, a high-capacity solar power generator had been installed, sufficient to meet the entire villa's energy consumption needs. Upgrade. Current location detected as 558 square meters, exceeding 500 square meters. Upgrade successful. Prompt 1. Current level of the sinister city is level 1, occupying 500 square meters. Prompt 2. Exclusive shop unlocks new items. Please check them out at your convenience. Prompt 3. Next level upgrade additional conditions. Prosperity must reach 5 points. Building attributes must reach 100 points. Moments later, the entire villa shook violently, and when the 3 regained consciousness, the villa had expanded to 200 square meters while maintaining its 3-story height. It was now encircled by a 3-meter-high steel wall, with a thickness of 30 to 40 centimeters, likely impervious to standard explosives. Within the sinister city, aside from the villa where Chisho resided, there was nothing else. Only a barren 300 square meter lot. Wow. The women's expressions were beyond description. What could previously be rationalized as advanced technology now transcended the realm of science entirely. Yet, considering the absurdities of the apocalypse, they could barely accept it. Stop gaping and get inside to organize the furniture. The villa had grown larger, necessitating a rearrangement of the furnishings. After sending the 2 women away, Chisho opened the interface for the Sinister City. Sinister City, 0500 current level, 1 prosperity, 4 building attributes, 30 occupied area, 500 square meters owned buildings, 200 square meter villa city lord. Chisho attributes, 2. 7. Exclusive shop. The host can exchange energy points for exclusive materials of the Sinister City. Undead furnace. Can consume corpses to create an undead army. For every 2 corpses consumed, 1 undead is produced. Price: 300 energy points. Sinful prison. A cell for imprisoning criminals, occupying 60 square meters, used for punishment and execution. Price: 200 energy points. Note: the sinful prison consists of 2 levels. The ground floor features various torture devices. The first underground level serves as a layer of subjugation, where prisoners, upon being confined below ground, are subjected to unending torment, as the duration of their suffering prolongs. Their minds are gradually extinguished, ultimately transforming them into mere puppets, wholly devoted to the city lord. Small citizen apartments. These dwellings for citizens occupy an area of 50 square meters, spanning 3 stories. They are priced at 100 energy points. Note: the small citizen apartment contains 24 dormitories, each occupying 5 square meters, equipped with solar power generation, accommodating 24 citizens. Flame Tower. Under the control of its master, it can launch fireball attacks on any enemy within a 200-meter radius, and can also autonomously target non-citizen creatures approaching the evil city. Priced at 150 energy points. Note: the Flame Tower can be filled with 10 energy points at a time. And when fully charged, it can unleash 50 attacks. Chisho nodded discreetly. It would only be upon reaching level 1 that one could barely resemble a city. At level 0, it was merely akin to a house. However, the conditions for the next upgrade had become increasingly stringent, with prosperity likely corresponding to population. Currently, Chisho, along with Su Qingwan and Qianda, totals 4 points of prosperity. The attributes of buildings likely increase with the number of constructions. Presently, the evil city possesses only 1 villa, boasting 30 building attributes. Chapter 21. A new homeland. The luxurious villa at present, he possesses 49 energy points, insufficient even for the cheapest supplies in the exclusive shop. Although the goods in the exclusive shop are remarkable, they are equally exorbitant. My lord, the villa has been tidied up. Shall we reside here from now on? The evil city is surrounded by iron walls, offering far greater security than a mere neighborhood. Moreover, living in a villa is undoubtedly more comfortable than in an apartment. Of course, we'll be living here from now on. Chisho nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the villa. If it were before the apocalypse, a villa like this would cost at least several million. As a security guard, working a lifetime, he could barely afford a restroom. The entrance to the villa features a small courtyard, with the first floor combining the living and dining areas, exuding simplicity and elegance. The second floor houses the master bedroom suite, adorned with glass walls, spanning an impressive 80 square meters. Additionally, there are 2 secondary bedrooms, each measuring around 50 to 60 square meters. The topmost 3rd floor contains not only a vast solar power generator but also a swimming pool. The pool ceiling is covered with glass, ensuring no rainwater can intrude. Upon entering the villa, Chisho discovered an underground basement. The center of the basement is a spacious atrium, featuring an esports room, gym, home theater, and various entertainment facilities. It was Chisho's first experience of the affluent lifestyle. A single bedroom in this villa is larger than his entire former residence. My lord, this villa is magnificent. I absolutely adore it, Su Qingwan exclaimed, entwining her arm with Song Huya as they toured the villa. Utterly enamored as a flight attendant, she might, with considerable effort, manage to purchase an apartment, but a villa was beyond her wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to them, both women's loyalty had increased slightly. Su Qingwan reached 79 points, while Song Huya attained 72 points. Bro, is this villa some high-tech creation? Could it be that a wealthy heir is trying out life as a security guard? Song Huya mused, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of the villa. She thought how wonderful it would be to bring her mother over as well. Why would I want to experience life like this? Why would a perfectly good person choose to be a watchdog? Song Huya wondered, perhaps influenced by too many dramas depicting wealthy heirs masquerading as delivery workers. Sister Huya, that's impossible. I often saw my lord being scolded in the security room. It was quite pitiful. Su Qingwan chuckled, reflecting on how the security guard had managed to turn his fate around. Even now, standing before the villa, they felt as if they were dreaming. I am unlike you. I have been an orphan since childhood. I left school before finishing high school to work, and simply managing to be a security guard is already quite an achievement for me. Chisho shook his head, reminiscing about his past. Since he could remember, he had grown up in an orphanage, never having seen what his parents looked like. The 2 women listened with rapt attention, contrasting their own sheltered upbringings, having been doted upon by their parents, completing high school, attending university, and ultimately securing respectable jobs. When I first started working, I was only 16 years old, with just over 100 yuan to my name. Oh no, my lord. How unfortunate. Su Qingwan, feeling a pang of guilt and sympathy, clutched Qi Xiu's arm. Realizing the hardships he had endured, she regretted having bullied him in the pre-apocalyptic world, often mocking him for being a loser. Now, reflecting on her past behavior, she felt ashamed. Just 100 yuan? How did you manage to survive? Song Huya also felt a twinge of pity. During her university days, her living expenses were 3,000 a month, benefiting from the university's affordable dining and accommodations. She couldn't fathom how one could survive on a mere 100 yuan, likely unable to afford even a rental. Given Qi Xiu's dire circumstances, it was no wonder that he harbored a unique affection for beautiful women. Survive? It's quite simple. Just find a shady factory and toil away for a couple of months tightening screws. Qi Xiu was well aware of his own experiences. He had sought out several manufacturers, most of which would not hire minors. Only a few unscrupulous factories would accept them. The work at these places was grueling, often requiring 12-hour shifts, and even then, he barely earned 2,000 yuan a month. My lord, how could you endure such hardships without telling me? I live right below your apartment. Qi Xiu, feeling somewhat exasperated, shook his head, as if she thought him a fool. Had he sought out Su Qingwan before the apocalypse, he would have likely been dismissed as a rogue, perhaps even reported for harassment. Forget it. Those days are behind us. Qi Xiu sighed, shaking his head slightly. Only he truly understood the bitterness of those experiences, unworthy of sharing with outsiders. Let us not dwell on that, my lord. Think about it. Now you have me by your side. Isn't that delightful? Su Qingwan pouted her lips, remembering Qi Xiu's expression when he first won her heart. Brimming with pride, it was only natural, after all, to feel triumphant when having casually won over a goddess. Qi Xiu shook his head. Now, all those who held grudges against him in the neighborhood had been dealt with, and those without enmity were now assisting him. Yet, this was insufficient. There remained a few unscrupulous bosses who had humiliated him, and he was determined to exact revenge. However, he was still unaware of their addresses and needed to find a way to uncover them. If they had turned into zombies, so be it. If they were still alive, Qi Xiu would ensure they experienced the futility of existence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Qingwan, Huya, you two should go change into swimsuits. This was his first time enjoying such a large private pool. Previously, he had to find a river to swim in. As for spending money at a swimming pool, he had never been willing to do so. All right, my lord, they replied enthusiastically. Although unsure of Qi Xiu's intentions, they complied. Qi Xiu prepared roasted chicken, fruits, and an array of snacks, setting them on the table, propping up several sunshades, and arranging rows of lounge chairs, creating a beach-like atmosphere. Once the two women changed, Qi Xiu gestured for them to come over and pulled out his phone. Click. Su Qingwan, clad in a light purple swimsuit, with a black strap draping over her fair shoulder, tied a sky blue bow around her waist, her long, beautiful legs glistening under the sunlight. Song Huya, donning her swimsuit, resembled a lotus emerging from water. The light blue sleeves dangled with two ribbons, swaying gently in the breeze. The short skirt was covered with a long, sheer fabric, creating an air of mystery as her legs flickered beneath it. Even Qi Xiu, witnessing this scene, was captivated. Both women were indeed stunning. Beautiful women, delectable food. A private pool, sunshine, and lounge chairs. This was hardly the apocalypse. It was more like a vacation. That moment. A celebratory post on Douyin was a must. Chapter 22. The swimming pool, my lord. Are you ready to take pictures? I want to play in the water. The expansive swimming pool was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight. Su Qingwan leaped into the pool with a splash, feeling invigorated, and pulled Song Huya in with her. This feels amazing. The two women frolicked in the water, and after posting on Douyin, Qi Xiu could no longer suppress his excitement. He hadn't swum in ages and jumped into the pool with a splash. My lord, I'm over here. Come catch me. Su Qingwan called out, leaping above the water like a fish. Qi Xiu floated on the surface, basking in the sun, inwardly marveling at the pleasure of being a capitalist. While he played, others fought for survival outside, earning him crystal cores. Ding dot ding. After tiring from play, Qi Xiu reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely opening Douyin. Within less than an hour, his recently posted photos garnered thousands of likes and hundreds of comments. Whose son is this? Even in the apocalypse, He dares to enjoy life like this? Truly fearless. Rich guy, heed my advice. Collect the pool water, boil it, and it can be drunk. What the heck? Isn't that Shao-Chi? Hurry and send those two women over and pack up the food on the table. When the apocalypse ends, I'll promote you to security captain. The impact of Qi Xiu's photos on others was profound. They hesitated to drink even a drop of water, while he casually swam in a pool. It was utterly absurd, to say the least. Adding to the absurdity, he had roasted chicken and beautiful women around him. Who could withstand such a sight? Qi Xiu displayed a broad smile, for what could he do? After all, he was once a nobody. Now that he had succeeded, what significance would there be in not flaunting it? He harbored no fear of others seeking him out. Setting aside the fact that the roads were teeming with zombies and it rained intermittently, could anyone truly breach his 3-meter-high steel fortress? As for sneaking in undetected, that was utterly impossible. The little guard outside was no fool. In fact, he was rather keen to test the defenses of this sinister city, for should any unforeseen circumstances arise during his outings, he certainly did not wish for his home to be robbed. Oh, how I long to behold my goddess, Su Qingwan. Surely, she donned her swimsuit solely for my eyes. Even in this apocalypse, she still thinks of me. It is evident that she loves me, to the one above. Wake up! Your goddess has already been taken by another. To the one above, heed my advice. Those who chase after affection often end up with nothing. You all can leave. My goddess must be worried about tiring me, which is why she allowed another to take her. Alas, the love-stricken are beyond redemption. Qi Xiu scrolled down to read several comments and was taken aback to discover the presence of love-stricken individuals even here. Surely, Su Qingwan's admirers numbered more than just 7. Within minutes, the comments multiplied exponentially, reflecting a trend of increasing engagement. After all, the majority of people were posting on Douyin to seek help or alms, with only a rare few boasting about possessing a bag of bread or a case of water. Individuals like Qi Xiu, who enjoyed an entire pristine swimming pool, were indeed a breath of fresh air amidst the apocalypse. A few comments piqued Qi Xiu's interest, and he even received private messages from several women. Brother, can I have a sip of the swimming pool water? I'll do anything for you. Upon opening the message, Qi Xiu found that most images were mere deceptions, heavily filtered to enhance beauty. Moreover, he had just spent a considerable amount of time in the pool with Su Qingwan. Could that water still be safe to drink? Husband, I washed an apple for you. Su Qingwan cooed, presenting a freshly washed apple to Qi Xiu. What water did you use to wash it? Qi Xiu furrowed his brow, detecting a strange smell emanating from the apple. Surely it was just his imagination. The water from the swimming pool, he exclaimed. Spitting in disgust, Qi Xiu nearly regurgitated the meal he had consumed the previous day. Husband, what is wrong? In this apocalypse, water resources are so precious. I thought using the swimming pool water to wash an apple would be harmless. Su Qingwan's face turned pale, panic overtaking her as she dropped the apple. Qi Xiu, having enhanced his physique to a level of 2.7, possessed a significantly heightened sense of smell. Although the scent was diluted by the water, he could still discern it. Su Qingwan, having not undergone any enhancements, was oblivious to the odor after consuming the same food daily. Otherwise, Qi Xiu might have suspected her intentions, as there are always those who wish to harm him. Ts nothing. We shall use clean water to wash apples from now on. Qi Xiu rinsed his mouth several times before recovering. While water resources were of great importance to others, they held little value for him. His villa was equipped with a massive rainwater collection system, capturing and filtering all rainwater. He was far from lacking in resources. Brother Qi, the internet seems to be functioning much better today. Is it due to the sunshine? Song Huiya had just contacted her mother, having been unsuccessful in reaching her the day before. Reminded by Song Huiya, Qi Xiu too sensed something unusual today. The sky, usually dreary and overcast, appeared different. Though it continued to rain as before, the sun shone through, reminiscent of a sun shower, with faint rainbows visible outside. Furthermore, with the improved internet, the number of videos being posted on Douyin had surged. What has happened to this world? Song Huiya and Su Qingwan observed the videos on Douyin, their expressions darkening as they realized that the outside world was far more chaotic than their community. Under Qi Xiu's protection, they felt relatively safe, but for other women, especially the beautiful ones, life was nothing short of a nightmare. Disturbing videos circulated, depicting scenes of humiliation, starvation, and countless deaths. Even in death, the bodies found no peace. sold to others for their enjoyment. In the absence of legal constraints, human nature was laid bare, revealing a world of violence, plunder, and survival of the fittest. Miss Jiang, how much longer until your father sends someone? In a finely crafted mahogany chair on a nearby high-rise, a woman in her 20s sat elegantly, clad in a light blue strapless dress. The exquisite lace accentuated her fair and delicate legs. Opposite her sat a portly middle-aged man, whose attire suggested he belonged to the company's management. Supervisor Feng, there's no need to rush. My father said he would send a plane to pick us up by next week at the latest. Jiang Xinyue tossed her hair, absent-mindedly brushing her locks aside, her tone remarkably calm as she never once glanced at the man before her. Miss Jiang, it is not that I am anxious, but our food supplies are dwindling rapidly. We can only last one more day at most. Feng Yu's expression darkened. This young lady had no concept of the value of basic necessities, relying solely on him to keep things afloat. Jiang Xinyue's father was the chairman of Jiang Group, one of the 4 largest real estate companies in the nation, and the South Pavilion Garden community was also owned by Jiang Group. Chapter 23. Jiang Xinyue. After graduating from university, Jiang Xinyue joined Jiang Group as an intern. During her internship, she had caused quite a few mishaps, but thankfully, Feng Yu had managed to resolve them all. Initially, he thought that if he could keep this young lady happy, he would secure a promotion, but unexpectedly, the apocalypse struck before he could achieve that goal. After the apocalypse began, Feng Yu contemplated whether he might indulge himself with this young lady before he met his end. However, the following day, Chairman Jiang Xinyue's father, assured them that a helicopter would soon come to their aid, promising that if he could ensure Jiang Xinyue's safe return, he would be promoted to manager. In smaller companies, Feng Yu would have laughed it off, but Jiang Group was one of the strongest companies in the nation. Even in the apocalypse, being a manager there ensured a steady supply of food and resources. Moreover, he had a family to think about, a wife and children, making it imperative for him to tread cautiously. No food left? Jiang Xinyue lifted her gaze, continuing, Supervisor Feng, is it so difficult to manage this? If we have no food, then go buy some. Once my father arrives, money will be no issue. Feng Yu's mind raced with a torrent of frustration. Did she truly believe that money mattered in this apocalypse? Nevertheless, he swallowed his anger and replied, Miss Jiang, the outside world is devoid of life. Even with money, we cannot procure anything. I don't care. You must resolve this issue. Jiang Xinyue's brows furrowed, a hint of anger etching her delicate features. Once she returned home, she would undoubtedly report this incompetent and greasy man to her father for dismissal. Feng Yu wished to lash out, but the thought of the helicopter arriving in a few days kept him restrained. Miss Jiang, I shall find a solution immediately. With no other choice, Feng Yu begrudgingly complied. Yesterday, he had contacted his wife and children, who were anxiously awaiting his return. For their sake, enduring some humiliation was a small price to pay. Xiao Lu, are there any new developments? Feng Yu gently closed the door to his office and pulled his assistant, Lu, close. Xiao Lu was his most trusted aide, having secured his position at the company through backdoor dealings. During this time, Xiao Lu had been tirelessly seeking external help for the entire company, occasionally scanning the skies with binoculars for any signs of rescue. Their high-rise, with over 30 floors, allowed them to survey 1,000 meters in the vicinity with the aid of binoculars. Currently, the entire city of El was besieged by zombies, making escape impossible. Their only hope for survival lay in Jiang Xinyue's helicopter. Supervisor Feng, today I have important matters to report. There is a villa in the South Pavilion Garden community. I hadn't paid much attention before, but it seems to have been constructed recently. Xiao Lu recounted the day's events in detail, noting that aside from this peculiar occurrence, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. However, the sudden appearance of a villa in the South Pavilion Garden community raised suspicions. Had the company secretly been constructing it? A look of confusion crossed Feng Yu's face. After all, the entire community had been built by Jiang Group. And as a supervisor, he ought to be aware of such developments. Hadn't the company stated plans to construct 2 residential buildings there? Why had it suddenly changed to a villa? This is too strange. Feng Yu mused, recalling that he had visited the construction site before the apocalypse hit, and it had been nothing but vacant land. Regardless, the South Pavilion Garden community was the closest to their location. They had to seize the opportunity to procure food, or they would starve. Xiao Lu, gather 30 of our staff, arm them, and tonight we shall raid that villa. Determination and resolve shone in Feng Yu's eyes. The reason their company had not descended into chaos was the glimmer of hope for rescue. If someone were to tell them that there was no hope, there would be no restraint in taking advantage of the beautiful women around them. Though Feng Yu was timid, he was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of supervisor. The South Pavilion garden community, devoid of hope for rescue, was likely in complete disarray by now. And only the most ruthless would have survived. As for the villa, Feng Yu spotted a swimming pool atop it through his binoculars, still untainted. Securing that villa would surely provide ample water resources. When it comes to water resources, the mere thought of Jiang Xinyue using bottled water for bathing infuriates him. At this moment, Qi Xiu, who resides in the villa, is thoroughly engrossed in his enjoyment, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone has set their sights on his estate. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Comrades, once we complete this task, we will have ample time to await rescue. For survival, we shall fight, 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 fight. As night descends, Feng Yu passionately paints a picture of hope, igniting the motivation within everyone. Director Feng, why do you want me to join you in seizing supplies? Jiang Xinyue's stomach churns at the sight of the corpses strewn about, unable to fathom why Feng Yu insists on including her. Miss Jiang, our primary concern is your safety. The entire company has come out, and we cannot leave you alone, Feng Yu replies, his voice heavy as he dons a mask. However, there are two other significant reasons for bringing Jiang Xinyue along. The distance from their company's high-rise to the South Pavilion Garden is merely 700 to 800 meters, yet in this short span, over 30 individuals have ventured out, leaving fewer than 20 now. Would they really deliver supplies to her after the fact? Who would take the risk? Unless it were a matter of life and death. Moreover, if Jiang Xinyue were to perish, the chances of rescue would dwindle, hence her safety must be assured. Director Feng, chaos has erupted in this community. Many have perished. Xiao Lu, peering at his phone under the dim light, reveals a look of horror that a few individuals, unable to bear the psychological strain, have already vomited profusely, their faces pale. Director Feng, aside from a pool of blood at the entrance of Building Number 1, there is not a soul in sight. Not even a corpse. The first building in the community is Building Number 1, and after a brief search, they find nothing, let alone food. They must have been consumed by zombies. There's no need to be alarmed. But there are hardly any zombies left in this community. The zombies in the area have been nearly exterminated by Qi Xiu's subordinates, and they've encountered only 2 since their arrival. A stark contrast to the hordes outside. Never mind, let's check Building Number 2. Feng Yu tightens his grip on the fire axe, a foreboding feeling creeping in. This community is far more ruthless than he had anticipated. Director Feng, can we head to the villa first? I need to take a shower. I'll wait for you there. Having been splattered with blood during the battle with zombies, the beauty cannot bear the thought of remaining unclean. The villa boasts a swimming pool, perfectly suited for her needs. Fine. Feng Yu had initially intended to refuse, questioning the need for a bath at such a time. However, during the ensuing chaos over the supplies, he might not be able to keep an eye on Jiang Xinyue, and if she were to accidentally meet her demise, it would render their efforts futile. Leaving her in the villa would provide a measure of safety. Let us go to the villa. Perhaps they might even find food there, alleviating the necessity to risk their lives for supplies. Chapter 24. Playing the fool to catch the tiger? Oh, are you implying that a group is approaching the evil city? Qi Xiu discards the sunflower seeds in his hand, while Su Qingwan expertly catches them in a trash can. Qi Xiu has just received news from Xiao He that someone intends to rob him. The keen instincts of a wolf can hardly be deceived. Such trivial matters are certainly within Xiao He's capabilities. Could it be that his display on Douyin today has attracted unwanted attention? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Xiao He, let us go and meet them. Qi Xiu tosses the dazed Song Huya onto the bed, dressing quickly, his irritation evident. He has yet to rob others, yet here he is, facing a robbery himself. Darling, please be careful. I will wait for your return. Su Qingwan expresses her concern, lamenting that their good fortune has barely begun before trouble arrives. Just a few small fish. They are hardly enough for Xiao He to chew on. Provided the assailants lack firearms, even a group of dozens would stand no chance against Xiao He, especially with Qi Xiu lurking behind, ready to intervene. Stepping out of the villa, illuminated by moonlight, Qi Xiu indeed spots a group approaching his estate. And to his surprise, he recognizes the leader, none other than Director Feng, his immediate superior, who has publicly humiliated him on numerous occasions. Once, he was fined 1,000 yuan for being 5 minutes late. And with a meager salary of 2,800, that deduction went straight into Feng's pocket. Countless grievances flood his mind, and with a cold smile, Qi Xiu resolves to repay Feng for his past transgressions. It would be a pity to simply kill him, Director Feng. Long time no see. Qi Xiu conceals his gun, knowing that Xiao He is nearby, ready to pounce should Feng make any threatening moves. Is that Qi Xiu? Feng Yu rubs his eyes, astonished to encounter Qi Xiu here, quickly adopting an air of authority. Little Qi, who promoted you from the community gate to the villa gate as a guard? Seeing Qi Xiu standing at the entrance, he naturally assumes Qi Xiu is merely serving as security for the villa. Qi Xiu furrows his brow. Guard dog is the term he has heard most frequently in the past. When was this villa built? As Feng Yu and his companions push the door open and step inside, he believes the entire community is property of the Jiang Group, and thus this villa must belong to them as well. Even if it has been sold, surely borrowing it for a time is permissible for someone of his stature? Upon entering, they find remnants of roasted chicken left by Qi Xiu and his associates in the living room. Notably, 2 stunning women are seated on the sofa, one appearing slightly flushed, leaning back as if in a daze. Who are you? Get out now. Su Qingwan, seeing them intrude, is immediately incensed. I am Director Feng of the Jiang Group. Who is the owner of this house? Feng Yu's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. These 2 beauties rival Jiang Xinyue in allure. His secretary, who has become haggard from lack of food and hygiene over the past few days, could certainly benefit from the company of the women before him. What director? This villa belongs to my husband. Su Qingwan asserts, wrapping her arms around Qi Xiu's. Qi Xiu frowns, realizing he has unintentionally exposed himself. He had hoped to play the fool to catch the tiger, much like the protagonists in the novels he used to read, relishing the idea of slapping the antagonist in the face. Do not jest. A mere security guard could not possibly afford a villa. Feng Yu glances at Qi Xiu, unable to contain his laughter, as the other employees join in, guffawing at the absurdity. A loser like you will make me die of laughter. Just obediently step outside and stand guard, and I might reward you with a chicken drumstick later. A black-clad employee points derisively at Qi Xiu. Bang. The black-clad man's expression freezes, and then he collapses to the ground with a thud. Is it amusing, Director Feng? Not amusing at all. Little Qi, oh no, Qi ancestor. Feng Yu collapses to his knees, revealing his adaptability, but also showcasing his lack of intelligence. Oh dear, Director Feng, what are you doing? I'm merely a lowly security guard. I cannot withstand such reverence from you. I still rely on you to promote me to security captain. Qi Xiu's face bears a playful expression. With a chuckle, Su Qingwan and the others finally grasp Qi Xiu's intent. Unable to stifle their laughter, the director of the Jiang Group, earning a hefty annual salary, is now groveling like a dog. Come, Director Feng, allow me to reward you with a chicken leg. Qi Xiu tosses a piece of chicken bone to the floor. And while Feng Yu may not be starving, he dutifully picks it up with his mouth, clearly accustomed to such treatment. Qi Xiu, do not go too far. Do you know who I am? Jiang Xinyue exclaims angrily. Although Feng Yu is merely her subordinate, witnessing him being trampled upon is equally displeasing to her. Oh? Miss Jiang? Initially, Jiang Xinyue wore a mask, and Qi Xiu did not recognize her, but upon closer inspection, it is clear that she is the only one in the company with such a perfect figure. Since you recognize me, why not release him? And what if I refuse? Qi Xiu smirks, his voice low. You sound delightful. I bet you moan beautifully in bed. I will inform you that my father will send a plane to retrieve me in a few days. Do not think your firearm makes you invincible. Bang. Qi Xiu not only refuses to comply, but also takes Feng Yu's life with a single shot. What is the matter? Qi Xiu waves his hand, and Xiao He suddenly lunges forward, dispatching the remaining dozen or so individuals. Jiang Xinyue, deemed a valuable asset, is intentionally spared. Qi Xiu recalls having seen Jiang Xinyue while on security duty at the company, instantly captivated by her beauty. He had merely glanced at her and was subsequently beaten by the bodyguards, even receiving a few kicks to his groin, requiring a hefty loan for medical treatment. As for calling the police, they simply muddled the matter, claiming he had provoked Jiang Xinyue first. If he must kill, Qi Xiu intends to savor the moment before doing so. Qi Xiu, you are doomed. This entire community belongs to my father. Get out! Jiang Xinyue, believing Qi Xiu fears her status, berates him vehemently, convinced he hopes to escape by airplane. Slap! Qishio swiftly strikes her down to the ground. Jiang Xinyue, momentarily stunned, realizes it is the first time someone has dared to strike her. And clutching her backside, she struggles to her feet. With Qishio's current attributes, a mere slap to the face could easily fracture her skull. Regrettably, he must choose a more resilient area to strike, leaving her utterly humiliated. You dare hit me? Once my father arrives, I will ensure he has you dismissed and your wages docked. Humph. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In her eyes, Su Qingwan found the two women far more formidable than Qishio, each kick striking at her vital points, pushing her to the brink of collapse. She knew that Qishio was the master of this domain. As long as he uttered a word, these two women would undoubtedly cease their assault. Oh, where did you err? Qishio withdrew his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xinyue, surprised that this woman had so quickly capitulated. He had just received a notification that Jiang Xinyue's loyalty had risen to 55. You are not at fault. How could a little fairy like you be wrong? The fault lies with me. Jiang Xinyue was momentarily taken aback. This phrasing sounded oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Qishio lifted Jiang Xinyue's chin, her face already ravaged by tears, casting a somewhat eerie impression. She merely needed time to recover. Do you truly listen to everything I say? The daughter of a billionaire, alongside a powerless security guard, resembled two long-yearned lovers. Ding, ding. Was that the sound of a phone ringing? Had she been ensnared in a nightmare? The apocalypse had not arrived. Was it all merely a dream? Surely, she was still the esteemed young lady she had always been, right? Jiang Xinyue felt disoriented, as if caught in a delusion. She longed to awaken from this stupor, the sensation so vividly tangible in that instant. She jolted awake. Good heavens, this was no dream. It was all too real. Ding ding. The incessant ringing of her phone persisted, and as she fought to shake off her drowsiness and slowly opened her eyes, the scene before her struck her like a thunderclap, jolting her back to reality. She found herself lying on a white double bed, the overhead light blindingly bright, illuminating the entire room. This was a demon. She yearned to tear apart the fiend that had stolen her innocence. Gathering her courage, Jiang Xinyue attempted to rise, but in the next moment, a recollection surged forth. The horrors of yesterday, the memories of. A wave of helplessness washed over her heart, causing her to lower her arms, abandoning any futile resistance. Ding, ding. The phone continued to ring intermittently, and on the following morning, fortune smiled upon her as the rain held off, allowing rays of brilliant sunlight to cascade through. Jiang Xinyue lay limply on the bed, her limbs devoid of strength, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling light, her cheeks still glistening with tears that had yet to dry. Jiang Xinyue gender, female height, 170 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms occupation, none age, 22 years appearance, 85 experience, 5 loyalty, 55 so many people are messaging and calling you. Su Qingwan snatched the phone and took a glance. Stretching languidly like a cat, astonished to learn that Jiang Xinyue had a boyfriend. No wonder her phone had been incessantly ringing last night. Give me back my phone, boo-hoo. Jiang Xinyue roused from her daze, but upon shifting positions, a sharp pain surged through her lower abdomen. That demon had tormented her throughout the night, and in her stupor, she had lost count of how many times it had occurred, just that it had happened far too many times. Had she known it would come to this, she would have reserved her first time for her boyfriend. Do you still wish to be punished? Su Qingwan seized Jiang Xinyue, her seemingly soft and delicate hand suddenly unleashing surprising strength, forcibly unlocking the phone with her fingerprint. No, please return my phone, I beg you. Jiang Xinyue felt utterly powerless, certain parts of her still aching, pinned down by Su Qingwan, unable to rise at all. Just as she attempted to snatch the phone back, she found herself the target of another beating. Qingwan, stop messing around. Just give her the phone. Qishio furrowed his brow, displeased that Su Qingwan was still tormenting Jiang Xinyue. After all, Jiang Xinyue had already submitted to him last night. Indeed, the aura of a former young lady was distinctly palpable. Ding. Ding. A deep, anxious voice emanated from the phone, a middle-aged man exclaiming, Little you, what on earth is going on? Why aren't you answering your phone? Where is Phone You? Why isn't he picking up either? Dad, I'm fine, boo-hoo. How much longer until the plane arrives? Jiang Xinyue burst into tears, feeling a wave of grievance, sadness, despair, and helplessness. all converging at this moment, seeking solace. "Little you, why are you crying? Is something wrong?" A woman's voice on the other end sounded alarmed, her heart melting at the sound of Jiang Xinyue's sobs. "Mom, I'm fine. My phone was on silent last night." Jiang Xinyue stifled her tears, realizing she was trapped in the clutches of this demon, feeling utterly powerless as her parents could offer no assistance. She desperately wished this were a nightmare. However, the constant pain served as an unyielding reminder of her reality. She had lost her purity to this demon. She felt she had betrayed her boyfriend and her parents. "It's good to hear you're all right. You'll be seeing us soon. Trust your mother. At the latest, in 5 days, the plane will come to pick you up." The recent days of incessant rain had significantly impacted the radar, making it perilous to take off recklessly, but for the sake of their precious daughter, they could no longer afford to be cautious. Chapter 27. The nanny. Why not tell your parents the truth? Qishio scoffed coldly, pulling Jiang Xinyue into his embrace. Jiang Xinyue's face turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily. It seemed that the lecher had tormented her all night, and now his hands were still wandering. "Brother Qi, the Jiang group is not merely wealthy. They also possess armed forces. Aren't you afraid?" Song Huiya expressed her concerns. After all, only Qishio had a gun here. While there was also a massive wolf, it was still a corporeal being, capable of being brought down by a hail of bullets. It was unclear where Qishio derived his confidence from. Having already bedded the daughter of the Jiang family, why fear this? A plane can only carry a limited number of people. Does he intend to send a fighter jet to bombard me? Qishio shook his head dismissively. Even if fighter jets did exist, he could utilize energy points to purchase a rocket launcher to bring them down. Currently, he possessed only a handgun but felt it unnecessary. Surplus energy points were better reserved for upgrades or acquiring supplies from the exclusive store. As long as Brother Qi is confident, that is sufficient. Last night, Jiang Xinyue had managed to endure on her own, allowing the two of them to rest well. Song Huiya noticed that her injuries had improved significantly after a night of rest. Qishio paid little mind to this, reaching out to stroke Jiang Xinyue's head. This young lady now appeared as docile as a kitten. "Breakfast is ready." For those living in the apocalypse, having breakfast every day is a rare luxury. Many could only manage a meal a day, and those who could eat two were considered leaders among the masses. "Purchase the tomahawk steak," Qishio silently commanded, and soon 5 tomahawk steaks appeared in his spatial ring. Notification: acquired tomahawk steak 5. Energy points -1, total energy points 48. Now that someone was regularly collecting crystal nuclei for him, he could afford to spend energy points on better food. When the steaks appeared on the dining table, the 3 women were left dumbfounded. In the apocalypse, there were still tomahawk steaks? Not only Jiang Xinyue, but even Su Qingwan and Song Huiya regarded Qishio with expressions akin to that of encountering a monster. They were aware of the ring Qishio possessed, which seemed capable of summoning any item at will. However, they had never anticipated it contained tomahawk steaks, akin to Doraemon's Pocket of Wonders. Yet, seeing that Qishio had no intention of explaining, they dared not inquire further. "Why are you all staring at me? Do you not wish to eat?" "We do want to." Qishio produced only 3 portions, deciding that Jiang Xinyue, with her loyalty not even at 60, could wait a couple of days. Song Huiya thoughtfully poured 3 glasses of milk. Breakfast consisted of tomahawk steak paired with milk, a feast superior to what they had experienced before the apocalypse. Jiang Xinyue, sitting to the side, bit her lip, turning her face away. There were only 3 portions on the table, clearly leaving her without a share. The duration of her hunger had not been overly long. She was not yet willing to forsake her dignity to beg. However, the enticing aroma of the beef wafting through the air made her swallow hard twice. Once the 3 had eaten their fill, Qishio received a message from Qianda. "Boss Qi, someone has stolen your home." Qianda had initially intended to deliver the crystal nuclei he had collected yesterday. However, upon arrival, he found Qishio's room stripped bare, with even the furniture gone, and Qishio had vanished without a trace, sending Qianda into a panic. Qishio was his lifeline. Nothing could happen to him. "Qishio, I have moved. I'm currently in the vacant lot of the original neighborhood. Come over." Qishio didn't conceal this. It was impossible to hide. The villa had suddenly appeared in the community, and it would likely be discovered within a few days. Moments later, Qianda stood at the entrance to Evil City, his face displaying shock at the sudden appearance of the villa, which exceeded his understanding. Equally astonished was the muscular man standing beside him. "Boss Qi, We collected a total of 22 crystal nuclei yesterday. Qianda stammered, astonishment evident in his voice. What kind of monster was Qi Xiu? Was he cheating? While others struggled to survive in the apocalypse, he seemed to be on a vacation. Yes, you won't be lacking in food. Boss Qi, speak quickly. Don't hesitate. Don't waste my time. Qianda hesitated for a moment before saying, Boss Qi. Out of those 22 crystal nuclei, 10 were collected by Zhao Shan. He killed 5 the day before yesterday. 5 yesterday, and now intends to exchange them for a beauty with you. Qi Xiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected someone to reach 10 nuclei so quickly. Indeed, the allure of a beautiful woman was the strongest temptation for men. 10 crystal nuclei required the defeat of approximately 30 zombies, which meant killing 15 in a single day. Zombies are not mere playthings to be trifled with. The combat prowess of a single zombie is at least on par with that of a gray wolf. And a mere scratch could spell disaster. Point 1, must remain vigilant against the rain, as slaying 15 in a single day is no small feat. Q.Allow. I am Zhao Shan. These crystal cores were not acquired by me alone. My brother and I fought together. No problem. Qi Xiu nodded, recognizing that with 2 combatants, the task becomes less daunting. He was solely interested in the crystal cores, regardless of who had defeated the zombies. Qilao, does that mean I can dispose of the beauties acquired through the exchange as I wish? Zhao Shan inquired, a hint of concern in his voice, for these crystal cores included a share belonging to his brother. Thus the beauties must also be considered as shared property. Unsure of the propriety of this arrangement, he sought clarification. Once exchanged, they are yours. I shall not interfere in any future matters. Thank you, Qilao. You are like a foster father to me. Though these beauties belong to Qi Xiu, they were collectively managed by Qianda, who assigned them menial tasks to earn food, ensuring they would not starve. However, Qi Xiu's thoughts had begun to shift. Now, he possessed a territory of 500 square meters, complemented by a grand villa, and maintaining cleanliness had become quite time-consuming. Su Qingwan and others busied themselves attending to him, leaving little time for other tasks. He would need to employ 2 caretakers. Qianda, summon those women. I wish to select 2 caretakers. It was indeed possible to select a few of decent appearance from among this group. Please hold for a moment, Qilao. When everyone had gathered, Qi Xiu briefly explained the situation. Is there anyone willing to be a caretaker? You will be well fed. I am willing. So am I. To his astonishment, nearly all expressed their willingness, indicating that the mere promise of sufficient food was a powerful lure. Qi Xiu selected 2 who were relatively attractive. One was the online influencer Zhang Tingting, and the other was a front desk worker named Guo Wei. Hint 1. The evil city has gained a new subject, Zhang Tingting. Hint 2. The evil city has gained a new subject, Guo Wei. Zhang Tingting, gender, female, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, occupation, influencer, age, 27, appearance, 71, experience, 185, loyalty, 60. Guo Wei, gender, female, height, 161 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, occupation, front desk worker, age, 26, appearance, 66, experience, 76, loyalty, 60. Qi Xiu glanced at the screen, noting that her experience surpassed his, especially Zhang Tingting's 185 instances. Fortunately, they were merely caretakers, and Qi Xiu ensured they had access to food. Chapter 28. Iron-Blooded War Chariot Huia, they will be under your care from now on. You are responsible for assigning them cleaning tasks. Qi Xiu introduced them to one another. After absorbing 22 crystal cores, his energy points had reached 268, and his physical attributes had climbed to 4.9, allowing him to match strength with Xiaobai. He then opened his exclusive shop, ready to make 2 exchanges. Point 1 was the Iron-Blooded War Chariot. Without this, Qi Xiu could not venture out effectively. He could not remain cooped up in the villa indefinitely. Ordinary private vehicles would be rendered useless amidst the throngs of zombies. Just yesterday, he had witnessed someone escape in a private car on Douyin, only to be forced to stop after colliding with a dozen zombies. The windows were shattered, and the driver met a gruesome end. The other item was a small citizen apartment, a building type that would enhance his construction attributes and was essential for upgrades. Once his subjects increased in number, it could also serve as temporary housing for them. Purchase. Hint 1. Acquired Iron-Blooded War Chariot 1. Energy points -70, total energy points 198. Hint 2. Acquired Small Citizen Apartment 1. Energy points -100, total energy points 98. Hint 3. Building attributes 20, current total building attributes 50. A flash of white light revealed a 3-story apartment and a formidable war chariot before him. The apartment resembled an ordinary one, but the iron-blooded war chariot boasted a large-caliber cannon atop its roof, with track wheels and a red exterior made of an unknown material. Chixiu fired several rounds from a Desert Eagle. Leaving no marks whatsoever, he commanded Xiaobai to take a few bites, and the sharp fangs left no trace either. Besides its formidable defense, the iron-blooded war chariot required no external power to operate. Coated in zombie blood, anyone seated inside would be masked from the zombies' detection. It was truly an essential tool for survival in the apocalypse. Unable to resist, Chixiu took it for a test drive. The interior accommodated only 4 seats, 1 for the driver, 1 for the passenger, and 2 in the back. The operation was quite complex. After 5 or 6 hours of practice, he had just about grasped the basics. The cannon atop the chariot, known as an energy cannon, had yet to reveal its full power. Firing it consumed 1 energy point, but given the system's reputation, the quality was assured. Chiga, are you planning to drive to pick up my best friend? Song Huiya caressed the war chariot, feeling a sense of safety emanating from it. Oh? How is your friend faring now? Chixiu inquired, having nearly forgotten about her until she mentioned it. However, the university was not far from here. A drive would not take long. I can sense that my friend is quite anxious. There have been several disturbances at the school yesterday. Song Huiya relayed the circumstances to Chixiu, expressing her desire for him to rescue her friend rather than witness her being mistreated by others. Although Chixiu had previously lacked the strength to undertake such a rescue, the circumstances had changed. With this vehicle, he could withstand the zombies' attacks without issue. Please contact her and let her know I will come for her in a couple of days. Chixiu raised his gaze, noting that dusk was approaching, and venturing out into the apocalypse at night was exceedingly perilous. I will absorb more crystal cores and enhance my attributes. It will be safer to venture out then. Understood, Song Huiya nodded obediently, her thoughts occupied not only with her friend but also with her mother, whose well-being was uncertain since her father's passing. She hoped to soothe Chixiu and find an opportunity to reunite with her mother. My lord, if it rains, it could be too dangerous. Might we reconsider? Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around Chixiu's waist from behind, her eyes reflecting concern. Her and Song Huiya's desires were not entirely aligned. Jiang Kaiyan was not her friend, and she felt no inclination for Chixiu to take such risks. After all, Chixiu was her sole reliance, and their relationship had evolved significantly over these past few days. Initially, she had been reluctant to be merely a plaything for him, yet Chixiu had provided her with a refuge. To serve him alone was far preferable to catering to a multitude of others outside. Rest assured, if I lack confidence, I wouldn't venture out to meet my demise. Besides, I have not yet had my fill of sleep. I am not about to perish so easily. In the past, Chixiu would have never risked venturing out. No matter how alluring the beauties, life was paramount. Yet now, with the iron-blooded war chariot, the risks seemed minimal. He playfully flicked her cheek, bemused by her newfound concern for his safety. Shouldn't she be wishing for his demise to regain her freedom? Had she truly become addicted to his touch? Come on, it's time for dinner. Today, Chixiu had spent the entire afternoon studying the iron-blooded war chariot, navigating its complexities without a manual. After a long day of labor, he felt quite hungry. Can I have something to eat too? Jiang Xinyue sniffed the air, saliva involuntarily pooling. Having gone without food or water for over a day, and after expending considerable energy the previous night, her hunger was overwhelming. Master, I will accompany you well tonight. Just give me a bite, Jiang Xinyue implored, but no one responded, as though they hadn't heard her in her former life as a young lady. She had been accustomed to having her every whim catered to. I feel like I am starving. Can I have a morsel of food? Jiang Xinyue's voice trailed off as she lowered her gaze. No longer daring to meet Chixiu's eyes, I can do anything. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson. How could she utter such words? The embarrassment was unbearable. Chixiu turned to glance at Jiang Xinyue, picking up a half-eaten chicken leg bone from the table and tossing it to the ground with a thud. Jiang Xinyue licked her lips. Surely Chixiu would not make her gnaw on bones, would he? Aren't you starving? Why not eat? Chixiu kicked the bone towards Jiang Xinyue, where it rolled in the dirt, becoming tainted with grime. Clutching her stomach, Jiang Xinyue instinctively picked up the bone, hesitating before using her clothing to wipe off the dust. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over reason, and she closed her eyes, stuffing the bone into her mouth. After gnawing for what felt like an eternity, Her teeth nearly cracked, yet the bone remained unyielding. However, she managed to taste a hint of meat, and her mouth began to water even more, her stomach protesting audibly. Tears brimming in her eyes, she lamented the indignity of having to beg for scraps, receiving only an inedible bone in return. Can't chew? Yes. The bone is too hard. Jiang Xinyue nodded, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Where have the bones become harder? For so many years, they have remained this way. Please refrain from speaking carelessly with your mouth, Agape. Chicken is indeed quite tough. After years of consuming chicken meat, do you think I am unaware? Qi Xiu's lips curled down slightly, his eyelids lifted, revealing an expression tinged with impatience. Sometimes, it would be wise to reflect on one's own reasons, wouldn't it? After all these years, have your teeth grown harder? Have you truly put effort into gnawing on these bones? Could it be a lack of diligence on your part? Jiang Xinyue froze in place. These words felt eerily familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before. Yu Qingwan covered her mouth. Her husband is becoming increasingly playful. Chapter 29. The mutated beast. It dawned on Jiang Xinyue that prior to the apocalypse, the impoverished aspired to earn a living and climb the social ladder, much like gnawing on a chicken bone. No matter how hard one bites, it remains unbroken. Yet, the pangs of hunger compel the destitute to cling to that bone. For to cease gnawing is to court starvation. Woe! Jiang Xinyue lightly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her delicate nose sniffled a few times. Stop crying. Just behave well, and I shall treat you to meat later. Qi Xiu calmly stated. Really? Jiang Xinyue placed a hand on her stomach. Her mouth began to salivate at the mention of meat. It is indeed true. Qi Xiu chuckled playfully, casting a glance toward Jiang Xinyue. Confused, Jiang Xinyue was drawn closer by Qi Xiu, licking her lips. Could it be that this devil has shown her kindness? The following morning, Qi Xiu discovered that Su Qingwan's loyalty had reached 80 points. According to system notifications, betrayal was nearly impossible under such circumstances unless Qi Xiu himself initiated treachery. Moreover, Song Hui's loyalty had also climbed to 75 points, and even Jiang Xinyue had reached 62 points. Could it be that this young lady was genuinely devoted to him? Qi Xiu mused silently to him. Jiang Xinyue climbed closer, occasionally calling out. What are you doing up so early? Can't you sleep? I'm so hungry. I can't sleep. Jiang Xinyue felt a surge of anger upon seeing Su Qingwan and Song Huiya. Ever since her arrival, Qi Xiu had been mostly attended to by her, while the two of them slept soundly. Now, even the slightest movement caused her pain. She was utterly fatigued. Just lie down a little longer. Once Qi Gu wakes up, he should have food for you, Song Huiya suggested, gesturing toward the sleeping Qi Xiu and making a shushing motion. Jiang Xinyue had been on the brink of starvation for nearly 2 days. If she didn't eat soon, she might perish. Surely, Qi Xiu would not allow her to starve so easily. Is what you say truly genuine? Upon hearing of food, Jiang Xinyue perked up. It had been several days since she last ate, and she lacked the strength to endure further torment from Qi Xiu. I'm merely speculating. You performed adequately last night. If you apologize to Qi Gu later, you may just receive something. Furthermore, you ought to inform Qi Gu about your boyfriend. Song Huiya leaned in close to Jiang Xinyue, whispering softly. She was cautious of her volume, not wanting to disturb Qi Xiu's slumber, unaware that he had already awakened. Whoa. Huiyajia, will you help me speak a few kind words to Qi Xiu? Shoo. Lower your voice. If we both end up starving, it will be your fault. Song Huiya covered Jiang Xinyue's mouth, thinking to herself that this young lady had remarkably low emotional intelligence, utterly oblivious. Despite her numerous hints, Jiang Xinyue still occasionally sniffled, as if intent on waking Qi Xiu, potentially dragging herself down as well. Enough already. I've been awake for a while. Qi Xiu stretched lazily. He had exercised restraint last night, for with his current attributes at 4.9, Jiang Xinyue could barely endure a single encounter. After rising, Qi Xiu habitually checked his phone, discovering a multitude of messages from Qian Da. A mutated cat had appeared in the neighborhood, origins unknown, having transformed after being drenched in red rain. From the photos, it was as large as a Siberian tiger, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Merely yesterday, it had killed all the young men who had ventured out to collect crystal cores, leaving Qianda with only 3 cores to gather. Damn it! Qi Xiu clenched his fists. He had lost dozens of crystal cores in a single day. Even more critically, those who had perished were the young and vigorous men, the mainstay of Crystal Core Collection. The loss of their lives meant a significant setback in Qixio's resources, akin to striking at one's very livelihood. What's wrong, Qixio? Song Huiya, dutifully preparing a glass of milk for Qixio, turned to see his grim expression and nearly spilled the milk in fright. Had she inadvertently disturbed his sleep? Check the group chat. Qixio snapped at the stunned Song Huiya. Is my presence so terrifying? Merely for having occasionally taken a life? Ah, a tiger. Look more closely. That is a cat. Qixio shot her an exasperated glance. It was clearly a large cat. Goodness, it truly is a cat. I've seen this cat before. I even fed it once. Su Qingwan enlarged the image, recognizing it after a few moments. How can a cat be so large? What's so surprising? Just look at my husband's wolf. Isn't it even larger? Upon hearing Su Qingwan's remark, Song Huiya nodded, half understanding. Humans transform into zombies when drenched in rain, while animals mutate. This was still within the realm of acceptability. Husband, are you planning to deal with it now? I see the group is in an uproar. No one dares to venture outside. The entire property chat was filled with despair. Venturing out to hunt zombies for crystal cores was tantamount to courting death. Some proposed gathering a group to set a trap for the cat, while others suggested that Qixio could easily take it down with a few shots. Regardless, even for the sake of his own crystal cores, Qixio had to set out to eliminate this threat. You all stay here. I'll go out for a bit, with Xiao Hei's attribute points at 5 and his own at 4. 9, plus his firearm. Taking down this cat wouldn't be overly difficult. Husband, I'll be waiting for your return. Su Qingwan gently pecked Qixio on the cheek, then threw him a seductive glance. Qingwan, you're quite bold. Song Huiya chuckled softly. Be careful. I might just hit you. Su Qingwan playfully approached Song Huiya. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. All right, enough fooling around. I'm heading out. Oh, and Qingwan, I leave management of things here to you. Make sure to give Jiang Xinyue a bite to eat. We can't let her starve. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyue let out a few pitiful sobs, finally on the verge of enjoying food again. The hardships of the past few days were not in vain. At least she wouldn't starve. After speaking, Qixio departed with Xiao Hei, confident that with Xiao Hei's keen sense of smell, locating the cat would be a manageable task. Su Qingwan, didn't Qixio just say I could eat too? Jiang Xinyue cast a glance at the food Qixio had left behind, yearning to rush over and grab a bite, only to be blocked by Su Qingwan. Husband did say you could have some, but he didn't promise you a full meal. Today, you'll just have one biscuit. Su Qingwan shot her an annoyed look, tossing a biscuit from the table her way. Chapter 30. Slaying the Mutated Bestiu. How is a single biscuit enough? Jiang Xinyue felt a surge of anger. Qixio had indeed agreed to let her eat, yet this spiteful woman was still making things difficult for her. At this moment, the person she detested most was Su Qingwan, for it was this girl who had dealt her the harshest blows that fateful night. What? Didn't you hear what my husband said? In his absence, you must obey me. Keep complaining, and you won't even get a biscuit. Su Qingwan believed that Qixio's earlier words merely meant to keep her from starving. There was no need to fill her up. What, you're bullying me? Jiang Xinyue shoved the biscuit into her mouth, barely tasting it before it was gone. She was now eating worse than the hired help outside. Who could afford a whole loaf of bread? Can't you save a bit for yourself? Since learning that Jiang Xinyue had bullied her husband before the apocalypse, Su Qingwan harbored no goodwill toward her. To bully her husband was to bully her, and it angered her even more than if she had been the victim herself. Just wait. I'll tell Qixio on you. Go ahead and complain. Su Qingwan replied dismissively, glaring at her. Huiya, could you spare me a little? As Jiang Xinyue observed Song Huiya eating with relish, she sensed an opportunity. Although Su Qingwan had been unfriendly, Song Huiya was different. In her mind, Song Huiya was a gentle and kind girl. Perhaps if she played the victim just a bit, she might receive some food. Here, take this. Song Huiya handed Jiang Xinyue a braised egg. Thank you. Jiang Xinyue grasped the egg in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes unbidden. Once a wealthy heiress, she now found herself begging for a single braised egg. In the past, she wouldn't have even glanced at such trash food. After a moment's hesitation, she secretly stowed the egg in her pocket for later. Today, if all went according to plan, she would survive on just a biscuit and a braised egg. Chigu. This is the place where the mutated cat killed before. Qixio instructed Qianda to lead him to the location frequented by the mutated cat, confident that even a faint scent would suffice to track it down. However, with the weather frequently rainy, the scent was notably weak, requiring even Xiao Hei to spend some time. Xiao Hei, sniff around and follow the scent. Qixio picked up 2 pieces of human flesh left by the mutated cat and placed them near Xiao Hei's nose for it to sniff. A low growl escaped from the creature known as Xiao Hei, who swiftly comprehended Qixio's intentions and dashed forward. "Hurry up," Qixio commanded, his thoughts coalescing as he gripped the desert eagle. Poised for combat, a fierce howl erupted from Xiao Hei, followed by a sharp meow. Within less than half an hour, Xiao Hei pinpointed the location of a mutated cat, and the 2 beasts exchanged roars before engaging in a fierce struggle. Qixio estimated the mutated cat's attributes to range between 2.5 and 3. Its size considerably smaller than Xiao Hei. In a mere 2 or 3 exchanges, Xiao Hei managed to inflict a wound. Tufts of fur scattered across the ground. The mutated cat, sensing its impending defeat, nimbly leapt into a tree. However, it had underestimated Xiao Hei. Although the latter could not climb, a single leap brought it level with the branch. Xiao Hei seized the mutated cat's foreleg, yanking it down with sheer force. Moments later, the mutated cat lay defeated, its spine severed, unwillingly collapsing to the ground. "Are you suggesting you intend to devour the mutated cat?" Qixio inquired. "Then by all means, indulge, but please leave me a leg." Qixio nodded, recognizing that this sizable mutated cat could significantly enhance his attributes. He wished to retain a leg for experimentation. Could mutated beasts be consumed by humans? If so, it would alleviate the pressure of food scarcity in the future. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hei returned, triumphantly clutching a leg in its jaws. Despite its desire to consume the entire prize, it obediently refrained due to Qixio's command. "Excellent," Qixio declared, stowing the feline leg in his spatial ring before affectionately patting Xiao Hei's head. That moment, Xiao Hei's attributes had risen to 6. Its physique visibly larger than before, its fur now coarse and bristly. Qianda, arrange for some elderly, weak, or less attractive women to come over. There's no use keeping them around, and it would be fitting for them to test the effects of mutated beast meat. "Understood, Boss Qi," Qianda replied respectfully. The earlier battle between Xiao Hei and the mutated beast had been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Just imagine, if a mutated cat could effortlessly slay a dozen laborers. And Xiao Hei could easily overpower the cat. If Xiao Hei unleashed its full potential, it could likely decimate hundreds. Huiya, coordinate with the caretaker to prepare the leg for cooking. Upon returning home, Qixio tossed the leg aside, prompting expressions of shock from the women present. Having seen photographs, they recognized it as the leg of the mutated cat. To their astonishment, it had been slain in less than an hour's time. A remarkably swift outcome. "Master, Su Qingwan has been bullying me." As Qixio stepped through the door, Jiang Xinyue rushed at him, resembling a wronged child, her eyes brimming with indignation. This display nearly caught Qixio off guard. He preferred her haughty demeanor to, "Oh, how has she wronged you? She only offered me a single cookie. If I am not well fed, how can I muster the strength to accompany you?" As she spoke, tears cascaded down Jiang Xinyue's cheeks, leaving one to ponder if it was genuine sorrow. Jiang Xinyue was no fool. Over time, she had realized that by adopting a cute demeanor, she could earn treats, whereas maintaining an aloof facade only invited reprimands. "Qingwan, give her an extra piece of bread." Recognizing Jiang Xinyue's apparent sincerity, Qixio decided to indulge her slightly. Her future access to food would depend on her behavior. Here. Su Qingwan tossed the smallest piece of bread to Jiang Xinyue. Acknowledging that Qixio had only specified to add bread without stipulating the size, she then followed Qixio upstairs to assist him with his meal. "Xinyue, do not constantly oppose Qingwan, despite her having struck you. It was ultimately for your benefit." Jiang Xinyue glared at Su Qingwan but dared not retaliate. Fully aware that Qixio favored Su Qingwan at present, it really that simple to follow Qixio? What is wrong with being with him? I now have food and drink, and I wish to bring my best friend and my mother over as well. Also, you should abandon thoughts of your boyfriend. It's time to face the truth. You and your boyfriend are no longer viable. In recent days, they had been monitoring Douyin, where harrowing videos of women being abused circulated daily, depicting unspeakable horrors. Some individuals even resorted to the flavor of the soup is rather agreeable. Aside from the fear of potential toxins, it possesses no significant drawbacks. "Excellent, Qianda," confine them for 2 days, and ensure their safety during this period. Upon observing that the others had finished their meals, Chi Xiu holstered his handgun. To guarantee the reliability of the experiment, it is imperative to detain them. Otherwise, if an accidental death occurs, it would be impossible to ascertain whether it was due to the consumption of meat. Very well, Boss Chi. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, the task will be completed. Qianda responded with a respectful bow, then took his leave with several others. Should the experiment prove successful, they would have meat to consume in the future. After all, subsisting solely on bread day after day can become quite monotonous. Once the affairs were settled, Chi Xiu noticed Jiang Xianyu trailing behind Song Huiya, her gaze towards him markedly different, much calmer than before. Why haven't your parents sent anyone yet? No, I don't know. You could encourage your parents to dispatch more people. Perhaps they could rescue you. Chi Xiu drew Jiang Xianyu closer, his fingers grasping her chin to gently elevate her gaze. Jiang Xianyu's face turned pale, paralyzed with fear. To her, Chi Xiu's smile resembled that of a demon. She fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, that won't happen." At this moment, Jiang Xianyu desperately wished to make a phone call, urging her parents not to send anyone. Most crucially, it would be futile even if they did come. Unless her parents could dispatch an entire army, but is that even possible? How would you explain to your parents that you are here with me? If her father were to lose contact with Fengyu, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. From what Chi Xiu knew, most of these large conglomerates had a tendency towards arranged marriages, and it was unlikely they would consent to Jiang Xianyu following him. Prior to the apocalypse, Chi Xiu had heard rumors of Miss Jiang being involved in an arranged marriage. Jiang Xianyu might already have a boyfriend. I will handle all of this. Jiang Xianyu trembled slightly. Regardless, she had to persuade her father not to send anyone. Given your understanding, I shall reward you with meat tonight. Chi Xiu affectionately ruffled her hair, for he had a penchant for sensible girls. That's my favorite. Jiang Xianyu nodded obediently. Having fallen into the clutches of this demon, she knew she must please him to survive. Chapter 32. The Apocalypse. Lowly Huiya, have you made contact with your friend? Yes, she has already packed her belongings and is just waiting for you to pick her up. Song Huiya opened her phone and sent Chi Xiu Jiang Qian's contact information to facilitate communication. My lord, shall we depart now? Su Qingwan expressed some reluctance as she embraced Chi Xiu. The rain continued to pour outside, rendering the situation quite perilous in her eyes. Yes, I will save some food for you. You will manage it all. Su Qingwan's loyalty had reached a remarkable 80 points. As her loyalty increased, Chi Xiu could distinctly sense her growing dependence on him, akin to that of a couple in the throes of romance. He felt assured in trusting the food supplies to her, free from concerns of betrayal. Huiya, you should accompany me. Once we step outside, no one knows what unexpected events may occur. If I don't return in a day or two, it would be quite distressing for Chi Xiu. Bringing Song Huiya along would also satisfy his cravings. He would leave the others behind to guard the city. Naturally, he decided to leave Xiao He behind as well to follow Su Qingwan's orders for the time being. The iron-blooded battle vehicle, Xiao He, could not fit in the car. It was unthinkable to have it run behind the vehicle. With him gone, it could guard the evil city. If any unforeseen individuals were to approach the villa, Su Qingwan and Jiang Xianyu possessed little combat capability, being two exquisite beauties. The outcome could be dire. However, with Xiao He present, even dozens of people would be insufficient to pose a threat. After briefly outlining his instructions, Chi Xiu set off with Song Huiya in the vehicle. The iron-blooded battle vehicle, being tracked, did not travel quickly, akin to the speed of a bus, but it was remarkably safe. In just a few days of the apocalypse, numerous wild grasses had mutated. The roads were overgrown with various weeds, some resembling nails that could easily puncture ordinary tires. However, Chi Xiu's iron-blooded battle vehicle was unaffected, as its tracks provided stability. Inside the iron-blooded battle vehicle, the scent of humanity was completely sealed, rendering it as inconspicuous as a hunk of scrap metal in the eyes of zombies, thus avoiding attracting their attacks. The iron-blooded battle vehicle was also equipped with a scanning device capable of analyzing biological attributes. The vast majority of zombies exhibited attribute values ranging from 0.1 to 1. The more they consumed, the higher their attribute values would rise. Male zombies typically had slightly higher attribute values than their female counterparts. Chigu, there are numerous zombies ahead. Shall we plow through them? Song Huiya, seated in the passenger seat, felt an inexplicable sense of safety with Chi Xiu present. despite the sight of the zombies and no need for such hassle. Just watch. Energy cannon. Chishio expended a small amount of energy points, aiming the cannon at a cluster of zombies ahead. With a resounding blast, a white wave of energy surged forth, creating a pit several meters deep in the ground, sending 30 to 40 zombies flying, with some even reduced to mere fragments. Not bad. Chishio cautiously retrieved the crystal cores from the ground. With this one shot, he collected no less than 5 or 6 cores, with many destroyed by the blast. There could have been even more otherwise. It seems I shall need to fire more in the future. Oh no. Chishio furrowed his brow. Mere minutes after getting out of the vehicle, the zombies within a kilometer radius began to stir. The scent of human flesh was akin to a deadly flower blooming in one's palm, exuding a fatal fragrance to the zombies. Damn it. Chishio shot the approaching zombies without hesitation and swiftly returned to the vehicle. This was a densely populated city, and within a short time, hundreds of zombies had gathered from all directions, with many more slowly converging until Chishio had safely boarded the vehicle that the amassed zombies wandered aimlessly for a while, only retreating once they could no longer detect his scent. After driving a short distance, a 12 or 13-year-old girl poked her head out of a window in a nearby building. Big brother. Big sister. Help! Her twin tails adorned with delicate bows, her large sparkling eyes and exquisitely chiseled cheeks melted hearts at first glance. Chigu. There are people ahead waving at us. Song Huiya, with a flush on her cheeks, climbed up from Chishio's lap. After sitting in the vehicle for several hours, finally seeing a living person made her a bit excited. She thought the entire city was devoid of life. It seems to be a little lowly. Chishio also took note of the adorable little girl, even cuter than Song Huiya. She sparkled with charm. Picking up a little lowly on the road wouldn't be too bad. Chishio smirked. His villa could use a lowly at this moment. Change your clothes first. It wouldn't do for others to think I'm a pervert when we step out on the way. Chishio couldn't resist asking Song Huiya to change into a teacheress outfit. It was somewhat inappropriate to step out in her current attire. Biffed. Song Huiya couldn't hold back her laughter. What are you laughing at? Dressed so provocatively? Are you trying to seduce me? Song Huiya rolled her eyes. It was you who wanted her to dress like this, so why blame me? Come, I'll help you change. Chishio pulled Song Huiya over and changed all her clothes, occasionally commenting on her physique. A bit smaller than Su Qingwan. Song Huiya blushed furiously at his teasing. All right, let us step out and see what is going on. Chishio dressed Song Huiya in a cute white dress, her dark hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, her fair cheeks faintly flushed, and her petite lips resembling delicate rose petals. Let us go. Follow me. Chishio stored the iron-blooded battle vehicle in his spatial ring and slowly approached the stairwell with Song Huiya. Although encountering a lowly in the apocalypse seemed strange, it was likely a trap set by someone, deliberately using a lowly as bait. However, with a gun in hand, he would proceed with caution and simply snatch the lowly. The sight of this lowly stirred his desire. Chigu, in this dire apocalypse, where could a child possibly come from? What if her parents are lying in wait above? Song Huiya clung tightly to Chishio's arm, feeling a bit anxious. What's there to fear? We'll find out once we go in. Bang. Chishio kicked the door open, and a nauseating stench of decay wafted from the room. The lowly was startled by the sound of the door being kicked open and slipped. Tumbling from the balcony, Song Huiya hurriedly caught the falling lowly, but suddenly her gaze fixated. The little girl clutched a half-eaten arm in her hands, her delicate fingers grazing her chest. Song Huiya was so horrified that she tossed the lowly again. It was too terrifying. She had just seen the lowly spit out half a finger. The lowly landed on the ground and, in a grotesquely twisted manner, began to crawl back up. Big sister, food, eat, hungry. The once adorable lowly suddenly sprouted sharp fangs, her arms rapidly expanding, and her claws gleamed with a chilling light. Chapter 33. Genetic Essence. It's a zombie. Chigu, save me. Song Huiya's face drained of color, terrified as she clung to Chishio. Bang. One shot didn't kill it? Bang. Chishio fired several more shots, finally putting it down for good. How disappointing. I thought I had stumbled upon treasure, only to find it was a zombie. Tip. Killed a pretender, genetic essence detected. Would you like to consume 1 energy point to extract? Extract. An energy point is not excessively expensive. However, the term gene essence is unfamiliar to me. I certainly must extract one to assess its efficacy. Prompt. Extraction successful. Acquired imposter gene essence. Please absorb within 10 minutes. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, rendering the imposter's corpse exceedingly desiccated, resembling a mummified body that had been wind-dried. Before Chixiu could savor this moment of triumph, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Absorb within 10 minutes? Is it that urgent? Come with me, Chixiu urged Song Huiya, hastening towards the exit, for he needed a more suitable place to absorb the essence. This room was far too foul. Before Song Huiya could fully comprehend the situation, she was dragged out by Chixiu, who was keenly aware that time was of the essence. Huiya, you stay at the door. You are not allowed to enter without my permission. Upon entering a clean room, Chixiu could hardly contain his eagerness to examine the gene essence, instructing Song Huiya before locking the door behind him. Uncertain of the duration required for absorption and whether it might affect his combat prowess, he deemed it prudent to keep Song Huiya outside. The first rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The only entity you can trust is the weapon in your hand and your own strength. This includes women, and particularly since Song Huiya's loyalty was below 80 points. What if she turned on him? Would he have to experience a rebirth like protagonists in a tomato novel? Ridiculous. The possibility of rebirth is uncertain. This is reality. Not fiction. Chixiu delicately held the gene essence in his palm. It was soft and smooth, akin to jelly. He inhaled its faint, fragrant aroma. Upon placing it on his tongue, it melted instantly, releasing a peculiar energy that radiated from him. His body began to heat up, akin to a high fever of 40 degrees, and soon his consciousness began to blur. Outside, Song Huiya stood frozen. Could something be amiss with Chigu? She surveyed her surroundings warily, resolving to fulfill Chixiu's instructions. With the door locked, it was beyond her immediate capability to open it, and even if she could, she would not attempt it. She could discern the gravity of the situation. Just moments after Chixiu entered, the lock beside her clicked ominously. Who is it? Song Huiya's senses heightened as she grasped a wooden stick from the ground. Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than zombies. The ability to unlock a door could only belong to a person. Whoever you are, come out, little sister. Do not be alarmed. I am human. Their eyes met, and she beheld a woman of approximately 23 or 24 years. Clad in a hoodie, who cautiously peered out. Stay right there. The woman had shoulder-length hair and a classically beautiful oval face, as if sculpted. The hoodie accentuated her figure exquisitely. Song Huiya gripped her wooden stick tightly. Having recently encountered a deceptive appearance, she resolved not to be fooled again. Chinger, who are you speaking to? At that moment, two young men barged in. Zhang Peng, be quiet. Who permitted you to call her Chinger? Yi Qingqing is my girlfriend, so mind your words. The robust man shoved Zhang Peng aside, his irritation palpable. Wu Zhishuan, it's merely a title. You're being overly sensitive. Step aside. Wu Zhishuan brandished the axe in his hand. Threateningly, if you continue, do not blame me for being rude. Wu Zhishuan, Zhang Peng, and Yi Qingqing were colleagues. Initially, Zhang Peng pursued Yi Qingqing, but she eventually became Wu Zhishuan's girlfriend. Even so, Zhang Peng appeared reluctant to relinquish his affections and would occasionally pester Yi Qingqing. Cease your bickering. If you raise your voices too high, you'll attract all the zombies. Yi Qingqing pulled Wu Zhishuan close, wishing to prevent a confrontation between them. In a post-apocalyptic world, every additional person equates to a greater chance of survival. There's no need for infighting. Why goodness, where did such a beautiful woman come from? Wu Zhishuan finally noticed Song Huiya, who looked ethereal in her white dress, akin to a spirit in a snowstorm. Not only in this chaotic world, but even in times of peace, such beauty was a rarity. Meanwhile, his girlfriend had not bathed in days, her complexion marred with grime, making Wu Zhishuan momentarily question his attraction to Yi Qingqing. As he gazed at Song Huiya, a flame ignited within him, pondering how enchanting her voice might be in more intimate moments. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Yi Qingqing tugged on Wu Zhishuan's ear, her expression tinged with jealousy. How should I address this beauty? Is she even a person? Zhang Peng scrutinized Song Huiya for a moment. Although she was undeniably more attractive than Yi Qingqing, his heart belonged solely to Yi Qingqing. You can call me Song Huiya. I'm all alone. After a brief contemplation, Song Huiya decided to withhold Chixiu's identity for now. These individuals wielded knives and axes. Should they force their way in, she would be powerless to stop them. Oh no! 2 zombies. Help! Help! Yi Qingqing's scream pierced the air, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed. It was uncertain whether their conversation had been too loud or if it was mere coincidence. But two zombies suddenly charged in. Qinger, do not fear. I shall save you. Zhang Peng brandished his knife, positioning himself protectively before Yi Qingqing and thrusting it into the chest of one zombie. The other zombie extended its sharp claws, advancing menacingly toward Yi Qingqing. Be careful, Qinger. Zhang Peng turned, blocking the zombie but sustaining a deep scratch on his back. Wu Zhishuan finally rushed to the scene, raising his axe to cleave the zombie's head. The group, shaken and pale, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Peng, did you get scratched by the zombie? After a moment, Yi Qingqing turned to Zhang Peng, who was bleeding profusely, the floor beneath him stained crimson. Wu Zhishuan lifted Zhang Peng's shirt to reveal 3 deep claw marks, the wounds gaping and exposing flesh and bone. Within minutes, the marks had begun to darken, the blood oozing forth blackened. Zhang Peng, you reinfected? Please, leave now and do not implicate us, Wu Zhishuan roared, knowing the certainty of infection. His only option was to expel Zhang Peng for the sake of their safety. Wu Zhishuan, you're talking nonsense. I've heard reports of people who've been bitten yet remained uninfected, developing immunity instead. Zhang Peng's desperation was palpable. I will not be infected. Trust me. I won't turn into a zombie. Faced with the specter of death, Zhang Peng completely lost his composure. His eyes widened in terror and his face contorted grotesquely. Regardless of the circumstances, you must leave. Once you've developed immunity, you may return. Yi Qingqing urged Wu Zhishuan to hasten Zhang Peng's exit, then shouted at Zhang Peng. Qinger, I was injured while saving you. Are you asking me to leave? It's not as if I forced you to save me. You merely a backup option. Hurry and go. If you don't leave now, I'll have Wu Zhishuan force you out. Yi Qingqing's voice rose in frustration. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Fine, I'll go. Zhang Peng laughed. But as he did, his laughter morphed into tears, the sound chilling and reminiscent of a demon's wail. Blood spewed from his mouth, dark and foul-smelling. After staggering a few steps, he collapsed with a thud, his body curling into a convulsion, his skin decayed at a visible rate, his arms withering and sprouting unnaturally sharp claws. Someone kill him. The rapidity of events left Wu Zhishuan stunned. Before he could react, the zombified Zhang Peng lunged at him, claws outstretched in a panic. Wu Zhishuan seized Zhang Peng's arm, straining to keep him at bay, unwilling to allow the zombie to bite him. Perhaps the newly turned Zhang Peng lacked strength, or Wu Zhishuan's survival instincts were heightened, but they remained locked in a stalemate. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted behind them. One bullet struck the zombie, while another accidentally hit Wu Zhishuan in a most unfortunate location. As Qi Xiu emerged from the room, he spotted a zombie and, without hesitation, fired his weapon. However, he distinctly heard the sound of something shattering. What was that? Wu Zhishuan clutched his groin, unleashing a gut-wrenching scream. A sound of abject agony. If there is one pain worse than any other, it is the agony of a crushed manhood. Wu Zhishuan writhed on the ground, sweat pooling around him. Qigu, are you all right? Song Huiya rushed into Qi Xiu's embrace, feeling lost without him. Moments ago, she had been too fearful to interject during their conversation. As a woman, she could only strive to remain silent to avoid drawing attention. You shot my boyfriend? Yi Qingqing's face was a picture of confusion. How had another person entered the room and shot her boyfriend? Just moments ago, he had been holding his own against the zombified Zhang Peng. And now he writhed in pain on the floor. The most alarming part was the peculiar location of the shot. She began to suspect it was intentional. My apologies. My vision wasn't quite clear. Qi Xiu shrugged innocently, swearing that he had not aimed with malice. Having recently absorbed the gene essence, he was fatigued, causing his arm to dip slightly during his shot. You must compensate. Yi Qingqing's voice trailed off, as she suddenly realized the absurdity of her demand. How could one possibly compensate for this? Would she offer her own in return? Qi Xiu wore an expression of innocence, utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand and unfamiliar with the two individuals before him. Upon opening the door, he was startled by the sight of a zombie, prompting him to draw his weapon decisively. He would not engage in such trivialities. If he were to kill, it would be a clean shot to the head. Not this. Qingqing, hurry, help me stop the bleeding. I'm dying. Wu Zhishuan writhed on the ground in agony, blood pouring from his leg. If he didn't receive immediate bandaging, he would succumb to exsanguination. Zhishuan, don't move. Just hold on, I'll bandage you. Yi Qingqing, her heart filled with concern, laid Wu Zhishuan on a chair, uncertain whether her empathy was for him as a person or for his manhood. There was no time to scold Qi Xiu. Saving her boyfriend took precedence. With no other choice, she was compelled to undertake even the most distasteful actions. Yi Qingqing extended her slightly soiled hands, tearing a piece of cloth to use as a bandage. With one hand firmly gripping the upper part of Wu Zhishuan's wound, she meticulously extracted the bullet fragments. The bullet had passed through, leaving only a small remnant. Zhishuan, what are you doing? At that moment, Wu Zhishuan suddenly released a surge of hormones, feeling as if a fire burned within him. The pain not quite as intense anymore. Don't move. The wound is reopening. Yi Qingqing wiped the blood from her hands and swiftly secured the bandage. Tying it tightly. Normally, even the slightest bump would cause excruciating pain. Yet the intense agony made the robust Wu Zhishuan cry out in a manner unbecoming of him. Hearing his cries, Qi Xiu felt a chill beneath him. He wondered if Wu Zhishuan could ever regain his former vigor. Surviving seemed like a stroke of luck at this point. Qi Xiu had already absorbed the genetic essence of the imposter in the room. Awakening a new skill, disguise. The host can alter their form at will, and upon transforming into a zombie, can deceive others of their kind, thus avoiding being bitten. This skill held considerable utility. Next time Qi Xiu dispatched a zombie with his energy cannon and descended to collect the crystal core, he would no longer need to fear being besieged by zombies. Furthermore, it would greatly facilitate future excursions. A few minutes later, Wu Zhishuan's bleeding was temporarily halted, yet without proper medical treatment, he could only expect to survive 2 or 3 more days at best. Upon realizing that Qi Xiu was armed, Yi Qingqing dared not voice her thoughts, resigning herself to a silent grievance. Brother Qi, don't mind those two. They are villains. Song Huiya softly recounted the recent events to Qi Xiu, feeling quite incensed by Yi Qingqing's actions. Qi Xiu shrugged it off. He had witnessed such occurrences frequently before the apocalypse. The fate of a sycophant often ended tragically, a fact he had seen in the news many times. Brother Qi? Should we leave here now? Song Huiya felt an unsettling aura in the building, suspecting that zombies lurked in the shadows. Not yet. I've expended a lot of energy. We should eat something before departing. Perhaps it was due to the recent absorption of the genetic essence, but his stomach growled with hunger. Not feeling particularly urgent, Qi Xiu conjured a variety of food as if performing magic, sharing a portion with Song Huiya while he began to eat heartily. Nearby, Yi Qingqing swallowed hard. However, with Qi Xiu's weapon in hand, she dared not make a move to snatch any food. Fortunately, having been tended to by both her boyfriend and the sycophant, she wasn't overly famished. Qingqing, take me to the hospital. Wu Zhishuan lay back on the chair, his eyes vacant and unfocused, his body devoid of strength. Although the bleeding had ceased, the pain intensified, and without prompt treatment, inflammation was a likely consequence. Yi Qingqing felt helpless. Her only option was to seek anti-inflammatory medication for her boyfriend at the hospital, or he would truly succumb within days. Chapter 35. The terrifying vine monster as a woman in this post-apocalyptic world. Yi Qingqing found herself unable to contend even with the weakest of zombies, let alone other threats that lurked, with the sycophant now gone. If her boyfriend were to perish as well, she would be left utterly alone. Emotionally and rationally, she could not allow her boyfriend to die. She needed him to survive. She recalled a pharmacy nearby, perhaps only 200 or 300 meters away. Furthermore, staying close to Qi Xiu felt perilous. In her eyes, it was wiser to maintain distance from someone armed. Come, Zhishuan, I'll help you. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingqing supported her boyfriend, limping towards the exit. Qingqing, slow down. It hurts. After just a few steps, the tugging caused Wu Zhishuan unbearable pain, making him clench his legs tightly. Upon reaching the street, they encountered a familiar face. Suddenly, a chubby man with a shaved head and a prominent beer belly approached. Moving with surprising agility. Yi Qingqing, Wu Zhishuan, what happened to you? The rotund man halted, recognizing his colleagues. Zhou Dun, you're just in time. Come help us, Yi Qingqing exclaimed, relieved to see Zhou Dun, as Wu Zhishuan was too heavy for her to manage alone. What's going on with him? Zhou Dun observed Wu Zhishuan's blood-soaked legs and abdomen, noting his half-conscious state, barely able to walk. Zhou Dun's eyes darted around, contemplating how he might take care of Yi Qingqing and Wu Zhishu instead. Don T asked, just help support Wu Zhishu into the pharmacy nearby. Yi Qingqing felt a rising urgency. Lingering outside only increased their danger. Zhou Dun seemed puzzled by her insistence, staring at her intently. I just came from over there. There's a horde of zombies. No sooner had he spoken than 2 zombies burst around the corner, drawn by the scent of Wu Zhishuan's blood, charging at them with reckless abandon. Quick, let us take cover in the bus. Zhou Dun nimbly dodged and leaped into the bus. With no other options, Yi Qingqing followed suit, pulling Wu Zhishuan in after her. Each movement elicited agonizing cries from Wu Zhishuan, inadvertently attracting more zombies. Use this. Zhou Dun, quick thinking, removed his foul sock, twisted it into a ball, and stuffed it into Wu Zhishuan's mouth. They acted without hesitation, jamming the bus door closed. With lingering apprehension, they barricaded the entrance with several chairs. Wait, there's someone in here, Zhou Dun exclaimed, noticing a suspicious-looking man lying beneath the last row of seats, a sizable dark mole on his right lip. The man lay still, almost undetectable. Don't shout. The man rasped, signaling for silence. At that moment, several vines pierced through the bus floor like venomous serpents, ensnaring Zhou Dun's legs. He struggled fiercely, but the vines multiplied, coiling around him tightly, leaving deep indentations on his skin. More and more vines wrapped around his arms and body, binding him like a mummy. Zhou Dun's face flushed crimson, agony etched across his features, his breaths growing more labored. Within moments, his once vibrant skin began to wither. The life essence rapidly drained from his body, leaving behind nothing but skin and bones. Yi Qingqing screamed in terror, immediately silenced by the suspicious man, who whispered urgently in her ear, as long as you don't make a sound. The vine monster 1T attack. The man had stumbled upon this secret by chance. The commotion outside would draw the zombies, who would then be ensnared by the vines. Yi Qingqing, panic-stricken, nodded in agreement. The vine monster was far more terrifying than the zombies. In that tense moment, the group held their breaths, their heartbeats slowing as they endeavored to remain utterly silent. The suspicious man cautiously embraced the trembling Yi Qingqing. Stay still. You don't want to attract the vine monster's attention. Yi Qingqing's previously pale face flushed a deep red, akin to a used sanitary napkin, as she glared at the man with indignation. Gradually inching away from him, in her effort to escape his proximity without making a sound, she was astonished to find that he followed her every movement, as if he were glued to her side. This slight disturbance roused the vine monster, which began to writhe like a serpent. Paralyzed by fear, Yi Qingqing stood frozen, terrified of being ensnared. Realizing Yi Qingqing's distress, Wu Zhishuan seethed with rage, his eyes wide and fierce. Although he lacked his former strength, a man's pride remained intact. Witnessing his girlfriend being humiliated before him was intolerable. You scoundrel, I'll kill you, Wu Zhishuan cried, disregarding his pain as he struggled to rise. Today, he was determined to teach the lecherous man a lesson. However, before he could finish his sentence or stand fully, he was ensnared by the vines. Get away from me, Wu Zhishuan shouted, attempting to tear the vines from his body, only to have his fingers pierced by the barbs, leaving him bloodied. The vines wound around him like steel wire, and within seconds, he was left as Zhou Dun had been, nothing but skin and bones. Yi Qingqing trembled, horrified that her boyfriend had been so brutally slain. However, the tragic demise of her boyfriend rendered her increasingly reluctant to make any rash movements, compelling her to maintain a greater distance from the lecherous man. Observing Wu Zhishuan being swiftly eliminated by the vine, the lecherous man couldn't help but smirk inwardly, emboldened by the unfolding events. Brother Qi, allow me to feed you. Song Huiya blushed as she nestled against Qi Xiu's chest. Occasionally offering him bites of food, that's enough, let's be on our way. Qi Xiu gently rose, adjusting his trousers, while Song Huiya hastily straightened her white dress. As Qi Xiu stepped outside, he soon noticed the vine beside the bus. Having recently consumed 2 individuals, the vine had grown increasingly lush, nearly enveloping the entire bus, making it hard to overlook. Brother Qi, it seems we did not encounter this crimson vine on our way here. Song Huiya cautiously followed Qi Xiu, clearly aware of the vine's mutation, now adorned with black barbs. Chapter 36. Bloodthirsty vine seeds. There are people inside the bus. Qi Xiu peered through the vines. catching sight of pale skin and a filthy hand, oblivious to their activities. "The vine is approaching us," Song Huya exclaimed, her composure faltering at the sight. "Stay calm." Qishio concentrated, spending 2 energy points to acquire a powerful flamethrower. Leaving him with 104 points, a tremendous blaze erupted, igniting the bus alongside it, followed by a thunderous explosion. A familiar notification echoed in Qishio's mind. Notification 1. You have slain the bloodthirsty vine. Earning bloodthirsty vine seed 1. Notification 2. The bloodthirsty vine can evolve by consuming flesh and blood. Notification 3. The bloodthirsty vine can attach itself to walls, enhancing their defensive capabilities and attacking foreign entities. Notification 4. Bloodthirsty vines cultivated from the seeds will unconditionally obey the host's commands. Qishio nodded to himself. The bloodthirsty vine was indeed a valuable asset. He hadn't anticipated that casually dispatching a vine would yield seeds. What a lucrative turn of events. "Huya, get in the car." Qishio retrieved the Iron Blood War Chariot from his spatial ring and continued towards the school. "Brother Wolf." A vehicle approaches from ahead. Within the blue sky tower, a man bearing several knife scars on his face peered through binoculars and announced. Upon hearing this, Brother Wolf slightly rose, taking the binoculars to have a look. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who dared to roam the streets in vehicles were either fools or formidable individuals. Given the rampant rumors circulating on Douyin, few had survived the peril of driving outside. Zombies, unafraid of death, would relentlessly swarm any vehicle upon catching a whiff of its presence, swiftly obstructing visibility with their bodies. The roads were overrun with bizarre plants, some capable of easily puncturing tires. "Brother Wolf, that car seems to be modified. Indeed, it appears quite imposing, though I wonder how it performs on the road." Brother Wolf gazed in the direction indicated by the scarred man, spotting a red war vehicle cruising steadily down the street. Judging by its trajectory, it would likely pass right beneath their building. "Brother Wolf, shall we make a move?" The tower was strategically positioned at a crossroads, and they had previously robbed a couple of fleeing individuals. "Hold off for now. That vehicle is no ordinary one. It might be armed." Brother Wolf had noticed a cannon protruding from the vehicle, which, given his years of experience in society, suggested it was genuine, as wisps of smoke still lingered. "You're right, Brother Wolf. My apologies for being reckless." The scarred man nodded, feigning a smile. "You should send someone down to greet them." He wiped the sweat from his brow. This Brother Wolf was a ruthless character, having dispatched over a dozen individuals since the onset of the apocalypse. However, it was astonishing to the scarred man that such a fierce individual seemed to fear his wife. Yes, I shall go at once." As Qishio drove forward, he soon encountered a series of barricades, evidently arranged by someone. "Brother, over here." On the side of the intersection, a man waved a red flag towards him. Qishio utilized the scanning device on the Iron Blood War Chariot to assess the man, discovering a stat of 0.7. The average male hovered around 0.5, indicating this one likely engaged in regular fighting or rigorous training to achieve such a score. The scars on his face suggested the former. "Brother Qi, should we disembark?" Song Huya observed the scene, deducing that the newcomers likely bore ill intentions. Yet, the presence of Qishio offered her a sense of security. "Let's go take a look. It's been a while since I've killed anyone, and it seems fortune has smiled upon us." Qishio smirked, pondering whether these individuals mistook him for an easy target. Ripe for plunder, however, should they seek to rob him, Qishio harbored his own intentions to seize their possessions. No one would disdain an excess of supplies, even if Qishio had no use for them. Acquiring them for trade with his subjects would be a wise choice. As Song Huya stepped out of the vehicle, she instantly captured everyone's attention. Even in this post-apocalyptic era, such striking beauty was a rarity. Even during peaceful times, several lackeys discreetly pulled out their phones, intending to indulge themselves with photos later that night, venting their pent-up frustrations. "What brings you here?" Qishio furrowed his brow, though he would not instigate trouble. He was no coward. The barricades ahead obstructed his path. Even his war chariot would struggle to pass. "Where are you headed?" The scarred man approached as Qishio exited the vehicle, accompanied by a few others, clearly intending to prevent him from re-entering. His gaze fixated on Song Huya, a lewd smile gracing his lips at the sight of such a beautiful girl. At that moment, he could hardly restrain himself, yearning to pounce on her. Yet, Reason urged him to hold back. Otherwise, even Brother Wolf would not spare him. What business is it of yours? Qishio yawned dismissively, regarding these men as inconsequential. Their wooden clubs appeared to him as mere toys. And if they wished to gawk at Song Huiya, they could do so. Their gazes were all they could offer, while he enjoyed not only the view but the privilege of intimacy. Brothers, we are members of the Evil Wolf Gang. And our leader, Brother Wolf, wishes to make your acquaintance. The scarred man refrained from acting hastily, recognizing that anyone bold enough to traverse the wasteland with such a stunning companion must possess some skill. Or else they would have met their demise long ago. Moreover, Song Huiya appeared well-fed and rosy-cheeked, dressed in a white dress that suggested leisure rather than survival. Brother Wolf, take me to see him. Qishio chuckled coldly, seizing the opportunity to follow the scarred man, for otherwise, he would have struggled to locate their lair. Once there, he could raid their home, eliminating all the men and perhaps salvaging a few beautiful women. Brothers, this way, please. The scarred man gleefully led the way, knowing that over 100 individuals resided in his stronghold, and once there, he could dictate Qishio's fate based on their whims. As for the woman beside him, once Brother Wolf had his fill, he might just spare a few scraps for himself. Brother Qi, our leader, Brother Wolf, awaits you inside. Throughout the journey, Qishio exchanged information with the scarred man and it turned out that the notorious Brother Wolf, dubbed the Black Wolf, had been a thug before the apocalypse, leading a band of followers to eliminate nearly all the men in the Blue Sky Tower. Brother Qi has arrived. Sitting at the head of the table was a man with bushy eyebrows and a sharply pointed chin, undoubtedly the Black Wolf. Beside him sat a reasonably attractive woman, whose face seemed familiar to Qishio, though he couldn't quite place her. Chapter 37. Old classmate Qishio? Black Wolf exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief upon spotting Qishio. At that moment, Qishio scrutinized him closely and recognized the man before him as his former classmate from the orphanage, notorious for bullying him. The memories flooded back, nearly forgotten, until he laid eyes on Black Wolf. The past resurfacing vividly. So it's you, Black Wolf. We have much to catch up on regarding our school days. Qishio suddenly recalled the woman beside Black Wolf, Lu Jusin. Lu Jusin had been the belle of their middle school class. Though he was curious how she ended up with Black Wolf. Ha ha ha, Qishio, come, sit down. Those were merely childish antics. Don't take them to heart. Black Wolf chuckled awkwardly, remembering how Qishio had been bullied in middle school for lacking parental support, enduring beatings, theft, and even being coerced into consuming repulsive substances. No one ever came to Qishio's aid, and the teachers preferred to sweep matters under the rug. Observing Qishio driving a formidable war chariot, Black Wolf noted that he seemed to be faring well. He wondered if Qishio had acquired any firearms. Thus, he decided to subtly probe Qishio's situation, knowing that individuals like him often became conceited with a mere compliment. Should Qishio be unarmed, it would not only be his end but also a potential opportunity for the woman in the white dress beside him. Qishio, we are old classmates. We should sit down and reminisce. Black Wolf clapped his hands, summoning several young women carrying fruits, beer, and various snacks. They respectfully filled Qishio's glass with beer. What does this mean? Qishio furrowed his brow as the woman who had just poured him a drink did not immediately leave, but instead clutched his arm and leaned towards him. Was this a beauty trap? Qishio mused, but he was not easily swayed by such tactics, though the young woman before him was quite charming. She paled in comparison to Song Huiya, and if one were to employ such a strategy, it would at least require the presence of Lu Jusin. Qishio, do not underestimate this girl. She was once a model, and her figure is quite impressive. Initially, she was stubborn, having to endure hunger for a few days before she softened, but now she is still quite pristine. Seeing Qishio retract his hand, Black Wolf felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This loser was starting to put on airs? I see that Lu Jusin beside you is rather appealing. Why not send her my way? I will take good care of her. Qishio chuckled. Recalling the class flower from days gone by, even now, her looks were not insignificant, and having her attend to him would surely be delightful. Moreover, she seemed to be well taken care of by Black Wolf. Her complexion rosy and far from that of someone starved. Black Wolf frowned. Lu Jusin was his goddess, and she had already agreed to be his girlfriend. Qishio's words sounded particularly sardonic to him. Qishio, I have been treating you with utmost hospitality, yet you, a beggar, dare to order from the menu? Black Wolf's expression darkened, his smile freezing into a grimace. Did he truly think that owning a shabby car would intimidate him? Qi Xiu, mind your language. Lu Jiasun stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Qi Xiu, furious that even Black Wolf would not dare speak to her in such a manner. How dare this loser insult her in front of her? What audacity! Why am I the one with a foul mouth? Qi Xiu shrugged innocently. He merely wished to provide a warm home for all the girls in the world. Is there anything wrong with that? Qi Xiu, do not overstep your bounds. Someone, seize him. I shall have him castrated. Black Wolf, enraged, could not tolerate anyone harboring thoughts about his woman. He was determined to take drastic action. And no sooner had he spoken than Scarface and a dozen burly men burst in. Ah, Black Wolf, we are old classmates. Your actions put me in quite a predicament. Qi Xiu rose, feigning innocence. Beside him, Song Huiya could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Damn it, still pretending to be cool. I cannot take it anymore. Let us go. All the underlings brandished. Lu Jiasun took out some cosmetics from her bag, investing significantly to captivate Qi Xiu. This lipstick, purchased by Hei Lang before the apocalypse with considerable savings amounting to several tens of thousands, was something she rarely used. It is worth noting that Hei Lang was once merely a ruffian. Earning that much money would have required countless fights, and it was rumored that he had even spent a few days in the hospital. Jiasun, you are truly wonderful, always considering my feelings. Hei Lang was moved to tears, blaming himself for being incompetent, which forced Jiasun to flatter Qi Xiu. Yet, even in such circumstances, Jiasun constantly thought of him. It was overwhelmingly touching. Outside, the henchman had already been nearly annihilated by Qi Xiu. Brother Lang has already fled. Run. Want to escape? It's too late now, Qi Xiu pursued, shooting down the remaining foes. They were adversaries, and allowing them to live would only invite disaster. The only way to ensure safety was to eliminate them all. Brother Qi. I saw Hei Lang slip out from behind the door. Song Huiya rushed over to turn the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. Qi Xiu kicked the door 4 or 5 times before it finally gave way. Behind the door was a corridor, leading to a secret chamber at its end. Brother Qi, this door is difficult to open. Qi Xiu glanced at it. The door to the secret chamber was a specially customized bulletproof door, and even with a firearm, it would be challenging to breach, a trivial matter. Just as Qi Xiu was about to use an energy point to acquire a bomb to blow the door open, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside. There stood Lu Jiasun, exquisitely adorned, her makeup flawless, her hair elegantly straightened, her figure rivaling that of Song Huiya. Qi Xiu, I know you are a good person. Hei Lang and his gang have committed countless atrocities, taking countless lives. Your actions in eliminating them are a service to the people. Before Qi Xiu could speak, Lu Jiasun preemptively played her card, showering him with praise, a tactic that had always worked wonders in the past. Hei Lang had been utterly captivated by such flattery. Even after a week of the apocalypse, he had not laid a finger on her. Qi Xiu, despite gaining some prowess in this dystopian world, still bore the mindset of an underdog. Just a hint of sweet praise would turn him into a devoted follower under her control. Observing Qi Xiu frozen in place, Jiasun assumed her tactic was effective and quickly added. In fact, I have been paying attention to you since middle school. You are kind-hearted, outstanding, and always willing to help your classmates. You must be a truly benevolent person. Lu Jiasun's words left Qi Xiu utterly bewildered. Even Song Huiya nearby was doubled over in laughter. Could she really still consider Qi Xiu an underdog? Perhaps this approach might have worked in the past, but now Qi Xiu had experienced many women. Chapter 39. The Fox and the Tiger. Qi Xiu pinched Song Huiya, urging her to contain her laughter, and teasingly asked, So, what do you find admirable about me? Lu Jiasun was momentarily taken aback. Could Qi Xiu be a dense man? Had he taken her polite remarks at face value? In middle school, he had been a coward. What commendable traits could he possess? Though she thought this internally, she dared not show it, especially with Qi Xiu's gun still pointed at her. Actually, I've had a favorable impression of you for a long time. In my eyes, you've always been a kind and upright person. However, I still need to test you a bit. How about I give you a chance to pursue me? Lu Jiasun's mind raced as she recalled various phrases from the internet. These lines had always worked flawlessly for her. Fuck, we're in an apocalypse and you want me to pursue you? Moreover, you've got it all wrong. I am not kind at all. The slap sent Lu Jiasun sprawling, her face reddened and swollen, tears welling in her eyes. How was this scenario so different from her expectations? Qi Xiu should have been falling over himself to flatter her, perhaps even getting jealous of He Lang. He Lang, witnessing this, could hardly bear to see his beloved treated thus. It pained him more than if he had been struck himself. Qi Xiu, you bastard. He Lang could no longer contain himself. His goddess had been struck, and he had to reclaim his honor, for he was a man of pride. Yet, as he charged forward, Qi Xiu sent him flying with a single punch, crashing against the wall and likely breaking several ribs. Leaving him in agony and unconscious on the ground, Lu Jusin struggled to rise. She realized that Qi Xiu had only used minimal force. Otherwise, her head would have been shattered. Qi Xiu, if you pursue me and make me fall in love with you, we could get married, and I would bear your children. Lu Jusin unveiled her ultimate weapon, believing no man could resist such a proposition. Slap. Before she could process it, another slap landed, leaving her utterly dazed. She remained unaware of where she had gone wrong. Woo-woo. Qi Xiu, I could be your girlfriend, but you must promise to treat me well. Slap. Another strike left Lu Jusin completely stunned. Had it been before, she would have killed this despicable underdog. No man had ever dared to strike her so. Woo-wooed. Please stop hitting me. Stand against the wall. He Lang awoke, disoriented and in agony. Ah! He let out a low growl, unable to accept the reality, the goddess he had devoted his life to protecting. The most devastating part was that the object of her affection was none other than the weakling he had bullied in the past. Why? Why? How could this happen? He Lang struggled to rise, but the ground shook beneath him, and the scene rapidly shifted in his mind. He recalled a frail orphan from middle school, who he had trampled and humiliated. The vision shattered, his sight blurred, and finally, he succumbed to the torment, fainting once more. Time passed, and He Lang awoke again, raising his head to see Lu Jusin, disheveled and limping towards him. Jusin, that bastard Qi Xiu didn't do anything to you. Did he? Slap. Lu Jusin slapped He Lang across the face. It's all your fault, you useless fool. He Lang gazed at her, her expression cold and menacing, so unfamiliar. Was his goddess truly intent on killing him? He struggled to open his eyes, only to find a glinting dagger before him, cold and piercing. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, wishing to utter a few more words to Lu Jusin. But his mouth would not cooperate. He attempted to touch her cheek once more, but his arm fell helplessly to the ground. His life force faded away entirely. Lu Jusin, gender, female height, 166 centimeters weight, 51 kilograms occupation, none age, 23 appearance, 80 experience, 38 loyalty. 60 Qi Xiu opened the screen, locating Lu Jusin's information, and was taken aback to see her experience count. 38? Damn. Qi Xiu's face turned as green as a meadow. He Lang had been utterly deceived. It turned out she was not a novice at all. Just that day, Qi Xiu had only encountered 5 women, yet she had already experienced 38. It simply did not add up. The system certainly would not deceive him. What did this imply? Tip. Lu Jusin's loyalty has dropped to 10 points. Qi Xiu's expression darkened. Such low loyalty indicated that Lu Jusin could stab him at any moment, ready to kill him at the slightest opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Jusin plunged a dozen knives into He Lang's body, staining the floor crimson. Get over here! Throw He Lang out of the window! Lu Jusin pointed to the corpse on the ground, addressing Song Huaya. Why should I do it? Song Huaya glared angrily. This woman had come in and immediately ordered her around. First asking for water, then for objects. As if she were her servant. Slap. As Song Huaya stood up, Lu Jusin slapped her again. What are you? I was Qi Xiu's first love in middle school. Do you want me to have Qi Xiu throw you out of here too? Lu Jusin pointed at Song Huaya on the ground. With tears in her eyes, Song Huaya was unsure whether Lu Jusin was indeed Qi Xiu's first love. If it were true, angering her would surely not end well for her. What are you looking at? Hurry up and throw the body out. Wiping her tears, Song Huaya struggled to drag He Lang's corpse. However, weighing over 200 pounds, it was far beyond what a delicate girl like her could manage. Come help me! After much effort, the body barely shifted, staining her white dress red instead. You useless thing! Lu Jusin not only failed to assist but also kicked Song Huaya. This left Song Huaya utterly bewildered. Was she truly Qi Xiu's first love, so brazen? When Qi Xiu heard the commotion and entered, he found Song Huaya sprawled on the ground. Her once fair fingers now stained crimson. Did you fall? Qi frowned. It was a bloody mess, and it would complicate things for him later. Upon seeing Qi enter, Lu Jiaxin shot Song Huiya a glare, then pretended to shed a few tears. Looking at Qi with feigned innocence, Qi, this woman is bullying me. She insulted me and even hit me. You must stand up for me. Zhigu, listen to me. I did not bully her. Song Huiya was flustered, bewildered by the audacity of the accuser. Who is truly bullying whom? She is the one tormenting me, hurling insults, calling me a mistress, and threatening to cast me aside. Qi, you must stand up for me. I did not do anything. Song Huiya's face flushed crimson, akin to the blood on the ground. At this moment, Qi began to grasp the situation. He understood Song Huiya's character, knowing she was not the type to be domineering. Furthermore, her loyalty rating was at a commendable 75 points, while Lu Jiaxin's was a pitiful 10 points. Even a fool could discern whom to trust. Qi, I just finished serving you, and now I must endure the torment of this malicious woman. Lu Jiaxin appeared utterly wronged. This tactic she learned online, feigning helplessness to eclipse Qi's entire harem, would elevate her to queen's status. Bang! Qi had reached his limit. This woman was utterly insufferable, possessing nothing but beauty. With her presence, his harem would never know peace. Was it not enough that they were in the midst of a crisis? Why must she engage in such palace intrigue? He resolved to end it swiftly. Wu-wu-da-chi-gu. She hit me. She even deceived me, claiming she was your first love, and that I must serve her. Song Huiya's grievances erupted at that moment, collapsing into Qi's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Enough, it is over. Qi gently patted her head, producing 2 buckets of water for her to cleanse herself. Hint 1. Subject Lu Jiaxin has been eliminated. Hint 2. Song Huiya's loyalty rating has increased to 80 points. It was now clear to Qi that Lu Jiaxin had been leveraging his authority to oppress Song Huiya, reminiscent of his own experiences with bullying in middle school. Qigu, I have found a phone on the Black Wolf, and I managed to obtain the password from Lu Jiaxin, after Song Huiya had cleaned herself up and changed into a fresh white dress. She inquired, is there any crucial information? Qigu, have you heard of the Wang family? Qi nodded. The Wang family was the wealthiest in L City, with a fortune reportedly in the hundreds of billions. The Wang family demanded that the Black Wolf gather crystal cores, while they would provide sustenance in return. What? Qi was astounded. Up until now, he had only known that he could absorb crystal cores, unaware of their other uses. The Wang family's extensive gathering of crystal cores suggested they possessed knowledge of their additional applications, and he resolved to uncover the truth from them. Qigu, I will contact the Wang family under the guise of the Black Wolf. With Qi's consent, Song Huiya began to extract the current location of the Wang family from her phone. In the Black Wolf's warehouse, Qi discovered an abundance of food, at least 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. It was inconceivable that the Black Wolf could have gathered so much alone. It was evident that this bounty had been exchanged with the Wang family for crystal cores. Let us be on our way. After thoroughly sifting through the warehouse, Qi took Song Huiya and departed in his vehicle. Along the way, he dispatched small groups of zombies with energy blasts, utilizing his camouflage skills to stealthily extract crystal cores. In just a few hours, he amassed 33 crystal cores. Fortunately, upon absorbing all of them, his energy points surged to over 430, and his attributes reached 8.2. Such elevated attributes not only enhanced his strength and defense, but also significantly improved his self-recovery abilities. Minor wounds from zombies began to scab over within minutes, and complete healing occurred within 1 to 2 hours. With his current strength, he could likely withstand 7 or 8 bullets without succumbing. Ahead lays H University, a place Qi had visited occasionally before the apocalypse, primarily to admire the beauty of its students. The school's entrance had collapsed, with dozens of bodies strewn about, some zombies, others humans. The human corpses had been mangled beyond recognition. Given the circumstances, driving through was impossible. Ding. A message from Jiang Kaiyan arrived. Huiya, where are you and your boyfriend? This message had been sent 2 hours prior. But poor connectivity delayed its arrival. We have reached the East Gate. Where are you? Qi exited the vehicle, stowing it within his spatial ring, and swiftly carried Song Huiya to a dormitory. The confines of the school were too constricted for vehicular travel. With an attribute score of 8.2, he could cover 100 meters in approximately 3 seconds. The human limit was around 10 seconds, making Qixio's speed 3 to 4 times that of an average person. Carrying around 100 pounds of Song Huiya felt like child's play. I am near building number 2 by the school cafeteria. From the east gate, head south, and you will spot a classroom building. Proceed to the end, and you will find us. Jiang Kaiyan sent several photos along with images of notable landmarks. Wait for us, we will arrive shortly. Song Huiya closed her phone, just as 2 zombies charged toward her. Qixio, with a mere thought, produced a tang knife, swiftly dispatching the approaching zombies before they could react. He had purchased the tang knife using energy points, having discovered that gunfire attracted more zombies and consumed valuable ammunition. A knife was far more economical. With his current prowess, a single slash could cleave a zombie in 2. What is that sound? Qixio examined the bodies on the ground, initially searching for crystal cores. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar noise emanating from a dormitory. His enhanced hearing detected even the faintest rustle, a feat previously unattainable. Upon hearing Qixio's voice, Song Huiya closely followed behind him, the cool breeze lifting her skirt, which she promptly pressed down. Could someone be eating? Qixio gripped his tang knife, aware that encountering people in the dormitory was not unusual. Sometimes, the living could be more terrifying than the undead, and he needed to be prepared to unleash his full strength. Inside Dormitory 108, a male and female were entwined, their mouths locked together. Were they zombies? In this world, even zombies seem to have romantic partners. Qixio was astonished. 2 zombies were engaged in an embrace? Hearing Qixio's incredulous tone, Song Huiya could not resist peeking over his shoulder. Upon witnessing the 2 zombies in their affectionate entanglement, her cheeks flushed crimson, wondering if they were engaging in something inappropriate. Upon closer inspection, her complexion turned pale, her body going limp in Qixio's arms. The female zombie's disheveled hair framed her abdomen, which visibly expanded at an alarming rate. The male zombie's once robust physique was rapidly becoming gaunt, his attributes diminishing swiftly. Chapter 41. Inadvertently entering the female dormitory suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The female zombie's sharp claws plunged into the male zombie's chest, black blood splattering forth. The male zombie's body was entirely drained, its skin wrinkled and desiccated, while the female zombie's belly swelled like a hot air balloon. Along with her expansion came a surge in her attributes, which Qixio estimated had reached around 1.5 points. From within the female zombie's abdomen, 2 pairs of claws emerged, reminiscent of infant arms, their sharp nails exuding an eerie aura. The protruding claws suddenly unleashed tremendous force, ripping apart the zombie's belly with ease. In mere moments, 3 infant zombies crawled forth, while the female zombie remained unharmed, her wound healing rapidly. This spectacle left Qixio dumbfounded. He had assumed that zombies required intimate encounters to reproduce. He planned to strike while the zombies were preoccupied, but the event concluded far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 zombies had multiplied into 4. However, it was not too late to act. Qixio propelled himself forward with a burst of energy, his knife slicing through the 4 zombies like watermelons. Who would have thought that zombies could reproduce? Qixio surveyed the scene, lost in contemplation. The rate of zombie reproduction exceeded his wildest imagination. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16, an endless cycle. This was hardly good news. Humanity's plight would only worsen. Why dwell on such matters? He needed to focus on his own survival. Qixio collected the crystal cores from the fallen mother zombie and began to examine the dormitory closely. A female dormitory? Upon observing the interior layout, Qixio realized that he had inadvertently entered a girl's dormitory. The decor of room 108 was adorned in a youthful pink style, with various books scattered across the desk. On the way here, Qixio had heard Song Huiya mention that the school had organized most students to evacuate near the cafeteria. Given the chaotic state of the room, it was evident that they had encountered an emergency during their hasty retreat. There was quite an abundance of food. Qixio rummaged through the drawers, discovering numerous bags of snacks, potato chips, milk. The food supply in the female dormitory was evidently far superior to that in the male dormitory. Qixio resolved to thoroughly loot the place. The second rule of survival in the apocalypse: do not overlook any food. No one would complain about having too much food. Even Qixio believed that more food was always better. He planned to gather many beautiful women, and without ample provisions, he could not support them. Aha! What is this? Qixio opened the cabinet, uncovering an array of small umbrellas. Were modern girls so liberated? With that, he turned to Song Huiya beside him. Do not look at me, I do not know anything. Song Huiya's cheeks flushed slightly. She had never even had a boyfriend before, so how could she possibly purchase such an item? Noticing Qi Xiu turn his head away, she bit her lip and stowed everything away in the drawer. This one was still sealed. Perhaps it could be of use later. Qi Gu, there are still plenty of snacks here. Song Huiya rummaged through the cabinets and discovered many delightful treats. Put them all away. Qi Xiu nodded, taking everything useful, as his storage space was ample. Do we still need these clothes? After some time sorting through, boxes of clothing were revealed, and one couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume of a girl's wardrobe. Were it not for Qi Xiu's spacious capacity, it would have been impossible to take them all. Take them all! Take them all! Qi Xiu stuffed everything into his space ring, reasoning that he could sell what he couldn't use. Let's go. We've searched this area thoroughly. We should move to the next room. Subsequently, Qi Xiu led Song Huiya through the entire first and second floors. Aside from the occasional zombie, they encountered no living souls. However, they did find a considerable amount of food and some usable supplies. It seems like there's something on the third floor. As they ascended, Qi Xiu sensed a formidable life force. In the corridor stood a zombie nearly 3 meters tall, its eyes glowing red, with a heavy armor-like ring around its arms and muscles that radiated strength. Beneath its feet lay dozens of skeletal remains, clearly indicating that the inhabitants of this floor had been devoured. Judging from its power and speed, Qi Xiu estimated its attributes to be between 3 and 4 points. Considerably weaker than the little black one. For Qi Xiu, with an attribute score of 8.2, the danger level was rather low. Huiya, get back. Qi Xiu intended to use this zombie for practice, as he was brimming with strength but lacked combat skills. In previous encounters, the ordinary zombies had been too weak to serve as effective training. This one, however, was just right. Not too weak, yet not overly strong. Qi Xiu propelled himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a punch that sent the creature staggering back several meters. Infuriated by the pain, the zombie swung a fist at him, which Qi Xiu easily dodged. He then executed a graceful turn, leaping upward to deliver a powerful kick to the zombie's head. The 3-meter-tall creature fell heavily to the ground, cracking the concrete beneath it. Come on, Qi Gu, you can do it. Song Huiya cheered from behind, astonished by Qi Xiu's strength and fighting style. Suddenly, Qi Xiu's phone chimed several times. Who could be messaging him at this moment? Curiously, he opened his phone to find, "Darling, I miss you. What are you doing?" Su Qingwan had sent several affectionate emojis followed by a string of loving words. Damn, I'm in the middle of a boss fight. If you miss me, send a few beautiful pictures. After quickly replying, Qi Xiu put his phone away just as the zombie began to rise again. Roaring at him, he shifted his body to dodge the creature's attack and executed a sliding kick, sending it crashing to the ground once more, shattering 2 tiles in the process. Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Su Qingwan opened her phone, delighted to see Qi Xiu's prompt reply. Beautiful pictures? After a moment of thought, she delicately parted her lips to reveal her tongue. Click. She snapped a photo and sent it along with a message. Darling, waiting for you, ding. Just as Qi Xiu tucked his phone away, another message from Su Qingwan came through. He couldn't resist checking to see if she indeed sent a beautiful picture. Wow, that's quite daring. Qi Xiu enlarged the photo, mesmerized by its boldness. He certainly liked it and resolved to reward Su Qingwan properly upon his return. Chapter 42. Attribute pills. Just as Qi Xiu was lost in admiration, the zombie suddenly sprang to life, flinging him across the room with a punch. Damn, I almost forgot I was fighting a boss. Could Su Qingwan be a spy sent by the zombies? Qi Xiu hurriedly picked himself up. Fortunately, with his 8.2 attributes, taking a hit or two wasn't too troublesome, or else he would have been in serious trouble thanks to Su Qingwan. Of all times to distract him, Qi Gu, are you okay? Song Huiya watched from a distance, noticing Qi Xiu's inexplicable smile at his phone just before he was struck. Feeling anxious, she rushed over to check on him. It's just a minor issue. As soon as Qi Xiu finished speaking, the zombie let out a long roar, its massive fist aimed directly at his head. The speed was too slow. To Qi Xiu, the zombie's punch seemed to move in slow motion. He quickly retreated, preparing to evade the blow. Qi Gu, you stepped on my foot. Song Huiya instinctively pulled her foot back, causing Qi Xiu to slip. Bang. His body fell backward, landing right atop Song Huiya. What are you doing? Why are you holding me so tightly? Just as Qi Xiu attempted to rise, he found himself firmly embraced by Song Huiya, slowing his movements. This slight delay allowed the zombie to seize the moment. Bang! The creature's fist struck Qi Xiu's back. Thankfully, with his high attributes, he sustained only minor damage. Woo-woo. Qi Gu. I didn't mean to. I was just too nervous and scared. Song Huiya crawled up, her voice trembling. It was a reflex to cling to Qi Xiu. Stay back. I'm about to unleash my strength. Qi Xiu brushed off the dust, drawing his 1-meter-long tang knife, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, carving a perfect arc. The zombie charged at him, only to have a deep gash cut into its side. Roar! The zombie howled in rage, unwilling to relent as it charged again. However, Qi Xiu swiftly severed its arms with one stroke, then decapitated it with another. It seemed he could no longer afford to be distracted during a fight. After stowing his tang knife, Qi Xiu learned from his experience he should refrain from indulging in distracting images. Prompt: Giant Arm Zombie defeated. Detecting corpse of Giant Arm Zombie. Does the host wish to consume 1 energy point to extract? Another extraction? Qi Xiu stroked his chin, realizing that defeating these special zombies allowed for a single extraction. 1 energy point wasn't too steep. He was curious to see what treasures he might acquire this time. Extract. Prompt 1. Extraction successful. Obtained attribute pills 2. Prompt 2. Attribute pills can increase any individual's attribute points by 1. Attribute pills. Qi Xiu focused his thoughts, and 2 black pills, resembling yellow beans, appeared in his hand. Sensing them closely, he felt a peculiar energy pulsating within. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a gentle energy that spread throughout his body. Enhancement. Consumed attribute pill. Attribute points increased by 1. Total attribute points 9.2. With 1 pill remaining, Qi Xiu decided to hold on to it for now. His attributes were steadily rising, while the few women he had gathered boasted scores around 0. 4, making their activities rather dull. Moreover, these women were utterly defenseless, lacking any means of self-protection. He needed to find a way to bolster their strength, and the attribute pills were just the solution. However, he couldn't just hand them out indiscriminately. Someone like Jiang Xinyue would certainly not receive 1.Su Qingwan, due to her high loyalty, could be considered. Next, he spent 2 to 3 hours thoroughly searching the entire dormitory building, collecting a substantial amount of food. Aside from the occasional zombie, he encountered no living souls. INH University, Building Number 2. Sister Kain, do you think my dad will be alright after being gone for so long? The stunning beauty sitting beside Jiang Kain was Kai Shirshir, the daughter of Kai Kong and one of the 4 campus flowers. Kai Shirshir appeared somewhat anxious, pacing back and forth in the room. Knock knock. Just as Kai Shirshir finished speaking, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Kain? Shirshir, it's me. Open the door. It was Kai Kong, his face dark and grim, as if water could drip from it. Dad, I was so worried about you. Worried about me? What could possibly happen to this old body of mine? Kai Kong closed the door and lit a cigarette. Noticing this, Jiang Kain quickly inquired, Uncle Kai, how is the situation at the school? The national rescue efforts had been delayed, and hope seemed to dwindle in this apocalyptic world. People had begun to lose faith. Just a few days ago, a girl had been dragged into a room and humiliated by a group of boys. Several uprisings had erupted, and more students were defying authority. Kai Kang's expression darkened. Being astute, she understood that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Kain, don't worry, as long as I'm here, the school won't descend into chaos. As the vice principal of Fitch University, Kai Kong had been pivotal in maintaining order thus far. By the way, how is old Jiang doing? Kai Kong took a drag from his cigarette, his mood slightly easing. He and Jiang Xian's father, Jiang Zhou, had been childhood friends, both academic prodigies. Jiang Zhou had remained in the capital for work, while Kai Kong served as vice principal here. After the apocalypse erupted, Jiang Zhou entrusted his precious daughter, Jiang Kain, to Kai Kang's care. My father has always been wonderful. Cough, cough. Kai Kong extinguished the cigarette he had just smoked, unable to suppress a few coughs. Uncle Kai, you should smoke less. Your words hold no weight. Kai Kong shook his head and lit another cigarette. Kai Kong was good in every respect, except for his inability to quit smoking. No matter how much anyone advised him, it was of no use. Uncle Kai, my best friend has sent her boyfriend to pick me up. Are you sure you don't want to leave here with us? Jiang Kain had already asked this question many times, yet she stubbornly pressed on. Although the school cafeteria offered a variety of food, the number of students far exceeded the provisions, which could last at most 3 to 4 more days. The nation was already overwhelmed with its own crises, and no one would come to their rescue. Staying in the school meant awaiting death. Yet Kai Kong had lived in the school for nearly 30 years. And to him, it felt like home. With his obstinate character, he would never leave so easily. Despite Jiang Xian's persistent pleadings, he remained unmoved. Huiya is a kind-hearted girl, and I trust her boyfriend is good-natured too. I would feel more at ease if you went to them, but I simply cannot abandon this school. What will happen to all these students if I leave, especially the girls? The chaos within the school had been escalating. Yet it had been managed without any real danger, suppressed by his authority. If he were not present, the situation would be unimaginable. The school would have descended into chaos long ago. Chapter 43. Disturbance at the school. Kai Kong took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued. Sure. You should leave with Kain, Dad, if you don't go. I won't go either. Nonsense. What can you do here? You will only be a burden, and I cannot afford to spend time taking care of you. Kai Kong, rarely losing his temper, had always been seen as a kind man in Jiang Xian's eyes. You two stay here, lock the doors and windows, and I will step out for a moment. A notification chimed on his phone, indicating that something urgent had occurred, and Kai Kong hurriedly dashed outside. Soon, he arrived at the office downstairs. Teacher, Brother Zhang has been pushed off the 5th floor and has died. As Kai Kong entered the office, he saw his student, Wu De, sitting on the floor, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. Who did this? Find out and arrest him. Is it even necessary to investigate? Teacher, why should we care about these people? They are no longer human. They are beasts. Kai Kong slammed the documents he held onto the table. Wu De, how could you be so thoughtless? Thoughtless? Huh? Am I thoughtless? Teacher, I know you treat the school as your home. Before the apocalypse, you were a good principal and a good teacher. Wu De clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, his voice low and hoarse. But this is the apocalypse. They are no longer human and will not regard you as a teacher. You are no longer the principal. As he spoke, Wu De began to laugh maniacally. They will only see you as a villain restricting their freedom. Wu De, if I don't take charge, what will happen to the school? Especially for the female students. Their lives would be worse than death. Can't you understand? They are barely 20 years old. You treat those girls as students, but do you consider us as students? Our management is dying every day. It could be our turn tomorrow. Wu De grew increasingly agitated, his expression contorting. Cough. Wu De. Your teachers understand your feelings. You should return for now. I will handle Brother Zhang's matter. Kai Kong, angered, coughed a few times and waved his hand at Wu De. He did not wish to argue further on this matter, as it was pointless. The countless deaths in the apocalypse had made him somewhat numb. Teacher, you will regret this. These people are not worth your sacrifices. Wu De grabbed a coat from the table, draped it over himself, and stormed out. Moments later, a group of students rushed in. Principal, what happened to the food? Why does it keep diminishing day by day? Yes, Principal, we only get 1 piece of bread a day. How can we be full? It's your management team that has embezzled the food. Are you trying to starve us to death? Kai Kang's expression darkened as he stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Silence. What kind of behavior is this, Principal? It's not that we want to make noise. We support your management, yet you're leaving us hungry. If we're still hungry tomorrow, I'll support Zhu Junhong. He promised us he would ensure we have enough to eat. Disappointment washed over Kai Kong as he observed the scene. Taking a deep breath, his anger boiling over. Get out? He knew Zhu Junhong was the president of the student council, and many were willing to follow him. They had never complied since the apocalypse began. He simply could not fathom how these people could be so foolish, believing that someone could guarantee them enough food in such dire times. Wu De, what are you doing at my doorstep? Kai Kong, having calmed himself, prepared to head home when he saw Wu De waiting outside. Teacher, I know who killed Brother Zhang. It's not convenient to talk with so many people in the office. Who did it? Wu De's face twisted with malice. I killed him. Slap, you bastard. Kai Kong struck Wu De across the face, his arm trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time he had hit a student. Brother Zhang treated you well. How could you do this? You. Before he could finish, Kai Kong felt a sharp pain in his lower back, followed by a searing sensation in his chest, blood gushing from his shoulder. Wu De narrowed his eyes, stabbing the knife into Kai Kong repeatedly. I'm sorry, teacher. I can't repay your kindness to you and Brother Zhang I in the next life. I will gladly serve you. Now, 80% have sided with Zhu Junhong. Today he will seize power, and your resistance is meaningless. You are in league with Zhu Junhong. Teacher, rest easy. The school no longer needs you. I will take good care of your daughter. Wu De plunged the final knife into Kai Kang's neck, ending his life. Sure, I know you're inside. Open the door. Inside the room, Jiang Kaiyin held onto Kai Sure tightly. Sure, you cannot go out. Kaiyin, I need to see. My dad is out there. Kai Sure struggled free from Jiang Caiyin's grasp, closed the bedroom door, and opened the main door, the entrance. Kai Kong was drenched in blood, his clothes soaked crimson. Kai Sure covered her mouth and rushed forward. Dad, please wake up. I promise I will never be willful again. Just look at me one more time. Please. Sob. Wu De, I will fight you. Kai Sure swung her fist towards Wu De. Your family has been kind to you. My dad covered your tuition when you couldn't afford it, paid for your mother's medical bills, and helped you find an internship. How could you be so heartless? Sure, calm down. You know my intentions. With the teacher gone, I will take care of you, as a way to repay him. Slap. Kai Sure struck Wu De across the face. I would rather die than follow you. Sure, if hitting me will make you feel better, then go ahead and hit me. Slap. Kai Sure retaliated with another blow. You beast. Sure, please listen to me. Chaos will erupt soon. With your looks, those boys will surely take advantage of you. Let me hide you for now, and we can talk after the storm passes. Wu De touched his swollen face, his expression void of emotion. Kai Sure pushed Wu De away. I will not go with you. I will kill you. Wu De, where are you headed? Zhu Junhong arrived with a group of people, glancing at the bloodied Kai Kong on the ground, sneering. Wu De, well done. You'll get 2 packs of instant noodles later. Thank you, President Zhu. Wait, keep this girl. As Wu De tried to drag Kai Sure away, several people blocked their path. Wu De, such a beautiful girl, and you won't even share her with me, the president? Do you look down on me? Zhu Junhong grinned lecherously, his sharp gaze appraising Kai Sure's exquisite face, fair skin, and alluring figure. Chapter 44. A late arrival. President Zhu, Sure is my beloved. I beg you to spare her. Oh? So this is the school beauty? Kai Sure, President Zhu, don't go too far. Wu De clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had liked Kai Sure for over a year. He could concede many things, but not her. Oh? A mere dog dares to snarl at me? Beat him. Not only will I have my way, but I will do so in front of him. Zhu Junhong waved his hand, and 4 or 5 people surrounded Wu De, mockery evident on their faces. To provoke President Zhu was to court death. Get away from me. The continuous provocations pushed Wu De to the brink of madness. He raised the dagger in his hand and lunged at them. 2 of Zhu Junhong's subordinates brandished their axes, cold smirks on their faces, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Sister Kaiyin, Obidem, my father has passed away. He is gone. Sob. Suddenly, Kai Sure rose, throwing herself into Jiang Caiyin's embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably, her nose twitching as she wept, large tears mingling with sweat and cascading to the ground. Sob. Sister Kaiyin, you know, my mother passed away years ago, and now my only remaining family, my father, has also left. Sob. What meaning does my life hold now? Jiang Kaiyin held Kai Sure tightly, gently patting her back. Be good, Sure. You still have me. From now on, I shall be your family. Qi Xiu was not adept at comforting women and could only wait for Jiang Kaiyin to soothe Kai Sure. Helpless, he waited at the door for an hour before finally seeing Jiang Kaiyin emerge. Holding Kai Sure's hand, Brother Qi, could you take Sure with us? Kai Sure only later informed Qi Xiu, uncertain if he would be willing to take her along. After all, bringing one more person would require an additional share of food, which was exceedingly precious in this apocalyptic world. However, it depended on the person. For Qi Xiu, food was manageable, not overly scarce. You can bring them along, but once we arrive, you must all heed my commands. Qi Xiu nodded. He was eager to take Kai Sure along. The Iron Blood War chariot had exactly 4 seats, and with Kai Sure, it would be perfectly filled. All right, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kaiyin agreed. The school had descended into chaos, and for girls like them, who were utterly defenseless, especially the beautiful ones, the situation would surely be dire. At this point, there was nowhere else to go. Then let's fetch Song Huiya first. And then we shall return. Qi Xiu glanced at the sky. It had not yet begun to rain, so they could depart immediately. The two girls nodded, closely following behind Qi Xiu. How do we get past all these zombies? Jiang Caiyan's expression revealed a hint of worry as she turned her gaze towards Qi Xiu. With Qi Xiu's formidable combat prowess, surely these zombies would pose no challenge to him? However, Qi Xiu had no intention of engaging the zombies. Being outdoors, what if it started to rain midway? He was trying to avoid lingering in open areas, as the sky could unleash rain at any moment. Reducing outdoor exposure was tantamount to decreasing the risk of death. Hold on tight. Qi Xiu swiftly grabbed both girls, one slung over each shoulder, his speed so rapid that the two could hardly comprehend what was happening as the scenery whirled past them. As he sprinted, a fierce wind whipped around them, their already tattered clothes flapping wildly. Hold on to me. I'm about to accelerate. Just moments before, Qi Xiu had exerted only half of his strength. But as he began to run at full power, the girls felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Was this speed attainable by mere mortals? A distance of 100 meters was covered in mere seconds. An extraordinary feat surpassing human limits. The most astonishing part was how agile he was while running, completely unconcerned about colliding with obstacles. The enhancement of his attributes had significantly improved his reflexes and coordination. In just 2 to 3 minutes, Qi Xiu had dashed from the teaching building to the girls' dormitory. The two girls, experiencing such unprecedented speed for the first time, soon felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Ugh! The two who had just dismounted felt dizzy, unable to tidy their disheveled clothing before retching uncontrollably. Chapter 46. Return Huiya. Open the door. It's me. Qi Xiu knocked on the door. To ensure safety. Song Huiya had locked it from the inside. Although Qi Xiu could easily kick the door down, there was no need for such measures. Brother Qi, Caiyan, you're here. Jiang Caiyan and Kai Shirshir appeared pale. Having expelled all the bread they had eaten today, still recovering from the ordeal. Huiya, is there any water? Jiang Caiyan swallowed hard, hastily adjusting her tattered clothing. Caiyan, what happened to you? Song Huiya handed over the water. Only then noticing the state of Jiang Caiyan and Kai Shirshir's clothing, coupled with their pale faces, could it be that Qi Xiu had engaged in inappropriate acts with them? Qi Xiu had taken a couple of hours to fetch them. Such an interval was ample time for numerous events to unfold. Huiya, your boyfriend must be invigorated. He is quite formidable. Jiang Caiyan took a sip of water, her demeanor relaxing as she spoke. She was blissfully unaware of Song Huiya's thoughts. Caiyan, you've witnessed it too. Quite impressive indeed. Song Huiya presumed Jiang Caiyan was referring to Qi Xiu's prowess in a certain aspect, inwardly pondering when her friend had become so open-minded. Caiyan, who is she? Song Huiya glanced at Kai Shirshir, noting that this woman, both in figure and beauty, was not inferior to her, perhaps even slightly surpassing her. It was no wonder Qi Xiu would choose to bring her along. Kai Shirshir stood silently to the side, entirely oblivious to the conversation, clearly still engulfed in the sorrow of losing her father. She is the daughter of Uncle Kai, named Kai Shirshir. Jiang Caiyan patiently recounted the events of the past few days to Song Huiya, and upon hearing that Kai Kong had been killed by one of his own students, she couldn't help but gasp. As a teacher herself, she felt a profound empathy, tenderly cradling Kai Shirshir in her arms. With the combined comfort from Jiang Caiyan and Song Huiya, Kai Shirshir's mood improved considerably. That's enough talk. Huiya, help me take a shower. Qi Xiu shook off the bloodstains that marred his clothing, feeling quite uncomfortable. Having dispatched nearly 100 foes that day, he was drenched in blood and had intended to wash up at home, but the discomfort was now unbearable. Brother Qi, I'm coming. Qi Xiu retrieved several barrels of water from his space, followed by a large basin that was just the right size for him to lie in. Kai Shirshir and Jiang Caiyan were astonished as they witnessed Qi Xiu conjure so much water as if by magic. Their astonishment surpassing their understanding. In this apocalyptic world, bathing with potable water was unheard of. The two had not bathed for over a week, feeling utterly filthy, yet Qi Xiu showed little interest. Even if he were to sleep, he would wait until they were clean first. Song Huiya cautiously approached, dampening a towel and gently wiping away the grime from Qi Xiu's body. Qi Xiu was indifferent. As a man, he could bathe anywhere. And if they wished to watch, so be it. Sister Caiyan, Huiya must be very happy, right? Kai Shirshir curiously glanced over, shyly whispering in Jiang Caiyan's ear. Should not lower your voice. It's as if you've never seen this before. Jiang Kaiyin lightly tapped Kai Shishio on the head, knowing how embarrassing it would be if Qi Xiu overheard. In truth, with Qi Xiu's attribute score of 9.2, he could hear every word they said quite clearly. Sister Kaiyin, I've never seen it before. Have you? Kai Shishio rubbed her head where she had been tapped, somewhat defiantly responding, I'm still young. How could I have seen such things? What is so interesting about it anyway? Jiang Kaiyin pouted. She had previously dated a boy for about 3 to 4 months, but they had never progressed to such an intimate stage, merely holding hands and the like. Nevertheless, having grown up, she certainly had some understanding of such matters. Brother Qi, I'll help you get dressed. Qi Xiu lay there quietly, enjoying Song Hui's ministrations while teasing her from time to time. All right, let us go. Qi Xiu combed his hair. A head could be severed and blood could flow, but his hairstyle must remain intact. Wow! What new technology is this? The iron blood war chariot materialized as if conjured from thin air, leaving Jiang Kaiyin and Kai Shishio utterly astonished. Moreover, this vehicle bore no resemblance to anything that modern technology could produce. Its exterior was made of an unknown material. Kaiyin, this is merely the beginning. More extraordinary things await. Although Song Hui was also unsure how it worked, suspecting it emerged from the ring on Qi Xiu's hand, she was beginning to grow accustomed to such wonders. Qi Xiu took the driver's seat, with Song Hui in the passenger seat, perfectly accommodating all 4 of them inside. And no sooner had they boarded than the sky opened up, unleashing a crimson rain. Had they lingered outside any longer, disaster would surely have struck. With the rain pouring, Qi Xiu refrained from using his energy cannon against the zombies. Even if he did, he couldn't go out to collect the spoils, thus wasting valuable energy points. The journey back was relatively smooth, with scarcely any unexpected encounters. Dear. As soon as the door swung open, Su Qingwan leaped forward, wrapping her fair arms around Qi Xiu's neck, her legs tightly clasped around his waist, reminiscent of long-lost lovers reunited. Is it time for another reckoning? Qi Xiu carried Su Qingwan upstairs. Huiya, why does your boyfriend have so many women? Jiang Kaiyin's expression darkened upon seeing Qi Xiu enter the room with yet another woman. Kaiyin. Actually, there is something I need to tell you. Song Huiya pulled Jiang Kaiyin downstairs. At that moment, Jiang Kaiyin resembled her earlier self, struggling to accept the reality before her. She needed to be gently persuaded. Huiya, is that Qi Xiu forcing you? Even a fool could discern the situation now, let alone the astute Jiang Kaiyin. Kaiyin, please listen to me carefully. It's not as you think. I want to listen. How could you engage in such shameless acts? In a fit of anger, Jiang Kaiyin shoved Song Huiya to the ground. She simply cannot comprehend how Song Huiya could stoop to such disgraceful actions. The notion of selling oneself to survive is utterly shameful, Kaiyin. It is not like this. Song Huiya rose from the ground, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. All of this is merely a desperate measure. And what is wrong with following Qi Xiu? Kaiyin, as a girl out in the world, you too could be bullied by other men. It would be far better for you to stay with me. Here, no one can harm you, and you will have an abundance of food. These days, various videos have flooded the internet, and Jiang Kaiyin must have seen them. Beautiful girls who fall into the hands of those individuals rarely end well. Most are subjected to humiliation and even death, at least among the many who follow Qi Xiu. Not a single one has perished. Chapter 47. Illness. Huiya, come with me. We women can survive on our own. Jiang Kaiyin grasped Song Huiya's arm, attempting to lead her outside. I won't go. Song Huiya shook off her hand. Kaiyin, it is pouring rain outside. Where can we possibly go? Even if it weren't raining, there is no refuge for us out there. Have you forgotten what happened at school? If you step outside now, other men will seize you. For now, you only need to serve Qi Gu. That is far better than catering to a multitude of men outside. Song Huiya endeavored to calm Jiang Kaiyin, knowing her friend was stubborn. This time, she feared they would both suffer from hunger. Step aside. I misjudged you. I will not serve a man. Sure. Let us leave. Jiang Kaiyin, furious, pulled the bewildered Kai Shishio towards the exit. Sister Kaiyin, where are we going? Kai Shishio, panic-stricken, stood up, grasping the situation vaguely. It is raining outside. Then we shall wait until the rain stops. Actually, I think Qi Gu is quite nice. Kai Shishio bit her lip, feeling utterly lost. She had no family left and did not know where to go. According to Song Huiya, there is food and drink here, and she must be inclined to stay. You two are going to serve Qi Xiu? Jiang Kaiyan felt her anger boiling over. How could even Kai Shirshir think that way? Huiya, are we all destined to serve Qi Gu? Indeed. Song Huiya nodded affirmatively. It was inevitable. After all, why would Qi Xiu go to such lengths to rescue them if not for this purpose? Surely, no one could genuinely regard Qi Xiu as a benevolent figure. She remembered that he had hundreds of lives on his conscience. But fret not, as long as we keep Qi Xiu pleased, all will be well. Here, we have food and lodging with water for bathing. No more worries about sustenance. Song Huiya continued, Kaiyan, etiquette cannot procure food, and shame cannot earn dignity. In this apocalyptic world, we have no choice. Although she initially betrayed her friend, having personally experienced the situation, she now believed that staying with Qi Xiu was indeed the best option. She trusted that her friend would come to understand this truth and would make the same choice. Huiya, you need not say more. Jiang Kaiyan sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. Come, I will take you both to bathe. You ought to converse properly with Qi Gu. Song Huiya sighed deeply, having done all she could, hoping her friend would awaken to reality soon. Otherwise, the best outcome would be akin to Jiang Xinyue's fate. Huiya, no need to persuade. If she wishes to leave, let her go once the rain stops. Upon hearing the commotion, Qi Xiu descended with Su Qingwan and Jiang Xinyue. Please give Kaiyan another chance. I will persuade her. Very well, I shall grant you one evening. Should you fail, you two will accompany her outside. Qi Xiu's gaze turned icy. He despised dissenting opinions, believing they thought themselves indispensable. Upon hearing his words, Song Huiya's face turned pale. She had only intended to help her friend but found herself ensnared in the same predicament. Kai Shirshir, what of you? Will you stay or leave? Qi Xiu disregarded the two, instead focusing on Kai Shirshir, who perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences, appearing the most beautiful among them. Is what Huiya said true? Kai Shirshir hesitated, uncertain of her decision. Indeed it is. Qi Xiu reiterated his previous sentiment. As long as she obeyed him, she would be well fed. Shall stay. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Shirshir concluded that Qi Xiu might not be so terrible. After all, he had aided her in avenging her father and had saved her from Zhu Juanhong's humiliation. Regardless of the circumstances, Qi Xiu had shown her kindness. Kai Shirshir, gender, female height, 168 centimeters weight, 51 kilograms occupation, student age, 19 appearance, 89 experience, none loyalty, 60 very well. Xinyue, take her to bathe. Qi Xiu nodded with satisfaction, eager to experience the school flower's allure, especially in her purest form. The bathroom was filled with mist, the white shoulders barely visible, while the clear droplets traced an elegant curve along her enchanting form. What are you doing here? Kai Shirshir, clutching a towel before her, felt her cheeks bloom a rosy hue, reminiscent of a delicate rose, graceful and captivating. Hee, I am here to bathe as well. Qi Xiu smiled as he stepped inside. The following morning, Su Qingwan, go check on Kai Shirshir. Qi Xiu approached, gently shaking the side-lying Kai Shirshir. What is the matter? Kai Shirshir lay motionless, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Qi Xiu touched her forehead. Could she be running a fever? The bruises on Kai Shirshir's body were showing signs of worsening inflammation. Last night, Qi Xiu had been too caught up in excitement to consider the implications. Surely nothing dire would ensue, my lord. She seems to have a high fever. Su Qingwan lifted Kai Shirshir, who felt as hot as a furnace, her temperature likely reaching 40 degrees. Who among you can treat her? Qi Xiu could easily kill, but healing was beyond his capability. While he could use energy points to acquire some antipyretics, treating Kai Shirshir's severe condition would require more than mere medication. Intravenous treatment was essential. Moreover, the wounds on her back demanded immediate attention. Qi Xiu gritted his teeth and expended 2 energy points to procure 10 boxes of antipyretics and 10 bottles of anti-inflammatory medication. The store sold them in sets, with 1 energy point yielding 10 boxes. With how beautiful Kai Shirshir was, Qi Xiu couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Qingwan, please apply this medicine for her. Crush the antipyretics, mix them with water, and feed it to her. Qi Xiu placed an antipyretic pill in Kai Shirshir's mouth. But after a long while, she still hadn't swallowed it. He reluctantly decided to crush it and mix it with water to administer it. Subsequently, Qi Xiu instructed Qianda to find a few individuals with medical expertise from the community. Boss Qi, the people have arrived. She previously ran a small clinic. Qianda was efficient, quickly bringing the individual over. He also brought along 11 crystal cores. Due to the mutated cats having killed a portion of the population, the number of those hunting zombies had dwindled, leading to a corresponding drop in income. The thought of this infuriated Chixiu, who wished to make the mutated cat pay dearly. Chapter 48. New abilities. Go inside and see how she is. A substantial reward awaits if you can treat her, Chixiu nodded. As long as the illness could be cured, the medication was a minor concern. When Chixiu entered with the doctor, Kai Shirshir had regained a bit of consciousness after taking the antipyretics. Chi. I feel so unwell. Kai Shirshir lay in Su Qingwan's embrace, her complexion ashen, her breathing labored. Check her. The doctor conducted a brief examination without any medical equipment, relying solely on experience. Boss Chi, do you have a thermometer? A few minutes later, the doctor swung the thermometer a few times before inserting it. Chi.Its already 42 degrees Celsius. The doctor's expression darkened. Such a high temperature constituted a severe fever. The normal human body temperature hovers around 37 degrees Celsius, with 38 degrees signifying a low fever and temperatures between 38 to 39 indicating a moderate fever. A temperature reaching 39 to 41 is classified as a high fever, while anything above 41 degrees is deemed a severe fever. Kai Shirshir's temperature surpassed even that, approaching a critical state. Upon hearing this, Chixiu's countenance also grew grim. Kai Shirshir was someone he had gone to great lengths to save. Moreover, he found both her appearance and character quite appealing. Wuwo. Shirshir, what has happened to you? Realizing the situation, Jiang Kaiyin rushed in, and upon hearing that Kai Shirshir had reached 42 degrees, she was left in shock. As a master's degree student, she understood the implications of such a temperature better than anyone. Not only were medical resources scarce now, but even in the past, such a fever posed a life-threatening risk that required immediate intervention. Chixiu, you must save Shirshir. You know how pitiful she is. Her parents are gone. Chixiu's expression darkened as he sat nearby, making it seem as though he was unwilling to help, but he too was at a loss. He was not a caregiver to Chixiu. If you revive Shirshir, I will do anything you ask. Jiang Kaiyin, seeing Chixiu's silence, mistakenly believed he was reluctant to assist, and in her desperation, she disregarded everything else. Kai Kong has been exceptionally attentive to her care, and for his daughter, Jiang Kaiyin, there is no circumstance under which she can afford to encounter any mishap. Additionally, after spending the entire night conversing with Song Huiya, she has come to understand a bit more and is no longer as averse to Chixiu. Big Brother Chi, let us start by cooling her down with warm water. Do you have any equipment available here? The doctor provided Chixiu with a list of medications and some needle supplies. For an ordinary person, not to mention the medications, even warm water would be a rare find. Many have gone days without a drop to drink. How could they manage to cool down with warm water? However, for Chixiu, these were trivial matters. He spent nearly 10 energy points to gather everything needed. As for water, he had an abundance that could last indefinitely. Make sure to replace her water. Chixiu made a few simple arrangements and then handed the doctor 5 pieces of bread and 10 bottles of water as compensation. He instructed Qianda to look after her a bit, as finding doctors nowadays is quite challenging, and should the need for medical attention arise again, they would need to seek out the same doctor. Big Brother Chi, 2 days have already passed, and those who consumed the mutated beast meat have not perished. Qianda respectfully handed a document to Chixiu, detailing the physical changes of several test subjects minute by minute. The records were made hourly, exceptionally detailed, leaving even Chixiu unable to find a single fault. One must admit that Qianda possesses a certain level of skill. This could easily be transformed into a thesis. Big Brother Chi, I've discovered that not only have the 3 test subjects survived, but they seem to have gained a bit of strength. Furthermore, I've also noted that the elderly woman's skin has improved, and she appears somewhat younger. Qianda recounted the general situation to Chixiu. Such effects? Chixiu was somewhat astonished. The mutated beast could not only be consumed but could also enhance a person's capabilities. Big Brother Chi, this is absolutely true. Chixiu was not the only one taken aback. Even Qianda found it quite absurd. Initially, they thought that survival was a blessing, and unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. Let us expand the test group and increase the quantity of food consumed, and conduct another round of testing. Chixiu decided to involve more participants in the experiment, and each person would no longer consume just a small bowl, but would be given larger portions. His own life was far too precious to gamble. He felt it necessary to conduct a few more trials before placing his fate on the line. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Qianda bowed deeply to Chixiu and departed. After Chanda left, Chixiu absorbed the 11 crystal cores he had just received. Prompt 1. Attribute points increased to 10.3. Energy points increased to 530. Prompt 2. Host's attribute points exceed 10. Unlocking ability. Hardening. Prompt 3. Hardening consists of both active and passive trigger methods. Prompt 4. Active skill. The host can significantly enhance physical defense by consuming ability points. The longer the duration, the more points are consumed. Prompt 5. Passive skill. When the host receives fatal damage, all ability points are automatically expended, maximizing the host's defense. Following this, the body enters a weakened state. Prompt 6. The number of ability points is equivalent to the attribute value. The host currently has 10.3 skill points, and the consumed ability points will recover over time. Another ability? Chixiu carefully reviewed the description of the ability. It was akin to a life-saving artifact. With a mere thought, a faint glow emanated from Chixiu's body, and his skin instantly became remarkably hard. A once sharp fruit knife, when brought down upon his hand, left no trace whatsoever. Such strength could likely withstand even a bullet. Chixiu retrieved a handgun, preparing to test it on himself, with an attribute value of 10. 3. His healing ability was also formidable. Even without the ability, should he be shot, he would recover in a day or two to bang. Ouch. Chixiu examined his hand where he had just been shot. It was not entirely without harm, akin to being shot by a toy gun during childhood. Slightly painful. Yet, after a while, he felt no sensation at all. However, in merely that short span, Chixiu noted that his ability points had decreased by 2. Husband, Sure has awakened, but the situation remains dire. Su Qingwan approached, linking her arm with Chixiu's. Her loyalty had now reached 82 points. I understand, Qingwan. Allow me to present you with a gift. Chixiu retrieved the remaining attribute pill from his space. Given Su Qingwan's high loyalty, providing her with a pill would afford her some means of self-defense. Husband, what is this? Su Qingwan inquired, gazing at the small, dark ball in her hand, which resembled a yellow bean. Unsure of its purpose, try consuming it. All right, without hesitation, Su Qingwan swallowed it, trusting that Chixiu would not harm her. Prompt. Subject Su Qingwan's attribute increased by 1. Total attribute value is now 1.4. Chixiu quickly opened Su Qingwan's panel to review. Su Qingwan, gender, female height, 167 centimeters weight, 51 kilograms occupation, flight attendant age, 22 years looks, 82 experience, 21 loyalty, 82 attribute value, 1.4. In comparison to others, Su Qingwan's panel not only included an additional category, but her looks had also improved slightly. Chixiu scrutinized her closely. Indeed, she appeared more beautiful, her skin smoother and more delicate than before. Husband, I feel as though my strength has increased. Su Qingwan tightened her fists, revealing a slight muscle on her arm. The average male attribute value hovers around 0.5, yet her strength had nearly tripled that. With just a bit of practice in combat techniques, she could easily overpower 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. Not bad. Chixiu nodded approvingly. This enhancement afforded her a measure of self-defense, allowing him to indulge more freely in their intimate moments without holding back, for with his current attribute value of 10. 3, it was likely no woman could withstand his full strength. Here, take the gun and practice your marksmanship. Chixiu tossed his seldom-used Desert Eagle to Su Qingwan. The handgun posed little danger to him now. Should Su Qingwan attempt to ambush him, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster. However, with her high loyalty, it was nearly inconceivable for her to act so irrationally. Husband, why are you giving this to me? Su Qingwan felt a surge of excitement upon realizing the benefits of the attribute pill. Now that Chixiu entrusted her with the gun, it signified his trust. Having been the sole consumer of the previous pill, she mused that she might just become the leading lady of his harem. Su Qingwan secretly reveled in this thought, murmuring to herself, "Why are you just standing there? Go find a target to practice your shooting." Chixiu playfully pinched her cheek. "What are you doing standing around? Get going." I'm going now." Su Qingwan snapped out of her reverie, though she felt somewhat flustered by his playful gesture. "Chigit, I'll accompany you." Just as Chixiu settled down, Song Huiya gently embraced his waist from behind. She had witnessed Chixiu handing a gun to Su Qingwan and felt a pang of envy. If only she hadn't angered Chigu. Would she not also receive such a trust? Last night, her actions to protect her friend had evidently displeased Chixiu. and she needed to find an opportunity to explain. Chigu, my friend has agreed to stay. Song Huya mimicked Su Qingwan's approach, rubbing her most delicate parts against Qi Xiu and beginning to act coy. Chiga, please forgive me this once. Unfortunately, she had not mastered the art, and Qi Xiu merely felt awkward. Enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. All right, no need for the cuteness. I'm not swayed by that right now. Qi Xiu turned to face her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. If you want something, it's better to be more straightforward. With that, Qi Xiu lifted Song Huya effortlessly. Woo-woo. Chigo. Following him, Song Huya, having just received a lesson from Qi Xiu, felt her legs were still aching. Chigu, what are we doing here at the city wall? You'll find out shortly. Once the rain ceased, Qi Xiu prepared to plant the bloodthirsty vine. According to the System S instructions, this plant could attach itself to the city wall, enhancing its defenses and attacking intruding creatures. Planting it beside the evil city was most appropriate, and it would undoubtedly increase their safety significantly. Prompt. Bloodthirsty vine seed successfully planted. Qi Xiu dug a hole in the ground and buried the seed. Within a minute, a seedling burst forth from the earth. The emerging sprout did not halt its growth but rather spread rapidly, visibly climbing the wall with terrifying vines adorned with venomous thorns. The bloodthirsty vine quickly extended outward, and in mere moments, at least a quarter of the evil city's walls were enveloped in its tendrils. Most importantly, it could consume flesh and blood to grow. In due time, Qi Xiu would have Qian to collect the corpses of zombies to feed it. What up, Chigu? This is the same vine from before. Song Huya gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, even from a distance. The vine appeared menacing, seemingly born solely for slaughter. Awo. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao He rushed out and let out a couple of howls at the vine. Over the past few days, Xiao He had occasionally hunted zombies for sustenance, and his attribute value had now reached 7 points. The bloodthirsty vine's attribute value was approximately 3 points. With both Xiao He and the bloodthirsty vine guarding the castle, their safety was virtually assured. Let us head back and check on Kai Shishir's condition. As Qi Xiu glanced at the weather, the heavy, low-hanging clouds hinted at an impending downpour, prompting him to hasten his return. Brother Qi, you have arrived. At that moment, Kai Shishir lay in Jiang Xian's embrace, her complexion slightly improved yet still frail. How are you feeling? Her fever has subsided a little, but it's still at 40 degrees, Jiang Qian interjected. She is nearly out of danger now. With a few days of good care, she will recover. Don't forget what you said this morning. Jiang Qian trembled slightly as Qi Xiu held her close. I certainly meant what I promised. All right then, let us begin. Qi Xiu gently lifted Jiang Qian. You. Jiang Qian shivered, biting her lip lightly, her delicate hands at a loss, taken aback by Qi Xiu's directness. Sister Qian? You possess such an exquisite figure. Just as Jiang Qian nestled against Qi Xiu, Kai Shishir suddenly barged in. Shishir, what are you doing here? Quickly, leave, Jiang Qian exclaimed, hastily pushing Kai Shishir aside. Sister Qian, I came to play with Brother Qi. Kai Shishir not only refused to leave but edged closer with twinkling eyes, surveying Qi Xiu. Brother Qi, your muscles are so well defined. Shishir, move away. I want to, Brother Qi. Dio, you want to experience what a 40-degree fever feels like? Kai Shishir leaned beside Qi Xiu, her eyes darting around as a sudden thought struck her. Kai Shishir, you're out of your mind. Jiang Qian tapped her on the head, wondering how she could utter such brazen words. What will happen if you spend too much time with Brother Qi? Who knows what you'll turn into? Sister Qian, I want Brother Qi to try it. Qi Xiu remained silent. Bang. Another shot went astray. Su Qingwan sighed deeply. In the beginning, nearly every shot had missed, but after some practice, she had barely managed to hit the target 3 or 4 times. She felt on the verge of giving up. Perhaps she truly lacked shooting talent. No. If I don't improve, my husband will surely take the gun away, and then I'll lose my position as the top sister. Su Qingwan inhaled deeply, gripping the gun tightly, her body leaning slightly forward, eyes focused on the bullseye. Is this how you practice shooting? Qi Xiu playfully slapped her back, causing Su Qingwan to fire several shots in quick succession. Bang. Bang. Husband. Su Qingwan's face was filled with grievance. Your stance is incorrect. Let me teach you. Qi Xiu feigned innocence, wondering why she was acting so pitifully. Like this, and then like that. Now, give it another try, drawing from his years of experience playing shooting games. Along with over a week of practical experience, he was well-versed. Bang. Husband. Missed again. Chi Xiu scratched his head. This gun must be malfunctioning. Did you adjust the sensitivity? Chi Xiu put on a serious expression, while Su Qingwan, bewildered, took his words to heart. Huh? I didn't adjust it. Then you should adjust it yourself. If you don't hit 10 rings today, you won't get any food. Chi Xiu patted his backside and dashed off, realizing he was only half competent himself. How do I adjust the sensitivity? With Chi Xiu gone, Su Qingwan had no choice but to search for answers on her phone. Chi Xiu merely wanted to pat her backside. Master, my father's people are about to arrive. By the poolside, Chi Xiu reclined lazily on a sun lounger, while Jiang Xinyue squatted on the ground, carefully attending to him. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to reveal the truth. When will they arrive? Chi Xiu stood up slowly, and Song Huiya responded quickly, rushing to assist him. They should arrive tomorrow. Is there something you haven't told Brother Qi? Song Huiya shot a glare at Jiang Xinyue, who was stammering on the floor. She had warned her several times to be honest. If Jiang Xinyue didn't confess soon, she would take it upon herself to do so. You have a boyfriend, don't you? Chi Xiu rested his feet on Jiang Xinyue's delicate shoulders, fully aware of the situation. You knew all along. Jiang Xinyue's face registered shock. She thought her secrets were well kept. Having ignored her boyfriend's calls all week for fear of revealing anything to Chi Xiu, I even know how many moles are on your body. Chi Xiu rolled his eyes. What? Is your boyfriend coming to pick you up? If he comes, I'll have him castrated and you know what happens next. Chi Xiu leaned slightly forward, a cold smile playing on his lips as he lifted Jiang Xinyue's chin gently, his thumb brushing against her delicate nose. A shiver ran through her, and she envisioned the scene Chi Xiu had painted, a flicker of fear glimmering in her eyes. She could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if her boyfriend saw her in her current state. Ding dot ding. Just then, Jiang Xinyue's phone rang. Why aren't you answering? Meeting Chi Xiu's gaze, Jiang Xinyue bit her lip and ultimately answered the video call. Yeah. Why haven't you been answering my calls these past few days? Is something wrong? If it weren't for contacting your father and hearing you're okay, I would have been frantic. Howren. Jiang Xinyue quickly wiped the smudge from her lips and tidied her slightly disheveled clothing. Yeah, why are you crying? Howren. I miss you. Tears welled in Jiang Xinyue's eyes as she gazed at her boyfriend, overwhelming guilt washing over her. Hearing Fong Howren's words made her want to cry out all her grievances. Yet, she could not. She must preserve the beautiful image he held of her. Fong Howren, witnessing Jiang Xinyue's distress, felt a deep sorrow, realizing his girlfriend was suffering while he, as a man, was utterly helpless. Yeah, don't be afraid. I'll have my father find a way to rescue you. I'm not afraid. Fong Howren leaned closer to the screen, his concern palpable. Suddenly, he noticed the swimming pool behind Jiang Xinyue and the alluring swimsuit she wore, recalling that she used to never dress in such a manner. Yeah, are you swimming? Yes, I've moved to a villa recently, and the signal is poor, so I couldn't receive your video calls. Jiang Xinyue managed to concoct such a complete lie in her flustered state. Chi Xiu approached with a smile, finding the couple amusing enough that he felt reluctant to disrupt them. Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating? Howren, I've been a bit tired from swimming these past few days. Yeah, you must take care of yourself. Although Fong Howren sensed something was off, he couldn't quite place it. Howren, I love you. You should rest early too. Jiang Xinyue hastily ended the video call, knowing that a moment longer would expose her deception. Xinyue, keep your voice down. The people in this villa can hear you. Song Huiya helped Jiang Xinyue up, who, after a moment, couldn't help but feel embarrassed, wishing to hide. Jiang Xinyue realized she could never return to her former self. She had completely lost her identity. What would happen if I sent your video to your boyfriend? Chi Xiu scrutinized Jiang Xinyue, his teasing gaze fixed upon her. Nope. Please don't. Jiang Xinyue's face turned pale. If Fong Howren found out, her father would surely not spare her, and she would never be able to face her family again. Why not? You belong to me now. Jiang Xinyue's complexion drained of color as she shook her head vigorously. When the plane your father sent lands, let me know the location, and I'll have Xiao He take care of them. All right. Jiang Xinyue collapsed against Chi Xiu, feeling utterly drained. She recalled a time when she hadn't felt this exhausted. Noticing how Chi Xiu had grown increasingly robust. Brother Qi, Su Qingwan has arrived. Husband, I've run out of bullets. Su Qingwan pushed Jiang Xinyue aside. Jiang Xinyue shot a furious glare at Su Qingwan, vowing revenge on this woman in the future. Then, she glanced at Qi Xiu. Master, Su Qingwan is bullying me again. Jiang Xinyue grasped Qi Xiu's arm, adopting a playful demeanor, for a pampered child receives affection. She silently pledged to unite with Jiang Kaiyin and others against Su Qingwan. Little did Qi Xiu know, in just a couple of days, conflicts had already arisen among his harem, with allegiances and rivalries forming in a chaotic manner. Song Huiya was Su Qingwan's sidekick, yet she was close friends with Jiang Kaiyin. While Jiang Xinyue plotted to join forces with Jiang Kaiyin against Su Qingwan in the span of a single day, they had established 6 or 7 groups. However, even if Qi Xiu were aware, he wouldn't intervene, believing that competition fosters growth, as long as it didn't lead to any fatalities. Jiang Xinyue, come to the left. Qi Xiu gestured, recognizing that appropriate competition can be beneficial. In the evening, did you exhaust all 200 bullets? 1 energy point can be exchanged for 100 Desert Eagle bullets, and a crystal core equates to 10 energy points, thus providing 1,000 bullets. Qi Xiu initially provided 200 bullets for Su Qingwan's practice, yet it was unexpected that she would deplete them so quickly. Yes, I used them all up, Su Qingwan blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How did your practice go? Occasionally, I can hit the 8 ring, and performing at the 7 ring is not a problem. Not bad. Qi Xiu nodded, acknowledging that her performance exceeded his own. Since the apocalypse began, he had merely finished the 100 bullets gifted by the system and subsequently switched to using a knife. Moreover, he had never deliberately practiced shooting. He relied solely on intuition, which had led to the unfortunate incident of accidentally shattering Wu Jihuan's. Well, Most importantly, given his current attributes, the lethality he could inflict with a knife far surpassed that of a firearm, rendering guns meaningless to him. I will fetch you another 200 bullets shortly. Qi Xiu glanced at the weather outside, where rain continued to pour. His original plan was to venture out and collect more crystal cores. However, given the circumstances, it was clear that would not be possible. Master, my father said it won't rain at all tomorrow. Jiang Xinyue spoke softly while delicately massaging her shoulders. Is that true? Qi pursuing you? Wouldn't that merely make me your devoted admirer number 8? Qi Xiu cast a sidelong glance at her. Before the apocalypse, he could not even manage to win the affection of anyone present, particularly Jiang Xinyue. The mere act of glancing at her nearly resulted in the loss of his limbs. Indeed, Su Qingwan, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched her head. However, upon hearing that she was deemed more beautiful than Qi Xiu's former partner, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. And what transpired afterward? Did you strive to earn more? Kai Shishir seemed somewhat perplexed. During their university days, relationships rarely involved considerations like betrothal gifts. That time, I did not wish to let her down, so I took on 3 jobs, delivering takeout during the day, working as a security guard at night, and penning novels whenever I had some spare time. Why were you so relentless? Song Huiya's eyes glistened, slightly reddened as she listened. Just by imagining it, she could comprehend the extent of Qi Xiu's hardships. For those at the bottom, devoid of connections, the only path to earning money was to risk their very lives. Qi Xiu continued, recounting a particular birthday of hers when he saved for 3 months to buy her a bag worth 20,000, complimenting it with a feast of her favorite dishes. Were you not earning a mere 2,800 a month? Su Qingwan found it hard to believe. When had Qi Xiu been in such a favorable position to purchase a 20,000 yuan bag? The 2,800 was from his security job. Delivering takeout could yield an additional 5,000 to 6,000 a month, along with some income from writing, barely bringing him to 10,000. Qi Xiu chuckled lightly. Then you were foolish. You worked so hard for money, only to spend it on someone else. Su Qingwan now regretted not having encountered Qi Xiu sooner. Had she known of his struggles before the apocalypse, she might have offered him assistance. Reminiscing about how she had once mocked him for being a loser, she felt a wave of guilt. Indeed, reflecting on it now, she realized how naive she had been. Qi Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Everyone has had their youth, and at that time, he had not pondered deeply. He merely wished to bring joy to the one he cherished, and then, surely she must have been overjoyed with such a lavish gift? Jiang Kaiyin expressed her intrigue. A man as exceptional as Qi Xiu should not have faced a breakup. Indeed, I too believed she would be delighted. Qi Xiu sighed helplessly. Perhaps that woman never truly loved him. The reality was that she tossed the bag to the ground, deeming it embarrassing to carry since her friend's boyfriend gifted her bags worth over 100,000. She accused me of being both poor and stingy. And then she ended it. Chishio remained nonchalant, as this event had transpired 1 or 2 years ago. You see, you all insisted I share, and now that I have, your spirits have dampened. Su Qingwan inhaled sharply. Earning a salary of 10 to 20,000 as a flight attendant, she would scarcely consider purchasing a bag worth 20,000. Except for Jiang Xinyue, the heiress present, it was unlikely anyone else could afford to deem such a bag inexpensive. Chapter 53. Jiang Xinyue's rescue. That woman is utterly despicable. Jiang Kaiyin could not help but utter a few curses. It was precisely such women who tarnished their reputation. Lacking ambition, they relied on men for everything. My dear, after the apocalypse, how could you let her get away with it? Su Qingwan pondered for a moment before speaking. Chishio was indeed a hidden gem, and that woman was truly blind. Had she remained by Chishio's side, she would have undoubtedly thrived during the apocalypse. Yes, Chidage. I recall a famous author once penned a line in a novel, 30 years in Hebei. 30 years in Hunan. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Kai Shirshir pouted. Despite being the campus belle with countless admirers, she had never disrespected anyone in such a manner. Her father, Kai Kong, often taught her to regard others as equals. I've long deleted her contact. Chishio lightly tapped Kai Shirshir on the head, bemused that she had even misremembered a line from a novel. Chidage. It hurts. Please stop hitting me. Do you still have any photos of your ex? Kai Shirshir playfully covered her head, winking mischievously at Chishio. I don't have any. Objectively speaking, his ex was indeed less attractive than the women present, and keeping photos would serve little purpose. You don't believe me? Come, let me show you. Chishio noticed the skeptical gazes directed at him, so he decided to open his photo album for them. Why, dear, if you have her contact information, I will surely give her a piece of my mind. Su Qingwan declared indignantly. Anyone who bullied her husband was essentially bullying her. If she encountered that woman now, she would surely mar her face. Master, did you not say she was in sales? Which company did she work for? Several times, Jiang Xinyue attempted to speak but was silenced by Su Qingwan's glare. Finally, she managed to interject. I believe she worked in real estate at your Jiang Group. Chishio recalled that he had been a security guard at Jiang Group and that his ex had worked in sales there, thus creating the opportunity for their acquaintance. Then tell me her name. I can have my father trace her contact details. Regardless of their position, anyone employed at Jiang Group would at least have left a phone number. As long as she hadn't changed her number, they could reach her. And why, dear, hurry and tell Jiang Xinyue. Once we find her, I want to turn her head into a sieve. The more Su Qingwan thought about it, the angrier she became. She could not bear to let the matter rest. Chi-go, just tell us already. Chi-dage, please share with Sister Xinyue. I want to see what your ex looks like. Chishio was exasperated. Why were so many people so inquisitive? Her name is Lu Mingyan. After a moment's thought, Chishio revealed it had been so long since the apocalypse, he wondered if she was still alive. I will have my father check it out for you shortly. Jiang Xinyue took out her phone, noting the name in her memo. This was her first time assisting Chishio. If she succeeded, perhaps Chishio would dote on her, and Su Qingwan would no longer dare to bully her. Come, let us continue our game. Chishio shook his head. The past should remain in the past. The next morning, Chishio drew back the curtains, and indeed, as Jiang Xinyue had mentioned, it had not rained. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. My dear, why are you up so early? Su Qingwan, having been specially cared for by Chishio the previous night, had yet to fully recover, her steps slightly unsteady. Ding. Jiang Xinyue picked up her phone, a man's voice on the other end. Miss Jiang? We have arrived near the Jiang Group's branch in L City. Where are you? I am at Nanting Yayuan. Please come over. Jiang Xinyue hung up the phone and turned to Chishio. My father's men will be arriving at the entrance of Nanting Yuan shortly. What do you plan to do? Eliminate them all. You have no objections, do you? No. Jiang Xinyue met Chishio's gaze, her body involuntarily trembling. In truth, there was no need for Chishio to take matters into his own hands. Little Black could handle it. In the sky, 3 helicopters hovered above, suddenly opening their doors as 5 figures descended gracefully, landing with parachutes. Steward Wang. This must be Nanting Yuan community, correct? Wang Run, the Jiang family's steward, personally led a team to rescue Jiang Xinyue. Accompanying him were 4 robust men, all fully armed, clutching submachine guns and with grenades strapped to their waists. They were mercenaries. According to the navigation, there is no mistake. Let us head in and locate the young lady. Wang Run gestured, 2 mercenaries taking the lead with their guns, while the other 2 brought up the rear. Roar. 2 zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, suddenly charged forward, bang, bang, bang. The 4 mercenaries aimed their submachine guns at the zombies, reducing them to a pulp in less than 3 seconds. Conserve your ammunition. We haven't brought much this time, Wang Run frowned. Even with bullets, wasting them was unwise. A single shot to the head would suffice, yet they fired so many. It was exceedingly wasteful. Did the young lady specify her location? This community is quite large. It won't be easy to find her immediately. One mercenary shot down several zombies, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Perhaps due to poor signal, I haven't received any response from the young lady. Let us proceed to search. The team entered through Building 1 to commence their search. Steward Wang, this entrance bears gunshot marks. It appears to be from a Desert Eagle. The experienced mercenaries assessed the scene, examining the discarded shell casings and signs. Look, the lobby of Building 1 is drenched in dried blood and gnawed human bones. Everyone's tension mounted. Could it be that cannibalism had begun here? Moreover, how could a regular household possess a Desert Eagle? Increase your pace. We shall split up and search. Wang Run felt an ominous premonition. The entire Building 1 was eerily empty. Even if people had starved to death, there should at least be some corpses. Hello? Steward Wang. I found nothing here. Not even a piece of furniture remains. Wang Run picked up the walkie-talkie, hearing a mercenary's voice on the other end. Hello. Wang Guanjia. I have not detected any abnormalities here. No. Wait. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the voice of a mercenary abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of chewing. Chapter 54. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Hello. What is happening? Wang Guanjia's heart jolted. The previous mercenary had likely perished, and already one had fallen before they even found the young lady, Guanjia. Hello. Retreat quickly. Bang, bang. Banged, a gigantic black dog has appeared on my end. Hurry. Beep. A profound sense of dread began to spread among the remaining few, as they were nearly annihilated in an instant. Each mercenary was specially trained and wielded submachine guns. What kind of dog could possibly be so formidable? One that could rival even the Siberian tiger. Hello? Everyone gather here. Sensing something amiss, Wang Run immediately issued a gathering order, knowing that separation would only lead to their downfall one by one. Hello. Come quickly. Save me. Suddenly, a black wolf appeared behind me, seemingly capable of invisibility. Bang, 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 beep. Damn it. Wang Run furiously smashed the intercom to the ground, with only one mercenary successfully arriving to join him. Wang Guanjia, we should retreat. This building is far too eerie, desolate, and devoid of anything. The last mercenary's face was etched with fear. From his experience, at least dozens must have perished in the hall to leave such a pool of blood. Yi Dao, how disappointing for a gold-tier mercenary to be so easily frightened. Wang Run expressed his dissatisfaction, always retreating. They had yet to find the young lady. Yi Dao had handled firearms since he was 3. Committed his first murder at 12, participated in his first mercenary operation at 16, and earned the title of gold-tier mercenary at 18. Now at 35, he had taken the lives of no fewer than 800. Even so, he trembled in fear, not wanting to linger here a moment longer. Guanjia, we must retreat. We'll return with more people to rescue the young lady next time. Yi Dao gripped his submachine gun tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings, having sensed a faint yet ominous killing intent. If they did not leave now, they might become trapped. Howl! Shoot it! Xiao He suddenly appeared, leaping into the air with a terrifying aura that left Wang Run's legs weak, causing him to fall to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. This is bad. It has gone invisible, moving at lightning speed, rendering it impossible to hit. Xiao He drew nearer, and with the submachine gun proving ineffective, Yi Dao unsheathed the military knife at his waist. Howl! With Yi Dao barely possessing 1 attribute point, how could he possibly stand against Xiao He, who had reached 7 attribute points? In mere seconds, his skull was crushed, followed by the sound of devouring. Wang Run, paralyzed with fear, lacked the courage to rise. The creature before him was no mere dog. It was evidently a wolf. No, not just any wolf, but an unprecedented giant wolf. Even 4 or 5 Siberian tigers would be no match for it. Howl! Xiao He finished devouring all the flesh, and his attributes increased by 0.1 points. However, he did not immediately kill Wang Run on the ground, as he had received orders from Qi Xiu to bring the leader over. Xiao He gently picked up Wang Run and, at a remarkable speed, raced toward the city of evil. Wang Run felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found a table before him. Draped with a black cloth, a seemingly ordinary man was leisurely enjoying lobsters laid out on the table. "Exine, your uncle Wang has arrived. Are you not going to greet him?" Qi Xiu said nonchalantly. Appearing unconcerned, upon closer inspection, Jiang Exine resembled a servant, diligently attending to Qi Xiu, utterly devoid of her former status as the young lady. "Mississippi, how could you engage in such actions?" Wang Run trembled as he stood. Struggling to believe the reality before him, Jiang Exine momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "Wang Run, is it? I shall grant you a chance at life." Qi Xiu lifted his feet, and Jiang Exine skillfully propped him up with her fragrant shoulder. Qi Xiu had heard from Jiang Exine that Wang Run was an exceptionally capable butler, with no issues regarding his work ethic or character. As luck would have it, Qi Xiu's territory was in need of a competent steward. If Wang Run proved loyal, he could temporarily manage affairs. "Who are you to treat the young lady this way? Do you not fear retaliation from the Jiang group?" Wang Run felt a pang of sympathy watching Jiang Exine's deft actions. She had been like a daughter to him, nurtured under the watchful eye of the late Master Jiang. Now, she was being casually humiliated by a stranger. "I am Qi Xiu, formerly a security guard for your Jiang group." Qi Xiu waved his hand, tossing a security badge forward. Instinctively, Wang Run caught it and glanced. Indeed, it was from their Jiang group. "Noticing that your young lady has nowhere to go, I can only reluctantly take care of her for the time being, as I am working for the Jiang group." "No need for thanks." Qi Xiu pinched her cheek, eliciting a few delighted sounds from Jiang Exine. "Watch how I keep your young lady looking fair and tender." Jiang Exine's complexion flushed. She dared not resist and could only shamefully close her eyes. "Wang Guanjia, I happen to need a steward for this villa, and I believe you are just the right fit." Qi Xiu came straight to the point, revealing his intentions. "Hemph, since ancient times, who has not faced death? In the past, when Tianxiang sacrificed himself for his country, and now I, Wang Run, dedicate myself to the Jiang group. Master Jiang's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. I, Wang, am inept, unable to repay his grace, thus I offer nothing but my unwavering loyalty. You may take my life as you wish." Wang Run waved his sleeve, dismissive of Qi Xiu's invitation, unafraid of death. How could he fear Qi Xiu? Good, good, good. Qi Xiu clapped his hands, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "If that is the case, then I shall grant your wish, Xiao He. Send this martyr on his way." Wang Run remained silent as Xiao He bit him to death, proving himself a man of fortitude. It was regrettable, however, that such talent could not be put to use. Individuals like Wang Run, once they chose a master, would remain devoted for life. Listening to Xiao He's sounds of chewing, Jiang Exine's face turned pale with fear, terrified that Qi Xiu would next feed her to the dog. Ding, ding. "Master, my father is calling via video." "Answer it." Jiang Exine quickly tidied her appearance before accepting the call. "Hello, Dad, daughter. It seems something has happened with Wang Guanjia. We have completely lost contact." Her father's anxious voice came through. He had dispatched 4 gold-tier mercenaries to assist Wang Run. How could such a foolproof plan go awry? Now, he could not fathom what had gone wrong. And what is the situation with Feng Yu? Why has he been unreachable these past few days? Does he no longer wish to continue? Chapter 55. Video call with father-in-law. "Dad, Feng Yu is dead. I'm currently at a friend's house. It's safe here. You don't need to worry for now." Jiang Exine had finally resigned herself to the situation. Once in Qi Xiu's hands, escape was no longer an option. "A friend? What kind of friend could you possibly have there?" Jiang Zhendong's voice lowered, seemingly lost in thought. "The Nantingye Yuan community is on the outskirts of the city, quite remote. It should not have any prominent figures residing there." "Uncle Jiang, hello." Song Huiya, bewildered, was pulled over by Jiang Exine. "Dad? This is Song Huiya. She used to be my teacher." Jiang Zhendong's concern lessened as he regarded the cute and innocent Song Huiya before him. "Are you two the only ones?" Jiang Zhendong asked again, still worried. It was unsafe for 2 girls to be out alone. "Uncle Jiang, you can rest assured. My boyfriend is also here, and we will take good care of Xi and you. The scene shifted to Qi Xiu slowly raised his head. The man before him had striking features, as if painted with a brush, his broad face exuding an air of seriousness. Yet upon closer inspection, his expression was gentle, giving off a warm and amiable vibe. Qi Xiu had seen this man in photos before the apocalypse. Today marked their first meeting in person. Young man, what did you do before? Zhang Zhendong initiated the conversation. Father-in-law. Oh no. Uncle, I used to work as a security guard at your company. Zhang Xine you quickly handed over the security badge that had been discarded moments ago. Zhang Zhendong scrutinized it carefully. Indeed, it was from their company. Uncle, you can rest assured. I am part of the company, and Zhang Xine U.S. affairs are my own. I will ensure she is well taken care of, young man. Your name is Qi Xiu. Once the apocalypse has passed, come to the headquarters as a supervisor. Zhang Zhendong, sharp-eyed, recognized Qi Xiu's name from the security badge, even suggesting a position for him. Qi Xiu expressed his disinterest in such offers. Preferring something else, uncle, rest assured. Even without the supervisor position, I will look after Miss Zhang well. Just see how rosy her complexion is now. The scene shifted once again, the camera focusing on Zhang Xinu's face. Now slightly flushed, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Observing his daughter's expression, Zhang Zhendong sensed something was amiss, yet her complexion was indeed rosy, appearing well-fed and content, unlike someone suffering. Surely Qi Xiu, in pursuit of the supervisor position, would take good care of his daughter, allowing him to temporarily set aside his worries. Father, there's nothing else, so I shall hang up first. With that, Zhang Xinyu quickly ended the video call without waiting for Zhang Zhentian's response. Zhang Zhentian, on the other hand, merely perceived his daughter's behavior as capricious and chose not to probe further. Master. That I am utterly exhausted. Zhang Xinyu leaned against Qi Xiu, drenched in sweat. How does your father know it won't rain today? Qi Xiu said as he drew back the curtains, revealing a clear sky devoid of any rain. In the past, Qi Xiu had noted that the duration of a rain cessation was never less than half an hour, yet never exceeded an hour. Today, it had already been 2 or 3 hours without rain. Could it be that the end of days is nearing? My father has some connections with the higher-ups. Most of the military personnel happened to be caught in the red rain during their routine training, and nearly all of them transformed into zombies. Zhang Xinyu continued, the capital has succumbed completely due to its high population density and overwhelming number of zombies. Those high-ranking officials have retreated to the Demon City and the enclosed city, but the localities have entirely disregarded the central authority, leading to a fragmented nation. Hearing Zhang Xinyu's words, Qi Xiu fell into contemplation. If even the Daxia Empire, renowned for its cohesion, was in such disarray, the situation of other empires could only be imagined. Human civilization had been nearly obliterated. The authority of the state dissipated amidst the smoke of the apocalypse, and power would inevitably be redistributed. A new era was dawning, an era belonging to all. Doesn't the country possess nuclear weapons? Why haven't we seen them employed in such a critical moment? Qi Xiu questioned. Perplexed, given the current strength of the zombies, even a handgun's effectiveness was insufficient, let alone missiles. Ah, Brother Qi, you are unaware. Zhang Kaiyin, accompanied by Kai Shishir, approached. The launch of nuclear weapons and other missiles requires satellite positioning. Currently, the signals are exceedingly unstable. Even the military's dedicated satellites are severely disrupted, rendering missile launches impossible. I see. Qi Xiu began to grasp the situation. The power of nuclear weapons was immense, but with inaccurate positioning, a missile could easily land upon oneself, leading to immediate doom. Those high-ranking officials were undoubtedly cautious about their lives, hastily fleeing at the first opportunity. Brother Qi, my father, mother, and younger sister all escaped from the capital to the Demon City. Zhang Kaiyin briefly described her situation, uncertain of how things were on the other side, having heard that it was not particularly tranquil. You have a younger sister? What does she look like? Given Zhang Kaiyi's beauty, her sister should not be lacking in attractiveness either. What are you doing? Upon hearing Qi Xiu's interest in her sister, Zhang Kaiyin immediately became wary. She could not allow her sister to fall prey to this lecher. It's nothing, that I was merely inquiring. If the Demon City is unsafe, we could always bring your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law over. Qi Xiu playfully lifted Zhang Kaiyin and seated her beside him. You're starting again. Zhang Kaiyin instinctively clung to Qi Xiu. He was in no rush. Even if he wanted to go to the Demon City, he could not, As it lay thousands of kilometers away, a round trip by car would likely take a month. And he did not know how to fly a plane. Brother Qi, could you also bring my mother over? Upon hearing Qi Xiu's willingness to fetch her parents, Song Huiya joined the conversation, as she was. After all, the second in command of the harem, and her mother was also Qi Xiu's mother. How does our mother look? Qi Xiu tossed the blushing Jiang Kaiyan onto the sofa and grinned at Song Huiya. Song Huiya felt a shiver run down her spine at Qi Xiu's smile. Could it be that he was developing an interest in her mother as well? She truly wanted to cry. Such treachery was beyond her. I was just joking. Look at how frightened you are. Qi Xiu ruffled Song Huiya's hair. I am a good person. Brother Qi, you are a good person. I entrust my mother to you. Song Huiya obediently nodded, reassured by Qi Xiu's demeanor, which gave no indication of inappropriate interest in her mother. Rest assured, I will take good care of your mother. Qi Xiu chuckled several times, with no one aware of his true thoughts. Qingwan, why haven't you shared your family's situation with me? Qi Xiu glanced at the pensive Su Qingwan, who had not been her usual lively self today, speaking not a word. Was she perhaps homesick? My parents went missing the day after the apocalypse began. They're likely long gone now. Su Qingwan sighed heavily. For the past few days, whenever the signal was slightly better, she had incessantly attempted to contact her family. Initially, her calls went unanswered, but now, the response was, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. It was likely that their phone had run out of battery. Sister Qingwan, do not be too sorrowful. My father also passed away a few days ago. Kai Shishir approached to comfort Su Qingwan, as they both shared a tragic bond of being orphaned. Li Song Huiya's biological mother was still alive. Though her circumstances remained unknown, a woman alone in the apocalypse would not fare well. All right, do not dwell on sadness. We will know the truth when we have the chance to see them. Qi Xiu shook his head nonchalantly. Death in the apocalypse was commonplace. In contrast, survival was the rarity. The fact that they had managed to stay alive was already a stroke of fortune. A few hundred meters from the eastern gate of the Nanting Yayuan community. Boss Qian, someone is approaching. Qianda, accompanied by a group of underlings, was exterminating zombies. The zombies within the community had mostly been cleared, but to obtain crystal nuclei, they had to take risks and venture outside the community to hunt. Today, with no rain, they had traveled a bit further. Hold off on killing zombies for now. Come with me to see what the situation is. Qianda sensed that the newcomers did not come with good intentions. Those who had survived the apocalypse were rarely benevolent. Old Liang? As they drew closer, Qianda immediately recognized the leading man as his arch-rival, Liang Fong. Before the apocalypse, they had been engaged in the same line of work, often clashing over resource control. Old Qian, you seem to be doing quite well, Liang Fong observed Qianda, his face glowing with health, completely unlike someone who was starving. It was evident that he had access to plenty of food, and a glimmer of malice flashed in Liang Fong's eyes. If he were to kill Qianda, all that food would be his. Old Liang, have you been on a diet recently? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. The moment these words were uttered, all the underlings burst into laughter. Liang Fong's expression darkened further. During this time, the biting Yayuan community had been completely dominated by Bai Qiu, who provided them with just enough food to stave off hunger. To better his circumstances, Liang Fong had even sent his wife away, barely managing to become a minor leader, which allowed him to eat only half his fill each day, now that the rain had ceased. He had brought his group out to scavenge for food. The comparison to Qianda, who seemed to be faring better, only fueled his anger and envy. Old Qian, shouldn't you share your food with us? Liang Fong called out to his followers, who echoed his sentiment. Yes, let's share the food. At worst, when the apocalypse is over, we will return the favor. Qianda looked at the group as if they were fools. Who knew when the apocalypse would end? Old Qian, I'm only looking out for you. You might not know how formidable Bai Lauda is. If you hand over your food now, I can speak a few kind words to him on your behalf. And you could also become a minor leader. Mentioning Bai Qiu, Liang Fong's voice trembled with fear. It was said that Bai Qiu had been bitten by a zombie, yet instead of dying, he had become immensely powerful, easily overpowering 3 to 5 ordinary individuals. What Bai Lauda? I only recognize our Qi Lauda. Qianda scoffed at the remark. Not only did Qi Xiu possess firearms, but even his dog could wipe out these individuals in mere moments. What rubbish, Qi Lauda! If you dare, let your Qi Lauda face off against our Bai Lauda. Let them face off if they must. Who fears whom? The two groups collided, each pushing against the other, neither daring to engage seriously for the moment. As they exchanged jibes, tensions escalated, and a few underlings began to strike with force. "Damn it, where are you kicking?" one underling cried out, rolling on the ground while clutching his groin. "Silence!" Qiande bellowed. How did this escalate into a fight? Truly a bunch of country bumpkins. Did they even know what they were dealing with? Liang Fong pulled out a pristine crystal nucleus from his pocket, looking down at Qiande with contempt. Although he was unsure of its significance, he had heard Bai Qiu mention that this item, known as a crystal nucleus, could be exchanged for a loaf of bread. One loaf was worth nearly a day's worth of food for them. How many of these do you have? Upon seeing the crystal nucleus, Qianda's eyes lit up. Initially, he had planned to engage in a battle of words with Liang Fong. But now that he had seen the crystal nucleus, he realized that seizing it would be far more expedient than collecting it himself. After all, being bitten by a zombie was nearly a death sentence, while engaging in a scuffle with humans posed no real threat to life. Qiande waved his hand, signaling his underlings to understand. They raised their axes overhead and began to encircle Liang Fong and his group. "Qian, what do you mean by this? You think 7 or 8 of you can overpower my 10 or so?" Liang Fong stowed the crystal nucleus, cursing Qiande in anger. Qiande, the old fox, wouldn't recognize the value of the crystal nucleus, yet here he was, trying to take it from him. Qiande hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Old Liang, considering our long-standing acquaintance, how about I trade food for the crystal core in your possession?" Although his own group was small in number, each member was robust and full of energy, while Liang Fong's group, despite having over a dozen members, appeared emaciated and famished. In a confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. However, if he could secure the crystal core without a single soldier lost, that would be even better. Ideally, he wouldn't have to resort to violence or waste food in exchange. Qiande pondered. How much food should he offer? Liang Fong hesitated. The allure of food was simply too enticing. Even if the crystal core was valuable, they would ultimately have to trade it for food with Bai Qiu. If Qiande offered a better price than Bai Qiu, it was obvious whom they would choose to trade with. This amount. Qiande raised 2 fingers, waving them in the air, a sly merchant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While he might not excel in many areas, conducting business was undoubtedly his forte. 2 loaves of bread for 1 crystal core. Liang Fong's eyes lit up with delight, but he quickly masked his excitement. He could negotiate for an even higher price. Dream on. It should be 2 crystal cores for 1 loaf of bread. Qiande was once a businessman. How could he engage in a losing deal? He not only aimed to profit but to reap 10-fold or 100-fold gains. What? Old Qian, you're even more unscrupulous than before. Liang Fong's face contorted in displeasure, clearly ready to leave. Trade or not, if you refuse, I'll simply seize it. 3 crystal cores for 1 or 2 loaves of bread. Or we'll fight. Liang Fong's anger simmered. It was evident that Qiande was not here to negotiate in good faith. Fine, wait right there. I'll go fetch food to trade with you. Qiande gritted his teeth, visibly reluctant, almost intimidating his own subordinates. You 2 stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll go get the food. Leaving 2 subordinates to watch over the group, Qiande turned and hurried back towards the community. Boss Qian, are we really going to get food to trade with them? One subordinate followed closely behind. Trade for what? I'm going to take it for free. Qiande kicked his subordinate lightly, exasperated that after all this time, the boy still hadn't grasped the situation. In this apocalypse, who still traded for supplies? Wouldn't it be better to just steal? Chapter 57. Pursuit. Where are we headed now? Of course, we need to inform Chief Qi. Not only should we rob them, but we should plunder the entire neighboring community. Qiande chuckled sinisterly, knowing that without cunning, he could hardly profit from his ventures. He had studied these crystal cores, utterly ignorant of their value, and he was also unaware of Qi Xiu's intentions for acquiring them. Strangely enough, the so-called Bai Lauda was also collecting crystal cores. How peculiar. Could it be that he had discovered their secret? Regardless, he must report this to Qi Xiu for a decision in the City of Evil. Qiande made a formal bow, his body slightly bent. Before him, Qi Xiu sat in a chair. Is what you say true? Qi Xiu rubbed his nose. If that were the case, Bai Qiu must have discovered other uses for the crystal cores. This matter was utterly verifiable. Qiande had already confirmed it with several individuals. There was no doubt. What is your take on this? I've already sent someone to investigate Bai Qiu's background. It is said that he was originally a concrete worker, But after being bitten by a zombie, he miraculously survived and developed antibodies. Moreover, his strength significantly increased after the bite. As he spoke, Qianda respectfully handed over his phone, which contained videos of Bai Qiu's recent battles. By observing Bai Qiu's speed and strength in the footage, Qi Xiu estimated his attribute points to be between 1 and 2. For an ordinary person, that would be immensely powerful, but to him, it was akin to dealing with a weakling. I believe that with the strength of the chief, we can directly confront him and extract the secret of the crystal cores. Qianda hastily suggested, while secretly speculating whether being bitten by a zombie could enhance one's strength. His own Chief Qi was remarkably strong. Could it be that he had also been bitten by a zombie? You may leave for now. Qi Xiu waved his hand. He had previously heard reports indicating that some individuals who were bitten did not turn into zombies. However, it seemed the news had concealed many details. Could it be possible to gain attribute points from a zombie bite? My dear, can you take me out this time? I'm nearly bored to death in here. Su Qingwan pouted adorably at Qi Xiu, her eyes radiating confidence. My husband, with my current strength, I might be able to assist you. Hearing that Qi Xiu was going out, Su Qingwan felt a surge of excitement. She had not yet seen the outside world during this apocalypse. Confined to this villa for so long had grown tiresome. All right, change into some normal clothes. Su Qingwan had become increasingly open in front of him, her attire growing more casual. Chief Qi, Liang Fong is just ahead. Qianda led the way, followed by a dozen subordinates. Qianda, what do you mean by this? Liang Fong noticed Qianda returning, accompanied by more people, and even a fool could guess that this was an intent to rob. Old Liang, our Chief Qi wishes to meet you. Qianda beamed, deliberately slowing his pace to allow Qi Xiu to walk ahead. Liang Fong followed Qianda's gaze to the leading figure. The man wore a plain white t-shirt, appearing rather unremarkable. However, the woman beside him drew everyone's attention. Su Qingwan clung to Qi Xiu's arm, draped in a shawl that accentuated her curves, her silhouette tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting her hair, and she hastily covered her short skirt, her cheeks tinged with a hint of bashfulness. She resembled an innocent young girl, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. It was Qi Xiu beside her that seemed somewhat out of place. How could such a beautiful woman be with someone like him? Surely, she must have been coerced. Liang Fong and his companions regarded Qi Xiu with hostile glares. If looks could kill, Qi Xiu would have perished 1,000 times over. Husband, so many people are looking at me. It's making me feel a bit shy. Su Qingwan bashfully nestled into Qi Xiu's embrace. Emitting soft, coy sounds to the onlookers, her voice was like a drop of water in a parched desert, intoxicating them utterly. Not only did she possess ethereal beauty, but her voice was also enchanting. Who could possibly resist? They must all be yearning for her. Qi Xiu teased Su Qingwan slightly, causing her ears to flush crimson. I only belong to you. My husband. Su Qingwan swayed her body slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Surely, her husband wouldn't wish to take her here. Oh my. How could I have such thoughts? Qi Xiu shook his head, realizing she was still as flirtatious as ever, but today he had more pressing matters to attend to. Aren't you going to greet our chief? Qianda's furious shout interrupted everyone's reverie, dragging those still entranced by Su Qingwan's beauty back to reality. Qianda, you despicable scoundrel. I was trying to negotiate with you in good faith, and you resort to robbery. You have no sense of honor. Liang Fong's gaze shifted from Su Qingwan as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qianda. Venting his frustration, he should never have trusted this unscrupulous merchant. He should have fled the moment he had the chance. Old Liang, in this apocalypse, who still speaks of honor? It's a time for brute force. Qianda scoffed. The era of righteousness had long since perished. With the law rendered useless, who would still adhere to morals? It was utterly laughable. Qianda, don't get too cocky. I will definitely inform Arbai Lauda of this. And you shall await your demise. Liang Fong subtly stepped back, his expression darkening, hoping to intimidate them with Bai Qiu's name. You won't live to see that day, but today, you're doomed. Qianda waved dismissively. If he feared Bai Qiu, he wouldn't have come here today. Brothers, we are from the same community, and now the neighboring group, relying on their numbers and strength, seeks to rob us. What do you say we do? Liang Fong turned to his subordinates, delivering a passionate speech. Let us fight back. Let us get them to kill them. All the subordinates quickly rallied to the cause, who could swallow their pride and allow themselves to be robbed so brazenly? Brothers, follow my command and scatter. Without looking back, Liang Fong shouted at the crowd as he bolted away. Surprisingly, despite his portly figure, he ran surprisingly fast, leaving his subordinates dumbfounded as he sprinted several meters ahead before they could react. All the subordinates, even Qi Xiu, was bewildered. Was he not supposed to fight before fleeing? As Liang Fong ran, he inwardly cursed. Why bother fighting? His group hadn't eaten properly in days, merely surviving on a single loaf of bread, their hunger gnawing at them. How could they possibly engage in a brawl? Chapter 58. Do my brothers look down on me? Seeing Liang Fong take flight, the subordinates stood frozen for a moment before immediately scattering. Chief Qi, should we pursue them? Without Qi Xiu's orders, the subordinates remained stationary. You lead the chase. I'll head directly to Biding Yeyuan community. Qi Xiu replied expressionlessly. These petty fish were hardly worth his personal involvement. He would leave it to Qianda if Qianda couldn't handle such a trivial matter, then he was utterly useless. Very well, Qi Laoda, I shall not let you down, Qianda proclaimed, raising his arm and waving it forward, shouting, everyone, attack. Whoever kills Liang Fong shall be rewarded with 2 packs of spicy beef instant noodles. At his command, all the underlings surged forth like wolves in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu led Su Qingwan directly to the Biding Yeyuan community. My lord, the conditions in Biding Yeyuan are even worse than those in our area, Su Qingwan remarked, linking her arm with Qi Xiu as they strolled down the community streets. Occasionally, they would spot several individuals attempting to subdue a lone zombie. These individuals often appeared gaunt and emaciated, requiring the collaboration of 3 or 4 to barely defeat a single zombie. Brother Luo, there are people coming from that direction, one of the underlings alerted, pointing toward a scrawny figure beneath a tree. It was hard to fathom that even the small leaders in this community could scarcely find enough to eat, let alone the underlings trailing behind them. Luo Tao rolled over, brushing off the leaves from his belly. His gaze fixed intently on Qi Xiu and Su Qingwan as he perceived something far more enticing than mere food. Brother Luo, this time we've hit the jackpot. Such a stunning beauty. Capturing her not only provides personal pleasure but could also be presented to Big Bai, surely earning us a substantial exchange for food. The underling's eyes bulged with anticipation, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned Su Qingwan at his mercy. Just look at you. You reacting as if you've never seen a beauty before. Luo Tao sneered, feeling disgusted by his underling's eagerness. I've seen plenty of beauties, but one as exquisite as her is a rare find. The underling wiped his mouth and continued. A lady this beautiful would surely catch Big Bai's fancy. We'd be rolling in it. You speak the truth. Food has been dwindling these days, and Big Bai has been rationing our shares. I haven't had a full meal in days, Luo Tao lamented, rubbing his own starving, wrinkled belly and letting out a deep sigh. Unlike Qi Xiu, who could trade energy points for sustenance, the food supply in the community was limited, and it was only a matter of time before it ran out completely. Brother Luo, I'll go capture that woman right away. Kill the man, the underling declared, brandishing a fruit knife and eyeing Qi Xiu and Su Qingwan with a glint of malice. In this apocalyptic world, is she still considered a frail woman? Damn, even the men lack such strength. What is even more outrageous is that she possesses a gun. For heaven's sake, why didn't she reveal it sooner? Who among you still wishes for my assistance in broadening your horizons? Su Qingwan let out a gentle laugh, a smile so captivating that it tugged at the heartstrings. The recent death of Luo Tao felt surreal. As if conjured from a dream, the handgun was slowly raised. All the minions froze in place, paralyzed with disbelief, eyeing her fair, jade-like hand. She wielded a pistol, a sight that struck everyone as utterly absurd. I don't want it. I don't want it. One minion, upon seeing the gun pointed at him, shook his head vigorously, his body trembling like a wave. Do you reject me because you look down on me? No, bang. Before the minion could finish his sentence, his brains, mingled with blood, splattered across the ground. And you? Do you wish for me to enlighten you? The gun's barrel shifted to another minion. The minion collapsed to the floor, a puddle of yellow liquid pooling beneath him. This was no beauty. She was clearly a harbinger of death. Qingwan, how can you be so brutal? Look, you've frightened him so much he couldn't even control himself. Qi Xiu sauntered over leisurely, pondering how Su Qingwan, after only a few days together, had become even more ruthless than him. "Husband, I did not mean to. Shall I apologize to him?" Su Qingwan playfully pouted, appearing utterly charming. The minion on the ground gradually regained his composure and realized his predicament. He had lost control over his own body. "I'm sorry. Don't be afraid. I'm a good person." Su Qingwan turned to the minion, offering a warm smile. "Little brother, I'm fine. You're so handsome. You must have been startled." The minion felt a warmth in his heart, astonished that such a beautiful girl was smiling at him. Surely, she wouldn't want to kill him. "You didn't he say it was fine? Do you also look down on me?" Bang. Another deafening gunshot rang out, and yet another minion fell lifeless to the ground. The other two minions, terrified, immediately threw themselves to the floor. "Little sister, please spare us. We were all misled by Luo Tao." "Husband, how should we deal with these two?" Su Qingwan, struggling to suppress her discomfort, had already taken 3 lives, and being her first time, it weighed on her mind. "Lead the way. Take me to your boss. Bye." Qi Xiu casually dispatched one of the minions, leaving the more compliant one to guide them. The last minion trembled as he walked, his legs weak, crawling forward. "B boss. By usually resides on the 5th floor of Building 3. Building 3 was indeed different from the others. The surrounding corpses had been meticulously cleared away, and 2 guards stood at the entrance. "Boss, the entire Building 3 is now under Bai's control. Only he and his trusted followers, along with his women, reside within. People like us have no right to enter." The minion spoke timidly, afraid to breathe too loudly lest they provoke this formidable presence. "So, you have become useless," Qi Xiu remarked, extending his powerful hand to grip the minion's throat, lifting him slowly before flinging him aside. The 2 guards at Building 3 were knocked senseless. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" The guards struggled to rise, drawing large machetes from their waists, glaring at Qi Xiu and Su Qingwan with fury. "Is this kid tired of living, daring to stir trouble on Bai's turf? Damn, does he dare to kill?" One minion placed his hand on the nose of the recently slain comrade. There was no breath left. Chapter 60. Su Qingwan goes berserk. Moreover, he recognized the deceased minion. They had exchanged greetings just yesterday. He had seen troublemakers before, but never one bold enough to kill in front of him. "Damn, that girl is truly stunning." One observant guard immediately noticed Su Qingwan. Her beauty was impossible to ignore. "Is this for real?" The other guard pulled out his glasses. "Holy hell, not just beautiful. She's a flawless gem." They had seen Bai's women before, but their beauty paled in comparison, especially as they had not bathed for days and appeared filthy. The woman before them was not only extraordinarily beautiful but also pristine, devoid of any grime. She radiated like a beam of light amidst the surrounding darkness, utterly incongruous with this apocalyptic environment. "Isn't she beautiful?" Qi Xiu asked as he strolled closer, arm linked with Su Qingwan. "Why yes, she's beautiful." One guard instinctively replied. Not only was she beautiful, but as they drew nearer, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicatingly delightful. He momentarily forgot that Qi Xiu was causing chaos, utterly captivated by her allure, imagining how wonderful it would be if she could become his wife. Admire her while you can. Once in hell, there'll be no more sights to behold. Qi Xiu lightly swung his fist, sending a guard flying, crashing through the door behind him. The guard attempted to rise, but the impact had shattered his insides. Soon, he was spitting blood and lifeless. "I'll kill you." Another guard, witnessing this, raised his machete high, bending slightly at the waist, legs coiling with power as he leapt into the air, aiming a fierce strike at Qi Xiu's head. Qi Xiu remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as if this strike was inconsequential. The airborne guard sneered. Surely this man was a fool, not even attempting to evade. "Husband, be careful," Su Qingwan exclaimed in alarm, spinning around to shield Qi Xiu from the blow. Qi Xiu furrowed his brow. Bullets could not penetrate his defenses, and this inferior machete was no more than a tickle to him. But for Su Qingwan, the blade could cause serious harm. What a nuisance! Qi Xiu extended his hand. Just as the machete was about to strike Su Qingwan, he caught it effortlessly. The gleaming blade, trembling with cold light, froze just 3 centimeters from Su Qingwan's back, unable to advance further. The guard exerted all his strength, but the machete felt as if it were embedded in stone, immovable. What kind of monster are you? The guard was astounded. To catch a blade with bare hands was a scene straight out of a movie, far beyond human limits. Yet, even more shocking was what happened next. The machete in Chishio's grip transformed as if it were mere clay, twisted into a ball and casually discarded to the ground. The spectacle was utterly astonishing. Could it be that his machete was made of mud? The guard staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Chishio like a creature from a legend. Husband, how did you do that? Not only was the guard shocked, but Su Qingwan was also taken aback, her mouth agape. Previously, she had only seen Chishio fight with firearms, usually taking down one person per shot. This was her first time witnessing him engage in close combat, and she found it even more mesmerizing than his gunplay. If they hadn't been intimate for so long, she might have suspected he was a robot, capable of crushing metal blades effortlessly. Summon your boss, bye. Chishio did not respond to Su Qingwan's question, but instead turned to the trembling guard. Why yes, I'll go at once. The guard took a few steps before his legs gave way. Crashing to the ground, he scrambled up, ignoring the pain, limping forward. If he couldn't even cut through the air, this was beyond his capability as a mere guard. He had to report to Bai. Husband, you're amazing. You're so strong, yet you didn't tell me. I was worried sick just now. After a while, Su Qingwan regained her composure, realizing why Chishio could go 7 rounds in one night. Initially, she had feared he might collapse from exhaustion. Now, she worried more for herself, concerned she might tire herself out. None of this is particularly impressive. Chishio shook his head. He hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. If he were to strike seriously, he could probably puncture a body clean through. However, such bloodshed would be messy, so he had controlled his force precisely enough to kill without turning the flesh to mush. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble in my domain? Moments later, Bai Qiu, sporting a beer belly, emerged cursing. Accompanying him were 2 beautiful women and 2 muscular men who clearly served as his enforcers. Chishio scrutinized Bai Qiu. His burly arms bore tattoos of black dragons, his brows were sparse, and his scalp was sparsely covered with hair. Is it you causing a ruckus here? Bai Qiu raised his eyelids slightly, dismissively regarding Chishio. Such a physique seemed no match for him. Then his gaze shifted to Su Qingwan. Damn, where did such a beautiful girl come from? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Bai Qiu felt that the 2 women beside him had lost their allure. With a slight exertion, he pushed one of them to the ground. Beautiful lady, you must be starving. Come here, let me treat you to some sausage. Bai Qiu completely ignored Chishio, striding directly towards Su Qingwan, raising his greasy hand to start groping her, seeking death with the recent experience of taking a life. Su Qingwan was not inclined to indulge him. She swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Bai Qiu's face. Crack, Bai Qiu, caught off guard, spun a full 360 degrees, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he gazed at Su Qingwan. How could this girl possess such strength? It should be noted that his own physical attributes had reached 1.1, and even a man's punch would not inflict such damage. Clutching his stinging cheek, Bai Qiu seethed with rage. Seeking death, as the self-proclaimed leader of the neighborhood, how could he endure being slapped in the face by a woman? How would he face his underlings after this? Clenching his fists, he lifted his hand, intending to retaliate with a punch. However, Su Qingwan quickly raised her arm to block him. Her seemingly soft and fair arm suddenly unleashed a powerful force, astonishingly deflecting Bai Qiu's blow. After some contemplation, Su Qingwan realized her strength might even surpass Bai Qiu's. Husband, allow me to teach him a lesson, she declared. To her surprise, she found her own strength to be quite formidable. After obtaining Chishio's consent, she tightened her embroidered fist and aimed to strike at Bai Qiu's face. As a brief aside. 1. Many readers in the comments section have expressed that referring to Su Qingwan as Xianggong feels out of place, suggesting it be changed to Fu Jun, which has now been amended. Moving forward, all instances of Xianggong will be replaced with Fu Jun 2. Each female protagonist will be allotted 1 to 2 chapters to develop their character traits and interests, striving to highlight their individuality. Chapter 61. The Secret of the Crystal Core. I will trample you to death, Bai Qiu bellowed in anger, feeling utterly humiliated as a proud leader unable to overpower a mere woman. In a fit of rage, he aimed a kick at Su Qingwan. Lacking extensive combat experience, She was struck squarely. Ouch, I in pain. Su Qingwan retaliated, grabbing Bai Chio's arm and pinning him to the ground. A slap to the left, crack. A punch to the right, bang. Ouched, Bai Chio found himself utterly immobilized beneath Su Qingwan, battered by a flurry of fists and slaps that left him resembling a pig's head. This scene left even Bai Chio's loyal followers in shock. What was happening? Their invincible leader was being humiliated by a girl. Su Qingwan, fueled by indignation, recalled how she had been teased by men throughout her journey. As though they view Zhilaoda, Liang Feng has been slain. Half of his subordinates are willing to surrender, while a portion has perished in the skirmishes. Qianda presented the latest report, meticulously detailing the recent events to Qi Xiu. Qianda, inform everyone in the 2 districts to assemble at the playground of Baiting Yayuan at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Yes, Qi Xiu felt that his pace in acquiring crystal cores was too slow. He must recruit more followers to gather cores for him. There are still dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals in Baiting Yayuan who could be enlisted to expand his ranks. My lord, just now Jiang Xinhua messaged me, urging you not to linger outside for too long. It is expected to rain again tonight. Su Qingwan glanced at her phone, a worried look crossing her face. It had barely been a day since the last rain. And now another downpour was imminent. Understood. He would wrap up matters here quickly. It wouldn't take long. Zhilaoda, everyone has been notified and is en route. Here is a list of all the survivors from the 2 districts. Qi Xiu took the list from Qianda, which was densely populated with over 150 names. Among them, there were about 50 to 60 able-bodied men, the very labor force Qi Xiu valued most. Zhilaoda, should I head over now? Qiandao inquired cautiously. When he first took charge of Baiting Yayuan, many had resisted his commands, but after the news of Bai Chio's death spread, chaos erupted in the district. It was only under Qianda's firm hand that order was restored, though surely there remained those who quietly opposed him. Upon learning that Bai Chio was slain by Qianda's boss, most had ceased their resistance. How strong was their leader, after all? With their boss dead, what purpose did their rebellion serve but to court death? Moreover, Bai Chio had been unkind to them. Many had gone days without a proper meal, living in a state worse than death. Thus, apart from a few loyalists who resisted briefly, the others largely accepted their fate. Whoever they served as dogs mattered little. Their primary concern was how much food Qi Xiu could distribute to them daily. Just moments ago, Qianda had conveyed a message to all survivors to gather at 2 o'clock, warning that they would bear the consequences of failure to comply. Everyone was aware of the saying that a new official brings 3 fires, and they were both astonished and fearful. Astonished that a new leader might improve their circumstances, yet fearful that Qi Xiu could prove to be Dunhua, and his 2 subordinates stood frozen in place. Boss Qian, why are you being so serious? I merely dozed off during my lunch break and accidentally overslept. Why not just let it slide this time? I'll even give you a discount on your next visit. Dunhua's fingers delved into his sleeve, retrieving a box of Rehmannia pills and extending it towards Qianda. Boss Qian, in this apocalyptic world, such medicine is a rarity. Please accept it. With a loud thud, the Rehmannia pills were hurled onto the ground by Qianda. His face darkened, resembling a lump of charcoal. Damn it. Do you think I am the kind of person who accepts bribes? To do so in front of so many people would be tantamount to pushing myself into a pit of fire. And a discount on medical fees? I'll break your bones right now. Boss Qian, what do you mean by that? Dunhua's displeasure was evident. He had humbled himself to this extent and even offered a box of the scarce medicine. To his astonishment, Qianda was ungrateful. Did he intend to punish him? Do you have any idea that I was merely a minute late? Dunhua seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. Qianda felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, yet he had not received the order from Qi Xiu and had to endure for the moment. I was just a minute late. Is that really so severe? Are you trying to make an example out of me? You better understand that I am not a mere chicken. I am a doctor. Dunhua's anger flared. He believed Qianda was deliberately making things difficult for him. He chose not to address him as Boss Qian any longer. Eager to see what Qianda dared to do next, it was worth noting that even Bai Chio had treated him with the utmost respect. Who would dare offend a doctor? Bring them to me. You dare? Dunhua's 2 subordinates immediately stood up. They were aware that following Dunhua meant sustenance, and anyone who dared to touch him was no different from threatening their own parents. Humph. Very well, if you want to arrest us, go ahead. I am curious to see what you will do. Dunhua raised a hand to stop his 2 subordinates, displaying a facade of bravado. As a doctor. The worst Qiande could do was impose a slight punishment. Surely he couldn't kill him? Moments later, a group of 7 or 8 people arrived, most of them women, limping as though they had endured inhumane torment. Bind them all? Qiande issued the command without hesitation. Damn, I see my wife. Lao Dongji shouted, tears streaming down his face, realizing that his wife was indeed alive. Lao Dongji, calm down. A gaunt man restrained the agitated Lao Dongji, warning him that rushing out would be suicidal, especially seeing Dunhua being captured. Wife. Lao Dongji gradually regained his composure, still unaware that Qixio planned to deal with the group of latecomers. Numbering at least 20 or 30. Surely, he couldn't execute them all. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. With so many latecomers, Qixio would not dare take drastic measures. Boss Qi? There are still a few people missing. Should I send someone to fetch them? After waiting several more minutes, Qiande meticulously checked the head count and realized 2 or 3 were still absent. Causing a pang of anxiety as he approached Qixio, trembling slightly to be gentle. Just as Qixio was about to speak, an out-of-place, delicate voice interrupted. He looked up to see a robust man with dark skin strolling over. Bare-chested and leisurely on either side of him, he embraced 2 provocatively dressed women, exposing all the right curves. Chapter 64. Qixio strikes, shocking the crowd. Ha ha ha, what a pathetic gathering. I deliberately arrived late. I want to see what that soft rice man dares to do. Sure Biao-ji, a little gentler, that hurts. Point 2 vixens, why pretend to be coy now? Your cries were the loudest last night. Sure Biao not only refused to ease his grip, but he also tightened it, causing the 2 alluring women to squeal and drawing the attention of many onlookers. Some women turned crimson at the sight. The 2 ladies bit their lips, feeling embarrassed under the scrutiny, yet too intimidated to resist. Seeing this, Sure Biao became even more exhilarated, throwing his head back in laughter. Soft rice man, get out here. He continued to shout. Soft rice man, bring your wife to me, and I'll spare your life. Su Qingwan clenched her fists, ready to confront Sure Biao, but Qixio held her back. Let me handle this. The title soft rice man had been uttered several times, and as the saying goes, rumors spread easily while refuting them requires effort. The best way to dispel a rumor is to showcase one's strength in person. Are you the soft rice man? Seeing Qixio step forward, who was half a head shorter than him, Sure Biao's eyes glinted with disdain. A soft rice man was still a soft rice man. If he could eliminate this soft rice man and take his wife, this neighborhood would belong to him. In his heyday, he was a force to be reckoned with. Everyone, from the underworld to the elite, referred to him as Brother Sure. After spending over 2 decades in prison, he was fortunate to emerge only to find Bai Qiu suppressing him, forcing him to settle for second place. Upon hearing of Bai Qiu's demise, he felt liberated, treating himself to 2 beauties that very night. However, he didn't consider who had killed Bai Qiu. With his intellect, such complexities were beyond him. All he knew was that Bai Qiu was dead, and he didn't care how it happened. Bring your wife to me now, and bow down to me 100 times, and I might spare your life. Sure Biao waved his hand, shoving the 2 women to the ground, clenching his fist to reveal his muscular arms. Qixio estimated that his physical attributes were at least 0.9. He had never been bitten by a zombie and was close to the limits of human capability. Take this. Sure Biao leapt forward, throwing a left hook aimed at Qixio's head. Damn, why hasn't the soft rice man's wife intervened yet? That punch could split open his skull. Who knows? Perhaps his wife has taken a liking to Sure Biao. Head, if only I had a physique like that. Onlookers began to revel in the spectacle, some wishing fervently for Qixio to be knocked out cold. Yet reality disappointed them. Qixio merely raised a hand, effortlessly catching Sure Biao's seemingly powerful punch, then executed a shoulder throw. Bang! The concrete ground of the complex cracked, leaving a deep pit of several inches. Within that pit, Sure Biao lay in a bloody heap, his flesh mangled and blood splattered everywhere. In just one move, the towering 1.9-meter, 100-kilogram Sure Biao was reduced to nothing but remnants. After a long pause, everyone remained in shock. The scene was utterly astonishing. Was this still the soft rice man? This was clearly a formidable warrior. It was as if he had consumed a golden pill. Who was spreading such rumors about our boss Qi? Indeed, who was the scoundrel who started this? Damn, Boss Qi is truly incredible. He is my idol. I want to bear his children. Want to bear Boss Chi's children? Look in the mirror. How disgusting. Maybe Boss Chi prefers someone of a more curvaceous stature. You think you're curvaceous? I wager you're 150 centimeters tall and weigh 160 kilograms. Everyone's reference for Chi Xiu shifted from soft rice man to Boss Chi. This was Chi Xiu's first public display of strength, and very few had witnessed it. Those who had were mostly dead. Even Qianda was taken aback. He had previously thought Chi Xiu was merely armed with a gun and accompanied by a wolf, never realizing his own strength was so formidable. Unbeknownst to him, his loyalty to Chi Xiu had soared to 85 points, entirely dismissing any thoughts of betrayal. Who would dare betray him? Darling, you were amazing. Su Qingwan linked her arm with Chi Xiu's, her face beaming with pride, feeling as though she had struck gold. All women are drawn to strength, and Su Qingwan was no exception. Every woman present yearned to replace her and hold Chi Xiu's arm. Though Chi Xiu was not exceptionally handsome, he had become more attractive due to his increased attributes. However, compared to his strength, looks were trivial. After dispatching Shi Biao, Chi Xiu turned his attention to the few individuals who had just been captured. Qianda, execute the latecomers to feed the wolves. A chilling aura spread in all directions, the atmosphere growing heavy, as if everyone had fallen into an ice cellar. Chi Xiu, please spare me. Dunhua suddenly knelt, collapsing to the ground. With a mere glance from Chi Xiu, the latecomers felt a chill run down their spines. If they had been in different moments before, the death of Shi Biao had sent shockwaves through them. With Dunhua leading the way, all the others hastily knelt, their heads hitting the ground with such force that the earth trembled. Several individuals were so frightened they urinated themselves, forming a small puddle. Boss Chi, I'm a woman. It wasn't my intention to be late. I was unable to get out of bed due to them. I beg you to spare my life. Boss Chi, me too. I was forced into bed by Shi Biao. Darling, save me. Chi Xiu glanced over and then shifted his gaze. A man squeezed through the crowd. Chi Xiu, can you spare my wife? She was coerced by others. Boss Chi, can I take my wife's place and die instead? In the midst of the crowd, Lao Donga beheld his wife kneeling on the ground, and as a man, he found himself utterly unable to endure the sight. Ever since he had sent her away, a profound sense of regret had consumed him daily, with memories flooding his mind like the relentless tide. This time, he vowed that he could not stand idly by and watch his beloved perish. He must fulfill his responsibilities as a man. Qianda, along with him, must be dragged down and executed. Without even a glance, Chi Xiu issued the command. Such trivial matters no longer warranted his attention. Had they not heard the words of Boss Chi? Eliminate them all. Qianda kicked one of his underlings. Nearly 20 or 30 individuals were slaughtered, and among them were a few strikingly beautiful women, causing some of the underlings to falter in their resolve. However, with the boss's orders in place, failure to comply meant their own demise. Just moments ago, Lao Donga had pleaded for his wife's life. And now he too was to be extinguished. Boss Chi, grant us one more chance. Boss Chi, I still have value. I can provide medical assistance. Boss Chi, I have elderly dependents and young children. The cries of despair rose and fell, chilling to the bone, echoing throughout the entire community. Chapter 65. The democratic meeting in the playground. Some of the more timid souls were left trembling and pale, collapsing to the ground. It was not until the screams ceased, a good 10 minutes later, that anyone dared to utter a word. Their anger stifled. A suffocating atmosphere of terror enveloped the crowd, their hearts beating sluggishly under the oppressive weight of fear. Just when it seemed the worst had passed, a dull and resounding flatulence broke the silence, evidently the result of someone who had held it in for far too long. The sound resonated like a gunshot. Those bewildered by the noise mistakenly believed they were under attack, and a few shrieked in panic. Qian, Boss Qian, my wife. She has been frightened to death. A woman, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed and began to froth at the mouth. Oh no, my wife. Qian cast a dark glance at the fallen woman, prodding her nose with a finger, only to find her devoid of breath. Damn it, who let that fart escape at this moment? Cut off his backside. Qian vented his fury upon the man responsible, delivering several harsh kicks before his rage subsided. Qian, it's about time. We can commence. Receiving Chi Xiu's directive, Qian gestured for several subordinates to bring forth a large wooden table, with the assistance of his underlings. Qian, slightly plump, managed to ascend atop the table. Upon witnessing him standing there, the onlookers perked up, fully aware that the ensuing discourse would be pivotal for their futures. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I trust you all recognize me. I am Qianda, Qian as in wealth, and a meaning to achieve greatness. Qianda launched into an impassioned speech, eventually revealing the possibility of exchanging crystal cores for sustenance, and even for beautiful women. Dear villagers, as long as we diligently gather crystal cores, food shall be plentiful, and so too shall be the beautiful maidens. His final proclamation sent the crowd into a fervor, particularly at the mention of beautiful maidens. Who among men could resist such a lure? Their labor was not solely for survival, but also for the pursuit of beauty. Under Baiqiu's reign, such treasures were never shared, and even the meager food provided was scarcely sufficient. As Qianda's words resonated, some among the crowd began to stir with newfound enthusiasm, leading to a cacophony of chatter. Silence. What is all this ruckus? Qianda bellowed, then continued, Boss Qi has graciously allowed us to hold this democratic meeting. Everyone is welcome to voice their concerns today. Once again, silence fell over the assembly, the wind rustling softly, even their breaths audible. If no one speaks within the next 10 minutes, I shall assume you have no issues. As the minutes ticked by with no one daring to break the silence, Qianda's irritation grew. Finally, a scruffy-faced man raised his hand. May I inquire about the exchange of crystal cores for beautiful women? Where do these women come from? His question struck at the heart of the matter, as women were not mere commodities like food. They were living beings. What if they were acquired only to flee? The women will indeed come from Boss Qi. Those ladies, unable to bear arms or fend off zombies, will have their living expenses covered by him, thus rendering them his private property, Qianda explained. Indeed, the reality was that those widowed or unmarried women could only perform menial tasks, and who would cover their wages? Naturally, it would fall to Qi Xiu, if he did not leverage them for crystal cores later. He would incur a loss. Those with husbands were better off, sustained by their partners, leaving Qi Xiu with little concern. Moreover, Qi Xiu would never stoop to such dishonorable tactics as stealing another man's wife, especially when few of those married women could compare to his own. Are the exchanged women considered private property or merely rented? Another man raised his hand, proving the universal male inclination towards desire. Private property, akin to the livestock of yore. Upon hearing this, many women expressed their discontent. What do you take us for? Cattle to be sold? We demand rights. Qianda had scarcely finished speaking when several women raised their arms, and soon over a dozen echoed their sentiments. Indeed, we demand rights. We women can hold our own half of the sky. Why must we seize those two leading women and have them executed? Qianda, weary of such nonsense, could hardly believe there were still fools after all this time. Moments later, the chilling cries of despair once more pierced the air. The crowd fell silent, each heart racing with trepidation. Was this truly a democratic meeting? A democratic meeting that resulted in executions? Now then, who else has questions? Ask away. Qianda continued as if nothing had occurred, treating the earlier incident as a mere footnote. If no one had inquiries, this meeting would conclude. Glancing at the time, only a minute remained. Boss Qian, I wish to inquire how we shall manage such a large group moving forward. Will there be elections for minor leaders? If so, what standards will guide these elections? A man mustered his courage once more. Another astute question, for since time immemorial, what men have pursued are beauty and power. The previous inquiries had, unsurprisingly, revolved around these themes. In times past, with only a handful of individuals, Qianda managed easily. Now, with the merging of two communities, totaling over 100 souls, the appointment of minor leaders was imperative. Of course, all minor leaders must receive Boss Qi's personal approval. Those interested may contact me afterward. Rest assured, every individual genuinely wishing to join Qi Xiu's realm of wickedness would have their loyalty documented, ensuring no treachery. Time's up. Qianda waved his hand, and even if others had further questions, he would not entertain them. The brief 10-minute democratic meeting had concluded, leading into Qi Xiu's unilateral rule. They could raise no further concerns, bound to comply with Qi Xiu's commands, or face death. Darling, look over there. There's a rather attractive young lady. Su Qingwan tugged at Qi Xiu's sleeve, pointing to a woman clad in a form-fitting jumpsuit. Qi Xiu followed her gaze, pondering whether such attire would lead to any unfortunate flatulence. Far inferior to you. No, no. Squinting for a moment, Qi Xiu felt a pang of disappointment, estimating her beauty at a mere 70 points. Finding someone of Su Qingwan's caliber, over 80 points, was truly a rare treasure. Even before the apocalypse, and now even more so. Chapter 66. News of the X. Let us return. I have surveyed this community, and the few appealing individuals have already been thoroughly exhausted. Following Jiang Xinyue's advice. Given the anticipated rain later that evening, it was prudent to return swiftly for safety. Currently, Qi Xiu's entourage numbered over 120 individuals, with nearly 40 capable young men aged between 18 to 48, who would serve as the primary force for gathering crystal cores. Among them were approximately 30 young women without husbands, with over 10 possessing beauty scores exceeding 60, and 2 even surpassing 70. These women could be utilized as rewards to motivate the men in their efforts to collect crystal cores. In recent days, several top achievers had accumulated 5 crystal cores, trading them for a few women rated below 60. Qi Xiu perceived that the allure of women seemed to surpass even that of food for the MEN. At this rate, it would not be long before Qi Xiu ascended to level 2. Upon returning to the evil city, Qi Xiu retrieved the bodies of Bai Qiu and Shi Biao from his spatial storage, casually discarding them beside the bloodthirsty vine. Over the past few days, Qianda had organized several individuals to transport the rotting corpses from outside, feeding them all to the bloodthirsty vine, which had now reached an impressive attribute value of 4.5 points. There is no way around it. The decaying corpse is unpalatable to Xiaohe, yet the blood-sucking vine is indiscriminate, consuming anything and everything. Xiaohe's attributes have remained steadfast at a mere 7 points, and feasting upon ordinary zombies yields little increase. My dear husband, this vine is truly terrifying. Sensing the scent of flesh and blood, the blood-sucking vine extends countless tendrils, effortlessly piercing through Bichio's corpse. In less than 10 seconds, the body rapidly shrivels, leaving behind only a layer of skin and white bones. Notice, the attributes of the blood-sucking vine have risen to 5 points. The tendrils of the blood-sucking vine slither around like venomous serpents, and before long, the entire wall of the evil city is ensconced in its grasp. The ominous aura sends shivers down Su Qingwan's spine, causing her to tighten her grip on Qi Xiu's arm. My dear husband, with this thing growing so large, will it not escape your control? A hint of worry clouds Su Qingwan's expression. There is no need for concern. Having chosen to nurture it, I am certainly not afraid of betrayal. The blood-sucking vine and Xiaohe are utterly loyal to Qi Xiu. Even if he were to command them to end their own lives, they would comply without hesitation. Qi Gu, Qingwan, you have arrived. Song Huiya exuberantly rushed out, having cared for this vine herself. Any change would undoubtedly capture her attention. Qi Gu, I have good news to share. Song Huiya winked, casting a mysterious glance at Qi Xiu. What good news? Qi Xiu picked up Song Huiya, wondering if she was once again being mischievous. Qi Gu, be gentle. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Your ex is still alive. Qi Xiu halted his actions, and after a few breaths, Song Huiya continued. Xinhua has contacted your ex. She is residing in the Yuanyang community next to the Jiang Group Sales Division. Su Qingwan suggested. My husband, shall I go and bring her here? She has long wished to teach that girl a lesson. Can you manage alone? Qi Xiu shook his head. The Yuanyang community is several kilometers away, and Su Qingwan would not survive the journey alone. I am confident. A radiant smile adorned Su Qingwan's face. Let us discuss this matter later. It is about to rain, and it would be wise to limit our outings during this time. Just as she spoke, Song Huiya seemed to recollect something. Qingwan, a video of you all has already been posted online. You are quite impressive now. Song Huiya grasped Su Qingwan's arm and opened a video on her phone, which showcased Su Qingwan delivering a brutal beating to Bichio. Qingwan, when did you become so strong? In the video, Su Qingwan had one hand pinning Bichio to the ground while the other executed a fierce barrage, transforming him into a grotesque visage within minutes. The comment section was ablaze with activity. Ultraman vs. Monster. Wow, is this domestic violence? So intense? Uncle Air next door. For your information, I was present at the scene. That woman is our boss's wife. Image. User 332. Keep dreaming. Such a beautiful woman would never marry a man like that. This picture is obviously edited. Uncle Air next door. Those above are fools. I love Qingwan. Woo-woo. This is my goddess Qingwan. Everyone, don't believe it. My goddess is still unmarried. Qingwan is my goddess. Goddess, be gentle. Don't hurt your hands. I am Old Wong. Where did this simp come from? Your goddess has already been ravished by our boss. I love Qingwan. Get lost. Don't speak ill of my goddess. Kind-hearted Xiaofuti, take my advice. Simps meet a miserable end? This video garnered even more attention than the one Qixio had previously posted, amassing hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments within a day. Su Qingwan's admirers had multiplied to 3 or 4. Qingwan, are you certain you only have 7 admirers? Qixio was perplexed. Merely posting a video had attracted so many admirers, making it seem as though there were far more than 7. I can hardly recall. It should be 7. Su Qingwan nestled against Qixio, her body brushing against him. Ever since being with Qixio, she had dismissed those admirers, erasing their contact information. She never imagined she would encounter them on Douyin. Inside a living room in the Yuanyang community, a woman in her 50s forcefully shoved Lu Mingyan to the ground. If you cannot procure food today, I will die right before your eyes. What will your brother eat if you fail? He is only 20, at the prime of his growth. Mom, outside, there are only men. Where do you expect me, a woman, to go to snatch food? Lu Mingyan sat on a low hill, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. It is safer for my brother to go out than for me. Slap, do you have no conscience? With such danger outside, you would let your brother venture out? Is this how you behave as an elder sister? Lu's mother struck Lu Mingyan across the face, leaving a fiery red mark on her cheek. Just days prior, it was her father who took her out to scavenge for food. But yesterday, he accidentally encountered the red rain and, within an hour, had mutated. Without her father, how could she, a frail woman, dare to venture outside? Even if she did, she would be unable to procure anything. Fortunately, her father had managed to gather some food recently, but with time, it would inevitably run out. Lu's mother, in an effort to conserve food for her son, only allowed Lu Mingyan half a meal each day, and she grew increasingly displeased with her. Initially, she had been gentle in her admonitions, but now she resorted to threats. I do not care. If you do not bring back food, my brother and I will starve, and you would stand by and watch him perish? Yes, sister, I see other young women trading their bodies for food. You are so beautiful, do not let it go to waste. It is not shameful in this apocalyptic world. Lu Mingyan's brother, Lu Fongjun, entered the room, holding a sausage and devouring it hungrily. Chapter 67. Lu Mingyan brother, there is not much food left at home. How can you eat a sausage all by yourself? Lu Mingyan rose and spoke softly. Your brother is at a critical stage of growth. What is wrong with him eating a little? This amount of food is hardly sufficient. I tell you, if you do not manage to procure food, I will sell you to Brother Air from our community. Lu's mother pointed at Lu Mingyan's nose, delivering another round of vicious insults. Sister, do you not have admirers? Have them bring us some food. Hearing Lu Fongjuan's reminder, Lu Mingyan remembered her 2 admirers. Very well, I shall call them now. In a flurry, Lu Mingyan grabbed her phone and dialed the first admirer. Beep. The number you dialed is unavailable. Beep. Sister, you should not have just one admirer, right? Yes, there is another one. Lu Mingyan found another number and dialed. Beep. Hello, Mingyan. What is it? A hoarse voice responded from the other end. Hello, do you have any food over there? Lu Mingyan sighed in relief, finally managing to get through to one admirer. The admirer on the other end rubbed his emaciated stomach, having gone 2 days without food. Food? Where would I find food? Mingyan, can I borrow food from you? Once the apocalypse is over, I will take you out to the movies. Hearing that his goddess was willing to accompany him to the movies, the admirer's previously vacant eyes lit up. Mingyan, wait for me one day. I will go and snatch some food for you. The admirer was flooded with adrenaline, feeling invigorated despite not having eaten for 2 days. I shall wait for you. Do not disappoint me, and when you bring the food, I will grant you a chance to pursue me. Lu Mingyan's words invigorated the admirer once more. Mingyan, rest assured, I will definitely deliver it to you tomorrow. Beep beep beep. After hanging up, Lu Mingyan sighed heavily. Sigh, he probably has no food either. His voice was so weak. Sister, why are all your admirers so useless? Lu Fongjun shot a glare at his sister. It is said that raising admirers for 1,000 days only to use them for a moment results in them living worse than themselves. If no one brings food tomorrow, you will have to sell yourself. Lu's mother glanced at the helpless Lu Mingyan, feeling her incompetence was exasperating. Before the apocalypse, she could not find a husband who could offer a bride price of 388,000. Now, She could not even procure the simplest food. Sister, what about your ex? I saw him flaunting food on Douyin a few days ago. Lu Mingyan clenched her teeth. Qi Xiu had food and did not offer her any, and it had only been 2 years since their breakup. However, the thought of lowering herself to seek Qi Xiu's help made her feel humiliated. Slap. Sister, we are on the brink of starvation, and you still wish to maintain your facade. What kind of person do you think I am? At this moment, what use is it to act aloof? Lu Mingyan hesitated for just a moment before receiving another slap, causing both sides of her face to swell. Tears welled in Lu Mingyan's eyes. This time, it was her brother who struck her. She had never been unkind to her brother, yet here she was, being hit again. Contact your ex immediately. Lu Fongjun threw his phone at Lu Mingyan, causing her bones to tingle. Sister, he is still your ex. He cannot bear to see you suffer. Think about how much he once loved you. Lu Fongjun, feeling somewhat anxious, realized that intimidation was proving ineffective, and could only utter a few kind words. Sister, consider this. That man, despite having his own means, completely disregards you, offering not even a morsel of sustenance. Regardless of your separation, you once shared a bond of love. Moreover, he moved on to a new partner in less than 2 years after your breakup. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Upon hearing Lu Fongjun's words, Lu Mingyan silently cursed within. Indeed, it's been barely 2 years since the breakup, and that scoundrel has already found someone new. He never truly loved her. Yes, he is indeed a cad. Lu Mingyan seethed, infuriated that Qi Xiu would seek other women so soon. Sister, why not say a few kind words to him? And then we can trick him into giving us his food. Lu Fongjun's spirits lifted at this unexpected turn of events. Excellent, I shall contact him right away. Cad. Lu Mingyan opened Douyin, locating a video posted by Qi Xiu, and even gave it a like. Where is that scoundrel hiding? After a moment's reflection, Lu Mingyan felt it inappropriate and immediately retracted her like, rephrasing her message. Qi Xiu, it's me, Lu Mingyan. How have you been lately? Meanwhile, in the villa of Evil City, Qi Xiu basked in the sun, scrolling through Douyin while occasionally prompting the fifth girl to perform a dance for him, enjoying an undeniably comfortable life. Ding dot ding. Who could be messaging me now? Since Qi Xiu posted his video, he had grown accustomed to frequent private messages. Is it your ex? Song Huiya, standing behind him, massaged his back, casting a curious glance. It does seem like it. Qi Xiu was not entirely certain. What if someone was impersonating her? With so many people online, scams were commonplace. My lord. Let me see. Su Qingwan, still in her dance attire, rushed over without having time to change. Master, just accept the follow and initiate a video call. That will clarify everything. Jiang Xinyue rose from the floor, taking a couple of sips of water before clearing her throat. If you ask me, it would be best to ignore her. Let her starve. Kai Shirshir approached, her voice laced with anger. In a way, to let such a detestable woman off the hook is infuriating. As soon as Su Qingwan heard Kai Shirshir's intention to let Lu Mingyan go, she became furious. What if we trick her into coming over and teach her a proper lesson? Jiang Kaiyan suggested, glancing at Song Huiya, who lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before Qi Xiu could speak, they began discussing how to torment Lu Mingyan, their methods so cruel that even Qi Xiu felt a twinge of discomfort. It was hard to imagine that behind such gentleness and beauty lay a truly malevolent spirit. Well, it's acceptable. After Qi Xiu accepted the follow request, he leisurely replied .beep.as soon as Qi Xiu sent his message. Lu Mingyan promptly initiated a video call via Douyin. He answered it effortlessly. Hello, Qi Xiu. In the video, Lu Mingyan's cheeks were swollen, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears, her lips chapped, giving her a rather haggard appearance. Oh? What has happened to Miss Lu's face? Only then did Lu Mingyan realize her swollen visage, still stinging from a recent slap. However, this conveniently aided her in feigning vulnerability. For a man like Qi Xiu, a mere display of sorrow would surely evoke his sympathy. Qi Xiu, I've missed you. Can we return to the way things were? She forced out a couple of tears, accentuating her already damp cheeks, appearing pitiful, as if Qi Xiu had wronged her. Oh, just how much have you missed me? Had it been in the past, Qi Xiu might have believed her. However, after witnessing her true nature 2 years ago, he now felt nothing but disgust. During the 2 years you were away, I thought of you constantly, but after you deleted my contact information, I could no longer reach you. It wasn't T until I scrolled through Douyin and saw your video that I was able to find you. I searched for you with great difficulty. It must be said that women are experts at deception, concocting such an elaborate lie in less than a second. It was truly remarkable. Qixio almost believed her. But she fell just short. How overly manipulative! Song Huiya frowned slightly and murmured, Qixio, you still love me, don't you? I love you too. Noticing Qixio's silence, Lu Mingyan pressed on. These tactics were learned from the internet, effective against men of Qixio's ilk. Unfortunately for her, Qixio was no longer that type of man. Qixio, why aren't you speaking? It's not raining now. Could you send me something? I am about to starve. Qixio, I discussed with my mother. The betrothal gift need not be 388,000, but merely 38 boxes of instant noodles. Once the apocalypse ends, we shall marry. Lu Mengyan's voice was coy. As if all her actions were for their future, Qixio spat out water, nearly choking at her audacity. 38 boxes of instant noodles. I initially thought our separation was amicable, and when Su Qingwan mentioned teaching this woman a lesson, I could hardly be bothered. I never anticipated she would attempt to annoy me even in the apocalypse. If that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. I'll find a chance to settle both new and old scores. Reconciliation is possible, but first, you must kneel and apologize. Then we can consider this matter resolved. With a cold smirk, Qixio mockingly gazed at Lu Mingyan in the video. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mingyan's expression soured. This cad dared to demand she kneel. She had already extended him the courtesy of contacting him first. Qixio, my previous breakup was a test for you. I never expected you to be so weak. You truly no longer love me. Lu Mingyan paused, recalling the manipulation tactics she had read in certain books. A test? Spare me, just answer. Will you kneel or not? If not, I'll hang up. Qixio yawned, feeling bored. Although he couldn't teach Lu Mingyan a lesson just yet, he could indulge in a bit of humiliation for his own amusement. Qixio, speak. What do you mean? Are you unwilling to reconcile? After a brief hesitation, an impatient voice emanated from the other end of the line. This cad truly wanted her to kneel. It was out of the question. If you wish to reconcile, you must immediately sever ties with that vixen. Lu Mingyan's face hardened. Having exhausted the soft approach, she resorted to force. With a cold chuckle, Qixio realized she was no longer pretending. This was her true nature revealed. If you refuse to kneel, I'll hang up. Just as Qixio was about to disconnect, Lu Mingyan suddenly received a slap to the face. You wretched woman, what is the harm in kneeling? Lu Fongjun, disregarding Lu Mingyan's protests, pinned her to the ground with one hand while holding the phone with the other. Brother-in-law, she has knelt. Brother, how could you treat me this way? Lu Mingyan broke free, questioning her brother. Is your knee made of gold? What is the harm in kneeling? He is just trying to humiliate me. Lu Mingyan glared fiercely, knowing Qixio was deliberately trying to torment her brother-in-law. My sister has knelt. When will the food be delivered? Lu Fongjun ignored his sister, instead gazing at Qixio with obsequiousness. Rest assured, brother-in-law, when you arrive, I will ensure my sister is thoroughly cleaned for you. Qixio regarded him as if he were a fool. Food? I've eaten it all. Qixio, what do you mean? Are you toying with me? Lu Fongjun frowned, visibly displeased. Haha, you've only just realized? Qixio chuckled, holding Song Huiya close, laughing toward the camera. He now had plenty of beautiful women. In terms of looks, Lu Mingyan was far inferior to Song Huiya. Damn it, you better not let me see you. Lu Fongjun, furious, grabbed his hair and angrily hurled the phone to the ground. Beep beep beep. This is all your fault. Lu Fongjun pointed an accusing finger at Lu Mingyan, his eyes blazing with fury. This was the first time he had ever been so humiliated. Previously, he was the sole heir of the Lu family, cherished by all. Sister, how can this be my fault? Lu Mingyan lamented, having been forced to kneel by him just moments ago. Slap? Who else to blame but you? It's your uselessness that has brought shame upon your brother. Lu mother, witnessing her precious son being bullied, stood up in a rage and delivered a sharp slap to Lu Mingyan. Woo-woo. Mother. Lu Mingyan covered her face, softly sobbing, feeling as though her day had turned utterly disastrous. Having been slapped repeatedly, her composure shattered. Moments later, the sky began to rain crimson once more. My lord, it's truly raining. This time, the red rain seems different from before. Su Qingwan observed through the glass. Noting that the red rain was more vibrant than before, yet the droplets were much smaller, resembling fine mist. Judging by this phenomenon, the apocalypse had not improved. Rather, it appeared to be worsening. Master, my father warned us to exercise caution. The apocalypse will not conclude in the near future, and conditions outside are far worse than here. Even the skies are not safe. Jiang Xinyue relayed the information she had received from her father, revealing that the pilots dispatched to rescue her had all perished. The pilots had remained within the aircraft, never disembarking, yet had encountered an attack from unidentified creatures during their return journey, with no survivors. What dangers might lurk in the skies? Song Huiya was somewhat perplexed, wondering if zombies could indeed soar through the air to bite you. Huiya, the apocalypse encompasses far more than just zombies, Zhang Kaiyin elucidated. If it were solely zombies, how could the capital fall so swiftly? A few military units armed with machine guns could easily eradicate them. Xinyue, how much does your father know about the apocalypse? Qi Xiu then inquired. Just moments ago, he had absorbed all the crystal cores his subordinates had gathered over the past 2 days, totaling 22 cores. He now possessed 12.5 attribute points, with energy points soaring to an impressive 750. To advance to the next level, he required 500 energy points, along with 5 points in prosperity and 100 in building attributes. In the current chapter, Red Rain Catastrophe, Global Evolution, the prosperity of the evil city stands at 9 points. Qi Xiu's 5 women are Su Qingwan, Song Huiya, Jiang Xinyue, Zhang Kaiyin, and Kai Shishir. Although Qianda does not reside in the evil city, as long as he remains genuinely loyal to Qi Xiu, he will automatically be considered a subject of the evil city, thereby contributing an additional point to its prosperity. Furthermore, Qi Xiu has 2 caretakers, which also adds 2 points to the city's prosperity. Lastly, he himself contributes another point. The current total for building attribute points is 50, with his villa adding 30 points and a small apartment contributing 20. With energy points and prosperity now meeting the requirements for upgrading. Only the building attribute points remain insufficient. If Qi Xiu constructs 2 or 3 more buildings, he should reach the requisite 100 points. However, there is an additional hidden requirement for upgrading the evil city. The area must exceed that of the city itself. Ding! Today's signal is worse than ever before. Qianda sent Qi Xiu over 100 messages last night, and the group chat has reached a staggering 999, yet it is only now that Qi Xiu receives a notification. Boss Qi, it's bad. Something has happened. All the mosquitoes in the neighborhood have mutated, and over 20 people were bitten to death last night. He opens the image and sees mosquitoes the size of fists. Their blood-sucking appendages resembling needles, in a desperate attempt to evade the mosquito onslaught. Everyone has tightly shut their doors and windows. Fortunately, while the mosquitoes are agile, their attacking power is not formidable. A standard door can effectively keep them at bay. Why aren't there any mosquitoes around my villa? Qi Xiu pulls back the curtains and gazes outside. The bloodthirsty vines extend outward, their black thorns piercing through dozens of mutated mosquitoes. As soon as the mutated mosquitoes approach the evil city, they are met with the wrath of the bloodthirsty vines, which ensnare them firmly outside the city walls. What is happening out there, my husband? Su Qingwan, awakened by the commotion, climbs out of bed to take a look. The vines, having entered an offensive state to repel the mutated mosquitoes, emit a terrifying aura that sends chills down her spine from a distance. What enormous mosquitoes! Song Huiya exclaims, squinting in disbelief. These creatures are more akin to crows than mosquitoes. Several mutated mosquitoes, already impaled by the poisonous thorns of the vines, continue to struggle valiantly. Be careful. Don't go outside. Qi Xiu feels the situation is becoming dire. Although he knows that even standing still, these mutated mosquitoes could not penetrate his skin, the incessant drizzle from the night before makes even his desire to step outside a challenge. The rain falls at an angle, rendering ordinary umbrellas ineffective. Ding.it is a call from Qianda. Boss Qi, it's even worse, there are rats. What kind of rats? Qi Xiu senses an ominous premonition. If the mosquitoes have mutated, it is likely that other pests and creatures have as well. As Qianda sends over images, each rat appears as large as a coyote, their blood-red eyes glaring, sharp fangs engaged in battle with 2 underlings. Although the underlings ultimately manage to prevail, one is left with a severed arm while another suffers a substantial chunk torn from his thigh. Boss Qi. Help. Various cries for assistance flood the group chat. Xiao He, go eat. After issuing the command, Xiao He leaps effortlessly from the 3-meter-high city wall. With an attribute value of 7 points, and judging from the videos sent, the mutated rat seemed to possess roughly 1 point. Xiao He not only has the potential to rescue the underlings, but also to feast heartily. With so many rats, his attribute points should significantly increase after his meal. Chigo, as the red rain continues, the number of mutated flora and fauna will escalate, and today's red rain is clearly different from previous occurrences. We must prepare early. Who knows what other monsters may emerge? Jiang Kaiyin rationally advises. Qi Xiu strokes his chin, contemplating. The walls of the evil city are constructed of steel, measuring several centimeters thick, and thus far, no creature has managed to breach them. However, their height, at merely 3 meters, poses a risk, allowing creatures with attribute points exceeding 5 to easily leap over. System: purchase 2 flame towers. Qi Xiu intones inwardly, and 2 towering red structures, each standing at 8 meters high, materialize on either side of the entrance. Notification 1. Flame tower purchased successfully. Energy points reduced by 300, remaining energy points, 452. Notification 2. Under the host control, the towers can launch fireball attacks on any enemy within a 200-meter radius and will automatically target non-subjects approaching the evil city. Notification 3. Each watchtower can be filled with 10 energy points at a time, and once fully charged, can unleash 50 attacks. Shall the host initiate charging? Charge. Qi Xiu winces at the expenditure. While energy points can be replenished, life is irreplaceable. TOB on the safe side, he decides to purchase the 2 flame towers. With such formidable defenses, no creature should be able to penetrate their confines. Notification 1. Charging in progress, please wait. Notification 2. Charging successful, energy points reduced by 20, remaining energy points, 432. Once charged, the tops of the flame towers ignite with crimson flames, resembling 2 miniature suns from a distance. Wow, Big Brother Qi, did you create those red fire towers? Jiang Kaiyin exclaims in astonishment, as the 2 towers seem to have appeared out of thin air, far surpassing her understanding. Those towers look quite impressive. Kai Shirsha remarks. Qi Xiu furrows his brow and nods. Products of the system are inherently remarkable, despite their cost. Qigu, if we are struggling so much, one can only imagine the plight of those outside without any means of defense. Song Huiya expresses her concern for her mother, fearing for her safety amidst the turmoil. Huiya, you need not worry. Die in the city. Large animals are relatively scarce. Even mutated creatures like these rats and mosquitoes can be defeated by a few people working together. The real question is whether humans will transform into zombies if bitten by a mutated beast. Jiang Kaiyin, now anxiously dialing her parents, has yet to connect if being bitten by a mutated creature results in zombification. The implications of the insect mutations could be catastrophic. The sheer number of mosquitoes and other insects could reach into the trillions. Can humanity reclaim its dominion? Hello, daughter, dad. After numerous attempts, Jiang Kaiyin finally connects with her father. Are you all right over there? Don't worry, daughter, we're managing fine here. How about you? What of old Kai, dad? Uncle Kai has passed. I'm currently at my friend Song Huiya's place. Jiang Kaiyin hesitates, revealing only part of the truth. In the initial days, she had refrained from contacting her parents, ashamed to face them after resorting to desperate measures for survival. With the sudden surge of mutated flora and fauna today, her concern for her family's safety has intensified. Dad, many plants and animals have mutated. Please stay safe. After hearing the news of Kai Kang's demise, Jiang Xiyin's father, Jiang Zhou, falls silent for a moment. Daughter, the mutation of plants and animals has been ongoing. Today's red rain has dramatically accelerated that process. We have organized world-renowned scientists to investigate. The composition of the red rain remains unclear. Jiang Zhou sends Jiang Kaiyin the current research findings in document form, equipping her with vital information to confront impending disasters. Sister, mutated beasts are becoming increasingly prevalent. You must exercise caution. A voice resembling Jiang Xiyin's emerges from the phone. Rest assured, I am safe here. Sister, we are all waiting for your return. You must come back safely. Yes, you too. Wait for me. Reflecting on her actions over the past few days, Jiang Kaiyin feels a wave of shame, uncertain how to confront her parents upon her return. One step at a time, she wonders if she will even live to see that day. Hee, Kaiyin, your sister's voice is delightful. She must be quite beautiful. Qi Xiu leans in, teasingly whispering to Jiang Kaiyin. Let us see if you can bring my sister back first. Jiang Kaiyan realizes Qi Xiu is a lecher, likely already harboring designs on her sister. Hee, you said it. Qi Xiu pinched Jiang Kaiyan's cheek and teased. Is your skin itching again? Not at all. In a fluster, Jiang Kaiyan hastily handed her phone to Qi Xiu, exclaiming, My dad sent me this, take a look. The phone displayed a folder of several dozen megabytes. This folder contained the nation's research and documentation on the apocalypse, originally classified information. However, as the situation worsened and humanity faced near extinction, this information had begun to be made public. The document explicitly stated that the day the red rain fell would be deemed the beginning of a new era. Humans, animals, and plants exposed to the red rain would undergo mutations. Humans would transform into zombies, while mutated animals and plants were collectively referred to as mutated beasts. Regardless of whether they were zombies or mutated beasts, they shared a common characteristic: a significant decrease in intelligence coupled with a tremendous increase in strength. Furthermore, their demand for food was extraordinarily high, particularly for fresh blood and flesh. They possessed no rationality. Every act of predation or aggression stemmed purely from instinct. Chigu, look here. Qi Xiu scrolled down. The document not only contained text but also featured numerous images of mutated beasts, including tigers, black bears, and sharks. The larger the animal, the greater its combat prowess post-mutation. After being bitten by a zombie, humans had approximately a 5% chance of gaining immunity, hence becoming immensely powerful to combat the apocalypse. Humanity had 3 methods to enhance their strength. The first method involved those who gained immunity after being bitten by zombies. They were referred to as awakened ones, capable of absorbing crystal cores to increase their power. Secondly, ordinary individuals could strengthen themselves by consuming the flesh of mutated beasts, with studies indicating that the more they consumed, the stronger they became. However, the rate of enhancement from consuming mutated beast meat was far slower than that of absorbing crystal cores. The final method of enhancement lay within certain plants, which bore strange fruits known as ability fruits. Consuming these fruits could similarly grant immense strength and even bestow peculiar abilities. Yet, this method had a significant drawback. Not all fruits produced by plants would confer strength upon consumption. Some would result in immediate death, essentially a gamble with one's life. The document cited 2 types of fruits that could enhance strength and 5 types that would lead to death upon consumption. Husband, doesn't this document seem incomplete? What about me? Su Qingwan blinked. After all, she had become stronger by consuming attribute pills, yet this was not mentioned in the document that, of course, given the limited time, the nation couldn't conduct exhaustive research. Much still requires our own exploration, Qi Xiu nodded, acknowledging that the document could only serve as a reference, for this world was no longer what it once was. Relying on the document as gospel would be foolish. One must apply the theories in conjunction with reality and pragmatism. Qi Xiu flipped through the screen, continuing to read. The strength of zombies and mutated beasts was not static. Should a zombie or mutated beast consume a substantial amount of food, it would undergo rapid evolution, potentially even a secondary mutation, with its power increasing exponentially. In the later stages, zombies and mutated beasts could even shift mountains and fill seas, their intelligence rising alongside their strength. Moreover, during the evolution process, zombies might develop special abilities. For instance, some zombies could move at remarkable speeds but possessed minimal strength. Others could wield flames, unleashing devastating fireballs with their gaping maws. Chigu, the lowly we encountered last time in the room must be a special type of zombie, right? Song Huiya recalled the lowly, feeling a shiver of fear. She had been quite frightened at the time. Indeed, Qi Xiu nodded, continuing to peruse the document. At the end of the document, it detailed a zombie nearly 20 meters tall, which was almost immune to artillery fire. This zombie operated beyond mere instinct. Its intelligence had reached the level of a 5- or 6-year-old child. It was precisely due to this zombie's emergence in the capital that the city fell entirely. Qi Xiu estimated this zombie's attribute points to be at least above 20. One could only wonder how many people it had consumed to evolve into such a formidable entity. According to the document, ordinary humans had nearly become the lowest tier of the food chain, while the human mutation, zombies, remained at the pinnacle. The zombie in the capital was currently almost invincible. The nation had dispatched bombers several times, yet none had succeeded in destroying it. The government had now given up, scarcely addressing it any longer. Chigu, check Douyin. Many are already posting videos of mutated beasts. Qi Xiu opened Douyin and waited a long while before finally connecting to the internet. One user had shared a video of an abandoned pet dog that suddenly grew to the size of a Siberian tiger. Many remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, engaging in casual banter in the comments section. Bro, is that photo edited? Can a dog really be that big? Clearly, you've never seen a thing. I once saw an eagle the size of a plane fly over my roof. Nearly scared me to death. That is nothing. A swarm of cockroaches the size of my palm suddenly appeared in my house. Almost bit me to death. Is anyone out there to help? I've got millions at home. Whoever can kill all the mutated rats at my door will get all my wealth. Shut up. You can't even save yourself. What good is money? Chishio glanced at the screen, which was filled with complaints and pleas for help. Devoid of any useful information, he found it rather uninteresting and thought it far more practical to entertain some girls instead. Chigu, why are you looking at me like that? Kaishir felt a sense of foreboding from Chishio's smile. You'll find out soon. Chigu, aren't you going to try something different today? Hee. I still prefer the school beauty's flavor. Chigu. Kaishir leaned against Chishio, her eyes dreamy, her lips whispering softly. Husband, come quickly. There's a big bird outside. Su Qingwan rushed into the bedroom, realizing she had interrupted the romantic moment between Chishio and Kaishir. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I'll go take a look. Chishio gently placed the flushed Kaishir on the bed, dressed quickly, and stepped outside. Through the window of the balcony, he spotted a black avian creature circling in the sky, its wings spread out. Measuring a good 3 to 4 meters. System, purchase a sniper rifle for me. Notification 1. Sniper rifle purchase successfully, energy points decreased by 2, remaining energy points, 450. Notification 2. First time purchase detected, 20 rounds of ammunition for the sniper rifle gifted. Chishio concentrated, and a sniper rifle materialized in his hands. Husband, you have a sniper rifle. Su Qingwan pouted, wondering how her husband seemed to possess everything. Bang. Chishio extended the barrel out the window, squinting one eye, and aimed at the flying creature in the sky to take a shot. Missed? Such incredible speed. Chishio was somewhat taken aback. This avian creature's attribute points were around 3, and it flew through the air with astonishing swiftness. Husband, should I give it a try? Su Qingwan suggested, believing her marksmanship surpassed his. In a way, what can a girl do with a gun? Go play with your embroidery needle. Chishio readied the rifle again. It was his first time using a sniper rifle, and missing was to be expected. Roar. Before Chishio could pull the trigger, the avian creature seemed to be provoked, letting out a roar and diving toward his position. Bang! In a moment of crisis, Chishio pulled the trigger once more. The bullet grazed the creature's back. While it did not kill it, it successfully forced it to retreat. Husband, it seems injured. The avian creature howled in pain. Blood dripping from its feathers onto the ground. Bang! The third shot struck its wing. The creature plummeted like a meteor, crashing down beside the walls of the evil city. Roar! Falling from such a height and yet surviving. The Bloodfire Tower detected the intruding creature, and suddenly, the top of the red tower emitted intense heat, launching a fireball the size of a soccer ball at the fallen avian with lightning speed. Sensing the danger, the creature attempted to flee, but its speed was evidently too slow, and it was swiftly struck by the fireball. Its feathers were incinerated, and the fireball pierced through its back, creating a massive crater in the ground. Such power! Had it struck me, I would surely have been injured. Chishio marveled, realizing that even a standard handgun could not harm him at this point. The bloodthirsty vines, sensing the scent of flesh and blood, swiftly ensnared the now deceased avian in their tendrils. Bring that bird to me. Following Chishio's command, the bloodthirsty vines released the creature, leaving only a single vine to wrap around one of its legs. Dragging it toward the villa in no time, a creature weighing several hundred pounds appeared before Chishio. It's so large. Previously, he hadn't grasped its size in the air, but now standing before it. It was several times larger than a human. It must have consumed a considerable amount of flesh to grow this big. The avian creature resembled an eagle, likely mutated from one. Husband. The document states that consuming the flesh of mutated beasts can enhance our strength. Should we not eat it? Su Qingwan inquired. This bird is sufficient to sustain us for several weeks. If it can also enhance our strength, it would be a remarkable twofold gain. Indeed, it is worth a try. Chishio nodded. He had previously allowed Qianda to experiment with that mutated cat, which had indeed provided a slight boost to their abilities. The mutated bird before them had been thoroughly scorched by the flame tower, and with a little preparation, it would be ready for consumption. Some parts were even roasted to perfection, and Qi Xiu could faintly detect a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Huiya, go call the maid to move this bird over and roast it for us. All right, Qi Gu. Song Huiya licked her lips, for some parts of the mutated bird were already cooked by the flame tower. Even though the bird was not fully roasted yet, a subtle meaty fragrance lingered, making it hard to resist the taste. The flesh of mutated beasts seemed to possess an allure far greater than that of ordinary poultry. Qi Gu, it smells so good. Song Huiya leaned in to sniff, saliva involuntarily pooling in her mouth. It was truly a feast laid out before them. Little glutton, once it's fully roasted, make sure to eat your fill and replenish your strength, for tonight will be quite taxing for you. Qi Xiu playfully tapped her on the head, teasing her for being solely focused on food. Hearing Qi Xiu's encouragement to eat more, Song Huiya nodded with delight, only to realize something amiss. What did he mean by saying she would be tired tonight? After a moment, comprehension dawned upon her, and a blush crept across her face. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Not only Song Huiya, but even Jiang Kain and Jiang Xinyue, drawn by the aroma, approached and swallowed hard. Why does it smell so heavenly? Kain, stop standing there like a fool. Come help out. The group brandished their knives and began to dismember the mutated bird. A few hours later, the two maids brought over the roasted meat of the mutated bird. It's ready to eat. Qi Xiu nodded, and the others excitedly rushed over, forgoing chopsticks and diving in with their hands, completely disregarding decorum. Su Qingwan effortlessly tore off a leg of the bird and approached Qi Xiu, saying, "Husband, let me feed you." Qi Xiu smiled and took a few bites, only to discover that consuming the mutated beast had little effect on enhancing his attribute points. Could it be that my attribute points are simply too high? Qi Xiu pondered silently, realizing that his attributes had far surpassed those of the mutated beast before him, rendering its flesh virtually ineffective for him. What's the matter, dear? Is it not tasty? Su Qingwan asked, noticing Qi Xiu lost in thought. Qingwan, do you feel any increase in strength after eating? Su Qingwan concentrated for a moment and replied, there is a slight enhancement. Though it is not very pronounced, then you should eat a bit more. Qi Xiu nodded, finding her response in line with his expectations. Qingwan felt some effect after just a few bites, while he himself could only consider it as ordinary sustenance. Big brother Qi, it's delicious. Kai Shirshir, having gotten up from the bed, rushed over to the table and snatched a piece of meat. After just 2 bites, she exclaimed from the depths of her heart that it was the best roasted meat she had ever tasted. As she ate, she noticed that the pain in her body, which Qi Xiu had caused, was gradually subsiding. Qi Xiu retrieved several bottles of red wine and beverages from his space, saying, don't just focus on the meat. Come have a drink. By evening, the ladies lay sprawled on the sofa, having eaten to their heart's content, utterly lacking any semblance of ladylike grace. Qi Xiu keenly sensed that their attribute points had slightly increased. With Su Qingwan seeing the least improvement, it was evident that the higher 1's attribute points, the more challenging it became to gain enhancements. The rain outside had subsided, returning to the level of the previous days. A few hours later, Xiaohei returned triumphantly, having decimated the mutated rats in the area, dead or fled. None remained a significant threat. A few stragglers remained, but they posed no danger, and Qianda could easily dispatch one with a group of 4 or 5. Xiaohei, having consumed dozens of mutated rats, had raised his attribute points to 8, his size and demeanor even more imposing than before. Additionally, Xiaohei brought back 12 crystal cores, some of which were handed over by Qianda, while others had surprisingly dropped from the mutated rats. After slaying dozens of rats, only a few cores had been obtained, a drop rate lower than that of zombies. Big brother Qi, look quickly. Someone posted a video on Douyin, while Qi Xiu was exercising to digest the food he had just consumed. Jiang Kain rushed in excitedly. Qi Xiu dressed and opened the video, wondering what could be so thrilling as to interrupt his moment. Big brother Qi, you'll see. The video was posted by a user named Tengu, featuring a man in his 30s. The man wore a white tank top, and his arms, thick with hair, suddenly glowed red. The red light seemed to be drawn by some power, converging along a bizarre path into his palm. Rise, the man shouted. With a single gesture, small flames appeared in his palm, coalescing into a fireball the size of an egg. After a brief pause, he hurled the fireball at a withered branch, igniting it instantly. The scene then shifted to reveal a bright red fruit, roughly the size of an apple, resembling a peach. Below the video, Tang Gu added a caption. "Ha ha ha. I was about to starve today when I stumbled upon this fruit under a tree. After eating it, I unexpectedly gained control over the fire element. With this ability, I've taken down several adversaries and seized their food and women. What a thrill! Am I destined to be the protagonist of the apocalypse? Ha ha ha." The video went viral, rivaling the popularity of Chi Xiu's own posts. Comments ranged from skepticism to derision. "It must be fake. It looks like magic. The blogger is so bored. Even in the apocalypse, he has the leisure for such antics. Why do I feel like it's real? In the apocalypse, it's not impossible. I've read novels where people awaken powers. Tomorrow will square root. You're right. Tang Gu, big shot. Please take me along." The comments section was filled with doubts and mockery. Yet many sought to ally with this so-called big shot, hoping to enhance their survival chances in the apocalypse. Just as Chi Xiu prepared to scrutinize the video further, a notification appeared. The video had been deleted by the user. Perhaps Tang Gu had realized something and promptly removed it. "Big Brother Chi, no need to worry. I downloaded it long ago." Jiang Kaiyin smiled knowingly. Having saved the crucial video on her phone, it seemed that this Tang Gu had indeed consumed the fruit mentioned in the documents, which had strengthened his powers. Chi Xiu located the video in his album and scrutinized it several times. Tang Gu had indeed gained mastery over the fire element, yet his physical attributes were still at the level of an ordinary person. Around 0.5. Moreover, judging by his use of the fire element, it fell far short of the apocalyptic novel's cataclysmic effects. The fireball he threw lacked the power of a bullet. "Big Brother Chi, I believe a tree cannot bear just one fruit. If we could transplant the tree, we would have a continuous supply of fruits," Jiang Kaiyin suggested. Good idea." The ability to wield the fire element was something even Chi Xiu envied. Even if all the fruits were harvested, the tree itself would be invaluable. The third rule of survival in the apocalypse: seize every opportunity to enhance one's strength. What a coincidence, Tang Gu is located in the Yuanyang community. The very place your ex spoke of. Jiang Kaiyin smiled slightly, sensing a spectacle ahead. This is fortuitous. We can resolve everything in one go. The matter of his ex didn't weigh heavily on Chi Xiu's mind. Such trifles were inconsequential. Now that the rain had returned to normal, Chi Xiu was ready to set out in his iron blood war chariot. His primary concern was how to transplant that tree. If necessary, he could even move his evil city there, though it would cost 100 energy points. "Husband, don't forget to take me along when you go out. I'll help you deal with your ex." Su Qingwan perked up upon hearing about Chi Xiu's past. "All right, you can come with me." Chi Xiu had initially considered leaving Su Qingwan at home, but now that Song Hui's loyalty had exceeded 80, he felt comfortable in trusting her with house-sitting. More importantly, Chi Xiu wanted Su Qingwan to gain some experience. In this apocalypse, it was crucial for her to possess some strength. After all, if a day came when Chi Xiu was unavailable, they needed to be able to defend themselves. With all of them being so beautiful, it would be disastrous if something were to happen. Chi Xiu intended to assist anyone with loyalty above 80 in enhancing their strength. "Yay! Husband loves you." "Moi?" Su Qingwan exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Chi Xiu's embrace. "Huiya, I leave this in your capable hands. You know what to do. If you fail to manage it well, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." After absorbing the 12 crystal cores Xiao He had brought, Chi Xiu's attributes had risen to 13.7, with 570 energy points remaining. His strength had increased further. "Chi Gu, just go without worry," Song Huiya said confidently. Upon the walls of the malevolent city now entwined with bloodthirsty vines, 2 fiery towers stand sentinel at the gates, and within the confines of the city lurks a creature known as Xiao He. Ensuring their safety. As long as they remain ensconced within the villa, there exists little threat to their lives from the myriad of creatures outside. On the 7th floor of building number 5 in the Yuanyang community, a man reclines languidly in a spacious chair, clad solely in a white tank top. Kneeling before him is a woman of considerable beauty, fervently attending to his needs. "Have all the videos been deleted?" stutters a trembling subordinate. "Brother Tang, the videos have been downloaded by many. Numerous individuals have altered their nicknames to titles such as Boss Tang or Elder Brother Tang, and have begun to disseminate your videos once more." A wave of disdain washes over Tang who, in a fit of rage, sends a fireball crashing down upon the subordinate's head. "Help! Water." The subordinate's hair and clothing ignite instantly, And in this apocalyptic world, where would he find clean water to extinguish the flames? With no recourse, he rolls frantically on the ground. But after a mere 10 minutes, much of his body is charred, hair singed, and features grotesquely disfigured. Get out of my sight! Tang Hu kicks him, sending the subordinate sprawling backward, his head striking the edge of a table with a resounding thud. I'm leaving, he cries, clutching his bleeding head, ignoring the pain as he crawls away. In this desolate world, sustaining such grievous injuries is tantamount to a death sentence. Humph. If I find out who is sharing my videos, I swear they will all meet their end. Tang Hu slams his hand upon the table, astonished at how a mere display of bravado has spiraled into such chaos. The woman on the floor, witnessing Tang Hu's wrath, dares not move, instinctively crawling toward him as his ire erupts. Once the favored mistress of the previous leader, she had been cherished for her beauty, yet now reduced to kneeling before Tang Hu, she endures humiliation for the sake of survival. Just the previous night, a companion of hers had faced severe punishment for a slight act of defiance. Met with lashes and flames, this depraved Tang Hu had even dined upon the roasted entrails of her two sisters while they were still alive. The horror of it all is unimaginable. My love, I crave your embrace. On the armored vehicle, Su Qingwan nestles against Qi Xiu's arm. After briefly conferring with Song Huiya about some precautions, Qi Xiu sets off with Su Qingwan. Quit fidgeting. I'm driving, he admonishes, abruptly halting the vehicle as Su Qingwan's restlessness stirs a fire within him. How curious it is that she is so unabashedly affectionate in his presence. Darling, look at me, she persists, nuzzling closer. With the road ahead blocked by collapsed buildings, they must temporarily stow the armored car away, intending to retrieve it once they navigate through the debris, as they step out into the cool air post-rain. The desolation of the crumbled edifices looms ominously around them. Encountering several mutated beasts that had attacked the armored vehicle along the way, Qi Xiu had effortlessly dispatched them, now possessing the remains of 3 creatures, a pair of dogs and a cat, within his spatial ring. Darling, there's an elderly person who has fallen beneath the eaves ahead, Su Qingwan declares, brandishing a machete as she strides forth, insisting on protecting Qi Xiu. Ignore her. We keep moving, Qi Xiu replies, glancing towards the old woman sprawled on the ground. A sight that evokes memories of a past encounter during the apocalypse, when an elderly lady had fainted at his security post, only to accuse him of wrongdoing when he tried to assist her. Now, seeing the old woman, he feels no empathy. The notion of aiding her seems absurd in this world where survival reigns supreme. Suddenly, from the adjacent house, shadows emerge, led by a man wielding a fire axe. His hair dyed a garish yellow, and adorned with a fake gold chain. Hey, you can leave, but that woman and your provisions stay, he sneers, and his gang swiftly encircles Qi Xiu and Su Qingwan. Their intentions clear. Old hag, where's that box of milk I bought you before the world fell apart? Feng Long roars at his mother, striking her with brutal force, his eyes glinting with malice. Damn it, I'm starving, and you're hoarding food. Suddenly, a subordinate knocks at the door, alerting him to the presence of a man and woman approaching their hideout. Feng Long, seizing the opportunity, commands his gang to prepare for a feast at the expense of these newcomers. Let go of me, the frail old woman implores, grasping at her son's arm, but he shoves her away, reveling in the chaos that unfolds. This time, we'll use you as bait to lure them in, he plots, eyes gleaming with avarice. Once I have a wife, I swear I'll never gamble again, he vows, though the shadows of his past loom ever closer. Upon hearing her son's willingness to abandon gambling, the elderly lady loosened her grip. Xiaolong, is what you say truly genuine? Old hag, why would I deceive you? Hurry, they are about to leave. Xiaolong, you must treat that girl well and refrain from harming her. Understood. Old hag, be quick, stop dawdling. Ha ha ha, if you had run away sooner, we wouldn't have dared to pursue you too far. Who would have imagined you were aware it was a trap, yet you still dawdle here? Feng Long laughed heartily, gazing at Qi Xiu and his companion as though they were fools, utterly baffled by how such individuals could survive in the apocalypse. Little sister, do not be afraid, come to your brother. He is a good man. Qi Xiu, appearing anything but robust and devoid of any visible weapon, seemed to Feng Long an utter weakling. However, the beauty beside him wielded a cleaver, which took him by surprise. Yet, How much power could a cleaver wielded by a girl truly possess? Disgusting. Su Qingwan swung her knife, cleaving a subordinate who had yet to react in half. Feng Long was taken aback by Su Qingwan's audacity to launch an attack. Truly unaware of her impending doom, once she was captured, he would ensure she received a thorough lesson. Charge! Subdue them! With a command from Feng Long, the remaining subordinates rushed forward. Qi Xiu remained still, deeming these small fry unworthy of his effort. Allowing Su Qingwan to practice her close combat skills. One subordinate, clutching a kitchen knife, charged first. Su Qingwan leaned back slightly, evading the strike. With a swift and agile motion, she seized the subordinate by the collar and executed a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Damn, how is she so strong? With a strength of 1.4 attributes, the fallen subordinate was incapacitated for the time being. She's alone. Let us all attack together. Another subordinate rushed in, only to be caught by Su Qingwan, who swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his shoulder. In mere seconds, 3 or 4 subordinates lay defeated on the ground, some dead, others severely injured, lacking any capacity to retaliate. Old hag? Why are you still standing there? Run. Feng Long, witnessing the situation, felt a surge of dread. Could it be that this woman had undergone training? How could she be so fierce? Cough, cough. The elderly lady stumbled over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. Su Qingwan showed no mercy. After dispatching us, the world is no longer as it once was. We find ourselves in the midst of an apocalypse, and she is but a solitary woman. What is there to fear? San Gue, your reasoning holds merit. We shall proceed to apprehend her at once. Heh. Pangda smacked his own wooden head, pondering how, even in this end of days, one could still be so brazen as to spy on a beauty bathing. Why not simply seize her and indulge in the thrill? What a rogue! In a moment of panic, Su Qingwan swiftly delivered a slap that sent the inquisitive Pangda flying. Calm down, little sister. Please remain composed. My visage is that of a good man. Wu Sangue interjected, leaping forth to soothe Su Qingwan's frayed nerves. Little did he expect that this enchanting beauty not only possessed stunning looks but also a melodious voice. Should she call out a few more times, the other gamblers in the establishment would surely take note, leaving little for the pair of them. Besides themselves, there were dozens of gamblers within this den of chance. Qingwan, what transpires here? Qi Xiu entered, having heard the commotion. Husband, they are bullying me. Su Qingwan shyly darted into Qi Xiu's embrace, resembling a young girl wronged. Pangda was left speechless. Who was truly the victim here? His own face had swelled by 2 inches from the encounter, nearly suffering a concussion. This woman, seemingly delicate, possessed an unexpected strength. Are you two mistreating my wife? Qi Xiu's gaze fell upon the left wall of the restroom, which revealed a hidden door leading to a darkened passage. Within, 2 men stood, shrouded in shadows. Chapter 76. The Underground Casino. Brother, how could that be? We merely happened upon this place and chanced upon your sister-in-law bathing. We saw nothing. Pangda attempted to speak, only to be restrained by Wu Sangue. Having long navigated the underworld, Wu Sangue possessed a keen eye. Qi Xiu's pristine attire marked him as a leader of some formidable faction. Perhaps he had been invited by the proprietor of their casino to partake in gambling. If they provoked Qi Xiu and his companion, it might lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Sangue devised a plan. Brother, you appear unfamiliar. Perhaps this is your first visit to our underground casino? I, a humble dealer, have worked here for several years and am quite familiar with the establishment. Allow me to show you around. He thought that by winning over this imposing figure, he might also earn a generous tip. In our casino, not only do we wager food, but some even stake beautiful women as bets. Heh, you understand, right? The allure of certain beauties is well, they rival your sister-in-law. Reminiscing about the captivating women in the casino, Wu Sangue's excitement was palpable, though he lamented his own lack of eligibility for such high-stakes games. The entry requirement was substantial food, and in these dire times, only a powerful leader could afford to wager such assets. But what you say is rather inappropriate. I am already wed, and pursuing other beauties would not be wise. Qi Xiu feigned modesty, scratching his head in embarrassment. Heh, it is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. A handsome man like you could easily attract a harem of 3,000. Wu Sangue shot Qi Xiu a knowing glance. Oh, Who is the proprietor of this casino? Qishio inquired, astonished to discover that gambling persisted even in this apocalyptic world, and that women had become stakes as well. Indeed, with no law enforcement to maintain order, these gamblers grew increasingly brazen. This casino is owned by Qiuran, the esteemed Qiu Laodi, Wu Sangue stammered, initially believing Qishio had been invited by Qiuran. But now, it seemed otherwise. In truth, this establishment has been operating for many years, remaining quite discreet. One cannot find it without a familiar introduction. May I ask who referred you here? Wu Sangue, summoning his courage, pressed further, wary of the consequences of admitting unfamiliar faces into the casino, for Qiuran was notorious for meting out severe punishment for such transgressions. You know Fenglong, yes? Qishio casually fabricated a lie. Recalling the man outside, he would need Wu Sangue as a guide to seize a beautiful prize. As for gambling, Qishio would never stoop to such depths. He prided himself as a model citizen, detesting all forms of vice. So it was Brother Feng who sent you. Please, come in, Wu Sangue exclaimed joyfully, for Fenglong was a long-standing patron, older even than he. Husband, do you think it inappropriate for me to enter wrapped in a bath towel? Su Qingwan shyly tugged at Qishio's garment, her innocent demeanor reminiscent of a schoolgirl's. Sister-in-law is truly delightful. Peng De inhaled the lingering fragrance, momentarily forgetting the pain in his swollen face. Such a stunning girl must have been startled. Hence her formidable reaction. You should change into a fresh outfit in the bedroom. Qishio nodded, recognizing the need for propriety, as he would soon require Su Qingwan's assistance in a confrontation. Wrapped in a towel? Any sudden movement would leave her exposed. Moments later, Su Qingwan emerged in a JK short skirt, the hem adorned with white lace, her long, flawless legs elegantly displayed for all to see. Peng De wiped away the blood from his nose. Sister-in-law is breathtaking. Su Qingwan feigned shyness, retreating behind Qishio, who felt ready to award her an Oscar for her performance. Had he not already witnessed her in a more intimate setting, he might have been deceived by her innocence. Had this been before the apocalypse, Peng De would undoubtedly have fallen victim to Su Qingwan's charms. Look at you, such a fool. Wu Sangue nudged Peng De, attempting to rouse him from his reverie. Sangue, you do not understand. Sister-in-law resembles my first love from high school. My first love was just as innocent as she. The casino boasted a beauty that could rival Su Qingwan, yet none captivated Peng De quite like her. Most importantly, Su Qingwan evoked memories of his first love, and she surpassed that memory in every regard. The shortcomings of his first love were absent in Su Qingwan, while all her virtues were magnified. Let go. Just as Peng De lingered in his nostalgic fantasies, Qishio's grip unexpectedly seized his neck, lifting him off the ground until, moments later, he drew his last breath. Brother. Wu Sangue fell to his knees in terror. Get up! Qishio discarded the lifeless body as though it were refuse. The audacity of this Peng De to harbor thoughts about his woman was utterly foolish. Brother, I assure you, I hold no such intentions towards sister-in-law. Wu Sangue's eyes brimmed with fear. Peng De weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds, yet he was lifted effortlessly by Qishio. Could this man possess superhuman strength? The fact that he could snap a neck in mere seconds was astounding. Though Wu Sangue felt a pang of sorrow for his fallen friend, he knew that showing any sign of distress would ensure he was the next to meet a grim fate. Lead the way. Qishio's expression remained serene, as if the act of killing was merely a trivial affair. Okay. This way. Wu Sangue, meeting Qishio's gaze, trembled uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, I win. All of it is mine. Upon entering the casino, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, akin to a bustling market. Sangue, weren't you just with your friend? Why are you back so soon? Ha ha ha, has your hand grown restless for a game? Come, I'll show my brother around. Wu Sangue gestured toward Qishio. This lady is quite impressive. Several gamblers encircled them. Ha ha ha, her looks are truly commendable. Are you planning to sell her? One particularly burly gambler reached for Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan seized his arm, her delicate fingers securing a grip that yanked him forward. With a sharp cry, the man's arm dislocated. The other gamblers fell silent, realizing they were faced with a rose armed with thorns. Brother, are we here to play around? Wu Sangue inquired cautiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who were these individuals that even a woman could wield such power? There's no need for such formalities. Just lead me to the beauties you mentioned. Qi Xiu shook his head. The gambling tables before him offered little allure, as his primary aim was to scout for beautiful women while simultaneously acquiring supplies. Chapter 77. The High-Stakes Casino. Brother, follow me. To gamble with beauties, one must not only possess a certain amount of resources, but also stake a beauty as collateral. With sister-in-law's stunning appearance, that should pose no challenge. Wu Sangue led the way, explaining the casino's rules and the individuals to avoid. This establishment was divided into two sections, one for basic necessities such as food and supplies, and the other for high-stakes gambling, where influential figures from the area gathered. These patrons sought greater thrills and had even wagered their wives or daughters as stakes. To enter the high-stakes area, two requirements existed: an entry fee of £10 of food and a deposit of £20, refundable upon exit. Furthermore, one must possess an attractive woman as a form of capital. At this juncture, Wu Sangue's face exhibited a hint of regret. Several women of considerable beauty had been passed around multiple times at the gambling den. A true pity, an utter shame. However, Qi Xiu dismissed these sentiments as mere trifles. He was there to rob, not to indulge in such concerns. Why, Lord, you wouldn't consider using me as a wager, would you? Su Qingwan grasped Qi Xiu's arm tightly, her bright eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. Fear not, we are here to commit robbery, not to gamble. Qi Xiu chuckled lightly. In this day and age, might makes right. Whoever wields the strongest fist dictates the rules. He pondered how this casino operated. Did they not fear being robbed? Brother, you must not be familiar with Boss Qiu. No one who dares to rob here has ever lived to tell the tale. In the far left corner, several corpses of robbers are displayed as a grim reminder. Wu Sangue seemed to sense Qi Xiu's unease. In his eyes, attempting robbery in such a place was akin to courting death. Your boss Qiu sounds formidable. Might I have the chance to meet him? To be lauded by Wu Sangue to such an extent, he must possess some skill, though the extent of his prowess remained unknown. Our boss Qiu is not someone just anyone can meet. However, if you manage to win big at the high-stakes tables, perhaps an opportunity will present itself. Wu Sangue spoke with feigned mystery, revealing that he was quite knowledgeable about boss Qiu. Halt! Following Wu Sangue, Qi Xiu traversed the expansive casino, which spanned 200 to 300 square meters. Upon reaching the end of the casino, they encountered a spacious room, where two men clad in red stood guard at the entrance. As Qi Xiu and his companions approached, they were stopped. To enter, you must first be screened for eligibility. Gentlemen, this is Brother Qi, who wishes to play a few rounds. Please, extend a courtesy. Wu Sangue, feigning sorrow, produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each of the guards. The guards, who had initially worn stern expressions, broke into smiles. Very well, you need not pay the deposit this time. Here, people's loyalty was to money, not to individuals. Only by offering payment could one expect assistance. These 2 guards held a modicum of power, and the deposit was inconsequential, as it would be refunded later. Thank you, brothers. Here are 2 bags of food. Do they suffice? Wu Sangue performed a deep bow, presenting the 2 bags of food he had just won. Inside, his heart bled. This was nearly 10 pounds of food, enough to sustain him for several days. However, now caught by Qi Xiu, he could only suffer silently. He sensed that should he dare to resist, it would take less than 3 seconds for Qi Xiu to end his life. Now, let us assess the quality of the ladies. The 2 guards' eyes fixated hungrily on Su Qingwan, their gazes ablaze with desire. Given Su Qingwan's beauty, she clearly met their standards, yet the guards were evidently intent on creating trouble. Is she a virgin? One of the red-clad guards pulled out a notebook, directing the question at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan replied bashfully. Had it been some time earlier, she would indeed have been a virgin. Did her lack of virginity diminish her worth? The guard marked a cross next to the virginity column and continued questioning. How many times have you asked that really necessary? Su Qingwan frowned, feeling the inquiry was excessively intrusive. Yes, hurry up. Don't waste our time. The guard stepped closer to Su Qingwan, inhaling deeply, a lewd smile creeping across his face. I can't recall. It's been many times. Su Qingwan gritted her teeth, continuing her response. A normal person would only remember the first and countless subsequent encounters. Who could keep such details straight? She now suspected these guards were deliberately trying to provoke her. Oh, so you've been thoroughly defiled. The guard pretended to inscribe thoroughly defiled in his notebook, leaving Su Qingwan trembling with rage. You? What of it? Being thoroughly defiled means you don't meet the standards, the guard stated with an air of righteousness, acting as though he were upholding the law. Come here, let me conduct a proper inspection. If you fail again, you shall be barred from entry. The two guards licked their lips, their lecherous demeanor suggesting they wished to devour Su Qingwan on the spot. They reached out, pointing toward her impressive assets. Get away! Su Qingwan swiftly evaded, her eyes blazing with fury. What are you doing? Do you intend to resist the inspection? Without an inspection, how can we ascertain whether you have any internal discrepancies? Indeed, without an inspection, how can we know if you've contracted any diseases? The guards harmonized, their dissatisfaction with Su Qingwan's refusal palpable. Are you seeking death? Su Qingwan glared, recognizing that the guard was clearly trying to make things difficult for her. Even if she were flat-chested, her beauty alone should suffice. To say she was thoroughly defiled was slander. She had only been with Qi Xiu. Qingwan, just charge in. Qi Xiu swung a fist, directly smashing through one guard. Blood and entrails scattering from the force of the blow. He had intended to adhere to the rules, but they were forcing his hand into violence. Die, you lecher. Following Qi Xiu's command, Su Qingwan held nothing back. She seized the other guard by the shoulder and delivered a knee strike to his groin. The man howled, clutching his groin in agony. I'm done for it. I've become a cripple, with Su Qingwan's one. For attribute, that furious knee strike landed precisely on the man's most vulnerable spot, rendering him incapable of recovery. You're the one who has been thoroughly defiled. Your whole family has been. Su Qingwan seethed, delivering merciless kicks, ensuring the guard's demise. She continued to rain down kicks, each eliciting a cry, until she had thoroughly obliterated his groin, concluding his life. Chapter 78. The Mysterious Woman, Part 1. How can this girl be so ruthless? Qi Xiu thought, his mind racing. He betted her daily, and he feared that one day she might turn her wrath upon him. Meanwhile, Wu Sangue recalled the incident of peeping at Su Qingwan while she bathed, and he felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively covering himself. His gaze towards Su Qingwan shifted, now filled with trepidation, no longer daring to harbor any impure thoughts. If Pangda had been alive to witness this scene, one could only imagine his reaction. Let us venture inside. Qi Xiu retrieved a bottle of mineral water, cleaning the blood from his hands. He realized that directly killing was the most efficient route. Though it felt gratifying to land a punch, the splatter of blood left him messy and forced him to clean up afterward. Brother, wait for me. Wu Sangue hesitated for a moment, clutching the 10 pounds of food he had just handed over, and followed inside. The high-stakes casino lay deep within the establishment, soundproofing isolating them completely from the outside world during their gambling. At the gambling table sat a red-clad man dealing the cards, accompanied by 3 gamblers. Brother, the gaunt man on the left with the sharp features is Sun Wu. Wu Sangue leaned closer, whispering to Qi Xiu. The stocky man in the middle with the thick beard is Lu Sanfa. He is quite boisterous, yet ruthless when it comes to killing. Wu Sangue repeatedly warned Qi Xiu. Brother, the young man in black on the right is Tian Shou. He appears amiable but is actually duplicitous. Exercise caution in your dealings with him. Wu Sangue rattled off a plethora of information, but Qi Xiu paid no heed. His attention was wholly captured by the several beautiful women at the gambling table, particularly a fair maiden clad in white, around 20 years of age, whose beauty rivaled that of Su Qingwan. Yet, it seemed she had already become a wager on the table. Spade 5, spade 5. Spade 5. Sun Wu slowly revealed the bottom card. The top card was a spade, with the number still concealed. Heh, big brother son. This round is surely mine. The black-clad youth, Tian Shou, leisurely sipped his tea, appearing confident of victory. Tian, you might be rejoicing too soon. The bottom card hasn't been unveiled yet. Sun Wu's expression soured. Having lost 3 rounds in a row, he had now staked his own daughter. Dad, you must win. At the table, a girl around 25, pale-faced, was shocked to learn her father would wager her. Should he lose, her fate in Tian Shou's hands would be nothing short of a living hell. Shut up. Sun Wu, already irritable from his losing streak, snapped at his daughter, slapping her to the ground. She lay there, too afraid to resist, and could only whimper softly, Big brother son, why strike my woman? Tian Shou set down his teacup, frowning. What woman? She is still my daughter. Sun Wu erupted in fury, suspecting Tian Shou of cheating. Fine, fine. Let us reveal the cards quickly. Tian Shou was disinterested in further banter, eager to win this round. Damn. How is it a spade 9? In a fit of rage, Sun Wu tore his cards to shreds. Big brother Sun, please mind your language. This is Boss Chou's territory. The master of the establishment, upon perceiving Sun Wu's impending outburst, hastily interjected a warning. The mention of the name Chou Lauda. Sun Wu's body shuddered slightly, and he quickly bent down to retrieve the cards scattered on the ground. My apologies, that was my mistake. Please take heed. There shall be no next time. Yes, yes. Sun Wu forced a smile and offered a couple of apologies, while the master cast his eyes heavenward, offering Sun Wu no semblance of goodwill. Ha ha ha, this time we struck it rich. Tian Shou let out a hearty laugh as he seized the woman in white from the gambling table. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu furrowed his brow, contemplating a snatch, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The woman in white, rather than exhibiting fear, wore an expression that hinted at anticipation. The other women at the gambling table were trembling in fear, their legs shaking so violently that they could hardly stand. Tian Shou, now entirely under the influence of his younger brother, was oblivious to the unfolding drama. He lifted the woman in white, leaned down, and kissed her gently. How fortunate for this scoundrel! Lu Sanfa cursed vehemently. This woman in white was one he had picked up from the streets. He had intended to use her as a wager to win more beauties. But unexpectedly, he had lost everything. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have enjoyed her himself at that moment, rather than letting Tian Shou benefit from her. The woman in white, after being embraced by Tian Shou, leaned into him, exuding a hint of excitement. Suddenly, Tian Shou's body convulsed, as if stricken by excruciating pain. He attempted to push the woman away, but she clung to him as if she were a part of him, resisting all his efforts to dislodge her. What a ridiculous show-off! I've had my share of beautiful women. Sun Wu, hearing the commotion from Tian Shou, mistakenly believed he was reveling in pleasure and attempting to flaunt it. At that moment, the woman in white wrapped her arms around Tian Shou's waist and forcefully pushed back, causing both him and his chair to topple to the ground. What a monster! Tian Shou's complexion turned ashen as he coughed up copious amounts of blood. A pool of crimson began to spread beneath him, seemingly flowing from between his legs. She's a monster. Quick, kill her. In agony, Tian Shou writhed on the ground, and moments later, he succumbed to his wounds. The woman in white rose. Holding a piece of flesh with a swift motion, Qi Xiu wielded his blade, causing a cascade of crimson and pale fluids to spill across the ground. In a single, deft leap, he claimed the lives of 2 more individuals. In mere seconds, 4 or 5 souls had been lost. Even Xiu Ren, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of background did this young man possess to wield such formidable prowess? With each step Qi Xiu took, his subordinates retreated, paralyzed by fear. None daring to advance as they gazed upon Qi Xiu's imposing figure, they realized he would forever loom as a specter in their lives. Quickly, that girl looks weak. Seize her first. Xiu Ren's mind sparked with a cunning idea. The girl appeared utterly defenseless, and capturing her could serve as leverage against Qi Xiu. Prompted by Xiu Ren's suggestion, 2 crafty henchmen, grinning lewdly, approached Su Qingwan with malicious intent. Little sister, do not resist. I promise to be gentle. One of the lackeys reached out, poised to grasp Su Qingwan's delicate waist, just as he was about to succeed. His wrist was suddenly seized. With a slight exertion, Su Qingwan twisted his arm and slammed him to the ground. Chapter 80. Blood Alliance Cult AH, Su Qingwan advanced, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely on the lackey's chin, causing his mouth to cave in and blood to spew forth as he was propelled backwards several meters. Within moments, 3 or 4 more bodies lay at her feet. Damn it! How can this woman be so ferocious? Xiu Ren clenched his fists, wishing he could charge in himself. It was clear that no ordinary group of 3 or 5 could hope to subdue Su Qingwan. Meanwhile, to the left, Qi Xiu was executing his foes with the ease of slicing through tofu. The ground beneath him soaked in blood, with entrails piled like a grotesque mound, emitting a foul stench. The remaining 2 men, terrified, scrambled away, their eyes wide with the dread of facing a reaper from the underworld. Now you wish to flee? Qi Xiu lunged forward, gripping his knife and plunging it into the ground beneath the crawling lackey. Withdrawing his blade, Qi Xiu watched as the lackey curled on the ground, thrashing like a fish out of water. Qiu Ren had not anticipated Qi Xiu's overwhelming strength. In just a few minutes, all 20 of his subordinates had been slaughtered. What are you? The composure previously etched on Qiu Ren's face was replaced by an unprecedented terror as he regarded Qi Xiu like a demon from the abyss. Alas, I suggested we speak civilly, yet you insisted on violence. Now look, you've sullied my clothing. Qi Xiu removed his bloody garment, wringing it out, lamenting the loss of yet another new outfit. Qiu Ren stammered, his voice fractured. Do you know who I am? Not a clue. Qi Xiu waved dismissively. He was merely passing through this place and had never heard of Qiu Ren. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the steward of the Blood Alliance cult. At the mention of the Blood Alliance, Qiu Ren's confidence surged, his voice brimming with pride. Qingwan, have you heard of this Blood Alliance cult? Never heard of it. Su Qingwan shook her head. So, is the Blood Alliance cult truly formidable? Qi Xiu scratched his head, struggling to recall anything about the cult. You? Qiu Ren took a moment to collect himself, sitting on a chair as he took a couple of deep breaths to steady his nerves. He hadn't expected Qi Xiu to be so ignorant. The man hadn't even heard of the Blood Alliance cult. Brother, I concede you possess some skill, but compared to the likes of the Blood Alliance, you're akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. This was the first time Qi Xiu had encountered someone so close to death yet still able to smoke leisurely. Qingwan, see him off. At worst, he thought, he could eliminate everyone present. Even if the Blood Alliance was significant, they would never trace it back to him. You dare. Qiu Ren extinguished his half-finished cigarette and revealed a remote control in his hand. You cannot kill me. This building is rigged with explosives. Should I press this button, the entire structure will collapse, burying you all. Su Qingwan stood frozen, unsure of how to react. If this were true, they would all perish together. Suddenly, Qi Xiu's legs surged with power, propelling him forward with lightning speed, and he delivered a punch that pierced Qiu Ren's chest. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the wall behind Qiu Ren. Him? Not dead. Qi Xiu heard a faint click, the sound of the remote being activated. The lifeless body of Qiu Ren lay on the ground, having pressed the button as a reflex. Qingwan, get inside, boom. Kaboom! The 7 or 8-story building suddenly collapsed, a wave of scorching air bursting forth accompanied by a deafening roar. The structures trembled, shattered concrete and rebar spraying outward like daggers, while thick clouds of dust engulfed the sky like a violent sandstorm. Husband. Under the immense force, the underground casino caved in significantly. Qi Xiu braced himself against a slab of freshly fallen concrete with one hand, while with the other, he struck the debris, shattering it into fragments. Husband, are you all right? Just as one slab was sent flying, a larger one plummeted down, forcing Qi Xiu to pull Su Qingwan into a desperate leap to evade disaster. This block weighed at least several tons, and he dared not confront it directly as the dust settled. The underground casino lay buried, leaving only a small space in the corner. What had once been a bustling establishment with dozens of patrons now saw only a handful of fortunate survivors remaining. This is a disaster. Just moments ago, Qi Xiu's powerful strike had obliterated Qiu Ren's body, yet he had still managed to activate the remote. Several tons of concrete now firmly blocked their exit. And even Qi Xiu could not escape swiftly. Brother, I know of a secret passage. Wu Sangue hesitated before approaching Qi Xiu, whispering his revelation. Having spent years in this casino, he had used the secret route on several occasions to evade the police. Oh, where is this passage? Qi Xiu was surprised to find Wu Sangue had been clever enough to stick by him, ensuring his own survival. Brother, if I recall correctly, the passage is just behind this slab of concrete. Wu Sangue pointed to a massive block weighing at least 20 tons. Qi Xiu felt a twinge of apprehension. The sheer weight of the concrete above posed a grave risk of a secondary collapse if they attempted to shift it. Dear Brother Qi, let us unite our efforts to move this slab. Lu Sanfa recalled how Qi Xiu had shattered concrete with a single punch, igniting a spark of hope within him. Given Qi Xiu's strength, moving the slab should pose no issue. They only needed to support the overhead debris to prevent it from falling. Yes, indeed. We shall dismantle the tables and use the wood to prop up the concrete above. Sun Wu chimed in, recognizing that their escape hinged on Qi Xiu's capabilities. Without him, even their combined strength would be insufficient to budge the tons of concrete. Very well, With no other options, they resolved to pool their strength and attempt the task. Otherwise, they risked being trapped indefinitely. Quickly, everyone, let us act. On the count of 3, we shall lift. Chishio tightened his grip on the concrete, veins bulging as he approached his limit. Heave! Chishio bellowed, the slab shifting a few centimeters to the left. Everyone, push with all your might. Seeing this, Sun Wu's spirits lifted, and he rallied the others, urging them to exert even more effort. 1, 2, 3, lift. Minutes later, exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, having finally cleared a narrow passageway of about 20 centimeters. At the end of the passage lay a concealed black door, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Without careful scrutiny, it would go unnoticed. Brother, behind this door lies the secret passage. Wu Sangue hurried over to Chishio, whispering urgently, Chapter 81. The frightening passage opened the door. We must leave now. Chishio gestured, but Wu Sangue stood frozen. Brother, the key should be on Xiuren, you see. Realizing the implications, Chishio understood he would have to resort to brute force once more. Were these individuals truly incapable of seeing him as anything but muscle? Once they escaped, he would eliminate them all. Bang! Chishio kicked the door open. The passage twisted and turned, shrouded in darkness, an overwhelming stench of decay wafting from within. What are you waiting for? Must I invite you in? Chishio kicked Wu Sangue, urging him and the others to take the lead. Instinct told Chishio that this passage was anything but ordinary. Su Qingwan clung to Chishio's arm, walking in the heart of the group. As they ventured deeper, the foul odor intensified, causing several to retch repeatedly, their speech rendered nearly impossible. Even Chishio, accustomed to various sights and smells, wrinkled his nose, nearly losing his lunch. Are you certain this is a secret passage? It feels more like a sewer. Chishio kicked Wu Sangue again. This passage was far worse than any sewer he had encountered. Brother, how could I deceive you? I've traversed this passage multiple times. Aside from the odor, it is quite safe. Leading the way, Wu Sangue suddenly bumped his head against something soft and bouncy. What is this? I've never encountered anything like it before. Wu Sangue reached out and touched something. Big brother, there's a ghost. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Wu Sangue hurriedly retreated behind Chishio. He had just felt a damp, hair-like substance, reeking of a foul odor. Where's this ghost? If you come any closer, I'll kill you first. Chishio rushed over and felt around, finding nothing, only an empty space. No, that's impossible. I just touched something. Wu Sangue, refusing to believe in ghosts, ran over to touch again, but indeed found nothing. Had he truly been frightened into hallucination? Here. I feel something hard, it seems like. Suddenly, Sun Wu also shouted, startled, and pushed the object before him away. Quick! Does anyone have a lighter? A phone? In an instant, everyone held their breath in fear, instinctively crowding closer to Chishio. Big brother Sunday, you left in such a hurry, you forgot your phone. In the chaos of the explosion, they barely escaped with their lives. Who had time to worry about a phone? Stop being so dramatic. What era is this? Do you still believe in ghosts? Lu Sanfa scoffed disdainfully before striding ahead alone. Let us keep moving. Chishio quickened his pace with Su Qingwan. Surely this passage couldn't be haunted. If one person encountered an illusion, it could be dismissed, but if several did, it might indeed be real. Q.Chidi. Brother, once we get out, I'll do anything. Can I hold your hand? I'm scared. Sun Kaiyun squeezed next to Chishio, her teeth chattering from anxiety. With her father terrified, Chishio was her only source of comfort. Fine. Chishio appeared reluctant, but with no choice, he felt it would be impolite to refuse her. Brother, can I hold on to you too? Wu Sangue trembled in fear, crawling to Chishio's side. Get lost? Chishio jumped up and kicked him, swearing to deal with Wu Sangue first once they were out. Big brother, I felt a little foot. I felt it too. The crowd erupted into chaos, a frenzy of panic as they rushed towards Chishio. Men and women, young and old, forming layers of circles around him. Even Su Qingwan found herself squeezed by several people, unsure if they were trying to take advantage of the situation. Keep moving forward. If anyone stops, I'll kill them, Chishio declared, throwing a punch that sent one person flying, momentarily quieting the crowd. They soon realized Chishio was the true harbinger of death, despite the terror lurking in the passage. At least no one had died yet. Under Chishio's pressure, Everyone could only force themselves to take the lead. Husband, I can't hold it anymore. Can you accompany me to the restroom? After a while, Su Qingwan whispered, her voice barely audible, clearly in distress. Qi Xiu scanned the dark surroundings. Surely no one would see if she snuck away to relieve herself? I'll wait here. You can squat down and take care of it. Su Qingwan was taken aback. Our dot right here? Why don't you hold it a bit longer until we find a restroom outside? Qi Xiu waved his hand. There was no way to find a restroom in this place. Well, all right then. Su Qingwan bit her lip, aware that in this darkness, no one could see anything. Most importantly, she could no longer hold it in and had to prioritize her needs. Qingwan, you stand at that corner. And I'll block for you, Sun Kaiyun eagerly suggested. Hearing this, Su Qingwan nodded, her opinion of Sun Kaiyun improving significantly. Qi Xiu stood still as they walked a short distance, hand in hand. As soon as they heard Su Qingwan needed to use the restroom, several lecherous men turned their heads, fixated on the shadow in the corner. Though visibility was poor, their imaginations filled in the blanks. Qingwan, are you done? Not yet. Su Qingwan's face flushed crimson, though she was desperate. Anxiety kept her from proceeding. I felt like she was on the verge of release. Just a little bit more, but she needed to find a restroom. I need to find a toilet. Su Qingwan whimpered softly, helplessly adjusting her clothes. Husband, that I can't seem to. After waiting a moment, Qi Xiu saw Su Qingwan scampering back, exasperatedly saying, Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to help you? Pervert, you sicko. Who would want that? Su Qingwan gritted her teeth, nearly bursting from the pressure, while Qi Xiu still found the time for jests. All right, let us get out and find you a restroom. Qi Xiu signaled for the others to continue leading the way, while he remained back, yet to encounter any of the strange things they spoke of. There was light ahead. Surely, they must be nearing the exit. Following Wu Sangue, the group turned countless corners until finally, a beam of light shone down from above. Damn, it really is a sewer. Following the light, they walked a bit further, the sound of flowing water becoming apparent. The surroundings unmistakably resembled a sewer. We finally made it out. Regardless of the circumstances, the tension in the group finally eased. No one wanted to traverse that passage again. Chapter 82. Leave no one behind. Once outside, Qi Xiu immediately drew his 1-meter-long machete. He had endured this group for far too long. Inside the passage, they had relentlessly tried to take advantage of Su Qingwan. Moreover, if he eliminated them, no one would know that he had killed Xiu Ren. Though he was unafraid of the so-called blood alliance, it was better to resolve matters quietly. Cute. Qi boss, what are you doing? A younger brother noticed Qi Xiu approaching with a blade, his aura menacing, and trembled in fear. What does it look like? I'm going to kill someone. Qi Xiu cleaved the younger brother in two with a single stroke. Qing, do you still have any sense of reason? We have no grudges with you? Sun Wu stared wide-eyed, fixed on Qi Xiu. His daughter had already been taken by Qi Xiu, and now he was about to kill his MENASA leader. He had to say something or risk losing all authority. Qi Xiu, you're going too far. After today, we'll part ways peacefully, and no one will provoke anyone. Lu Sanfa stepped forward, expressing strong disapproval of Qi Xiu's actions. Heh, we're all old foxes in this apocalypse. Stop pretending. If I weren't somewhat capable, you would have already taken my woman. Qi Xiu sneered. Had he not intimidated this group several times, they might have already set their sights on Su Qingwan. Why don't you want to fight me? Lu Sanfa realized there was no room for compromise and prepared to retaliate. Before he could finish, Qi Xiu sent him flying with a punch. Fight? You think you're worthy to challenge me? Qi Xiu strolled leisurely to Lu Sanfa, slicing through his neck, ending his life. Qi boss, please spare us. I have elderly parents and small children, and a beautiful wife waiting for me at home. I can't die just yet. Several younger brothers knelt, banging their heads against the ground. Damn it. Just because you have a beautiful wife, you dared to leer at mine while she was in the restroom. Qi Xiu recognized him immediately. He had been the most blatant in his gawking. Qi boss, spare me, and I'll make my wife yours. Get lost? I don't need that. Qi Xiu kicked his head, shattering it. Qi boss, for the sake of my daughter. Please spare me. I'll be your servant. Sun Wu, seeing that hard tactics weren't working, immediately softened, kneeling at Qi Xiu's feet, completely abandoning his dignity as a leader. Daughter, please plead for your father. It was wrong of me to wager you. He grasped his daughter Sun Caiyun's hand. Father, how can you still have the face to ask me for help? Where were you all this time? Sun Kaiyun slapped her father across the face. I raised you, and you dare to hit me. You think I didn't know? You're the product of an affair, and look at how ugly I am. How could you be so beautiful? Sun Wu suddenly lunged, grabbing Sun Kaiyun by the neck and pushing her to the ground. Today, even if I die, I will kill you first. Help. Save me. Sun Kaiyun struggled violently, but as a frail woman, she was no match for a burly man. Sister Kaiyun. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingwan rushed forward and knocked Sun Wu to the ground. This is my family's matter. It's none of your business. In a moment of carelessness, Su Qingwan was caught by Sun Wu, yanked back by her hair, causing her to fall backward in pain. I'll ruin you. This action thoroughly enraged Su Qingwan, who seized Sun Wu's arm and yanked him closer, swiftly executing a shoulder lock that sent him crashing to the ground. Bang. Puff. Not yet satisfied, Su Qingwan delivered a swift, diagonal punch that connected with Sun Wu's face, sending two of his front teeth soaring into the air. You filthy bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Sun Wu's eyes glinted with malice, his expression contorted in rage as he charged at Su Qingwan, prepared to battle fiercely. Observing this, Su Qingwan stepped forward. Her left leg slightly buckled as she extended her arms out from either side of her face, channeling the strength from her shoulders to unleash a powerful punch. Driven mad with fury, Sun Wu was struck by Su Qingwan's devastating blow, his body spinning in the air before hurtling backward. Sister Kaiyun, I leave him to your mercy. Su Qingwan glanced at the writhing Sun Wu on the ground. Now utterly devoid of combat capability, she had a favorable impression of Sun Kaiyun, recalling how she had once accompanied her to the restroom, so entrusting Sun Wu to her felt like repaying a favor. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu stood tall, wielding his blade, his white garments billowing in the wind with a haunting rustle. Beneath him lay a dozen corpses, even a freshly severed heart still pulsating on the ground. Be brother, please, don't kill me. I know information about the Blood Alliance. Just let me go, and I'll tell you everything. Wu Sanggui's body sagged as he collapsed, his voice trembling and barely intelligible. Speak. Qi Xiu wiped the blade of his dao on Wu Sanggui's hair, the remnants of flesh and blood dripping down onto the ground, creating a gruesome scene. Brother, I've heard that the Blood Alliance existed even before the apocalypse. It's a truly wicked organization. They believe that by consuming blood, one can attain immortality. After the apocalypse, they became even more brutal. Aside from their leader, they have 4 powerful protectors from the north, south, east, and west, commanding thousands of followers. As he continued, Wu Sangui suddenly trembled, as if recalling a terrifying memory. They eat human flesh. Those who gamble and can't repay their debts are called meat people and are captured to be devoured. Is that all? Qi Xiu furrowed his brow, astonished that the Blood Alliance indeed had considerable influence. Where is their stronghold? I don't know. Wu Sangui appeared quite sincere. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Please, can you spare my life? Tears mixed with blood marred his face, creating a pitiful sight. What are you crying for? You big man? I won't eat you. Qi Xiu extended a blood-stained cigarette toward him. Wu Sangui trembled as he accepted it, his expression more grotesque than that of a weeping child, inwardly lamenting. You won't eat me, but you will kill me. Who permitted you to smoke with your right hand? Qi Xiu sneered, pressing the blade against Wu Sangui's neck, slicing a thin line of crimson. Just as Wu Sangui attempted to utter something, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his neck, struggling to open his mouth but unable to utter a single word. The cigarette fell from his grasp, landing in a pool of blood. He stared wide-eyed, filled with resentment and confusion, gradually collapsing. He could not comprehend why, despite divulging everything to Qi Xiu, he could not escape death. I despise those who smoke with their right hand, Qi Xiu exclaimed, wiping the blade with a scrap of cloth. Chapter 83. Wire do Mall daughter. I am your father. The father who raised you. Sun Kaiyun picked up a dagger from the ground, advancing step by step toward the fallen Sun Wu. You have no right to call yourself my father. Sun Kaiyun's eyes burned with rage as she shouted, tears welling in her eyes, her voice laced with despair and fury. She slightly lifted Sun Wu from the ground, continuing to scream, Did you kill my mother long ago? In that moment, pain and anger flooded her mind. Her fingers clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms as she longed to tear Sun Wu apart. Daughter, that your mother became a zombie. I had no choice but to kill her. Sun Wu, sensing the murderous intent from Sun Kaiyun, tensed up and hastily fabricated a defense. You have disappointed me beyond measure. Do you still refuse to see the truth? That night, she had hidden in her bedroom, hearing her mother's anguished cries echoing from the living room. This beast had murdered her mother. He was unworthy of being a husband, unworthy of being a father. He was a wretched gambler, less than human daughter. Sun Wu tried to say something further, but Sun Caiyun's dagger had already pierced his chest. .1 stab. .2 stabs, blood splattered, forming a resplendent rose in the air. Wu. Mom. You won't blame me, will you? Wu. Sun Caiyun's arm trembled. She had never imagined that one day she would personally end her father's life. The sorrow of losing both parents pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Sister Kaiyun, he is no longer your father. He is a gambler disguised in human skin, a gambler who would wager his own daughter. Su Qingwan gently reassured her. Faced with such a situation, she was at a loss about how to help. Hoping that Sun Kaiyun could find her way out of this darkness. Qingwan, get in the car. Qixio had changed into a different outfit and promptly retrieved the iron-blooded war vehicle from his spatial ring. They had already lingered outdoors for over 10 minutes, which was perilous in an apocalypse where rain could fall at any moment. They needed to get inside the vehicle quickly. Otherwise, a sudden downpour could lead to disaster. Sister Kaiyun, let's get inside first. Su Qingwan understood the urgency and, not hesitating, forcefully pulled Sun Kaiyun into the vehicle. Shortly after Qixio left, the seemingly lifeless Wu Sangui suddenly stirred, rising in a bizarre posture. Qixio, you wouldn't have guessed it, Wu Sangui exclaimed, drinking deeply from the blood on the ground. Ha ha ha. Qixio, I am a member of the Blood Alliance. You surely didn't know that as long as we consume blood, we can continuously heal our injuries. Blood is our source of power. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have noticed Wu Sangui's attributes visibly increasing. Once the blood on the ground was completely drained, his attribute value had reached 1.5 points. That old fool Qiu Ren is utterly useless. Such a massive casino, yet it's all gone. Wu Sangui hoarsely cursed, for Qiu Ren was merely a steward from the outer sect of the Blood Alliance. While he was considered an internal member, my husband, I can't hold it anymore. Just let me go in front. Su Qingwan clutched her abdomen, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression pained, her cheeks flushed with discomfort. Wait a bit longer, the red rain outside hasn't stopped. How will you go out? Less than 10 minutes after Qixio got into the car, the red rain began to fall, and if they delayed any longer, they would be in trouble. Once this red rain started, there was no telling how long it would last. If they were unlucky, it could pour for 7 or 8 hours. If they were fortunate, it might cease within 1 or 2 hours. Try drinking some hot water, Qixio suggested. Ugh, I'm not on my period. Why would I drink hot water? Su Qingwan contemplated finding a water bottle to resolve her situation directly in Qixio's vehicle. Qingwan, let me help you massage your stomach. Sun Kaiyun gradually emerged from her sorrow, instinctively saying this upon seeing Su Qingwan's expression. Where do you want a massage? Su Qingwan replied with a look of disbelief, wondering if these two were doing this on purpose. She needed to use the restroom. What good would a massage do? Don't worry, there's a mall ahead. I'll drive the car inside. Not far from Yuanyang Community, there was a large shopping mall, and they could also scavenge for supplies. Qixio pressed the accelerator, crashing through the mall's entrance, only coming to a stop after inadvertently knocking down a row of shelves. Be careful, there are zombies outside. Just as Qixio stepped out of the vehicle, 2 zombies lunged at him, baring their teeth. Kill them! Qixio swiftly swung his knife, cleaving the 2 zombies in half as if they were mere tofu. Bang, bang. Su Qingwan drew her Desert Eagle, swiftly shooting down several more. She dared not engage in close combat with zombies, for they were not human, and one careless scratch could spell disaster. Though her attributes were superior to those of ordinary people, she was not immune to the zombie virus like Qixio. Qixio led the charge, wielding his Dao like a cleaver, felling dozens of zombies with ease. Husband, is this the Wiredu Mall? Su Qingwan picked up 2 exquisite handbags from a counter, draping them over her shoulder as she began to admire her reflection. Qingwan, that one suits you perfectly, Sun Kaiyun exclaimed, rushing over to offer her opinion. Really? I think this design is lovely as well. Su Qingwan twisted her waist, striking several poses. Sister Kaiyun, what do you think of this one? This looks fantastic. Try this one too. Sun Kaiyun handed over 2 more delicate bags to Su Qingwan. Oh, Yes, that one. And that one too. Bring them all for me to see. Su Qingwan pointed eagerly. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu stood aside, utterly dumbfounded, wondering if they had come to use the restroom or not. Had they lost all sense of urgency with the restroom conveniently nearby? Husband, come quickly. Don't you think this bag suits me perfectly? In a blink, Su Qingwan had draped 4 or 5 bags over herself, pulling the still stunned Qi Xiu along. It fits well. Aren't you supposed to go to the restroom? Don't rush. I'm just trying on some bags. Qi Xiu silently marveled at the absurdity of women. He struggled even to twist off a bottle cap, yet they could shop for hours without pause. Kaiyun Jie, this one is perfect for you. Take a look. Oh dear. This one looks a bit small. I prefer something larger, more minimalist and elegant. Half an hour later, the two emerged, laden with dozens of bags. Husband, can I take all these bags with me? Su Qingwan clung to Qi Xiu's arm, beginning to act coquettishly. Of course, take them, Qi Xiu replied, his mind racing with a mix of exasperation and relief that his space ring was large enough. Otherwise, amidst the apocalypse, who would have the leisure to collect bags? You're the best, love you. Su Qingwan planted a couple of kisses on Qi Xiu's cheek. Kaiyun Jie, accompany me to the restroom. With a sudden exclamation, Su Qingwan clutched her stomach and hurried toward the restroom. Qingwan, you've gone the wrong way. That's the men's restroom. Sun Kaiyun, quick on her feet, pulled Su Qingwan back just in time. You scared me to death. I almost couldn't hold it. Su Qingwan took a deep breath, having narrowly avoided a disaster. After standing still for a moment to regain her composure, she cautiously entered the stall, to her surprise, upon opening the door. She found a disheveled, overweight man in a checkered shirt inside. Ah, pervert! Bang. Su Qingwan, nearing her limit, decided against questioning why a man was in the women's restroom. She slammed the door shut and swiftly turned to another stall. The man, still dazed and confused, was abruptly hit in the face as she slammed the door. After a moment of reflection, a lewd grin spread across his face. Hee, that girl was quite the looker. To his surprise, he had encountered a beauty in the restroom, chuckling to himself, ha, the heavens have favored me today. The man hurriedly pushed open the restroom door, only to be greeted by Sun Kaiyun, clad in a fitted long-sleeve shirt and a black mini-skirt. Wow, there's another one. What luck I have today. The man ambled over and whistled at Sun Kaiyun. Hey there, waiting for someone? None of your business. Rather than being angered, the man wore a lewd grin. Hee, I'm quite experienced in this area. Since there aren't many people here, how about we have a deeper conversation? What? Sun Kaiyun was taken aback, quickly distancing herself from him. Her eyes brimming with caution. If this were a peaceful time, she would have charged at him without hesitation. Hee, if you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing. The man blocked the doorway, extending his hands and squinting as he advanced towards Sun Kaiyun. Don't come any closer. Before long, he had grabbed her braid, easily overpowering her and pinning her to the ground. Hee, don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite agile. Get off me, let me go, woo-woo. Ignoring her struggles, he began to grope her with his filthy hands, woo-woo. Qingwan, come save me. Sun Kaiyun, summoning all her strength, pounded on the door of Su Qingwan's stall. However, once one begins a bathroom visit, it is nearly impossible to pause. At that moment, Su Qingwan was in the midst of a critical moment, too preoccupied to respond. Hee, stop shouting. Save your energy for later. The louder Sun Kaiyun yelled, the more excited the man became, his smile growing ever more lewd. Woo-woo, he pressed Sun Kaiyun against the sink, starting to loosen his belt. Kaiyun Jie. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qingwan hastened her efforts, hastily finishing her business and rushing out, only to find the scene in disarray. The man had Sun Kaiyun pinned to the ground. Tugging at her clothes, perverted scoundrel, die! In a flash, Su Qingwan lunged forward, locking her arm around the man's short neck and pulling him away from Sun Kaiyun. Due to his short and slippery neck, he suddenly wriggled free, using his knee to shove Su Qingwan in the stomach. She stumbled back, glaring at him in fury. Hee, so the beauty has some strength. Let's see if you can still muster it when I pin you down. Instead of being angered, the man was delighted. He found Su Qingwan even more attractive than Sun Kaiyun. Instantly, he shifted his focus to her, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Qingwan, please take him down. He's just a lustful pig. Sun Kaiyun hastily adjusted her clothes, stumbling behind Su Qingwan, wishing she could chop the man into pieces. She had just been violated by his lewdness, feeling more disgusted than if she had eaten excrement in the restroom. "You think you can take me on? Hee hee. Why not have both of you come at me?" the man scoffed, filled with disdain. He was confident in his strength. He couldn't believe he couldn't overpower two women. Without bothering to dress properly, he shamelessly lunged at Su Qingwan. "I'll kill you." Su Qingwan had never encountered such a brazen man. While fending off his attacks, she also had to dodge his repulsive advances. In a moment of panic, she raised her right knee, her arms arcing overhead before clenching into fists. Taking a large step forward, she unleashed a powerful blow to the man's head, with Su Qingwan's attribute value of 1.4. The man was knocked dazed to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. As she shook her hands, she felt a sharp pain from the previous strike, cursing inwardly. How could his head be as hard as a pig's? After a brief pause, just as Su Qingwan was about to thoroughly subdue the man, a spider the size of a king crab crawled through the window. In an instant, a silk thread as thick as a pin's core was ejected from the spider's rear, slithering towards Su Qingwan and the others like a venomous snake. "Qingwan, stop hitting him. There's a spider." Sun Kaiyun barely managed to shout before being ensnared by the spider's silk, her struggles proving futile. Seeing this, Su Qingwan broke into a cold sweat. She had never encountered such a large spider before. "Kaiyun, I'll help you." In a panic, Su Qingwan tore at the silk binding Sun Kaiyun, only to find herself ensnared by a large clump of webbing. "Qingwan, don't move. This type of spider senses prey through the vibrations of its silk," Sun Kaiyun cautioned, recalling her biology studies, though uncertain if the same applied to mutated spiders. "What are you pretending for? In this apocalypse, spiders mutate so drastically. Do you still recognize them? Then tell me, what class and order is this spider?" The man, having regained his feet, charged at Su Qingwan and Sun Kaiyun like a rabid dog. As a man, anyone would feel indignant after being bested by a woman. Now consumed by rage, he charged at Su Qingwan, dismissing Sun Kaiyun's warning entirely. Before he could take 2 steps, he tripped over a silk thread. The fall was inconsequential, but it drew the attention of the mutated spider in no time. The man found himself ensnared by the silk, quickly becoming a cocoon. The mutated spider crawled over, biting into the man's head and greedily sipping his blood. The gruesome scene sent chills down the spines of the two women. "What do we do now, Kaiyunjia?" Su Qingwan's face paled slightly. While the spider's attributes weren't particularly high, around 1 point, it could still be a challenge, especially with its ability to produce repulsive silk. Su Qingwan had already discovered that pulling on the silk only made it stickier. "Can you contact Qi Xiu for help?" Sun Kaiyun pondered for a moment, unable to devise a good plan. They could only place their hopes on Qi Xiu, who had once effortlessly lifted several tons of concrete, likely making short work of the spider. "I'm covered in webbing. I can't reach my phone or my gun." Su Qingwan attempted to retrieve her phone, but even the slightest movement caused the web to vibrate, alerting the spider to her presence. Otherwise, she could have simply shot the spider. "Where is he?" Qi Xiu had been scrolling through Douyin for a while, and after waiting for several minutes without a sign of Su Qingwan and Sun Kaiyun, he began to worry. Something must be amiss. Rising, he made his way toward the restroom. "Qingwan, what on earth is that massive spider?" The moment he stepped inside, he was startled to see a spider leap onto him. "Husband, be careful," Su Qingwan exclaimed, horrified that Qi Xiu had been so careless and had encountered the spider so quickly. A bite from it could result in poisoning. Qi Xiu swiftly captured the spider on his body with remarkable speed, utilizing his impressive reaction speed of 13.7 attribute points. Before the spider could even attempt to bite him, he had already pinned it down with his hand. With a slight exertion of force, the terrifying creature was crushed into a pulp beneath his grip. Was that it? Qi Xiu cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingwan, perplexed as to how it had perished before he even applied real strength. With such feeble prowess, why should he be cautious? He had expected a formidable adversary, yet this was merely absurd. Qi Xiu quickly severed the webs entangling the two women. "What on earth were you two doing in the restroom? Your clothes are in tatters." He glanced at the ragged attire of Sun Kaiyun and then at Su Qingwan, pondering whether they had been up to something behind his back. After all, spiders were not known for shredding garments. "My lord, what are you thinking? How could I possibly be that kind of person?" Su Qingwan continued, "Don't look at me. I would never tear Sun Kaiyun's clothes." As she spoke, she pointed towards the plump man who had been drained by the mutated spider. Only then did Chishio notice that he had been ensnared in a ball of webs. Alert. Defeated mutated white-legged spider. Genetic material detected. Would the dormitory like to consume 1 energy point for extraction? A familiar voice echoed in Chishio's mind. Extract. Without hesitation, Chishio decided that since it was merely 1 energy point, it was worth the risk of acquiring some extraordinary gene. Extraction successful. Obtained the genetic material of the mutated white-legged spider. Please absorb it within 10 minutes. Indeed, it required absorption within 10 minutes again, but this time Chishio was mentally prepared. You two, come with me, he instructed, finding a secure room and locking the door behind him. You both guard the door. No one is allowed in without my permission. With a thought, a black orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his hand. Huh? Why does this look different from last time? The last genetic material had resembled jelly, soft and fragrant, melting in his mouth. This time, however, the genetic material of the white-legged spider was dark and foul-smelling. A whiff of it was worse than stinky tofu. How could he possibly consume something so repugnant? As Chishio placed it in his mouth, he immediately spat it out. Not only was it unpleasantly odorous, it was also horrid in taste. In desperation, he pinched his nose and gulped it down with water. That sensation again. A strange energy radiated from his abdomen, causing his skin to heat up and his body temperature to rise at an astonishing rate. This was even more intense than last time. A surge of power erupted within him, rampaging like a wild stallion. Chishio felt as though his organs were being torn apart by this force, and his skin began to crack in various places, excruciating pain flooding his entire being. It hurt. It hurt so much. Chishio sensed his consciousness fading. Outside the door, Su Qingwan paced anxiously. Sister Kaiyun, what do you think my lord is doing in there? He seems quite distressed. How would I know? You've been pacing for quite some time. Aren't you tired? Why not sit down and rest a bit? Sun Kaiyun shook her head and continued, Don't fret. Your man is so capable. What could possibly go wrong? He's not your man. So of course you aren't worried. Su Qingwan snapped back. Humph. Sun Kaiyun scoffed nonchalantly. Did you not promise my lord? Once you return, you'll have to serve him. Noticing Sun Kaiyun's nonchalant demeanor, Su Qingwan decided to sit down herself. Dio, you think you're a novice? I won't tell you. Let me see. Su Qingwan's eyes darted mischievously, pondering something. See what? No peeking. Sun Kaiyun firmly rejected. Shifting back to create distance, I'll just check on my lord. Soon we will be together. Su Qingwan wore a wicked expression. Time passed, and the fever that had gripped Chishio subsided, the cracked skin on his body regenerating. Though he felt significantly fatigued. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the genetic material of the mutated white-legged spider, acquiring the skill, web spinning. Web spinning. The host's skin has been modified through the genetic material, allowing them to control a small opening in the skin of their wrist to spray out resilient spider silk. Chishio shot a strand into the air, swinging across like Spider-Man. The elasticity of the silk exceeded his expectations, easily capable of supporting a weight of up to 100 kilograms. What are you two doing? As Chishio emerged, he was greeted by the sight of Su Qingwan pinning Sun Kaiyun down and tugging at her skirt. My lord, you're out, don't misunderstand. I was merely checking if Sister Kaiyun is a novice. Su Qingwan's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained. Why had Chishio chosen this precise moment to emerge, rather than any other? It was impossible to wash this misunderstanding away now. Oh? Is that so? Chishio looked on skeptically. It is true, my lord. You must believe me. If you don't, you can ask Sister Kaiyun. I can vouch for her. It's true, Sun Kaiyun hastily assured, patting her chest. All right, I believe you. Chishio verbally acquiesced, but his gaze was one of incredulity, wondering if there was truly something more between them. From now on, he would have to keep a closer eye on them to prevent them from wreaking havoc in his harem. Su Qingwan and Sun Kaiyun exchanged glances, their explanations only serving to deepen the suspicion. Chapter 86. Luxury Goods. My lord, the Wai'erduo Mall is one of the top 10 malls in the country, and it is the most opulent mall in our city. Since we are here, why not take a look inside? Realizing that further explanations were futile, Su Qingwan quickly shifted the topic. Before the apocalypse, Chishio had heard of the Wai'erduo Mall, but for someone of his humble status as a security guard, it was merely hearsay. He had heard that the cheapest shirt could sell for over 10,000, with some items fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. With hundreds of thousands, one could buy a car or a house. Why would one spend it on luxury items? The world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. "My lord, have you been here before?" Su Qingwan asked, linking her arm with Qi Xiu's as they ascended to the second floor. "Do I look like someone who has been here?" Qi Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Such a lavish mall must have fallen into disrepair after the apocalypse. Once luxurious items could scarcely buy a biscuit. "Have you been here?" Qi Xiu inquired, noting Su Qingwan's familiarity. "He, I did visit a few times." "A few times, you say?" Qi Xiu was skeptical. Could one truly be so familiar with a place after only a few visits? "I haven't come very often," Fu Qingwan admitted bashfully, having only visited occasionally with friends, as her meager salary hardly allowed for any real purchases. The first floor of Wireduo Mall featured various bags, while the second floor was dedicated to clothing. Upon reaching the second floor, Qi Xiu was greeted by a row of designer boutiques. "My lord, this one is nice. It suits you perfectly," Su Qingwan exclaimed, producing a white t-shirt from seemingly nowhere. "What? This little bit of fabric dares to sell for 100,000. It's more expensive than gold." Qi Xiu glanced at the price tag, realizing it was even more outrageous than he had heard. A stroll through here could easily cost hundreds of thousands. He couldn't fathom how the wealthy could justify spending such sums on a mere T-shirt. "My lord, don't underestimate this T-shirt. It is made from the silk produced by crystal silkworms from the snowy mountains," Su Qingwan patiently explained, before retrieving several genuine leather coats from a shop, made from bear, tiger, fox, and crocodile skins, a veritable cornucopia of luxury. "Take all of these. They could fetch tens of millions in the past." Qi Xiu concentrated, and all the clothing from the shop vanished into his spatial ring. After all, it was a zero-cost acquisition. Why not take advantage of it? These luxury items could serve as ordinary attire. "Qingwan, this one suits you." Qi Xiu found several appealing items in a women's shop. These short, sheer garments would be perfect for Su Qingwan. "This is too outrageous." Su Qingwan blushed fiercely as she accepted the garments. They were scarcely clothing, more akin to strings. Wearing them would surely be painful. Isn't this the infamous split pants?" Qi Xiu chuckled mischievously. "What is this about? Why does it have a split? Is it meant for children?" Su Qingwan was utterly speechless. The shorts were one thing, but the split was baffling. It would make a child appear far too mature, while a middle-aged person would look childish. "You would be just right. When we return, make sure to wear them all," Qi Xiu declared, collecting the garments rapidly until the entire shop's inventory was in his possession. Once back in the city, he would have them wear these outfits for a dance. "My lord, be sure to bring back some for Huiya and the others. They might appreciate them," Su Qingwan said, her face still flushed with embarrassment at the outrageous clothing she had witnessed. "Let us head upstairs and take a look." Qi Xiu swept through the store like a locust, leaving not a scrap of fabric behind. The third floor seemed to be dedicated to jewelry, cosmetics, and other luxury goods, occupying a smaller area than the first two. Yet the decor was even more extravagant. "Wow, all of this is mine now." Before Qi Xiu could fully absorb his surroundings, Su Qingwan dashed off like a child, her excitement palpable. "In this place, even a random bottle of perfume can fetch tens of thousands. And those who can afford such luxuries are invariably affluent second-generation heirs. This watch is quite impressive." Qi Xiu, wielding a tang knife, gently waved it forward, causing a crack to form in the glass display case containing the watches. With a violent tremor, all the glass shattered like eggshells. Qi Xiu casually picked up two exquisite-looking watches and donned them on his wrists, the mere act elevating his entire demeanor to a higher echelon. "Darling, your taste is impeccable. This watch is worth 500,000, Su Qingwan praised. This time, she didn't even bother to try them on, rushing over with 4 or 5 bags filled with cosmetics, skincare products, jewelry, and other luxuries. "Did we manage to clear everything out?" Qi Xiu glanced up, noticing that all the counters were now bare. The two had worked remarkably swiftly. "Darling, it's all here." Su Qingwan wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead, a hint of joy gracing her lips, clearly having acquired a substantial haul. Although the resources in the Wiredu Mall were limited, their quality was exceptional. Such items could have fetched several small goals before the apocalypse. April days on Earth? After thoroughly searching the third floor, Qi Xiu led the two to the fourth floor. This level differed from the previous ones, resembling an entertainment venue, predominantly adorned in a pink decor. With a dazzling array of entertainment facilities, at the entrance hung a colossal sign reading April Days on Earth, beside which stood a massive vending machine selling adult products. Venturing further inside, one encountered rows of upscale private rooms, presumably intended for wealthy heirs to lounge with their girlfriends, resting in a private space when fatigue set in. One must admit, the arrangements were quite thoughtful. Bang! Qi Xiu struck the vending machine with his knife, shattering it, and collected all its contents into his spatial ring. These items would prove useful in the future. Wait, it seems there are people over there. As Su Qingwan was about to speak, Qi Xiu silenced her. With a mere thought, he gripped the tang knife firmly, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. Having just heard footsteps in the apocalypse, sometimes humans can be more perilous than zombies. One must remain fully alert, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Who is there? Show yourself, Qi Xiu shouted towards a room ahead, the blade of his tang knife scraping against the ground, producing a shrill sound. Should anyone emerge, they would meet their demise at his hands. Who are you? A young man inside the room responded, his voice trembling with fear. Open the door and come out with your hands on your head, Qi Xiu commanded, his gaze scanning the area warily. Chapter 87. The Wang family creaked. As soon as Qi Xiu finished speaking, a young man clad in yellow stepped out, closely followed by a tall, scantily clad woman. Who are you? The young man in yellow stammered, his expression visibly uneasy, while the woman behind him trembled in fright. We're just passing through, taking a casual look. Qi Xiu, sensing no immediate threat from the two, relaxed slightly, though he wondered why they were so intimidated by him. Did he truly appear that fearsome? Passing through? The young man in yellow's eyes darted about, contemplating something, and continued. Aren't there a lot of zombies downstairs? How did you get in? He scrutinized Qi Xiu and his companions. The two women were clearly devoid of combat prowess, and it was implausible for Qi Xiu alone to have fought his way in. Previously, 7 or 8 individuals had been trapped there with them. In an attempt to escape, they had organized a charge, resulting in only these two surviving by sheer luck. Of course, I fought my way in. Qi Xiu regarded him as if he were a fool. Was it not obvious that he had not flown down from the heavens? Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes brightened. If Qi Xiu had indeed fought his way in, his strength must be formidable. He immediately struck up a conversation with Qi Xiu, who was simultaneously munching on food to regain his strength while boasting. It turned out the young man in yellow was named Wang Yi, the second son of the wealthiest family in L City, and the woman beside him was his girlfriend, Anna. Brother Qi, if you safely escort me to the Wang family. Heh, you know what I mean, 3 million straight into your account. Wang Yi, sensing the perfect opportunity, revealed his ulterior motives. Not interested. Qi Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Money held little allure for him now. However, having previously learned from the Black Wolf's phone that the Wang family was collecting crystal cores, he saw a potential opportunity to seize some. How about this? As long as you're willing to lend a hand, my girlfriend will also be at your service. Wang Yi, steeling himself, pulled his girlfriend closer. A few days prior, his family had sent 2 rescue teams, both of which had perished en route. The Wang family had essentially given up on him. In the apocalypse, most individuals were preoccupied with their own survival. Only families like theirs could muster some semblance of a rescue effort, but even that was limited. Qi Xiu was his only hope. And he had to seize this opportunity. Dai. What do you mean by that? I am your girlfriend. Anna's expression soured, bewildered by Wang Yi's treatment of her. She was not so easily swayed. And how could she possibly sleep with a stranger? What do you mean? Before the apocalypse, you enjoyed my wealth and resources. This outfit alone cost tens of thousands. Wasn't he at all worth it? Now that we're in the apocalypse, what's wrong with you sacrificing your body for survival? Wang Yi flung her to the ground, visibly impatient. You promised you would marry me. How could you do this? Anna scrambled to her feet, grasping Wang Yi's sleeve, incredulous at the unfolding situation. She couldn't fathom how the man who had once professed his love and vowed to protect her for life could now offer her to another. Enough! Wang Yi roared, his voice laced with anger. Take a good look at yourself. Do you honestly think I would marry you? To put it nicely, you are my girlfriend. To put it bluntly, you are merely my plaything. Wang Yi, you scoundrel! Anna seethed, her chest heaving with rage as she shoved him. You dare pretend to be innocent? Aren't you just with me for my money? Wang Yi let out a derisive laugh. Then turned to Qi Xiu with a sycophantic smile. Brother Qi, forgive my girlfriend's behavior. Though she may appear weak now, with a little care, her beauty is undeniable. She used to be the belle of her class. Qi Xiu had long taken note of Anna. Her pallor suggested she was either starving or had been overindulging in intimate encounters. While she was indeed attractive, Qi Xiu's tastes had been refined by Su Qingwan and the others. He found no appeal in someone so thoroughly compromised. Not interested. Qi Xiu waved his hand again, as Su Qingwan obediently settled herself upon him. I'd rather have my own woman. Had Qi Xiu been interested in Anna, he would have made his intentions clear from the start. Why would he bother with such lengthy discussions? Wang Yi seemed to forget that transactions are predicated on an equal footing. Under such circumstances, who would agree to his terms? A zero-sum deal is much more appealing. Brother Qi, you can't say that. After all, as the saying goes, more women are never a burden. Surely you've never experienced the pleasure of having 2 or 3 women serving you at once? Wang Yi hastily attempted to persuade him, astonished that this seemingly less affluent man could attract such a beautiful girlfriend. Truly, a frog attempting to eat swan meat. He couldn't comprehend what this girl saw in him. Su Qingwan stifled a laugh, fully aware that her husband had experienced far more than this young man could imagine. His repertoire was likely richer than that of this affluent heir. What are you laughing at? Wang Yi inquired, perplexed. Did he say something amusing? Qingwan, be serious. Young Master Wang is discussing important matters with us. Qi Xiu struggled to suppress his laughter, adopting a faux serious demeanor as he inquired. Does your Wang family have individuals who have been bitten by zombies yet survived? Gaining extraordinary strength? Why yes, yes, Wang Yi eagerly responded, recalling that the last rescue team had been led by someone who had been bitten by a zombie, often referred to as an awakened. However, their luck had been poor. Just 2 hours into their mission, they encountered a horde of zombies, leading to the complete annihilation of the rescue team. He had witnessed the harrowing video sent by the rescue team as they met their demise. The zombies overwhelming in number, easily amounting to thousands. How far is the Wang family from here? Qi Xiu pondered for a moment before speaking. If the Wang family was nearby, he could seize an opportunity to rob them. Given the Wang family's substantial resources, they must be hiding a significant number of crystal cores. With a bit of luck, he might even find some fruits that could awaken latent abilities. Let us exchange contact information. I'll send you my location. Wang Yi, sensing Qi Xiu's inquiry, felt reassured, realizing that no one could resist the allure of beauty so far. Qi Xiu glanced at the map, calculating that it was at least 20 kilometers away. In pre-apocalypse times, one could easily drive there, but the dangers on the roads now were countless. Even his armored vehicle had to stop and go intermittently. A mere 20 kilometers might take a day or 2 to traverse. However, there was no rush. He had already gathered information about the Wang family's location. He would wait until his strength improved before planning a visit. Chapter 88. Yuanyang Community Qingwan, let us go. Qi Xiu rose, brushing off the dust, ready to leave. Having cleared out all the resources from the mall and having filled his stomach, it was unnecessary to linger any longer. The sooner he wrapped things up, the sooner he could return home. Hey, Brother Qi, don't go. Wang Yi was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to end so abruptly. Without dwelling on it further, he hurriedly chased after Qi Xiu, exclaiming, Brother Qi, where are you off to? Take me with you. Regardless of whether Qi Xiu responded, Wang Yi eagerly followed in his wake. Qingwan, get in the car. With a mere thought, Qi Xiu summoned an armored vehicle, and without sparing a glance at Wang Yi, he whisked away with the 2 women, Su Qingwan and another. What on earth is that vehicle? Wang Yi faltered, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of the car. Hurry, let us catch up. Staying behind would surely lead to starvation, but fortunately, Qi Xiu's vehicle was not moving too swiftly, allowing him to keep pace. Husband, isn't there a turn ahead that leads to Yuanyang Community? Su Qingwan pointed ahead. The community was less than a kilometer from Waireduo Mall, easily reachable within minutes. That. Yin Guer. Upon disembarking, Qi Xiu spotted a woman in white embracing a tall man from a distance. Soon after, a scene reminiscent of the casino unfolded. The man held by Yin Guer began to struggle violently, blood spilling from his mouth and trickling down his cheek to the ground. Help. Hospital. Moments later, the man clutched his groin, writhing like an eel. Delicious. Yin Guer licked her lips, stuffing a strip of flesh into her mouth, savoring the blood as she chewed, with the flesh thoroughly masticated and swallowed. Her attribute v. My dear husband, during this period, I have been closely observing that tiger brother on Douyin, yet despite engaging him in conversation for quite some time, he revealed nothing. Su Qingwan's face was filled with frustration. She had employed every tactic at her disposal. To her surprise, tiger brother chose to discuss trivial matters with her, even teasing her at times and requesting her to send risque photos. However, when it came to pivotal information regarding the fruit tree, he spoke in vague terms, unwilling to divulge even a single word more. How disheartening! Qixio smiled faintly, taken aback that Su Qingwan had met with such a setback. It seemed not all men were susceptible to her charms. Husband, how about I randomly approach someone in the neighborhood for inquiries? Su Qingwan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands. Qixio nodded. This matter required subtlety to avoid alarming the target. With his skills, he could easily infiltrate the situation, yet he did not even know the whereabouts of the fruit tree. Should Tiger Brother sense impending danger and set the tree ablaze, all of their efforts would be in vain. Thus, he decided to let Su Qingwan gather intelligence outside, planning to discreetly excavate the tree later. Even if discovered, who could possibly stop him? Husband, await my good news. Su Qingwan declared confidently, believing that with her current prowess, she would encounter no significant issues. Meanwhile, she took Sun Kaiyun to an abandoned building, seeking to satisfy her cravings. Why did Qixio bring me here? Sun Kaiyun questioned, her heart racing as she surveyed the surroundings, her cheeks flushing with warmth as she could sense what was to come. Hee, I'm feeling a bit hungry, Qixio smirked, gently lifting Sun Kaiyun into his arms. After a brief moment, Sun Kaiyun lay exhausted against Qixio's shoulder. Although her beauty paled in comparison to Su Qingwan, she was content to indulge in some light-hearted fun. Su Qingwan arrived at a populated area and, suddenly, her foot slipped, causing her to intentionally fall to the ground. As she descended, her silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, the ends trailing through the air, leaving behind a faint fragrance. The pleated skirt at her waist swayed slightly, revealing her long, slender legs. Her skin as delicate as snow, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Su Qingwan's melodious cry rang out, akin to a celestial song, capturing the attention of many men around her. Little sister, why are you alone out here? A man in his 20s compassionately helped Su Qingwan to her feet, his gaze filled with affection, as if he were admiring a breathtaking work of art. Woe is me, I fled from the outside and accidentally twisted my ankle. Su Qingwan thought gleefully to herself, surprised at how quickly she had ensnared someone, fabricating a fib with ease when deceiving such a person. The lie need not be overly intricate. Even though Su Qingwan's words were riddled with holes, the man before her was blinded by infatuation, believing her every word without question. You must be hungry. Little sister. The man, filled with sympathy, retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to Su Qingwan. Have this for now. If it's not enough, I'll get you more. Oh, thank you, big brother. You truly are a kind soul. Su Qingwan responded warmly. Her soft voice resonated in the man's ears, reverberating like thunder, striking at his very soul. Ah, such a beautiful girl complimenting me. She must like me. In that moment, the man envisioned everything from the attire for their wedding to potential names for their future children. Little sister, my name is Lu Fongjun, and what is yours? Lu Fongjun inquired, his voice possessing a magnetic quality that typically enamored women. Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by his surname, pondering any possible connection to Qixio's former flame. Lu Mingyan, so it's brother Fongjun. Just call me Su Qingwan. She suppressed her inner doubts, playfully winking at Lu Fongjun, causing his heart to flutter. Qingwan, since you are new here, you must not have a place to stay yet, if you don't mind. Why not rest at my home? Lu Fongjun seized the opportunity, envisioning how wonderful it would be to spend the night with Su Qingwan. Brother Fongjun, we only just met. Sharing a residence might seem too forward on my part. Su Qingwan, calculating her next move, aimed to extract information about the fruit tree from Lu Fongjun. I was too hasty. The apocalypse has claimed many lives, leaving numerous vacant houses. Let me help you find a clean one. Lu Fongjun chastised himself mentally, realizing he had nearly frightened the goddess away. The girl like Su Qingwan would undoubtedly value her reputation. One must proceed with caution to win her affection, That would be quite troublesome for you. Brother Fongjun. Su Qingwan nodded with a smile, but just as they took a couple of steps, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Qingwan, what happened to you? Lu Fongjun exclaimed, his heart racing as he hurried to assist her. Concern etched upon his face. To be honest, Brother Fongjun, I heard that there is a type of fruit tree in your neighborhood that bears fruits that can breathe fire. Is that true? Lu Fongjun's demeanor shifted immediately, tension gripping him as he scanned the surroundings. How do you know about that? This matter had been strictly ordered by Tang Hu. Anyone who dared to speak of it would face dire consequences. If others learned of it and reported it to Tang Hu, not only would Su Qingwan be in peril, but he would also face repercussions. Brother Fongjun, why are you so nervous? I saw it on Douyin. Su Qingwan noted Lu Fongjun's reaction, realizing he was well informed about the fruit tree, and continued, I happened to escape here and wanted to see what that marvelous fruit tree looked like. Could you take me to see it? Lu Fongjun stood frozen, contemplating for a long while without uttering a word. After all, this was a matter of life and death. If Brother Fongjun is unwilling, then so be it. Su Qingwan feigned annoyance and began to walk away. Lu Fongjun, in a state of panic, called after her, Qingwan, wait. It's not that I don't want to. He rushed in front of her, proposing, how about this? I'll take you to see it from a distance. That would be splendid, Brother Fongjun. You truly are a wonderful person. Lu Fongjun chuckled, adding, but Qingwan, please don't get any ideas about that fruit tree. It could be deadly. As he spoke, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before relaxing. I am just a defenseless girl. How could I have any ill intentions? Su Qingwan pouted, feigning displeasure. Haha, it seems I was overly cautious. Don't overthink it, Qingwan. I'm looking out for your safety, Lu Fongjun reassured himself. Acknowledging that Su Qingwan could barely walk, there was no way she would dare to scheme against the fruit tree, as long as he merely took her to see it from afar. The secret would remain between them. Perhaps his paranoia was unwarranted. Qingwan, please forgive my overzealousness. Noticing Su Qingwan pouting and turning her head away, Lu Fongjun grew anxious. He fished a milk candy from nowhere, saying, it's all my fault. Please accept this candy as an apology. Su Qingwan seized the opportunity, then I shall forgive you this time. Wonderful. I shall take you there immediately. Lu Fongjun attempted to take Su Qingwan's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Su Qingwan masked her distaste with a smile. Brother Fongjun, I tend to be a bit shy. Ah, I see. Lu Fongjun mused, thinking that shyness was a good trait. Once someone like her fell in love, they were less likely to stray. Qingwan, you can see it from here. Su Qingwan stood on her tiptoes, catching sight of a towering tree approximately 15 meters high and 3 meters in diameter. At its summit hung a bright red fruit, identical to what Tang Hu had consumed in the Douyin video. During their conversation, Su Qingwan had managed to extract from Lu Fongjun that he was related to Lu Mingyan as her brother. Qingwan, where are you going? After confirming the location, Su Qingwan felt no need for further pleasantries with Lu Fongjun, even dropping the term brother. Follow me. I'll take you somewhere. Her tone bore a hint of impatience. Lu Fongjun trailed behind, feeling somewhat lost. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong to provoke the goddess's ire. Qingwan, take it easy. You're not well. Let me help you. No need. Su Qingwan pushed him away, her irritation rising at his presence. Lu Fongjun, confused, followed closely behind, afraid to breathe too loudly lest he further upset his goddess. In a mere half hour, Su Qingwan had cultivated yet another devoted admirer. Qingwan, you have arrived, Sun Kaiyun exclaimed as she rose, suddenly feeling a tearing sensation in her abdomen. Woe is me. Kaiyun, what is the matter? Su Qingwan inquired. You must ask your man, Sun Kaiyun replied, her tone laden with melancholy. Recalling how she had pleaded for mercy for so long before Qi Xiu would relent. Where is my husband? Where is he? Su Qingwan pressed. He has been driving all day and is taking a nap inside. Qi Xiu had left her outside to guard the door while he slumbered peacefully within. Qingwan, what is she talking about? Your man. Lu Fongjun could hardly believe the astonishing sight before him. How could such a beautiful girl, radiating the fragrance of virginity, possibly have a man? Oh, I forgot to mention. Su Qingwan's words struck Lu Fongjun like a bolt from the blue, shattering his world to pieces. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Clutching his head, Lu Fongjun wept uncontrollably, his voice hoarse as he shouted, You must be deceiving me. right? Speak up. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't disturb my husband asleep. Su Qingwan frowned, contemplating finding something to silence him. I refuse to believe you have a man, unless you summon him right now, Lu Fongjun cried out, his gaze fixed intensely on Su Qingwan's eyes. He sought any sign of vulnerability in her expression, but all he found was disdain and revulsion. Bang. Lu Fongjun collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, his heart aching as if his soul had been stripped away. Who is making all this noise? What are you disbelieving? Qixio rubbed his eyes and slowly emerged from the bedroom. Hubby, you're awake. Su Qingwan rushed over, grasping Qixio's wrist. Qixio, is that you? Lu Fongjun recognized Qixio at once. They had met when Qixio was dating her sister, At that time. He had given Qixio a hard time, while Qixio naively believed he could marry her sister and had endured it all. Oh? What is this situation? Qixio, still groggy from sleep, was puzzled to find his former brother-in-law before him. Qingwan, don't tease me. You wouldn't intentionally find a man to impersonate your husband, would you? This loser could never be your husband. Lu Fongjun pointed at Qixio, his face a mask of disdain. This loser couldn't even win over his sister. How could he possibly be Su Qingwan's husband? Qingwan, you may not know, but this loser is my sister's devoted admirer, working 3 jobs to win her affection, thinking that would suffice. It's utterly laughable. He should take a good look at himself. Lu Fongjun continued, pointing at Qixio and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, devoted admirer, kneel and clean my shoes, and I might consider speaking a few good words for you to my sister. Slap. Before Lu Fongjun could finish, Su Qingwan delivered a resounding slap, sending him to the ground. Qingwan, you actually hit me for a loser. Lu Fongjun rubbed his cheek in disbelief. It was the first time he had ever been struck. His parents had never dared to lay a finger on him. Not only will I hit you, but I will also ruin you. Su Qingwan exploded with fury, pummeling Lu Fongjun relentlessly. Left hook? Ah, right hook. Oh. Su Qingwan delivered a few kicks to his groin, tearing his pants in the process, finally feeling satisfied. Hey, Qingwan, don't kill him. That would be too merciful. Qixio chuckled coldly. Lu Fongjun had called him a loser. And now he was determined to make Lu Fongjun experience a few days as a true dog before his demise. Hubby, don't worry. I brought him here for you to deal with. Su Qingwan hoisted Lu Fongjun like a lifeless pig and carelessly tossed him at Qixio's feet. Lu Fongjun, battered and bewildered, still couldn't comprehend how his gentle, beautiful goddess, who often stumbled while walking, could be so vicious. Qingwan, how could you bear to hit a man who loves you to the core? Lu Fongjun clumsily grasped Su Qingwan's shoe, feebly protesting. Get away from me, bang. Su Qingwan lifted her foot and sent Lu Fongjun flying. Struggling to wipe the blood, Lu Mingyan rose to her feet, her teeth clenched in frustration as she cast a disdainful glance at her younger brother. She could not fathom what kind of enchantment had ensnared him, aiding that vixen against her. Sister, I won't allow you to harm Qingwan. If you do, I will take my own life. Heavens! Lu Mingyan felt a suffocating anger rising in her chest, her head ready to explode, wishing she could slap her brother twice right then and there. After a moment's pause, an idea seemed to dawn upon her. She turned to Qixio. Qixio, release my brother and take him to the hospital for treatment, or you shall never have me as your girlfriend. It appeared that you still did not comprehend the situation. Qixio chuckled menacingly. Qingwan, teach her how to be a woman. Upon receiving the command, Su Qingwan rolled up her sleeves, having long endured this woman's provocations, waiting for Qixio to give the signal. You vixen, do you wish to fight me? Out of consideration for my brother, I will refrain from engaging with you. Lu Mingyan glared at Su Qingwan, her eyes blazing with fury, as if confronting a sworn enemy. I will strike you down, you gold-digging mistress. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingwan grabbed Lu Mingyan's hair, and the two women became entangled in a fierce struggle. I will fight you to the death. Suddenly, Lu Mingyan felt a heavy sensation in her head, pain radiating from her scalp, and upon turning, she saw her own hair strewn across the ground. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Su Qingwan, her sharp nails clawing at Su Qingwan's face. You seduced my husband first. I will end you. But Su Qingwan was not one to show mercy. She retaliated with equal ferocity, gripping Lu Mingyan's neck and forcefully pinning her to the ground, her shoe pressing down mercilessly. Brother, come help me. Naturally, Lu Mingyin was no match for Su Qingwan, who dominated her with ease. Meanwhile, Lu Fongjun stood frozen, momentarily stunned, before turning to Qi Xiu. Are you just going to stand there and watch my sister get beaten? Boom! Qi Xiu casually struck Lu Fongjun in the chest with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground as if he were a mere dog daring to speak to him. Lu Fongjun felt his body lighten, and when he looked back, he discovered a gaping wound on his chest, his life slipping away. In the next life, be a decent person. Qi Xiu sighed heavily, wiping the blood from his arm with a towel. Lu Mingyin, still being battered by Su Qingwan, cried out for her brother. Hurry. Unbeknownst to her, her brother had already met his demise. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Lu Mingyin, realizing her cries for help were in vain, shielded her vital areas, pleading pitifully. Su Qingwan delivered another crushing blow to her abdomen, almost causing her to vomit her insides. Stop hitting me. It's all my fault. Lu Mingyin clutched her stomach, writhing for a moment before kneeling in surrender. Husband, how should we deal with her? Su Qingwan inquired, as it was prudent not to eliminate Qi Xiu's former lover outright. Just kill her, Qi Xiu replied, squinting, having witnessed Lu Mingyin's face marred by Su Qingwan's scratches, rendering her utterly unattractive. Even in the past, he would not have given her a second glance. Qingwan, Lu Fongjun is dead. You still remember the way, right? Su Qingwan nodded, having memorized the route the previous day. She could navigate it with her eyes closed. Outside, the red rain continued to fall, as Qi Xiu and his companions took refuge in the lobby of a building opposite the fruit tree. Husband, something feels off. Why are there so many people here? Su Qingwan expressed her concern, noting that there hadn't been this many when she had arrived the previous day. Moreover, dozens of zombies had gathered beneath the fruit tree, as if the entire community's undead had been drawn there. The fruit had ripened, exuding a fragrance that lured the zombies. Qi Xiu reached out to grasp a handful of air, bringing it to his nose. With his attribute value of 13.7, he detected a faint, sweet aroma. Initially, he had planned to stealthily uproot the fruit tree, but given the circumstances, he would have to alter his strategy. They would seize it directly once the rain ceased. Across from him, Tang Hu had gathered a group, fixating on him. Not only Tang Hu, but he also spotted two familiar faces, three, to be precise. Qi brother, I never expected to see you here. Wang Yi greeted him enthusiastically. Let me introduce you to someone. This is my second uncle, Wang Hai. Uncle, this is Qi Xiu. Wang Yi whispered a few words into his uncle's ear, causing Wang Hai's eyes to widen as he scrutinized Qi Xiu. From Wang Yi's brief words, he deduced that Qi Xiu was likely an awakened one. Young brother Qi, you are truly impressive. We must share a drink sometime. Wang Hai symbolically shook hands with Qi Xiu. Both men secretly sizing each other up. In an instant, Wang Hai felt as if he was gripping iron. No matter how much pressure he applied, Qi Xiu remained unyielding. You wish to play? I shall indulge you. Qi Xiu mused inwardly, sensing Wang Hai's grip and estimating his attribute value to be between 1 and 2. With a slight exertion, Qi Xiu's grip caused Wang Hai's hand to creak, his face contorting in pain. Young brother Qi is indeed extraordinary. Would you care to join our Wang family? Wang Hai's expression grew strained, realizing that Qi Xiu's strength was several times his own. Such a person must be cultivated as an ally. Qi is accustomed to freedom and cannot bear constraints. Qi Xiu stifled a yawn, finding the exchange rather tedious. Chapter 93. I will force you. What can you do? Wang Hai tossed a badge to Qi Xiu. I may not have much, but I possess connections. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, bring this badge to the Wang family and seek me out. Wang Hai was quite magnanimous. Had any other influential figures heard of Qi Xiu's refusal, they would surely feel slighted and seek to make things difficult for him. Yet he, on the contrary, offered a card to Qi Xiu. Agreed. Qi Xiu accepted the badge, intending to visit the Wang family one day. After all, the wealthiest in El City surely had much to offer. You did not expect me to still be alive. Did you? Wu Sangui's voice dripped with resentment as he glared at Qi Xiu, flanked by a dozen men clad in red. Qi Xiu was perplexed. Had he not killed Wu Sangui? How was he now alive and well? I truly did not expect that. Qi Xiu chuckled nonchalantly, intrigued by Wu Sangui's miraculous return. He resolved to capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. The most infuriating sight was Yin Guer standing beside Tang Hu. who he distinctly remembered burning to ashes. Could she be immortal? Qi Xiu pondered quietly. Husband, look, she is still there. Su Qingwan, spotting Yin Guer again, felt her heart explode with emotion. I already saw her. Do not worry. Qi Xiu reassured her, knowing that their primary objective was the fruit and the tree. Once they secured the tree, he could deal with Yin Guer on their way out. The scene shifted to Tang Hu. Do you know that man? Tang Hu pressed a cigarette, but into Yin Guer's thigh, eliciting a few pained cries from her. Yes, I've seen him before. Yin Guer, disregarding her pain, quickly responded. She had approached Tang Hu with intentions of devouring him, but he had shown her no affection, leaving her with no opportunity to act. She wondered if Tang Hu was impotent, as he seemed intent on tormenting her without granting her any chances. Regret flooded her. Seeking Tang Hu had been a mistake, as she could neither eat nor overpower him. What is your relationship with him? Tang Hu continued his interrogation. Nothing much. We've only met a couple of times. Yin Guer answered cautiously, knowing that after each death, her attributes returned to their normal female range of about 0.4, rendering her incapable of defeating Is that so? Tang Hu appeared skeptical, suspecting that this woman had ulterior motives for approaching him, potentially acting as a spy. Ever since the incident with Douyin, he had learned to trust no one. With so many people seeking a share of the spoils, he suspected they were all drawn by the allure of the Douyin videos. Humph! Even if I burn that fruit tree, I will not allow any of you to benefit, Tang Hu bellowed in anger. Convinced that by destroying the tree, he alone would wield fire abilities. Tang Hu, we traveled a long way. Is this how you treat your guests? Wang Hai observed with a smile, mocking Tang Hu's ignorance. He had come with a mission from the Wang family to secure both the fruit and the tree. Guests, I see you as a band of thieves. Tang Hu's gaze turned lethal as he waved a hand, summoning a fireball that swiftly coalesced in his palm. Go. The fireball soared through the air, trailing smoke behind it. Wang Hai barely managed to evade the attack, retreating hastily. Tang Hu, we must be careful with our words. That fruit tree is unclaimed property, simply growing in your community. Wu Sangue interjected, seeing Tang Hu's fireball as nothing more than a display. Damn it! That fruit tree was planted by the people of our community. It belongs to us. Outsiders have no claim to it. Tang Hu waved his sleeve with an air of fury, his words brimming with indignation as he declared that these individuals had truly gone too far. Heh, you claim it's your doing, but do you possess any evidence? Qi Xiu glanced outside at the diminishing rain, estimating that it would cease shortly. Among all present, only Tang Hu had no need for the fruit trees. Having awakened his abilities, thus, he was highly likely to act out of desperation and destroy them. It was imperative to eliminate them all before the rain stopped. Behold, I have the records of our previous tree planting, clearly documented. Tang Hu looked at Qi Xiu, noting that this group was indeed the most peculiar, with a man accompanied by two beautiful women. One might think they were on a leisurely trip. Was he not afraid of being robbed? How could one discern the veracity of his claims? Did he possess any official proof? Qi Xiu tore the paper Tang Hu had handed him into shreds. You? I am speaking to you civilly. Do not provoke me. Tang Hu could scarcely tolerate this affront. It was the first time since awakening his powers that someone dared to address him so. I shall provoke you. What can you do about it? Qi Xiu had already observed that Tang Hu's fireball could not even hit Wang Hai. How could it possibly reach him, even if it inadvertently struck him? It would inflict no harm, as its power was simply too feeble. Dare to provoke me, and I shall end your life. In an instant, Tang Hu lost his composure, raising his hands above his head as a fireball, several times larger than the last, coalesced. Die! The fireball soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Qi Xiu with lightning speed. Heh, you initiated this. I am merely defending myself. Qi Xiu sneered coldly, rather than evade. He charged towards the fireball, swiftly throwing a punch at Tang Hu. Tio Tang Hu's horror, such a massive fireball merely scorched Qi Xiu's garments. Realizing it was too late to evade, he hastily pulled a nearby lackey in front of him as a shield. Boom! The lackey's body was obliterated by Qi Xiu's punch, and under the tremendous force, Tang Hu was sent flying backward until he crashed into a wall, finally coming to a stop. Tang Hu's body became lodged in the wall, and after a brief struggle he succumbed. Once again, we meet. Qi Xiu seized the fleeing Yin Guer. Where do you think you're going? As old friends, you should at least greet me. How rude. Yin Guo's face turned pale. Realizing she had encountered this harbinger of doom yet again, hello. Quite the striking appearance. I almost hesitate to kill you. Qixio grasped Yin Guo's chin. Alas, you are likely not human, and no. Yin Guo panicked, attempting to break free from Qixio's grip. With a sudden exertion, Qixio crushed her skull. Notification. Killed the bone woman, detected genetic essence. Would the host like to consume 1 energy point for extraction? Extract. Qixio felt a surge of joy. Indeed, she was not human, and her resurrection count should be limited. The system's prompt confirmed her demise as genuine. Chapter 94. Blood Sacrifice Technique. Notification 1. Extraction successful. Obtained the genetic essence of the bone woman. Please absorb it within 10 minutes. Notification 2. Extraction successful. Gained attribute pill 1. Notification 3. The genetic essence of the bone woman can only be absorbed by females. Males will perish upon absorption. Moments later, a familiar voice resonated in Qixio's mind. Only females can absorb it? He turned to Su Qingwan. This time, she truly benefited. She was the only one qualified to absorb it. Sun Kaiyun still needed further training, as her aptitude was insufficient. Follow me. Qixio found a room and pulled Su Qingwan inside. I have something wonderful for you. What is this? Su Qingwan held the pink, soft essence in her palm. Leaning closer to sniff it, detecting a peculiar fragrance. Do not concern yourself with what it is. Just consume it. Su Qingwan hesitated at the unpleasant aroma, yet without a second thought, she swallowed it upon Qixio's insistence. You guard the door. No one is allowed inside. After ensuring the door was locked, Qixio stepped out to address Sun Kaiyun. Once arrangements were made, Qixio leisurely descended to the first-floor hall. Brothers, Tang Laoda is dead, damn. Who was that? He took out our Tang Laoda with a single punch. Did you see? Tang Laoda's fireball barely touched him. The remnants of Tang whose subordinates murmured among themselves, their expressions reflecting awe and fear as they beheld Qixio. Had it not been for the rain outside, they would have scattered long ago. Qixio, you truly possess remarkable skills. It seems the mutated fruit is no longer within my reach. Wang Hai regarded Qixio with newfound respect, grateful he had allied with him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just as Wu Sangue claimed, this fruit tree is ownerless and thus belongs to the capable. We shall all compete fairly, Qixio remarked with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely sarcastic, then turned to Wu Sangue. Wu Sangue felt a chill run down his spine under Qixio's gaze. His limbs growing weak and breath shallow, he had initially thought that with his attribute points raised to 1.5, he could at least contend with Qixio. Now, it was evident he would merely be obliterated. He had barely seen the speed at which Qixio attacked, let alone hope to defeat him. Wu Sangue, are you not seeking revenge against me? Qixio sneered as he advanced toward Wu Sangue. Be brothered, what a jest. How could I seek revenge against you? Wu Sangue wiped the sweat from his brow, hurriedly retreating a few steps. You are always my elder brother, since you do not seek vengeance. I shall not hold back. Qixio shook his head. I offered you a chance, yet you are ineffectual, brother. Please, do not jest. My subordinates are timid. Wu Sangue trembled, hastily retreating behind 2 lackeys, leaving them bewildered. I am not jesting. Come here. I have questions for you. I know nothing. Quickly, block him. As Qixio drew nearer, Wu Sangue could no longer suppress his terror, shouting for his lackeys to shield him while he desperately retreated. Qixio, with a flick of his mind, grasped the Tang knife in hand. With a surge of strength, he leaped into the air, slicing downwards, cleaving the 2 lackeys who stood in front into 2 halves. Charge! All of you, attack! Whoever kills him shall be rewarded with 10 boxes of bread and 20 bowls of spicy hot pot, plus 50 barrels of drinking water. Seeing his lackeys falter within seconds, Wu Sangue immediately invested heavily. The price was trivial if it meant slaying Qixio. Tempted by food, several lackeys, driven by desperation, swung their machetes at Qixio's head. Just as the blades were about to strike, Qixio seized one lackey's arm tightly. Suddenly, the lackey felt weightless, the surroundings spinning chaotically. Qixio grasped the lackey's arms and spun in a dizzying circle. Whether it was the lackey's nerves or something else, he lost control, soiling himself in the process, and Qixio continued the spin. The natural fertilizer, accompanied by a foul stench, sprayed outward in a fan shape due to the immense centrifugal force. Those closest were fortunate indeed, feasting on an unexpected banquet, likely to forego meals for days. Several lackeys, overwhelmed by the odor, vomited profusely. Seeing the moment was right, Qi Xiu released his grip, sending the lackey flying backward, crashing into two others who had not managed to evade, turning them into a gruesome mess. Brothers, what are we even fighting for? Flee! A voice cried out from the crowd, causing a commotion as they scattered in all directions. Damn it, come back! In the chaos, Wu Sangue grabbed the two fastest fleeing lackeys and kicked one back. Whoever dares to flee shall face my wrath. This left the lackeys in a bind. Behind them was Qi Xiu. Ahead was Wu Sangue, with nowhere to escape. Why are you so afraid of him? We must wear him down. Wu Sangue, sensing the morale crumbling, quickly reassured his lackeys. Whoever kills him, I shall apply for a second-class merit in the Blood Alliance. What? A second-class merit? Is that true? Some lackeys began to stir with excitement. Indeed, people would risk it all for wealth. Brothers, let us take him down. Wu Sangue chuckled darkly. What a delightful bunch. Kill him, kill him. The more that die, the more blood there will be for me to collect. Amidst the cries of despair, those who charged at Qi Xiu were swiftly dispatched, leaving a pool of blood in mere minutes. Excellent, splendid. Wu Sangue clapped in approval while initiating his blood sacrifice technique. Could it be that Wu Sangue has been rendered utterly foolish? Qi Xiu was momentarily bewildered by Wu Sangue's actions. Rather than flee, he stood there applauding. No, the blood on the ground is diminishing. Qi Xiu glanced down, observing the blood seemingly being drawn towards Wu Sangue, as if under some mysterious influence. Upon closer inspection, a red mist of blood began to envelop Wu Sangue's skin. Ha ha ha, Qi Xiu. Should I express my gratitude to you, or to you? Wu Sangue laughed heartily, realizing that all the blood he had absorbed was due to Qi Xiu's handiwork. What a strange ability. Could it be that Wu Sangue's resurrection was a result of this? Qi Xiu furrowed his brow, sensing that after consuming the blood, Wu Sangue's attribute points had skyrocketed to an astonishing 2. Do not underestimate the attributes of these 2 points. This is still the highest attribute value that Qi Xiu has ever encountered in another person. Qi Xiu, meet your demise. Wu Sangue's body leaned back slightly before he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, utilizing inertia as he clenched his right fist, unleashing a formidable force. Such overwhelming power left Wang Hai, who stood nearby, feeling a shiver of fear, as he silently mused. Qi Xiu is far too careless. Chapter 95. The Fiery Fruit's Second Uncle. Do you think Qi Xiu can defeat Wu Sangue? Wang Yi sensed that Wu Sangue's strength at that moment was significantly greater than that of his second uncle. It's hard to say. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate an escape route. He had just allied with Qi Xiu, which undoubtedly had offended Wu Sangue, and he wondered if they would bear the brunt of his wrath in the face of Wu Sangue's ferocious assault. Qi Xiu remained composed, his heart as tranquil as water as he remarked. Not bad, a slight improvement from before. If it were anyone else, they would surely be sent flying by a single punch. If not dead, then gravely injured. Yet, he encountered Qi Xiu, whose seemingly rapid punches appeared to him as slow as a snail. Wu Sangue's powerful fist, upon striking Qi Xiu, felt akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Is that all? Qi Xiu grasped Wu Sangue's fist, stepped forward with his left foot, and executed a wrist lock, slamming him to the ground. Fra Sun pinched Su Qingwan lightly, pondering what it was about Qi Xiu that captivated this woman to such an extent. Ah, that hurts. Why did you pinch me? Su Qingwan exclaimed, pushing Sun Kaiyun away. At that moment, Qi Xiu happened to walk in. Qingwan, how are you feeling? Qi Xiu inquired, examining Su Qingwan's status panel. Su Qingwan. Gender, female. Height, 167 cm. Weight, 51 kg. Occupation, flight attendant. Age, 22. Attractiveness, 85. Experience, 25. Loyalty, 90. Attribute value, 1.4. Mastered ability, Enchanting Eyes. Hint 1. Enchanting Eyes, after merging with the genetic essence of a skeletal female corpse, undergoes mutation, possessing a certain magical power. When hostile beings gaze into your eyes, it can consume ability points, causing them to fall into an illusion. Note: the lower the attribute value of the hostile being, The longer they remain entrapped in the illusion, if their attribute value far exceeds yours, enchanting eyes becomes ineffective. Hint 2. The abilities of subjects are always ineffective against the host. Su Qingwan's attractiveness had increased slightly, leading Qi Xiu to wonder if women's beauty enhanced alongside their strength. Why is it that despite absorbing so many crystal cores, I haven't become more handsome? He mused internally to my husband. It seems I have awakened an ability as well. Look into my eyes. Su Qingwan's eyes flickered, emitting a faint glow reminiscent of the time Qi Xiu was enchanted by the alluring bone. Why are you unaffected? After a prolonged moment of flashing her eyes, Qi Xiu displayed no reaction, while Sun Kaiyun beside him fell under the spell. Stop showing off. That trick won't work on me. Qi Xiu shook his head, recognizing the system's impressive design, significantly reducing the chances of betrayal among subjects. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was just trying to impress Qi Xiu. Quickly release Sun Kaiyun. Qi Xiu's expression darkened as he observed Sun Kaiyun, entranced by Su Qingwan, beginning to tear at her clothing, occasionally murmuring shyly, though her words were indistinct. Watch this. Su Qingwan blinked at Sun Kaiyun. What just happened? Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Kaiyun felt a wave of embarrassment, as if she had just experienced an inappropriate dream. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her disheveled appearance. What did you do to me? Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Qi Xiu replied, feigning innocence. Sun Kaiyun fixed her gaze on Qi Xiu, wondering if he had slipped her some sort of drug. Isn't it better to be straightforward? Does he have that kind of interest? Stop staring. It was me. Su Qingwan chuckled triumphantly, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite her inability to enchant Qi Xiu, managing to enthrall an ordinary person instead. Why would you enchant yourself? You could have chosen anyone else. Recalling her recent actions filled her with regret, wishing she could leap from the vehicle. Don't hit me. I didn't mean to. Su Qingwan quickly dodged, but the confined space of the vehicle offered little room to escape. 2 hours later, after a long journey, they finally arrived home. Wow, is this your house? It's so spacious. And you even have a villa? Sun Kaiyun exclaimed, astonished at the luxurious residence. Kaiyun, this will be your home too. Let me show you around. I'll introduce you to some good friends, Su Qingwan exclaimed, joyfully dragging Sun Kaiyun inside, while Qi Xiu leisurely followed behind, stowing the armored vehicle in his spatial ring. Huiya, how have you managed while I was away? Qi Xiu embraced Song Huiya, who had become even cuter in the 2 days since they last met. Qigu, everything has been well managed. Nothing unusual has occurred. Song Huiya's eyes twinkled as she remembered something. This is the total of crystal cores that Qianda has collected over the past 2 days, 38 in total. With the merger of 2 neighborhoods, the population had increased, naturally enhancing the efficiency of crystal core collection. Give them all to me? Qi Xiu nodded, realizing that after absorbing these crystal cores, he should be able to upgrade Evil City to level 2. Are you envious of Su Qingwan? Qi Xiu playfully pinched her cheek. Envious. Her strength is impressive. You must have helped her. Every time Song Huiya saw Su Qingwan slaying zombies outside, her envy was palpable. Yet Qi Xiu had never mentioned it, leaving her hesitant to inquire. Chapter 97. Demolishing buildings here, for your commendable performance this time. Enjoy this. Qi Xiu noted that Song Huiya's loyalty had reached 88 points, and the remaining attribute pill would be just right for her, while others would have to wait for another occasion. What's this? Song Huiya asked, popping the attribute pill into her mouth, her cheeks puffed. Don't worry about it. Just eat it. Qi Xiu dismissed her questions, reluctant to divulge the intricacies of his system, which was too extraordinary for anyone to believe. Seems my strength has increased. After swallowing, Song Huiya felt the changes within her body. Song Huiya. Gender. Female. Height. 165 cm. Weight. 52 kg. Occupation. Teacher. Age. 23. Attractiveness. 84. Experience. 20. Loyalty. 88. Attribute value. 1.3. Interestingly, Song Huiya's evaluation attribute value was slightly below average. Only 0.3, and even after consuming the attribute pill, her value merely reached 1 feet. No wonder she often struggled against Su Qingwan. Any ordinary woman could overpower her. Moreover, her attractiveness had also improved slightly, confirming that a woman's beauty could indeed enhance alongside her strength. Make sure to ask Su Qingwan to take you out for some combat practice. Qi Xiu had not anticipated Song Huiya's frailty and timid nature. After taking the attribute pill, she would likely need significant training. All right, Chi-gu, I won't let you down. Song Huya clenched her fists, determination gleaming in her eyes. She yearned to become a formidable force like Su Qingwan. Good. I look forward to your progress. After rising from Song Huya's tender embrace, Qi Xiu absorbed the 38 crystal cores, bringing his attribute value to 19.3 points, with energy points soaring to 1030.it, seemed sufficient for an upgrade. System: purchase a Sin Prison and a small citizen's apartment. Hint 1. Sin Prison purchased successfully, building attribute value increased by 30, energy points reduced by 200, remaining energy points 830. Note: the Sin Prison consists of 2 levels. The ground floor is a general area featuring various detainment facilities, while the underground level is for enslavement, wherein prisoners will undergo relentless torment. As the torment intensifies, their willpower is diminished, ultimately transforming them into mere puppets loyal to the city lord. The Sin Prison serves to detain criminals, as an increase in subjects necessitates stricter governance. The prison's primary purpose is to instill fear. Sometimes, tormenting a person proves more intimidating than merely eliminating them. This embodies the essence of being unable to live or die. Hint 2. Small citizen's apartment purchased successfully, building attribute value increased by 30, energy points reduced by 100, remaining energy points 730. Hint 3. Total building value has reached 100, prosperity exceeds 5 points, upgrade conditions met. System: how much area is required for this upgrade? Having learned from previous experiences, Qi Xiu was aware of a hidden condition for upgrading. Hint: the area required to upgrade to level 2 is 2,000 square meters. Current location area detected at 560 square meters, not meeting upgrade conditions. Oh? Is it really that large? Qi Xiu stroked his chin, considering that finding a 2,000 square meter plot in the city might be challenging, though it would be easier in the countryside. Lacking land meant he needed to create it. With the combined population of the 2 neighborhoods totaling just over 100, they could easily be housed in 2 buildings. The Nanting Yayuan consists of 5 buildings, and keeping the other 3 vacant was a waste. He decided to demolish them for the necessary space. Qianda, go ahead and blow up buildings 3, 4, and 5. Qi Xiu exchanged energy points for 50 bombs, spending 100 energy points in total. Qing. Boss Qi. All of them. Upon receiving Qi Xiu's command, Qianda hurried over, surprised by the scale of the task. This was a significant undertaking, and he wondered why Qi Xiu would want to demolish buildings without reason. Is today feasible? Everyone is to refrain from collecting crystal cores today and focus on clearing the rubble, Qi Xiu affirmed. The debris from the demolished buildings needed to be removed swiftly, and fortunately, with over 100 subordinates, the task could be accomplished quickly. Rest assured, Boss Qi, we will complete the task. Qianda gritted his teeth, fully aware that he must unquestioningly follow Qi Xiu's orders. After receiving Qi Xiu's approval, he exited to organize the demolition crew. Let the blazing fruit tree be planted at the entrance of the villa. After Qianda's departure, Qi Xiu took a stroll around the city of wickedness. Within the city, there stood a villa occupying an area of 200 square meters, accompanied by 2 small citizen apartments spanning 100 square meters, and a prison of sins covering 60 square meters, culminating in a total area of 360 square meters. This felt somewhat cramped within the confines of the evil city, which boasted a total area of 500 square meters. After a prolonged search, he could not find a more suitable spot to plant the blazing fruit tree. For now, he had no choice but to temporarily place it here, and if a more appropriate location were to be discovered in the future, he could expend a mere point of energy to transplant it. Tip: planting successful. A beam of white light flashed, and a vibrant red fruit tree appeared before Qi Xiu. The moment the tree took root, it grew at a visibly remarkable pace, thickening and, in the blink of an eye, transforming into a towering tree. Its branches stretched outward, and its leaves exhibited a deep crimson hue, presenting a unique vista under the sunlight. This tree was indeed the sole plant within the evil city. Tip: the blazing fruit tree blooms in 3 days, bears fruit in 3 days, and matures in 1 day. Upon touching the blazing fruit tree, a wealth of information about it flooded Qi Xiu's mind, succinctly indicating that 1 fruit would grow every 7 days. The awakened abilities of the citizens were ineffective against him, so Qi Xiu harbored no concerns about potential retaliation. Once the fruit ripened, he would offer it to his loyal subjects first, prioritizing those with high loyalty. Those with lower loyalty would need further guidance. After managing matters in that vicinity, Qi Xiu reclined on a sunbed beside the swimming pool, basking in the sunlight while enjoying the attentions of the lovely ladies. Qianda, Boss Qi, the buildings have all been blown up. It was only at sunset that he received this message from Qianda. System, upgrade me, Qi Xiu silently intoned within his mind. Chapter 98 Level 2. Detected current location is 2,327 square meters, exceeding 2,000 square meters. Upgrade successful. Tip 1. Upgrade costs 500 energy points. Current energy points are 130. Tip 2. Current level of the evil city is level 2. Area is 2,000 square meters. Tip 3. Exclusive shop has unlocked new items. Please check for yourself. Tip 4. Upgrade additional conditions. Prosperity must reach 10 points. Building attributes must reach 300 points. As the familiar mechanical voice echoed, the evil city suddenly shook violently. Cheat. Something big has happened. My lord, there's an earthquake. Quickly, hide under the table. Such a tremendous tremor could easily be misconstrued as an earthquake, and it was no wonder the ladies were in a state of panic, scurrying about. What's the fuss? Qi Xiu admonished firmly. Suddenly, everyone was enveloped in darkness, and when they opened their eyes again, the evil city had been transformed by some mysterious force. The area occupied by the villa had expanded from the original 200 square meters to 300 square meters. The outer walls of the evil city had also increased in height from 3 meters to 5 meters. Evil City, 0-2000 current level, 2 prosperity, 11 building attributes, 100 area, 2,000 square meters owned buildings, 300 square meters Villa 1, small citizen apartments 2, prison of sins 1 lord, Qi Xiu attributes, 19. 3 Qi Xiu, with a mere thought, opened the exclusive shop of the evil city and indeed found a plethora of new items. Exclusive shop. The host can exchange energy points for exclusive materials of the evil city. Blade of Slaughter. Indestructible and irreplaceable, possessing boundless power, usable only by the lord of the evil city. Price. 600 energy points. Note: the Blade of Slaughter can absorb the souls of deceased beings. And the more souls it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Thunderstorm Tower. Under the host's control, it can unleash lightning attacks on any enemy within a 1,000-meter range and automatically attack non-citizens approaching the evil city. Price: 500 energy points. Note 1. The Thunderstorm Tower can automatically absorb lightning from clouds for charging. Once fully charged, the lightning balls it fires can annihilate any being with attribute points below 10. Note 2. Charging time for the Thunderstorm Tower is 10 minutes, during which no attacks can be made. Advanced Water Purifier, capable of purifying the red rain from the apocalypse to meet usable standards. Price: 200 energy points. Basic Healing Potion. Can heal any external wounds and viruses from zombie infections. Price: 5 energy points. Basic Energy Potion. 1 bottle restores 10 ability points. Price: 5 energy points. Basic Berserk Potion. 1 bottle increases attribute points by 5 for a duration of 10 minutes, after which a state of weakness ensues. Price: 5 energy points. Potions? The prices of the former items were too steep for him to afford at the moment. So Qi Xiu disregarded them. Scrolling to the bottom of the screen, what caught his eye was naturally the healing potions. In the apocalypse, injuries were the gravest concern. Once injured, it was tantamount to a death sentence. Having healing potions would be a significant boon. Furthermore, these healing potions could also treat zombie infections, making them a valuable item to sell to his subordinates. This was what one might call taking from the people to benefit the people. Subordinates could venture out to gather crystal cores, and with those cores, they could purchase healing potions, thereby healing themselves and continuing their pursuits of crystal cores. On the far right of the screen, Qi Xiu also discovered a black button. Construction Panel. The host can drag the buildings of the evil city using the construction panel to arrange them according to their needs. Wasn't this quite reminiscent of the games he used to play? Qi Xiu began to drag the buildings, relocating his villa to the very center of the evil city, while distributing the other structures along the city walls. Qi Xiu rearranged the buildings of the evil city according to his own vision. My lord, our home has grown larger, Su Qingwan exclaimed as she surveyed the surroundings. Not only had the city expanded to 2,000 square meters, but even their villa had increased by 100 square meters, with several new bedrooms added. What are you all standing around for? Quickly, go rearrange the furniture. They all stood there in a daze. Was he expected to tidy up the furniture himself? Get to it. Su Qingwan and Song Huya, being strong, became the main force behind this task. After the system enlarged the villa, it also provided several sets of mahogany furniture, which, once arranged, did not seem too sparse. Behind the villa, a 100-square-meter back garden had been added, where the blazing fruit tree had been transplanted. Adjacent to the garden was a moderately sized pond, spanned by a bridge of several meters, surrounded by decorative rockeries. On the topmost level of the villa, the swimming pool had also been renovated, augmented with several water entertainment facilities, resembling a small water park. My lord, do you know about the Wang family? Jiang Xinyue wiped the sweat from her brow. Having just been bullied by Su Qingwan, who assigned her the most laborious and dirty tasks. What of the Wang family? Qi Xiu continued to enjoy the king crab on the table, taking a sip of milk tea. My father just informed me that the eldest son of the Wang family is getting married in a couple of days and sent an invitation to our home. Jiang Xinyue handed over her phone, revealing an electronic version of the invitation from the Black Diamond VIP. Do you wish to attend? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xiu responded, the Wang family is the wealthiest in L City, and I have long wished to seize an opportunity to attend. My lord, whether I go or not is inconsequential. Even in peaceful times, the Wang family would not dare to provoke the Jiang family. A proud smile spread across Jiang Xinyue's face as she spoke of her family. The Wang family may be the richest in L City, but the Jiang family had claimed the title of the world's richest multiple times. A disparity of magnitude, however. I heard from my father that the Wang family seems to possess an ability fruit tree. Jiang Xinyue added, in that case, it would be worthwhile to take a look. Qi Xiu mused, the Wang family must have many crystal cores and resources aside from the fruit tree, which we could seize together. Can I accompany you? Jiang Xinyue grasped Qi Xiu's wrist, her voice pleading. What do you intend to do? Qi Xiu furrowed his brow. Was she attempting to solicit his aid? If that were the case, he would not mind escorting her, with his harem growing increasingly numerous. Eliminating one or two could serve as a deterrent. My lord, I wish to serve you. Jiang Xinyue glanced around to ensure Su Qingwan was not present, then leaned closer to Qi Xiu. My lord, considering my commendable performance, could you please ensure Su Qingwan does not bully me any longer? She had realized that as long as she pleased Qi Xiu, Su Qingwan would naturally refrain from bullying her. By enhancing her relationship with Qi Xiu, should he be pleased, making her the top concubine might not be out of the question, and she would have her chance for revenge on Su Qingwan. Now that she had finally found an opportunity to spend some time alone with Qi Xiu, she certainly would not let it slip by. Chapter 99 Su Qingwan's decision that Sly Vixen is attempting to seduce my husband again. Before Jiang Xinyue could finish her sentence, Su Qingwan, having caught wind of the commotion, rushed over and glared furiously at Jiang Xinyue. Women are known to hold grudges, and it seemed the animosity between the two was quite profound. Were it not for Qi Xiu's presence, the two would likely have clashed already. My lord, I have something to discuss with you. Su Qingwan gazed at Qi Xiu, her eyes tinged with sadness. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, speak. What has transpired? Observing Su Qingwan's hesitance, Qi Xiu wondered if she was concealing something from him. My lord, I wish to consult you on a matter. Su Qingwan bit her lip. I want to search for my parents. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had yet to make contact with her parents even once. Though they may have long since departed, it is imperative that I return for a fleeting glance. Are you alone? Qi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Without the Iron Blood battle vehicle, venturing out alone could pose a significant threat. While zombies cannot slay him, their sheer numbers could ensnare him, leading to another torrential downpour of crimson rain. Su Qingwan's solitary expedition would be fraught with peril. She had barely managed to fend off the mutated spider they encountered last time. Moreover, she had yet to develop immunity to the zombie virus. A mere scratch could yield dire consequences. Yes, I am alone. Su Qingwan leaned against Qi Xiu, saying, my dear husband, should I return safely, I shall serve you well. If fate decrees my demise, I shall toil for you in the next life. Very well, go then, Qi Xiu replied after a brief hesitation. Thank you, my husband. Su Qingwan turned and gathered her belongings from the villa. Unlike Qi Xiu, she did not possess a spatial ring, thus she needed to bring along some essential food and weapons. Wait, what is it? Su Qingwan turned around. Drive over there. Qi Xiu concentrated, spending 100 energy points to purchase another Iron Blood battle vehicle from the system. The journey to Su Qingwan's parents' home was approximately 20 miles. And given the frequent rains, venturing without a vehicle was virtually a death sentence. How could he let her perish so easily? 100 energy points, after all, equated to merely 10 crystal cores. I've driven away. What will you use? Su Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing Qi Xiu intended to head to the Wang family. I still have some. Qi Xiu chuckled. This vehicle is worth 10 crystal cores, and when you return, you must repay me at least 20, isn't it 10? I must also collect interest. Qi Xiu focused again, conjuring a vial of red liquid and another of yellow liquid into his hands. These were basic healing potions and rage potions, respectively. After purchasing these, Qi Xiu was left with only 20 energy points. Thank you, my husband. You are too kind to me. Upon my return, I will serve you dutifully. Su Qingwan wiped her slightly reddened eyes. Although their relationship had initially involved some transactions, Qi Xiu had indeed treated her well, providing her with fine food and drink and sparing her the task of battling zombies. Let South see how to drive first. Qi Xiu gently patted her head, honestly harboring little hope for Su Qingwan's safe return. In this apocalypse, humans posed a far greater danger than zombies. Yes, thank you, my husband. Su Qingwan nodded vigorously, relieved that with the vehicle, she would at least avoid the rain. Huiya, you should also come with me to train outside. Qi Xiu had initially contemplated sending Song Huiya along with Su Qingwan, but reconsidered. If Su Qingwan struggled with something, it was likely that Song Huiya would meet a similar fate. Losing one was preferable to losing two. This journey to the Wang family would undoubtedly involve combat, providing an excellent opportunity for her to hone her fighting skills. All right, Song Huiya replied. Huiya, Jiang Xianyu pouted, having hoped for some private time with Qi Xiu, only to have Song Huiya intrude upon their plans. However, since Qi Xiu had made his decision, she could not argue. After giving a few instructions, Qi Xiu departed with Jiang Xianyu and Song Huiya, feeling assured of their safety with Xiao He and the bloodthirsty vine nearby. Brother Qi, do you know what lies ahead? Song Huiya pointed outside the glass, addressing Qi Xiu. What place? Qi Xiu inquired, following her gaze in confusion. That is my school, Song Huiya replied, reclaiming her focus. She had once been a teacher there. On the day the apocalypse erupted, she had been at home, unaware of the fate that had befallen her school. Oh, your school? Are there any beautiful female teachers or campus goddesses? Qi Xiu's interest piqued at the thought of possibly encountering more lovely ladies along the way. Song Huiya wished she could pry open Qi Xiu's head to discover what thoughts occupied his mind, as he seemed perpetually fixated on such matters. Despite her inner thoughts, she obediently responded, there are indeed. But given how long the apocalypse has persisted, I wonder if they're still alive. Well, we won't know unless we go take a look. Since we're here, we might as well. Qi Xiu pressed the accelerator, crashing through the already battered school gates. Get out. We can't drive in there. Inside the school lay chaos. Bodies of humans and zombies sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Huiya, there are 2 zombies over there. Go and eliminate them. Qi Xiu handed her a machete from his spatial ring. Am I really going? Song Huiya said, her voice trembling as she grasped the machete, her pale fingers unsure. Are you suggesting Jiang Xianyu should go instead? Qi Xiu shot her a glare. If she couldn't defeat even the most ordinary of zombies after consuming attribute pills, perhaps she ought to reconsider her survival. If Su Qingwan were here, she would have already dashed forward to deal with the zombies, not hesitating like Song Huiya. Brother Qi, can I use a gun? Song Huiya hesitated, cautiously inquiring. Absolutely not. If you don't bring me a zombie's head within 10 minutes, you might as well stay here. With that, Qi Xiu turned his back and led Jiang Xianyu into a nearby classroom to seek shelter from the rain. Song Huiya stood frozen for a moment, glancing around before realizing Qi Xiu had vanished from sight. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the machete and slowly approached the zombies. Oh no! What should I do? Taking a step forward, she faltered and retreated, her heart in turmoil. Turning back to glance at Qi Xiu, she found him engrossed with Jiang Xianyu, leaving her feeling abandoned while they indulged in their own world. What are you doing coming over here? Qi Xiu looked up just in time to meet Song Huiya's hesitant approach. Oh no. Brother Qi, I'm too scared. In her panic, the machete slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground.